It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I filled that life according to a friend. We're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone in search. It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? Never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague Season 20 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to DreamLeague Season 20, Day 2 with myself, Epidamnos, and joining me is 343 Dota. Adam, how are you feeling today for more DreamLeague?
More DreamLeague, let's go.
Woo! Okay. Maybe a little bit too high. But actually, you know what? Actually, no. It's perfectly reasonable to be that hype because we've got ourselves some incredible games on the Earth stream for DreamLeague. We've got ourselves some incredible games. I don't want to spoil the first one. I know, of course, we're going to be going into the schedule soon, and we'll basically tell you all that's going on within the stream today. But when we had ourselves EG yesterday on the first day, first game, we're going to be treated with EG once again. And they're going to be going up against the no other than Team Spirit. But let's just have a look at the tournament for those who do not understand how it works and explain to yourselves how it proceeds. So obviously, of course, we have the group stage number 1, which is what we are currently going through, where we have 2 groups. It's a round robin and it's a best of 2. Then that goes on and we eliminate 8 teams. We have 8 teams remaining, where it's 1 group round robin with a best of 3. And then after that, we go into the playoffs, the big shenanigans, where we have ourselves 4 teams. So obviously, of course, 4 teams eliminated. It's a double elimination bracket. It's a best of 3, and the grand finals is a best of 5. And the 2 teams which qualify within the Dream League They get themselves to go to the Riyadh Masters, and they get themselves a beautiful, beautiful prize pool as well. I think it's around about 300,000. Yes, I am correct, 300,000. Second place with 175. So obviously, of course, as you can see, it goes up every 5,000 euros or dollars. I think it's dollars. And then after that, it starts to increase, as you can see. Then it starts to go up by around about 7,500, and then we get to the big money, of course, which is at the top. So a lot of teams going to try and compete for that. How are you feeling now? Is that a lot of money? I remember asking you, what would you spend with that type of money? And you were like...
It's a lot of money, man. Compared to like how much teams have been getting over throughout the year, it's probably one of the bigger prize pool events that we've had so far.
Yeah, I think a big impact is especially the Riyadh Masters, where I think the prize pool's around about 17 million. Is that correct?
I believe you're right. I'm not too sure what the number is, but I know it's a huge figure. And you know, this tour right now that ESL is hosting for us, DreamLeague, it's the Riyadh Masters is something that's new to the scene for us, and I think teams are taking it very seriously. You know, everyone has their eyes. It's like another TI pretty much, and I think all teams are like trying their best right now.
Yeah, and this is the second one. This is the second Riyadh Masters that will be coming in. It'll be very exciting to see what teams will be going into that and trying to compete against each other. But let's have a look at Group A. Let's see what's been going on within the first day of the Dream League Season 20. We have ourselves Tundra Esports, the TI champions, sitting comfortably upon first place, followed by Evil Geniuses, PSG LGD, and Talon, respectively, along with Team Secret, Team Spirit, and TSM, all on a 2-2. My lord, it's looking pretty balanced here at the moment, but unfortunately we have Liquid just sitting below at 1-3. But it's only day one. It's early days. Plenty of time to come back and get yourselves beyond the next stage of the group stage and the playoffs to try and get yourselves in there and get yourselves that amazing prize pool. But let's have a look at Group B as well. With Group B coming on your screens right now, we have Bet Boom not losing a single game yesterday. They are comfortably sitting on a 4-0, followed closely by Gaming Gladiators with a 3-1. And then we have Nine Pandas, Beast Coast, and Team Asta, respectively, on a 2-2. And then finally, sitting at 6th, 7th, and 8th, respectively, as well, Entity, OG, and Shopify Rebellion on a 1-3. I don't think Shopify Rebellion... There was not that many people expecting Shopify to go below here at the moment, but please understand, everyone, it's the first day, you know. They might be warming up, you know. It's one of those international tournaments where everyone's brought together and it's a clash of metas. But yes, now we're going to show you the schedule. What do we have today on the Earth stream? Well, we're going to show you right now. Of course, we have ourselves Team Spirit versus Evil Geniuses, which is indeed the first game that we're going to be commentating, with the second game coming in with Shopify Rebellion versus Team Entity. That one's going to be a fun one. I'm very excited to not watch some, obviously, of course, some Miracle plays, with obviously, of course, Miracle coming into the fold of Shopify Rebellion, being lended out by Nigma. And then we have ourselves TSM versus Talon at around about 5 CEST, and then followed by then OG versus Entity, where those last two best of twos will be commentated by TK Truman and Astini, which you can find on the ESL Dota 2 Earth stream. But we're going to show you the rest of the schedules now, for in case you want to have a look at the other streams that are ongoing as well, which is the main stream here, the main panel, the main boys and girls. We got ourselves Team Liquid versus Talon, Bet Boom versus OG, Evil Geniuses versus Team Secret, and Gaming Gladiators versus Nine Pandas. And that is all on the main ESL Dota 2 stream, which you should be able to find within your chat on the right side, or you can just search it. I'm sure all of you know the main ESL one. But coming in for the next schedule, which is our ESL Dota 2 Ember, we have ourselves Tundra Esports versus TSM, Gaming Gladiators versus Beast Coast, Team Liquid versus Team Spirit, and the final one, Shopify Rebellion versus Beast Coast. So quite some interesting games there as well. especially on the Ember stream. But the final stream that we have to show you, because obviously, of course, we have 4 concurrent streams running all of these games for you, so you can absolutely find so much Dota 2 today. And for the rest of the days to come, we have ourselves the Storm stream, ESL Dota 2 Storm, which is Team Secret versus PSG LGD. We have ourselves Team Asta versus 9 Pandas, PSG LGD versus Tundra Esports, and then finally Bet Boom versus 9 Pandas. And that is a lot of Dota games, Adam, is it not?
It is. I'm hyped. You know, this DreamLeague is there's so many good teams playing. The groups are so even right now. It's so interesting to see Miracle come back with Shopify as well. And, you know, they are 1-3, they're bottom of the group, but they did take a win off Gaming Gladiators, who is the top team in the world right now, you know. So,
they did.
There's still a lot to play.
It's just still early days, though, isn't it, Adam? I keep on saying this. It's only day 1 in. There's plenty of more days to come where the teams can compete against each other and rise up within the leaderboards. Isn't that right?
It is. It's the warm-up, you know. We saw Shopify do this last season with Mikey. You know, they looked like they were kind of struggling at the start, and then Mikey popped off so hard, and I expect kind of the same thing from them this season.
But let's speak a little bit about the first game that we're coming in. Evil Geniuses, of course, versus Team Spirit. My lord, what a couple of teams to come into for the first game. How are you feeling for this one?
I mean, both teams are currently 1-1, so I think they'll be really hungry. I feel like EG, the first series we casted yesterday, they weren't really awake in game 1. You know, maybe they're a bit more used to it today, more adapted to the schedule, and you know, hopefully we'll get a good game.
Yeah, but the first roster that we can see here beyond your eyes, ladies and gentlemen, is of course Evil Geniuses with their roster of Packers on the carry, C Smile, or Chris Luck as you can call him, on the mid lane, Whisper on off lane, Matthew as the hard support, and Panda as the position 4. Quite intrigued by their play style. Yesterday they did quite well, particularly of that against LGD. What do you think, Adam?
Matthew is actually the pause 4. I think that's something wrong there, but we have C Smile here, the featured player for Evil Geniuses. We have like some really high average GPM. C Smile, the mid player, he has a very big hero pool. Pretty good win rate, 64.47%. I think that's above average. EG, one of the teams that constantly plays like top 6, top 8 at the major so far. High XPM, high KDA is a very active player. EG is a very fighting-based team, as we've seen from them. Very skirmishy, very all over the place, but that's their play style, and that's when they look best. So I'm looking forward to see what he does for us today.
And it did look a little bit different as well within the game that we saw previously. So maybe perhaps we'll see it switch up a little bit here. I mean, we did see him on the Shadow Fiend, if you remember yesterday, where he was absolutely balling. And it came to a point where he was absolutely unkillable here with the Satanic and the Aegis. Do you remember that day yesterday?
I remember. I think they like the hero a lot on 9-pick. I think he's just really comfortable and confident on the hero. And it fits their playstyle. You know, they need this scaling core on C Smile when he plays these. I wouldn't say lane dominators, but I feel like when him and Pakas can scale equally into the game, that's when EG look the best.
Yeah. And it was a little bit different playstyle that we saw there, but maybe perhaps we'll get a glimpse of a lot more aggressive EG in the days to come. Because as we say, it's only early days, and the teams are just getting more comfortable within the tournament. I mean, as the days go on, we might see some more impactful games, some more dramatic games, as we see where the teams actually clash and understand how to play against each other. As within, the couple of days, the teams will be able to analyze, like, not just their own play style as well, but other teams playing against each other.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what EG bring out today, because they've run Pakaz on the Magnus twice so far, and it's lost both games. And then we have the Whisper Magnus in that one game where EG beat Team Liquid, and that was a really big win for them. So I want to see if they're still going to try and force this Pakaz Magnus, or they're going to just do something different today.
It's a very fancy headset that Panda has. Have you seen it? It's very square-like. I've never seen a headset anything like that. Wow. But yeah, we're going to show you now a video from Team Spirit, I've been told. So take it away, and we'll have a look at that.
Duracho showed himself. He's gonna get one. He's gonna get one shot. Do it! Yeah!
Oh, that feels so good to see that.
I'm Yatara. I'm playing for Team Spirit on carry role.
So my nickname is Mira. I play for Team Spirit, position 4.
I will describe my team.
Friendship and not letting it affect work.
Impermanence.
Carefully ball back for this fight. 23 points for the BK. But you close the gap on a collapse. But indeed, it's right underneath the nose of the Ursa.
That was a big mistake.
As Yatura takes out another, and he's ready for ball. But Kodo also gone. And that's a die back from him. Team Spirit taking this team fight.
I think our challenge, playing in Dota, no matter what, like no matter which problems we get in the last years because of war and all of the stuff.
And also we have to find new motivation to play better.
See if they can get Mirror as well, but back up Sing to Laps. He's ever going to do him down onto 23. And Yatura will happily sit at the side and start shooting them down here as the Drow. 4 dead on Talon.
I think our goal on this Dream League it's like being top 3, top 1.
I think we play much faster, much better now. So we have good chances to make it to top 3.
I think our team is top 1, like in our region. We got big issues in the previous leagues.
OG, they just controlled too much of the map. Team Spirit, they missed a couple windows that they had, and now they're getting dove into their base.
But I think now we try to fix it and we are progressing and I like it. And I think we are top 1, yeah. Go watch our games on the Dream League. We hope we're gonna do some good performance.
And Yatoro was indeed correct. So he said he was the top 1 within the region, and I mean, they did definitely indeed prove that with Team Spirit. They did win every single best of 3 within the East EU DPC, and they have proved to be an absolutely spectacular team. But interesting to hear that they're saying that they're progressing a lot more and trying to find more motivation with the fact that they're trying to progress and enjoy the game a lot more, which is quite nice to hear because, of course, when you enjoy Dota, I feel like you're a lot more intuitive and focused into it, and you can provide a lot more and enjoy the experience as well. And that's really what keeps you on your feet, you know? If you enjoy the Dota, then you can obviously, of course, go on ahead in and play absolutely to your heart's content and play extremely well. I'm sure yourself, Adam, if you are excited within Dota 2, you know, you've had yourself a break and then you come back in, and from there on out you have yourself a great time, if you are intrigued by the streams, of course. I'm not sure if he's here. Okay. All right.
Apologies, that was
yeah.
Yeah, I do. I watch a lot of Dota. I love watching these games, these high caliber teams play against each other. Yesterday on stream, they were talking about Team Spirit and how Laurel has not really found his place enough to replace Toronto Tokyo, and how his hero pool is a bit smaller. You know, we see a lot of this Pango Storm Puck, for example, early picked by Spirit, and you know, they have a playstyle where they draft around hard carry in Yatoro most of the time, and it works out for them. But Laurel's hero pool has been in question constantly, and I feel like Spirit are finding a way to make that work slowly but surely, and it shows in a lot of their games where Laurel just is able to pop off.
I think Laurel has done incredibly well, though, with the fact that it's only been, I think, around about 6 months since the transitioning of the roster, of course, and he's only been in there for around about like 6 or 7 months, but they've been still pretty comfortable, and with that, even when I speak about the East EU DPC, they've still been able to prove their worth, that they are one of the top teams within the region, and I'm very excited to see how they perform against EG as well, which is one of the biggest teams within South America as well. So we are really going to be treated with an excellent game once again within the morning.
Yeah, I remember in Tour 1, Yatoro did an interview after they loss, and he said, "Give us 1 month, we'll be the best team." And they did, you know. After 1 month, Team Spirit's kind of back. Not till TI form, obviously. The region's a bit more competitive now. They've been attending LANs, and they look much better with Lau. Something that's really impressed me with this team is I feel like the way they play Dota and Draft is very set in stone. Like they have this usually double range core. They have this collapse on the playmaking hero, Lau on the playmaking hero, and Yatoro on his carry. And they just feel like they understand their draft very well and make it work most of the time.
As now we're blessed with a draft. And speaking of a draft, we've obviously seen, of course, what EG play in regards to some of their picks, especially with what we saw yesterday. But what is it that Team Spirit like to do? How did they play, and what would they like to pick up here, Adam?
I would probably expect the Puck from them or the Magnus here. I think EG taking out the Storm is just a block pick for Lau because they did Pugna Storm opening yesterday, so you go for Ember instead. Not the most common pairing with Silencer. Usually with Silencer you want heroes that commit like some Lasso or RP into a global silence. But you know, I'm looking at this EG first pick Storm and I'm having throwbacks to when the old EG, you know, the BO5 first pick Storm every game.
Actually, speaking of Storm, he started to come back a little bit. I remember during the times a very long while ago where they started to nerf like other items like Bloodstone and a lot of items which, you know, depend upon mana regeneration, and because Storm really needs mana regeneration and they nerf those items, he wasn't picked up anymore. Why is he starting to get picked again here?
I think it's a lot of player comfort, and it's also the return of Pugna as a hero. Storm's a hero that enjoys to be batteried a lot, and Pugna, when you have Pugna on your team, you want the Dusa, you want the Storm, these heroes that benefit a lot from just being able to stay on the map. Even heroes like Coddle, which is a bit less popular than it was before, is like a very enabling hero for Storm.
And I'm quite excited to see both the Spirit heroes though as well, because both of these have tendencies to be aggressive as well within the early stage of the game.
Yeah, I feel like this Silencer from Spirit, like thinking about it, it's probably a quote-unquote block pick or a prevention against the Pugna that was expected to be picked up by EG, because Pugna against Silencer, you're not able to use your spells in fights, the Decrep's a bit more worthless as a save, and you're not able to cast Life Drain, obviously. And EG, they go for a Beastmaster instead. I like this pick a lot. I think it's a really strong pick in this slot, because you get to ban for the lane, and it's just a hero that's really good against Silencer as a concept on the map, because Silencer doesn't not like to play against these heroes that if you cast global, they are still strong. These auras, these units, and so far I like what EG has.
How do you feel like Silencer will do during the early stage of the game though? Because he's not that good rotating, and sometimes he can perform pretty poorly on the lane. Not because of the person that's playing him, obviously. It's the fact of what he can provide on the lane, and it's not that much, right?
Yeah, it isn't, but Silencer's one of the stronger laners right now. I think at least from what I've seen in the SEA or Talon games, they prioritize the hero quite a bit. It's also a nice answer to Storm Spirit early on, because Storm doesn't want to buy this BKB or Yule Scepter too early. We mostly see the Kaya Sage Witchblade coming out. I think that's the most comfortable build right now.
How would you push someone out of lane as a Silencer? Because sometimes you do find it quite difficult with how low the HP pool is, and if you do go out of position a little bit, it feels like you're playing a sniper but a support one, if you know what I mean. So, because if you go too far in, then you could be potentially jumped on, right? Yeah,
but that's just the nature of the hero, right? You just need to make sure your lineup wants to use the global silence well, and Spirit is a big Silencer team. So I expect them to... They're good at drafting around their supports, I would say. They pick like... Maybe Ench Skyraf is a very common duo for Team Spirit, you know. And on paper, these supports don't look like the best pairing in the world, but they know how to enable and use their drafts very well. So I think Spirit is not going to have much issues with that.
As looking at the bans now, we've almost completed the second initiation stage of the ban, with Oracle and Bounty Hunter being banned up here on the other side of Evil Geniuses. They're going to ban out the Magnus, Monkey King, and the Bristleback.
Just protecting the Beastmaster's lane. Yatoro does have a Slightly different hero pool though. We saw him play Juggernaut yesterday. He's willing to play this, I think he's a Beast Morphling, which wouldn't be too surprising if we see it next. Team Spirit, they go for a Mirana instead, so this is just a pairing for the Ember, right? Because Silencer Ember is not a kill squad, but Ember Mirana is. And Team Spirit like to draft this way. They like this two-man kill combo, which is why the Skyruff has been a popular hero for them as well.
Yeah, and Searing Chains and the Sacred Arrow, very, very nasty combination if you can get it off quite easily with the Sleight of Fist. But did you say that Yatoro likes to play his Juggernaut quite a bit?
He does. He actually has an insanely high win rate on Juggernaut in pubs. So I think someone did like a Reddit post on him on like how he has like 70-something% win rate. And no one's really playing this hero right now. RTZ played it yesterday though, and Yatoro played it as well. It could also be just because of the popularity of Magnus right now. You know, an Empower carry, Jug's kind of okay at certain aspects in the game, especially when against heroes that he can target Omni Slash on.
I mean, I guess he's a very good carry hero at winning his lane, but I'm not sure why he's starting to get fucked up. Obviously, of course, I'm not a pro, but I know that he's been bullied quite a lot in regards to the nerfs and buffs from, obviously, of course, Ice Frog within Dota 2. Because his Omni Slash has been like increased countless of times to the point where its cooldown is like almost like 2 minutes. Sometimes he really depends upon it as well. Do you feel like the hero's in a good position right now? Or do you feel like it needs to be like bumped up a little bit and they've just picked win rate?
I feel like the way they've picked the hero so far, you have to see the lane. He has to do well in lane because it's a hero that accelerates off winning the lane and being able to play up and pressure your map by himself. The Blade Fury nerf kind of sucked for him. There's no more spell immunity, you can't really spin TP anymore. And on top of that, it's just I think it's a very player-specific hero. Like, when I watch Yatoro play it, I feel like his team and him both understand how to make the hero work.
Yeah. But some interesting pick coming out here from Team Spirit. We got ourselves a Tidehunter. I don't think I've seen that in a long while. Is this something that we see get picked up quite a lot, or is it quite rare?
I was kind of expecting it. I think it's Tide Mirana as a Spirit Classic. It's a pretty strong lane. And if you look at EG's heroes right now, especially with their two supports, there's no BKB buyers. Like, Storm will get it eventually, sure. Beast can get it too, but they don't want to buy BKB. And Tidehunter is a hero that is good at just jumping in. Like, right now, you jump with this Ravage, you have this arrow, and EG has like no real answer for it.
Yeah, very true, very true. I can actually see that because you don't really want to be buying this BKB, of course, on the Storm Spirit. You want to be getting some very nice magic intel items on the Storm Spirit, particularly if that's for mana regeneration and damage, because you excel at trying to burst the heroes within the backlines. I think it's what we spoke a little bit about how we saw Stormer on the Void Spirit, and we were speaking about how he needed to get to the supports at the backside of the fight in order to kind of outnumber the rest of the team, right? This is something that Storm excels in, taking out the backlines and getting pickups.
Yeah, some heroes that are good against Tide have also been banned out, the Bristle and Monkey namely, so the Tide should have a pretty good lane here, and I'm worried for EG because they do not exactly have the most damage to kill a Tidehunter. There's also a Global Silence on top protecting him. There's this Moonlight Shadow evasion coming out later, and I feel like
the Kraken Shell.
Yeah, it just could be a really good game for Collapse.
Like, you try and set up with an Atos and a Mystic Flare on Tidehunter, and you are 100% going to get a Dispel from the Kraken Shell, as he is just going to walk away from that absolute bombardment of the Mystic Flare, because it just does so much damage. It absolutely initiates the Kraken Shell straight away. But looking at the bans, we've got ourselves Troll and Morphling. They're going to be banned out, of course, Troll being very notorious with his root, and Morphling at the moment, which is starting to come up in the scene more commonly.
Yeah, hero's pretty strong. It wasn't picked much at the start of the patch, but with the amount of universal heroes, especially against Magnus, I think a lot of teams have grown to like the Morphling a bit more. I'm currently looking at Bloodseeker for either team. I think for Spirit more so, Yatoro does love the Bloodseeker, and it is a hero that can fit the draft of Team Spirit. You know, they have heroes that want to go in, like they're going to start this fight with this Ravage, Ember Poke Arrow, and then this Bloodseeker is going to come in very, very quickly.
They've actually gone ahead and banned Juggernaut here, and I actually like that ban because I feel if Evil Geniuses did pick up a Juggernaut, I don't know if Team Spirit would be able to handle it quite well, because obviously, of course, Ember Spirit doing a lot of damage there with Magical. I mean, he has his Sleight of Fist, but he's fairly a magic damage dealer, I feel, and he would just be able to get away quite easily with the Blade Fury. But they pit themselves with the Templar Assassin for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, I wonder if the Team Spirit would go for like a Terror Blade here. Just something to do well in the lane with the Silencer and then outscale this TA. I think Phantom Lancer is an option too, but Spirit's definitely more of a Terror Blade team. I like what EG did with their draft. They went for this TA that gives them Roche, and they have a lot of pace on their lineup. They have insane vision. This is a 6 Storm draft. They have Hawks, they have TA traps, and this Storm Skyraft can kill almost anyone for Team Spirit. But Team Spirit, on the other hand, they have a lineup that's, once they're ready and they start to ball up, I think EG is going to have a real tough time taking team fights if they're not far enough ahead.
Yeah, that's going to be definitely what they have to excel in here. And I indeed do like that, you know, the fact that they had themselves a lot of reconnaissance tools with the traps and the Hawk, which will then enable C-Smile to actually get the opportunity to jump upon someone as the Storm Spirit and initiate there. We also have Whisper as well. Maybe perhaps he won't get himself an early Blink Dagger with the fact that we'll have ourselves the Lightning Vortex hit on
Bit of a mistake on the team names. We have Team Spirit at the top and Evil Geniuses at the bottom for our first game of today.
Yeah, that's a bit of a whoopsie there. Yeah. So obviously, of course, with the top side being Team Spirit, the bottom team being Evil Geniuses. But at least the heroes are right, you know. There we go. We're blessed back with the other screen now. But who are you betting on here? Well, I wouldn't really say bet. Who are you siding for on this?
I'm a fan of Team Spirit's draft. I think they have ticked all the boxes, and I think just the nature of their draft, they're gonna be able to reach a point where they can outscale EG as a ball. And I feel like EG is gonna fall into this trap where they need to be split pushing unless they dominate their lanes really hard.
As game one, ladies and gentlemen, it will get underway. Team Spirit versus Evil Geniuses. Who will be able to take game one? Adam supposes that Team Spirit's draft looks a lot better than Evil Geniuses, though Evil Geniuses does have the reconnaissance and the potential nuke damage to burst through someone, but they've got to be careful not to go for collapse here on the Tidehunter. As we spoke about in the draft, he's able to have that Kraken Shell, which dispels all of the, you know, the spells that can have an impact and stun him in place and lock him up. He's just going to be able to walk away. Maybe perhaps we'll see him build a early Pipe of Insight here, maybe perhaps.
Yeah, I think EG has a draft that can up their tempo, you know. They have very cheap heroes. The longest cooldown spell on their team is probably Roar right now. And Team Spirit, on the other hand, they have Ravage, they have Global Silence, they have Metamorph. So it's going to be this game of cat and mouse where EG want to split the map, make them bait spells out, and just pick off after pick off with their visions they have. And if Team Spirit get too far ahead, this TB Illusion push is kind of an answer to that, because if you look at EG's heroes, they do not have the best wave clear.
As they're already placing themselves some interesting observer wards here for Team Spirit, actually getting the bottom right side of the jungle. Looks like there may be some contest for a bounty rune top as well. Matthew just passing Yatoro. So Whisper's going to actually get that bounty. It's just going to be 2-2 to either side. Meanwhile, Pakaz on the bottom is going to fall. Slowing down by the Gush.
Yeah, that was very greedy from him, considering his team was at the top rune. No one really to help him out, and well, Tide Miran is a pretty strong I'm gonna kill you level 1 kind of combo. And Toro getting zoned out a bit. We'll probably need to TP to the tower.
Oh gosh, look at Yatoro being chased here underneath the tier 2. We'll have to TP away. That's probably one of the most annoying things when you play as carry, where you're trying to go to your lane and you've got someone who like comes in midway between the tier 1 and the tier 2 tower and just pushes you away to the point that you have to use a TP.
Yeah, it looks like EG wanna punish this TP. Starting off in a tri-lane actually.
Yeah, this will leave Pakaz on his own though on the bottom, and he has already died once, and he's taken a lot of harass again as they land the Sacred Arrow and a Blood Grenade. It could be a death on Pakaz, just able to use the Fairy Fire and survive. That could have been a great disaster. Speaking about punishing TPs here on both the carries, as if Pakaz would have died here, it would have been a walk of shame to the bottom tier 1 tower.
Yeah, but they have no salve and only tangles in the lane right now. I'm not sure if this is gonna impact their lane very heavily, but Pakaz is no refraction. Took side blades level 1. This lane's going really good for Team Spirit right now.
Poshka able to harass with the Arcane Curse. Once he gets himself level 2, be able to put a point into the Glaives of Wisdom and be more troublesome here, and maybe perhaps push Matthew away, as it will only be Whisper on the lane. They're actually going to go for initiation here onto Whisper and take him out, slowed him down heavily with the usage of the Metamorphosis. They will find the kill, but Maposhka might fall here. Will do indeed. It's going to be a trade. Matthew getting very close to death there, but Yatoro is going to proceed and try and follow. Reflection on cooldown, but trying to get one more physical attack. Oh! The upground hit claims the kill. Not getting a mischance there on the projectile, obtaining 2 kills on this top lane.
He gets the sentry on the cam as well. This is why TB is so good against Beast. It's also the effect of Panda. Bottom lane.
Bottom, because he got hit by a Sacred Arrow once again. The combination of the Gorsh and the Sacred Arrow just sets up perfectly for Mira there to just fire in a Sacred Arrow, unable to dodge that massive spear. I mean, I would call it a spear. Have you seen how big it is? I don't think that's an arrow.
It's probably a spear.
It's probably a spear. It's pretty big.
Strong girl. I was saying that I feel like all this is happening because of what Panda did at level 1. You know, he walked through the lane, and that caused Yatoro to hit level 2 before Whisper, so Whisper did not have any bore up. Matthew was level 1 as well. Team Spirit just hit the level 2 spike first, and not being bottom at level 1 kind of hurt Pakaz too.
As now with Maposhka being level 2, it actually puts a point into Last Word here instead of the Glaives of Wisdom.
Just try to play for kills. The Reflection and Arcane Curse is more than enough to keep them low. Has the boots too, so he's really strong right now.
All gets his ward denied though. On top there, they're trying to de-block the small camp here, as e.g. they have been able to block it up with a sentry, as you can see underneath those trees. Whisper being forced away. I gotta say, Last Word level 1, pretty strong, 120 base damage. It's one of those strong level 1 talents, especially with Panda with the concussive shots. Actually put 2 points into it here, and has not actually put a point into Ancient Seal or anything like that. Just put 2 points. Meanwhile, though, Searing Chains on the mid lane. C-Smile may be in trouble. The Last Word rotation as well from Miposhka. They find the kill as they rotate 2 here, both Mirror and Maposhka, just to get that kill on C-Smile. And look at that. Able to get the kill on Storm.
Yeah, both supports just popping by for the 4-minute rune. See an opportunity to get C-Smile there. EG not able to really do anything in the silence about this. Windranger's not the strongest of heroes, especially against the Terrorblade's high armor. Not really able to poke him down. Meanwhile, bot lane collapses after a good start too, so pretty unpunishable right now.
Yeah, he's having a real fun time right now. He's not being punished here at all, though, because as the levels proceed, starting to be able to sustain in this lane a lot more. The fact that, of course, Mirror has rotated around the map, but Maposhka in some trouble here, trying to flee, but will be found by the Wild Axes, and Whisper, with that claim of the kill, will proceed to TP away and get back safely with a kill underneath that tier 1 tower.
Yep, does miss the stack though, but he gets the kill. It's okay.
He's doing alright, and a bottle refill for LOL on the mid as well, with Maposhka dying there, so nice usage of that death there from Team Spirit, and maybe perhaps they'll try and go for another kill here onto C-Smile, not having level 6, going to try and use the Electric Vortex, but it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, though, they might be able to get a return kill here onto LOL. Yeah, taking a lot of damage there from the tier 1 tower. Will be able to use the Fairy Fire, will be able to survive. Maybe perhaps they'll get themselves 2 kills here on Team Spirit. They will. Killing spree for Mirror. Maybe perhaps 3 as Matthew proceeds to try and run away here with the win run.
Well, he turns back for a career.
Last Word, get him. Will be able to land it, maybe, perhaps. Yeah, that's a kill there for Maposhka, most definitely, as they find 3 kills from that rotation there. Incredibly well played there from Team Spirit.
Yeah, probably gonna
in return, LOL.
Oh, is there an arrow? No, Mirage
level 6 on the Storm Spirit before LOL can get himself level 6. Look at that. Being taken out twice See Smile still able to get the XP advantage because there's so many rotations here with the shared XP of the kills.
And he's gonna
Actually
let
not benefiting
Smile
them,
a
though.
rune from bottom as well, unless Miposhka can get there first, but he's gonna end up dying if he goes for it. Oh, unless he
See
picks
Smile's
up the
gonna
shield
try
rune.
and take him. Yeah, he's got the shield rune.
Cancels the
Are they going to be able to
parry.
burst through it, though? There's the Ancient Seal. Sacred Arrow comes out. C-Smile will be able to avoid that. They're going to try and turn it
Pana's in
now.
trouble.
Leap forward along with that Starstorm as well. C-Smile in some trouble. Only has himself 100 mana, but LOL, level 6, comes forward with
Another
his
rune.
Remnant now. Proceeds to find himself both Skywrath and the Storm. But interestingly enough, C-Smile did deny that bounty ring.
Yeah, he knew
As
he
you
was
saw
dead.
there,
He couldn't get it.
funnily
Bit of a heads up play. EG getting a bit overzealous with their chase there. The kill on Ember from Storm was really big, and C-Smile kind of gave up the advantage he took back. I'll take over a bit in net worth. Meanwhile, if you look at Whisper in top lane, he's actually doing really well net worth wise. So maybe the one death was unlucky. It happens, but you know he's back. Beastmaster still stacking ancients as well.
Yeah, and Miposhka being the top damage dealer as well within the current game at the moment. I mean, only 7 minutes in, but just comes to show how much of an impact he is having as this position 5 silencer. I've not seen a position 5 silencer have this much impact in quite a long while.
Yeah, I mean, TB silencers are really strong lane. We see the Curse of the... what's it called? His first spell together with the Reflection. It just
Arcane
does so much
Curse.
damage. Arcane
Yeah.
Curse, thank you.
As now we have ourselves Miposhka coming back top with Yatoro. So again, we're going to be getting ourselves level 6 though very soon on Whisper. So is this a potential to try and have someone rotate around to the top lane and get a kill? Level 6 obtained, but the Metamorphosis has been
Torres, so
committed.
be
Trying to
careful
find a
here.
kill there onto Whisper. But the Shackle Shot coming out. It will not latch onto anything, but the Primal
Actually
Roar coming
commits
out.
Roar. There's a lot of sticks on Yatoro.
Still has a point ready for Sunder. Is level 6, can possibly put into it.
Yeah, Miposhka caught sight of Panda though. Not sure if they'll stick
Yeah,
around
Panda's
here.
coming
He's
in.
still looking.
There's the Ancient Seal with the concussive shots. As that is indeed a kill. Miposhka will fall.
Even C-Smile rotating. It hasn't really shown up here, but Team Spirit, meanwhile, they are reacting in their own way. Heading to the bot lane. They are gonna run into
Ooh,
Pakas.
smoke break. Is the Remnant forward? Can they find Pakas? Oh, hiding there with the meld, but being revealed by the Sentry with thanks to Mirror. The Sacred Arrow will connect along with the Starstorm as well. Mega kill for the Mirana.
Can't spell Mirana without Mira. This man's been playing Mirana for his whole career, I swear. And it shows Team Spirit has just been so good.
Have an incredible time right now on this Mirana. As Arcane Boots almost achieved as well, with Law rotating to the bottom, trying to pressure this tier 1 tower, as I think Collapse and Mirror have achieved a absolute decisive victory here on this bottom lane, so they're able to pressure it now with ease without any contest to try and save the tier 1, so they'll be able to take that with ease. Meanwhile, on the top lane, there was a little bit of a different story, as Pakas has had to rotate top. It does have Whisper hanging around as well with the Primal Roar just coming off cooldown. But I wonder if they're going to try and utilize it once again to try and take this tier 1 tower top.
Yeah, Whisper, time to clear stacks. Has the Guardian Greaves queued up actually, so he might not even go for the Vanguard here. I wonder if he'll consider going for eggs. He's so high in net worth. I feel like the eggs would be super impactful for him. Team Spirit don't exactly have a lot of burst damage right now, and just having the drums against Terrorblade is really nice in the early game.
How come the drums would help so much?
It's just AoE damage, magic damage against TB early. It's really nice to have, especially with the lead he has with this Ancient stacks as well as a pretty good laning phase.
Oh.
No, Team Spirit.
Team Spirit. They're going to try and contest some stacks here. They're going to slow down Panda there with the Gush. And the last word as well. That's a lot of damage. Sleight of Fist and the Anchor Smash. 2 very strong physical spells. Will take down the Skywrath Mage. Panda down.
Yeah, Team Spirit just taking a poke into the triangle area. They have a nice ward there. Do not want to let TA or Beastmaster get these stacks for free. They are the stronger team fight, so I like this a lot from Team Spirit. I think it's very good movement. Yeah, mech complete on Whisper. Going for the Greaves against the Global Silence and the Ember Chains, I guess.
Oh, okay. Oh, they're actually going to come forward here, Team Spirit, as a Ravage comes out to help their initiation. They will find Whisper. In return, C-Smile silenced up here by the Global Silence and that last word as well. They find 2 here on Team Spirit. And with that initiation, they get themselves not only 2 kills, but a middle tier 1 tower as well.
Oh man, the Ancient stack too. Toro has meta if he wants to pop it. That's why I spoke about in the draft. The ball from Team Spirit is just much stronger. I'm surprised EG even wanted to defend that tower. They have the Mechon Beastmaster maybe feeling a little stronger than they should have, because Pakaz is not ready and Seasmal does not want to go in against his Global Silence. He tried to pull the Mirana to stop the arrow from coming out, but just put him in a really awkward spot.
Collapse just sitting in the middle lane right now, is opting to go for that very early pipe of insight. Has almost got it, around about 1,000 gold away. And then we should see it become a lot more difficult for EG to try and burst through these heroes. Because I think Team Spirit are going to be playing this 5 quad a lot. And look at that, the Searing Chains combination with that Sacred Arrow obtains the kill onto Whisper once again. Really utilizing their synergy quite hard here, Team Spirit. And with that, they're taking a lot of control here very early on. I mean, they're beyond the tier 1 tower of the mid lane, and it's only 12 minutes in. Collapse, not a care in the world. And look at that, they're going to try and go for Pakaz now with the Sacred Arrow. Landing once again. Do they have enough damage to take down the Templar Assassin? Yes, they do. Look at this, Team Spirit. They're balling.
Yeah, Toro is... Oh, nice Moonlight Shadow. So him get
Tried to go for
off.
Yatoro there. That was very close, but was just able to get off the Sunder. And they will find the return kill there onto Matthew. So punishing that initiation within the jungle there onto Yatoro. Very nice reactions from Team Spirit once again.
Yeah, EG need to avoid this mid lane at all costs. They have no hero that wants to walk into this Ember Mirana right now. With the Tide as well on Collapse, he almost has the pipe completed. I'm not really sure how they're going to kill him. Panda just turned level 6. I think it's too late. Once the pipe comes out, his Tyrant is going to be unkillable for quite a while. EG need to play the side lanes as much as they can and try to abuse the Hawk and Trap Visions to continue doing so until they are ready.
Yeah, it's quite difficult for them to achieve what they wanted with the draft that they picked right now, because as we saw, it was a lot of nuke damage that they had, but they haven't been able to utilize it quite well. As you can see, 4 and 17 within the scoreboard here. And as soon as this Pipe of Insight comes out, it's going to nullify quite a lot of their magical damage.
Yeah, Collapse also doing a really good job of just being a roadblock. Like, you see, he sees 3 heroes in the top lane and just parks himself in front of them.
Ooh, Primal Roar, Mystic Flare. Oh, that's enough to actually take down LOL. Very nice uses there. EG punishing the aggressiveness here of Team Spirit as the defensive Ravage comes out. Can they find a return kill? Yes, they can. They will take down Matthew there with the Anchor Smash. Panda and Whisper, they're going to try and get away. Panda may fall here along with Whisper as well. The Gush coming off cooldown won't be able to cast it there in time. Whisper maybe be able to get back. Oh, they're going to try and turn this around. Maybe perhaps, uh-oh, Whisper might have killed himself, being slowed down by not just the Gush, but the reflection there as well. It's the Sacred Arrow. It will indeed connect, and look at this. They find themselves 3 kills there in return for their fallen comrade on the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, Collapse still a bit too strong global.
The global used to try and lock in place C-Smile here. The last word coming out as well. It's going to try and Lightning Ball and TP away. Very nice usage there. Will be able to get that.
Small wins. They do force out the global. C-Smile changes his mind. Had the BKB kill up, but instantly buys the Kaya. Still this Tidehunter problem they need to address. There's a dagger on Pakaz now. They look like they want to fight top lane.
They're going to try and go for Collapse on Mirror here. They're going to slow down Collapse, but where's the detection? There it is. He's just so tanky. Look at Collapse. He doesn't care. The shackle shot's there, but where's the damage? There's no damage to kill this Tide. All right, they have the meld.
He has a pipe and the stick.
And Yaturo's coming to rotate in. They're going to try and go for Whisper right now. Whisper in some trouble, but the zip coming in from C-Smile. Yaturo going to be able to use that Manta nicely, but it's being brought back there. Silenced up. Is he going to be able to use that Sunder? He's still alive. Yes, he is. C-Smile with no mana has to retreat. Hit by the Sacred Arrow. Is going to fall. It's a double kill there for the Mirana as Collapse survives through it all. providing enough time for the rest of Team Spirit to come and rotate in here and clean up the rest of Evil Geniuses.
Oh man, they're going like that without Roar. They felt like they needed to punish the fact that Laurel was in the bottom lane, but Team Spirit a bit too strong right now. Even without Laurel, they were just able to take the fight and wipe EG there.
It's just that they don't have the damage, Adam. They don't have it. I mean, they tried really, really hard here with Picard with the meld, but it was really, really difficult.
It was. It's not enough. This tier went for a dagger instead of a damage item as well, so they're kind of all in on the way they want to play the map right now. I feel like EG, they have to dodge Collapse no matter what. No matter what. There's no running at this Tidehunter now. Collapse is a god on the map. And Lara has the Radiance queued up as well. Once he gets this item, it's gonna be so hard for Pakaz. Even Storm Spirit does not like playing against evasion. Every time he zips and overloads, if he misses, you know, it's a chunk of his mana gone. Hellbird queued up for Collapse too, so a lot of evasion gonna be coming through, and I'm not sure if EG has the net worth to try to itemize against this.
Well, they got the silence there onto LOL. But meanwhile, on the back lines, being initiated on here by Collapse. Matthew's in some trouble. The Ravage comes out. It will affect two. They find not just Matthew, Panda, maybe perhaps C-Smile as well. C-Smile's going to fall. They find 3 here on Team Spirit. And it just seems like they're cleaning up house now very easily. It's so hard on EG to try and even find 1 kill.
They are in a very tough spot. Because has the Deso queued up now, but I feel like Team Spirit's in a position where they're gonna get Roche real soon and go high ground, and EG just does not have the lineup to be able to deal with this ball coming up from Team Spirit.
Is there any way that they can try and turn this around on EG? Do they have to like wait for Picard to get like something like a Desolator and get some pickoffs here?
I feel like they need to be able to kill heroes in silence, but with the lead that Team Spirit has, it's just getting harder and harder. Collapse is so tanky. Laurel almost has his Radiance. He's probably the only one that can really die right now. Especially with this global protect him. Both him and Yatoro. The Manta too. We saw top lane, like they almost got Yatoro, but it was just... they're just too far behind right now. More split pushing coming out from EG. That's kind of all they can do right now. Run away from the tide, use their traps, use their hawks.
Yeah, they have the double damage with the Metamorphosis on Yatoro.
Yeah, it's something new. Collapse actually picks up an offering. Some nice lifesteal for him, more auras for the team. Team Spirit, they just understand how strong they are and what they need to do in the game. Oh no, Pakaz. He's gonna bling out. He's scouted though.
Oh, the TP cancel. With the Sacred Arrow. We'll try and use the meld. They have no detection.
Laurel is coming.
Well, there it is. Now they have the detection from Miposhka. They find the kill. Kaz will fall.
More farming. Team Spirit, they know where you're going. They're gonna run there. Collapse is this barricade in front of you. EG, they're itemizing towards the right things, but it's just taking too long, it feels like. Miposhka has the drums and Pavis. Mira has the mech. I think Greaves flying out. It's just so many auras. Team Spirit, they're gonna get Roche real soon with this Skadi timing on Yatoro, and I don't really see how EG can deal with that anymore.
Oh, Panda.
Resorting
wave here. He might die. He tried to use the Tumbler's Toy, bless him, to try and jump above the high ground and escape, but will just be found by Yatoro there.
Meanwhile, C-Smile.
Global silence usage there, trying to find the storm. Will be able to ball away and TP out though. Very nice from C-Smile there.
Bit of greed coming out from Miposhka there. Not casting the global silence first. Thought he would get away with it, but C-Smile just with some good timing is safe. Spur TP's out as well, so EG again small victories, but they are a long way away from being back in this game.
There's really want. It's still like a difficult question to answer right now, Adam, about what they can do in this situation. I mean, again, they may perhaps try and find a kill into LOL here, but we'll be able to get back safely as Yatoro, just look at him go here already. I have Skadi Manta style, 20 minutes in. The net worth is absolutely insane difference compared to Picard's. 13.6k net worth. I wonder what the GPM is here on this terribly.
Yeah, look at EG. There are only 3 heroes there, just Yatoro and Laurel scaring them away. Not even any mana on Laurel. Collapse was showing in the top
as well and collapse at him.
Yeah, I don't even know if he needs it, honestly. Oh,
well, they're going to go try for LOL, but because of the Moonlight Shadow, was not able to latch on the Shackle Shot as they find Panda. Picard's will fall here, most definitely. Remnant forward, trying to find more. Whisper and Matthew are going to try and escape here. But Searing Chains are available, locking Whisper in place, and that's a 3rd kill there for Team Spirit.
Man, it feels like every move EG makes, Team Spirit gets the better of it. They are so far behind right now. Team Spirit gonna come knocking on the high ground. How do they stop this? They have no spam, no deep push, no team fight, no net worth.
It's bad. It's a dire situation right now. No pun intended. It is pretty difficult in their situation. Look at this. LOL's actually been so aggressive, going for more. The Sacred Arrow connects along with the Gush too. Is Panda going to fall here? Yes, he is. With the Sleight of Fist, as they find themselves potentially top racks as well. Matthew trying to run away there with the wind run, but will be found by the Sleight of Fist once again.
There's no stopping this. C-Smile just trying to split push. Has the BKB completed, I believe, but is this really going to do anything? If he doesn't pop BKB early, he's going to take Chain's Ravage Arrow. If he pops BKB and Global Silence, Yatoro is just going to hit him down with the Manta style.
Yeah, they've already taken themselves 2 set of racks within 22 minutes. That is huge. They're going to try and find something though. Oh, defensive Ravage. Look at that from Collapse, just deleting away. See Smile. As soon as that Ravage is cast and Storm Spirit is chopped up to the waves, they call GG here on Evil Geniuses. Game 1 is going to go to Team Spirit at 22 minutes. An absolute bloodbath and a stomp here from Team Spirit.
Yeah, EG just had a lineup that needed to do better in lanes and be able to push lanes on the map, play for a later timing, play for pickoffs, but Spirit just got so much out of the laning phase, and then both the side lanes leaked onto mid, and we saw this impact it had for a while, and then Collapse started moving around, and EG just had no answer to this Tidehunter. And what a tough game for EG.
Yeah, it was. I mean, lovely rotations there as well from Team Spirit. I mean, did you see how many rotations they sent in for C-Smile on the mid?
Yeah, it was just always around the room timing. 4 minutes, 6 minutes just came. It was very casual, just drop some spells and, C-Smile would go down, and there's no way for EG to really punish that. They didn't have supports that wanted to react to that nor punish the lanes of Yatoro and Collapse.
Oh my gosh, as well. Mira on the Mirana, surely one of the most valuable players here. I mean, all the team did an incredible job, but 8-0-24? 24 assists, 0 deaths, 8 kills on a Mirana position 4?
Yeah, I mean, he's just the freest game of his life, right? Gush setup, Chain setup, and Team Spirit, they were just never able to react. I think Whisper made a big mistake going for his Greaves because it was not going to help them to be able to team fight against Team Spirit. I'd like to see maybe the Eggs or even a Helm just try to split push more, try to give them more opportunity on the map to make Spirit run around, but he committed for this mech and they took this mid-team fight and it just didn't really have an impact.
It was so unfortunate, though, for Evil Geniuses, but maybe perhaps they'll be able to come out on top of course, the next game of the second one, of course, of the best of 2. And maybe perhaps we'll see a swap around here. Do you think they'll do anything different in regards to their picks? Because I felt like their picks were very centered around trying to nuke out some of the heroes here on Team Spirit. And unfortunately, they weren't able to do that.
I feel like they had a draft that was meant to split up the map and win lanes, and that's typical EG playstyle. Maybe they want to get a bit more team fight, especially seeing when this Tidehunter came up. And on top of that, I feel like they had this yesterday, game 1 EG, they did not look very good. So maybe game 2, they'll come back. They come back, I believe.
Well, let's have a look at some of the replays that happened during that game presented to us by Monster of what the heck happened during that 22-minute bloodbath. As we'll have a look at the first scene here, where they did go in for a great initiation here on Team Spirit. This was after the double rotations from both Mirror and Poshka, where they were able to get themselves so much out of that middle tier 1 tower.
Yeah, C-Smile really got timing on that one. Catches the Ravage at the end, and then Global Silence just drops down.
It was really unfortunate because they did have enough damage to take out Yatoro, but it was the fact that Collapse's Pipe of Insight just came in at around about 14 minutes, and when they came in for that initiation, Pipe activated, not able to take out Yatoro. Or it could have definitely been a different story there, because they put so much into Yatoro, but he still survived. I thought he was going to die for sure, but he was still able to survive. He used the Sunder. C-Smile had no mana, and they had to back off.
Yeah, a lot of Shackles not latching for Matthew too. I'm not sure how much of a difference it would have made at this point, but I feel like there was just no real opportunity given to EG to come back, and every time they went for these pickoffs, they would lose 2-3 heroes, as we saw from the top fight as well as here. You know, every attempt, Team Spirit is just so good at chasing and punishing.
Yeah, their execution on Team Spirit was absolutely perfect. Do you think there's anything maybe perhaps differently that EG could have done, whether it be draft or play style? What do you think, Adam?
I feel like to have had a good chance in the game, Panda needed to start in the bottom lane. I think his moves really impacted the laning phase very hugely because he gave up the kills. But I think after the laning phase, EG was actually in an okay position. You know, Whisper was so farmed. I think trying to buy the mech and trying to take fights before the Storm was ready or the TA was ready was a very bad call from him, because C-Smile could not play into his Global Silence Chains Arrow early on, and the Ravage as well, and the mech would not have changed that in any way.
Do you think they'll still pick up the same heroes here on Team Spirit, or do you think they might confuse Evil Geniuses with kind of a different play? Because I felt they were pretty comfortable with that, and their execution was absolutely on point with the synergy of their heroes. Like we saw multiple Searing Chains and Sacred Arrows here. Do you think we'll be blessed with something like that again here from Team Spirit?
Probably it is very Spirit-esque to play this way. They have a very formulated strategy. They like to play around Laurel's hero, and they want to make Collapse this monster on the map. He usually plays like his Tide Magnus X, for example, and it throws just this hard carry. I feel like they got everything they want in the draft, and EG on their hand, the approach was to steal this Storm Spirit away from them, and it didn't really work out very well for them. C-Smile didn't really have a game, and Spirit just addressed the Storm pick really well.
Well, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed going to throw it for a break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. So stay tuned, because we'll be back with Game 2 of course, Evil Geniuses versus Team Spirit. Will they be able to equalize it? Will Team Spirit be able to take this best of 2-0? Find out shortly, because we'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Dream League Season 20, Day 2, where we just had ourselves the first game with Evil Geniuses versus Team Spirit. Team Spirit able to take a 22-minute victory, which it looked to be quite a difficult one for EG. What do you think, Adam?
Yeah, for sure. After the laning phase, once Collapse started getting involved, it felt like it was just too much to handle for EG. They just were in a... I keep talking about their draft, but their draft was just not meant to reach that point. You know, they needed to split push. They weren't able to take fights. They didn't have a good laning phase, so it got even harder. And even though the game took 20 minutes, it felt like EG kind of lost at minute 8.
Yeah, it felt quite unfortunate there. I mean, especially with all the items that they were picking up on Team Spirit as well. And it just the fact that they just didn't have enough damage, because their main damage dealer was, of course, C Smile on the Storm Spirit, but he was just picked off so many times. It was the point where Picasso was trying to farm up, get himself this Desolator, but wasn't able to get it in time. By the time that they were trying to use all the magical damage that they had on Evil Geniuses, they just picked themselves up a pipe on Collapse, and Collapse, he took the brunt of all of the damage, was able to survive through it all, and they did so incredibly well with the synergy. I feel that maybe perhaps EG need to do something similar, try and get themselves some heroes which synergize with each other to try and help obtain the kills. I mean, they did have themselves the Primal Roar, along with a few other disables as well, but unfortunately it wasn't just enough with the magical damage that they had. But as you can see on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, presented by Predator, we have ourselves the comparison of both the position fours. So we got ourselves Mirror here and Matthew. And boy, oh boy, look at that, 8-0-24 on the Mirana. Oh my gosh. I'm actually excited to see, what was his GPM here? I think it's about to come up. What do you think, Adam? What's his GPM?
I don't know, I just felt like... I would put this game... It's hard to compare, right? Because in this game, Mira had the most free game ever.
Oh,
so,
yeah,
you know,
yeah, 100%.
Comparing what he did compared to Matthew's Wind Ranger, sure, Matthew missed some shackles and Mira landed all his arrows. I think that's like the stat that really differentiates what happened in this game. Because Wind Ranger as a hero, you know, if you don't hit those shackles, you're kind of a burden to your team, I would say.
Mm-hmm. I just had a look at his GPM was like 378, but it was 22 minutes in. That was a quick game. Well, speaking of quick, we're going to be blessed with a draft straight away as we proceed with the first stage of the bans. We have ourselves Timbersaw and Bounty to be banned out from Team Spirit here. On the other hand, Techies and Magnus, they will be banned from Evil Geniuses.
Alright, so Storm is still in the pool. I think EG... Oh, alright, Bad Rider first pick, interesting. Not sure Spirit has... They have done this before in DPC, they did lose with it though. It was a collapsed Bad Rider. I was gonna say it's very interesting that they chose to not go for the Pugna or the Storm here. Maybe they feel like EG might have picked up on this Silencer, so I kind of expect them to first pick the Silencer because then it opens up the Storm or Bad Rider for you.
Okay, so they're gonna go the Scarif again. Evil Geniuses, they do like to play the Scarif Mage and put it on Panda, so we may see Panda going Scarif once again. So we'll see what they combine Scarif with here for the support stage of Evil Geniuses, or maybe perhaps pick themselves up a core.
I'm trying to think of what core they can go for. This Magnus has been removed, no Timbersaw. Something against the bat that you can pick early, I guess it's probably the Storm or Puck, but I don't feel like it's very EG to do that. Might just see another support coming out from them instead.
Taking some reserve time to still think about what they want to pick up. Maybe perhaps they feel like picking up a core here and then going ahead with the second ban stage. But then, obviously, of course, Team Spirit, they do have themselves that last pick for this first stage of the pick. So they're actually going to pick up a Legion Commander here. Interesting.
So I guess the logic of this Legion is to match the Bat Rider. So if the Bat Rider goes mid, the Legion will go mid. Otherwise, you just have a Dispel against Lasso in the game. It's also a kill combo with Skyrath Mage, but it does feel very odd to see LC picked up so early into the draft. I feel like it's a really punishable hero and it could go really wrong.
Will this be possibly Collapse on the Bat Rider here? So they would put like Legion Commander, like maybe perhaps on the safe lane?
They could. I'm sure Mira plays it as well, so it still kind of opens for Spirit. They will probably pick a Laurel hero here. Probably Storm or Pango.
Okay. We will see shortly whether that comes out. Quite a lot of reserve time being used here by Team Spirit. So there's a possibility that this Batrider could potentially be moved as a 3 or a 4, but you don't think it would be position 2 on Laurel here, right?
I doubt it. It's not really a Laurel hero as far as I remember. I think he's more, when it comes to my mind, it's more of the Storm, Pango, Puck kind of guy. And I feel like Spirit draft around that a lot more. Spirit Breaker. Okay, interesting
Spirit
pick.
Breaker.
Just a strong lane. Some mid shield for the Batrider. More BKB Pierce. So it is most likely going to be a collapse. Oh, actually, it could still be a post 4 Batrider and post 3 Spirit Breaker. So that's something that EG is going to have to figure out.
Yeah, possibly. What do you build on this Spirit Breaker, though? I have seen quite a few times where people have been building, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but Octarine core on the hero.
Yeah, the Octarine on Spirit Breaker feels so dumb. You get so much stats, so much HP, and the cooldowns on this hero are so abusable. Then you have Eggs, which reduces your cooldown even further. I actually thought this was one of the biggest heroes of the patch, and some teams may look that way, but not a lot of teams seem to be prioritizing it right now.
As bans come out, Oracle will be banned here from Team Spirit. Something that Evil Geniuses do like to play quite a bit here, the Oracle. One of their saviors in their favorite drafts. But in return, they'll ban out the Storm Spirit on Evil Geniuses. Not wanting to pick that up this time in Game 1.
Yeah, Oracle ban is nice. This Purge against Spirit Breaker and as well as False Promise against Lasso. Purge against Barra is really nice as well, so it makes a lot of sense to ban it. Might see the Shadow Demon and Ench removed as well if they want to go down the route.
How do you think Evil Geniuses need to play, though, this time? From taking back what we learned about Game 1, what would you recommend that Evil Geniuses have to do this time in order to maybe perhaps get one up against Team Spirit?
I feel like they have their kill duo now. I would like to see them just double down on team fight, you know, pick some Faceless Void, pick some, Tidehunter, those kinds of heroes, you know, just make yourself strong because this LC and Skyruff are the ones that are going to go around the map hunting now. And you need heroes that make sure Spirit does not punish you by balling up again, and you need heroes that enable them to run around the map.
Would we see any difference with the itemization of the Legion Commander here to maybe perhaps get early presence with the Mystic Flare, say like an early Blink Dagger, or will we see just normal, you know, like Phase Boots Blade Mail?
Then it usually comes down to your lane. It feels pretty bad to buy Blink first most of the time, so you do want the Blade Mail as a core into the Blink Dagger, but I'm still unsure what role this Legion is.
You think this is could be a mid lane Legion Commander, or it's going to be down quite a bit to where this Batrider goes, right?
Yeah, possibly. I don't know. I just think EG's trying to match Spirit in the draft because they have second pick, right? So you get to see what Spirit's kind of doing before you decide. But I think Spirit had a really good approach picking the Spirit Breaker instead, so they can actually keep the flex between the Bat and Spirit Breaker till the very end. And I think it got EG kind of lost right now. It's not easy to draft around a Legion Commander.
I mean, playing his Spirit Breaker as well, if his abilities, where he's actually able to just get himself loads of resist. You're not able to lock the down sometimes. Like,
yeah, I usually want to Purge or Yules. Wouldn't be too surprised if EG just picks some Yules buying heroes. It's really good against Bat and Spirit Breaker. But with this LC, they might try a different approach, maybe a bit more brute force. I think having the Dispel against Lasso and just the duel, even if it lasts 2 seconds against Spirit Breaker with Skyruff Mage, you might be able to just kill him through it.
As now the final bans come out. Both teams not having actually quite a lot of reserve time here. Really, really having to think about this last game that they have remaining. As Evil Geniuses, what do they want to ban? They've banned both Storm and Pangolier. What would be a threat to them as we get an idea about what they want to draft? They ban out the Beastmaster, which was also the previous pick here from Team Spirit.
And so they do go for a Shadow Demon. I mean, it makes sense against Spirit Breaker. You want the Purge. Disruption's nice to have against Bad Rider as well. But I feel like they're kind of doubling down too much on Team Spirit's heroes right now. It's very reactive, and if I look at LC Skyrath Shadow Demon, I don't like what I see on EG.
Yeah, it looks like they're depending quite a lot on this Legion Commander and Skyrath here right now. If they are able to actually punish that, then maybe perhaps we'll fall into the same situation again here where Evil Geniuses, they won't be able to get the space, they won't be able to have the resources to try and scale up and be able to turn it around. And they pick another counter hero here to the Legion Commander. I mean, it may not be good against the Mystic Flare, but boy oh boy is it good against the physical damage being outputted here by the Legion Commander. And that's the Cold Embrace. You have the Winter's Curse as well. But you do, of course, have a save from the Shadow Demon, who will be able to, in return, save someone here from maybe perhaps even Lasso or the Winter's Curse. And the fourth pick comes out. It's a Bloodseeker as well here from Team Spirit. A very fast-paced carry. Will be able to farm up very, very fast with the Blood Rage and an early Maelstrom. It's one of the few carries which I like very, very much so.
It's very interesting to me that Spirit did not show Larl's hero here, because I feel like he does not have too many heroes left. I might be wrong. Maybe we'll see like a Zeus or something come out. It's a really good Zeus game, and it's a very Larl kind of hero. There's also the Earth Spirit, which he's played once or twice. There's the Puck still in the pool, so maybe not too bad. EG, go for a Dusa. We had a lot of this in SCA actually, this Dusa against Bloodseeker, and it felt so hard for a Bloodseeker because, you know, obviously it's very difficult to run into this farm Medusa.
The question is, though, will EG be able to provide enough space for the Medusa? So this last pick is very, very important here. We'll see what whether it's going to be a Legion Commander on the mid lane or it's going to be on the off lane for Whisper here. And they'll put C-Smile onto something else, which will provide space here for the Medusa. And they have to really try and rotate here and get some good reactions here for Evil Geniuses. Because I feel like Team Spirit with Miposhka's and Mirror's rotations, they may perhaps do it again. Spirit Breaker being an excellent rotator here with the Charge of Darkness. You got to be careful of that one. It even underneath the tier 1 turret can take you by surprise.
Yeah, I wonder what Spirit will go for. There's still a Wind Ranger too. I'm not sure if Lau plays it. I feel like he does. They also have the possibility to put this Bad Rider mid as well, if they want a better matchup for Collapse against Medusa. I feel like that's something Spirit might want to do.
So they ban out both Doom and Ember on Team Spirit. In return, Puck and Darkseer. Some control here, especially with the mirror wall on the Darkseer would be able to grant some illusion there, as Medusa would be taking quite a bit of damage from her own illusions. I mean, have you seen how powerful Dark Portrait is against Medusa? Like, you get an illusion of Medusa and oh my god.
You just kill everyone. Medusa can't fight you. It's sad, but it happens.
What's the last pick? Sniper from Team Spirit. Okay. So got some extra range here against the Medusa. Not sure if we will see something like a Diffusal Blade, but this is most likely looking like a mid lane hero, the Sniper.
Yeah, Laurel is the Sniper player, for sure. He used to play it so much more. I've not seen this hero in such a long time, but EG has no reach for this Sniper right now, and a lot of spirits are banned. There's still a Void Spirit if they want to go down that route, but I don't know. I feel like they have a Sniper problem right now.
So you think Sniper's pretty good in this situation then?
Yeah, EG does not have a way to reach. Like, if you do get this duel on the Sniper somehow, he's going to be so deep into the team, and then you have this Wyvern Curse, you have the heal, you have double BKB controlling spells for Spirit, as well as this Bloodseeker running around. I like that rough a lot.
Ooh, okay.
Venomancer.
Venomancer. So why would Evil Geniuses be picking up this last pick here on Venomancer?
It's probably just for the lane against Bloodseeker. They're trying to bully out the lane, and it is a Vessel buyer against the Wyvern and the Bloodseeker.
We saw this before, didn't we? We saw this before. Whisper on the Venomancer, position 3 with a Spirit Vessel, dealing so much damage here, but it did fall off in the late game as it was Faceless Void, wasn't it? That was able to farm up over time and take them out. But this time they do have themselves some late game here on Evil Geniuses. But the question is, Will EG be able to hold their ground to keep enough time and enough space here for Picard to be able to farm up this time?
I feel like this Veno is very all-in on the lanes, just like yesterday. I guess this is typical EG, but they do not have good ways of dealing with this sniper, and Larl has a... Oh, it's actually...
Oh, it's a change.
Oh.
Wyvern mid.
Juicy.
So it's actually going to be Yatoro on the sniper. And it's going to be a position-free Bloodseeker.
This is not good for EG. I feel like Spirit has really strong lanes right now. And they have this Spirit Breaker to run around. I like this switch up so much.
Okay, so it's going to be a Spirit Breaker 5 with the Sniper, which is going to come in quite handy if you do put 3 points into the Shrapnel. You have a lot of kill potential here, and I think Whisper is going to have quite a hard time because, of course, once they picked that in, Whisper did reveal that it was going to be a position-free Venomancer, which now Team Spirit have taken advantage of with leaving their picks up until the last minute, and they changed the roles around. Winter Wyvern mid, Bloodseeker on the off lane, and Yatoro on the Sniper, which is going to deal some havoc to the Venomancer. So I wonder if EG are potentially going to swap the lanes here. What's going to happen Adam?
I feel like the Veno lane against the Sniper might still be okay. They have double range, double slow, and if they ever catch Yatoro out of position, they can still kill him. I just think it's more of the game. Like, EG does not have a good way of finding Yatoro. They don't have a way of finding Larl as well. That's another long range right-click hero that's just going to be super annoying. And I think they're just going to have to out-execute Team Spirit in this game if they want to take the victory.
Yeah, it looks pretty difficult, Adam. I'm not going to lie. I mean, especially you get yourself an Agnems as well on the Wyvern. I mean, not even an Agnems. The Arctic Burn is going to be quite menacing. And usually Medusa with the Dragon Lance, of course, and her physical attacks, she's the one that has the range, but they've just turned that around. Now Team Spirit has 2 heroes which can be out of the reach of Medusa. And especially with this Arctic Burn, you are going to slow down this hero heavily. Both of these heroes are Eye of Skadi builders if they do want to build it as well. So Medusa not possibly going to have a fun time if it does come down to the late game.
Yeah, that's such a weird thing to say for Medusa. But this Sniper is one of the better matchups against her. It's a different kind of approach. I think Mana Burn and Diffusal Blade buyers has been the more common approach to do so, but Sniper is just a hero that outranges you, so you never really get to go on him. But these matchups can go a lot of different ways, especially with items like Swift Bling and Harpoon. So
And the
if
advantage
EG...
that they have as well, though, Adam, is the fact that they can siege the high ground really, really well here as Team Spirit, right? Because usually, like with Medusa, you're going to be able to defend the high ground with your split shot, but they will just be able to siege because of their further attack range.
Yeah, that is definitely true. I feel like one of these teams will be at a very big advantage by the time that happens, though. I don't think this is going to be an even game. I think EG is either going to stomp or just get stomped. The drafts don't really have a middle ground.
Yeah, so game 2, ladies and gentlemen, with Team Spirit picking up some pretty interesting picks and swap arounds of the heroes, which definitely bamboozled us here, versus Evil Geniuses. So what lane are we going to have a look at? I think top lane already, there's some action going on. Mirror already having to TP and rotate. Will it be able to get out? Just about. That was so close. They committed blood grenades and everything. Jesus, that was close.
Yeah, really nice TP out from him. Don't think Collapse cares too much that he's alone here as well. Able to regen it back later. I think bottom lane's the interesting one for me. I think this is a lane that Sniper can either dominate or he's gonna suffer, because if Skyroth gets a spell on you and Veto gets a spell on you, that's a lot of your HP pool.
Yeah, it does look like it can be double-sided here. Like, either side could potentially win because you do have yourself Skyroth and Venomancer. They are very, very big lane harassers within the early stage of the game. Meanwhile, Sniper, if he does have himself the opportunity to get some of these kills out and deal lots of havoc with the Shrapnel, then it could potentially turn around here. But we'll see nonetheless.
Yeah, we saw Whisper with the double range deny, nicely done. And the Creep Wave's coming up as well, so this might be a bit hard for Team Spirit down here.
There's already
Level
they got
2.
themselves a Gale. There's Yatoro
TP
in
if
some
he
trouble,
wants
being
to.
slowed down heavily here, and look at that. First blood for Evil Geniuses. starting to work out, but indeed only early times. It's only 2 minutes in, and both Venomancer and Skyrath quite strong at these early levels. But as the levels proceed, maybe perhaps Sniper can turn it around here. I'll be interested to see what Yatoro will be putting his points into, whether it'll be quite a lot of shrapnel or putting a lot of points into take aim to get some range from both of these heroes. Uh-oh, Miposhka as well.
Miposhka.
Oh, he's going to try and use the charge. Look at that slow. Look at that slow. Miposhka not able to charge away. He gets taken out.
Couldn't even get the deny on Yatoro.
Wow.
This is really hard lane just because of the creepy equilibrium and not being able to secure a range creep early on.
Only level 1 charge. That's quite funny to see that, you know, Spirit Breaker charge does not work that well. Especially against all those slows. That's the slowest charge I think I've seen.
Well, I wonder what Team Spirit's going to do about this bot lane, if we'll see Mira rotate over at some point. Has the Urn on Whisper now, so giving another kill could be super costly.
What will we see on Collapse here on the offlane Bloodseeker item? Will it be something similar to that of a carry Bloodseeker item build? Or will it be more utility here, do you think, for this game?
I'd expect utility. I think some Pipe Solar Crest would be really nice. Team Spirit just trying to push out this bot wave, secure a pool maybe, because the creep waves in a really awkward spot right now.
The TP, Yatoro's out. Will just survive underneath this tower, but Miposhka may fall. The shrapnel, or the turnaround back. Team Spirit.
Oh my, the double bash, the triple bash.
Oh dear.
That's how you win lanes as Spirit Breaker, guys.
So annoying. So sometimes you wonder just how lucky people are when they get that RNG.
Very lucky. What's 17% times 3? We'll get a pull here. Saving the lane a little bit, but Yatoro does not have a TP right now. He has to be really careful. Have not fed Urn charges to Whisper yet. Top lane's pretty even, and mid is slightly Wyvern favored. Pretty expected. Super easy last hit against a melee hero with Splinter Blast.
Yeah, another thing about Wyvern, obviously, of course, she used to be an Intel hero, but now she's a universal hero. It was quite difficult at the time for Winter Wyvern to obtain last hits with a very low base damage attack. But now, because of the fact that she's changed to universal, it's quite a lot easier to get these last hits. Meanwhile, on the bottom, yeah, they get themselves a Spirit Breaker, but they may be able to range Yatoro.
There's a Fairy Fire.
Needs a few more physical attacks onto Whisper,
Troy
but the
needs to be careful.
Fairy Fire is there. They get themselves a double kill here on the bottom lane. Meanwhile, on the top lane, it did seem like Team Spirit, they dove beyond the tier 1 towers. Collapse gets the kill there onto Panda. So a lot of action happening on the side lanes here.
Yeah, Mira went to the portal, was ready to TP down bottom, but he saw Panda
Miposhka's dead again? Is Miposhka dead again? The Ancient Seal, the damage is there.
Well.
Miposhka's gone. Whisper, though, trying to run away, but Yatoro gets himself a very nice headshot there, slowing down the movement speed of the Venomancer and gets the kill onto Whisper. So will at least avenge his fallen comrade, but does not have himself a TP on the Spirit Breaker. So he's going to have to charge back to the lane. Maybe perhaps when Whisper comes back, potentially get a kill here onto Yatoro. But we will see.
Is a charge coming out? Not the worst hero to not have a TP on.
No. It's going to be charging Matthew here. Oh, Matthew's actually low. Matthew's low. Ancient Triangle. Oh, didn't get the bash. Didn't get the bash and was slowed down by the concussive shot.
Just stop
no
the stack,
17% for Miposhka.
Might get the top rune. No, he will not.
Yeah, I'll get the shield rune.
Good RNG too. They're setting up on
they're actually going to go on to see Smile. Nice charge there. Will be pushed back by the Flame Break. Winter's Curse there as well. Will they have enough to take down the LC? Lovely save there from Panda. Is this going to be enough to save C-Smile? Yes, it is. C-Smile will be able to get away and just about mirror as well. But in comes a rotation now from Collapse, trying to find the kill there onto Panda. C-Smile going to come back in with the duels. Is it going to be enough to take down Collapse? Yes, it is. C-Smile will hold. The Fairy Fire's there. They're going to try and turn it around now onto Lol. Look at the moment of courage. Healing back LC. Just needs one more. Will not be able to get it. Not the chance there. 25% chance will fail, and they'll take down the Legion Commander. As Panda now trying to save himself here. Mirror will be able to help obtain the kill there onto Panda. Lol getting himself a double kill, but it is going to be a 2-for-2 here on this mid lane with all the supports rotating in for that big dogfight.
Yeah, pretty big rotation. Collapse coming in as well. Felt a bit bloodthirsty, but not too many stuns on his team and went too deep. Let's get punished a bit, give some dual damage to C-Smile, but Team Spirit does come ahead in that, I would say. Still wisdom rune for Team Spirit.
There's Yatoro, C-Smile.
Yatoro.
Coming in, he's hiding in the trees. Oh my gosh, 220 HP. They're really trying to find him right now. If he reveals himself, he could be dead.
No, he knows. He's not even touching the creeps. Drop in the voice lines.
Oh, they're actually going to TP away. Yeah, they won't be able to find him. Yatoro TP on the mid lane. Meanwhile, Winter's Curse there onto a Whisper. As Lol will TP out and get away as the Assassinate comes out. Will find the kill onto Whisper on the Venomancer.
Yeah, what a smooth transition. Somehow he just gets a kill in the mid lane and then he has a lane to farm now. Didn't want to be bottom. Nicely done by Yatoro. And Collapse is suddenly top of the net worth. What happened there?
Really?
Like Dusa was way further ahead.
I mean, where is Charles right now? It's actually rotating bottom. They find the kill onto Matthew with that big charge from Maposhka, along
Yatoro,
with the Splinter Bast as well.
There was so much damage.
It's looking a lot better than last game, though, Adam. I have to say that for sure.
It is. I'm just not sure if this Legion's gonna have a game. And if you look at Whisper, he dominated his lane so hard, but he's lower net worth than Yatoro right now.
Yeah.
Jungle duty, 1 earned charge. Not too close to his Vessel.
Going for Whisper once again. The lasso's there, going to bring back Venomancer underneath the Blood Rite, and they'll get the kill with the Rupture. Now Merit proceeding to TP will be able to get back safely.
Collapse even trying to tank the Scaraf ult, even though it's on cooldown. What a friend. Laurel poking a bit here, has the double damage.
Charge here from Poshka.
Arctic burn soon.
On his own though. Going to try and proceed to run away here. Is going to be met near Matthew as the Mystic Flare comes out. They want to try and find the kill onto Lol here. But Poshka will fall. Is Lol going to be able to escape though? Assassinate coming out from Matthew and... Oh! Dodges it with a Smoke of Deceit.
Oh.
Won't fall. Meanwhile, a duel coming out in the backlines here. Yatoro will be taken out, but C-Smile will trade it. Will die. They'll find Collapse though too. And look at this. Evil Geniuses. They take out 4 here.
Yeah, nice rotation by them. Even Pakaz and Whisper joining in there. That's what their lineup needs to do. They need to fight, and they got the initiation sort of on the Wyvern. Real nice play by Matthew too, dodging the assassinate. I thought it was dead for sure.
Yeah, he dodged it with the Smoke Deceit. It's always lovely to see that get played off. It's Lol trying to push in the middle lane. There's C-Smile coming back in once again. We'll be able to pick up the Haste Rune here now for the Winter Wyvern. Winter's Curse, though, is on cooldown for 30 seconds. Maybe be able to utilize this Haste Rune here and get a kill somewhere. But as you can see, the replay here, just so much action going on here for Evil Geniuses. They were able to get into the backlines here and duel Yatoro with the duel. Very impressive stuff. So able to outmaneuver Team Spirit there and pick them off at either side of the battle.
Now Yatoro's in our spot. Recovery time. C-Smile finally has his dagger, so a lot more room for plays for EG right now.
Maybe Panda's in trouble here. The Creep Wave's going to come out.
So much damage.
Winter's Curse is ready. Winter's Curse is going to be used, but I think Mirror may fall here. Yep, Mirror's going to fall. The Demonic Purge finds the kill. It will be a trade.
Oh, I think Laurel kind of killed Mira there with his Splinter Blast, killing the Shadow Demon off a bit too fast. So Pakaz could catch up to throw the snake. Might have made it out otherwise.
Oh, and do you remember what we spoke about? Whether we'd get Blade Mail or Blink Dagger on Legion Commander? First item Blade Mail. No, so first item Blink Dagger, sorry. Yeah, they went the Blink Dagger first on the Legion commander. So opting to get that duel. I think that was possibly how they caught the sniper, possibly? During that team fight. I wasn't able to actually see that because there's so much action happening on in the river. But now we'll potentially see some good initiations here from C-Smile. But uh-oh. He's been found out here. The lasso's there. Maybe in some trouble. Does have press of the attack. Will be able to run away and will survive. Meanwhile, though, Matthew being slowed down here heavily. The curse is on cooldown, though. Lovely save there from Panda, but is going to be met. No, not met with a charge. Slowed down Miposhka there with the Demonic Purge. They will lose Matthew, though. The duel comes out. Will find the kill to Miposhka. It will be a trade once again. Both teams neck and neck here right now. When Pakaz has not been punished here heavily this time. He's been able to farm up, got himself a Manta style at 12 minutes, maybe perhaps even 11. He got that very early on. He's just been farming this triangle all of the time.
Yeah, they had some ancient stacks on EG, and I think Panda will stop stacking the top side of the map as well. So Medusa's looking like he might just be too far ahead for this sniper matchup to even matter. C-Smile has the Smoke of Deceit. Looks like he might use it soon. The duel earlier was with an Arcane Rune. EG probably looking to up the tempo here.
Yeah, but I mean, Matthew's traveling with C-Smile right now. They have a Blink Dagger ready. They see Mirror moving along here with a Firefly, which reveals him. Can they get the kill? They have 3 here. Blink forward from C-Smile. There is the duel. There it is. And they find the kill. C-Smile starting to get some momentum now on this Legion commander. Obtain these duels and obtain the duel damage. It's looking good for EG.
I feel like he picked up the Blink Dagger like 2 minutes ago. Now he's so close to his Blade Mail. EG doing a real good job of just snowballing a little bit. Team Spirit are kind of keeping up in net worth, though 3k is not a huge deal for them.
Yeah, but look at the difference in net worth. Now, I mean, Medusa is one of those heroes which does climb heavily, but look at it compared to the Sniper right now.
Yeah, he's going to have a very slow game. Collapse also, we talked about how he might go for auras. He's going for a carry build.
Yeah.
Has the Maelstrom, buying the BKB right now. Maybe feels he needs it against the Vano, the Skywrath. I can kind of understand why. Also, his team's not doing too well, so if he built aura, they would be in the same spot as maybe Whisper last game, where they're just not really able to take fights with the aura and he will fall off.
They have a Blade Mail, though, now on this LC. They're looking bottom. I think they might have some vision there on Collapse as their Observer Ward has just expired. The smoke's broken. They're pinging.
So you know, no
Diet. Do they know, though?
Like
oh, Matthew is going to scout out Collapse. Here we come. C-Smile coming forward, but didn't activate the Blade Mail, but doesn't need it anyway. Finds the kill.
He doesn't even have it yet. Meanwhile, mid lane. Oh, Whisper goes down to Laurel and Miposhka. Nice trade. I'd say that does benefit Team Spirit. Collapse, obviously, they don't want to lose him, highest net worth hero, but anything to drag out the game is really nice for them.
Matthew.
Poshka's going
Charge
in.
comes out. Mirror's ready with the lasso. Actually
Looking
going
for
to grab
C-Smile.
the lasso and put LC on the cliff. Uh-oh. C-Smile in some trouble, but Panda rotating in here, has the disruption ready, going to try and TP out, but the save is there. Pakaz rotating in now. Maybe perhaps they can turn it around here on EG. Lol has already used the Winter's Curse. They will take down the Legion commander, though, as the Demonic Purge slowing down the Batrider, but there's no further damage here. Now EG are on the retreat as Team Spirit. They're on the aggressive.
Pakaz has to be careful.
Gonna have to activate that Stone Gaze there defensively. The Rupture comes out on Pakaz.
Oh,
Meanwhile, Whisper on the sidelines here, being able to use the Noxious Plague. Matthew will fall, but in return, Mirror's going to die, along with Yatoro as well. It's a 3 for 2 here.
Yeah, the ward coming in clutch there. Sees Yatoro. Whisper manages to get his ultimate on him, and Yatoro just accepted his death. They do get Pakaz though, which is a huge kill for Team Spirit.
Yeah. Opting to go a Butterfly though here on the Medusa. Do you think that's the right call?
I do not like it very much, but I think he's so far ahead. It's a good item. It accelerates you even more. It does up your survivability.
Yeah.
C-Smile?
Yeah, you could potentially go for a duel here. The Blink's ready, and LOL is pretty low. Poshka's rotated it on the mid. Oh, they found themselves Collapse, though. The silence is there, the Mystic Flare as well. and the Demonic Purge. The duel comes out there from C-Smile rotating in there with the Blink Dagger. And they find the duel once again. Killing spree for Panda.
84 deal damage. This Legion's having a pretty good game. Way better than I would have expected from our first two Legion commander, honestly.
It wasn't previously. You were dying this. You're like, oh, I don't know.
I mean, I just
this
think it's like,
not having a good time mid.
if I look at my opponent, first two Legion commander, I would be very confused. But they're making it work, EG. They're really good at playing these more scrappy, aggressive fights.
Mirror's on his own. They've
Goodbye,
caught him there
Mira.
with the disruption. They're going to set up, slowed down there by the concussive shot, and taken out with ease. EG, they're on the aggressive now. They're on the pressure. Pressuring Team Spirit on their side of the map right now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, but every time they do this Team Spirit, they do a really good job. You see how Laurel and Miposhka are just constantly clearing the mid wave, taking the trades they can. EG is not happy with this though. We see them smoke up. Whisper, does smoke gets broken.
Uh-oh, Yatoro.
Oh,
the
no,
duel's ready.
Yatoro.
The duel's ready. The blink forward. The Mystic Flare finds an easy kill there onto Yatoro.
He has a diffusal queued up on the sniper. I wonder if he'll actually commit to that.
Is Whisper dead?
Whisper?
I mean, the Never Strike was used. Nice save there from Panda. Is that going to be enough, though, to save Whisper? No, it is not. The Splinter Blast will claim the life of the Venomancer. It's now C-Smile coming forward. Very nice save there from Law with the Cold Embrace. Never mind, the magical damage is there. The Poshka may fall. Will just be able to survive.
Will collapse this here. Both teams kinda chilling. Almost got the kill, didn't have the duel unfortunately, but C-Smile is racking up the damage.
It seems like, even though that Team Spirit are losing some heroes here, every now and again from the pickoffs of EG, it still feels like they're not being heavily affected by it. They're still able to farm up. They're still okay. I mean, look at that. A duel once again. C-Smile picks up another victory. But meanwhile, as you can see, Yatoro still farming up here within the triangle, not being contested. Lol still able to farm up as well. It's not that bad. I mean, the net worth is suffering against the Medusa, but at the end of the day, it is a Medusa. It is going to be at the top of the net worth if you're not able to pressure the hero.
Yeah, I think Spirit's doing a good job on the map in the sense that they are dying on heroes that they don't mind too much dying on. But I don't know if you want to be feeding C-Smile. It is a Legion. He has 140 deal damage, not even minute 20. And he's not a hero that farms too well, this Legion commander. You know, he's very dependent on getting these kills.
Result, Poshka and Collapse are together, very close to C-Smile there. Actually going to scout out the Legion Commander. They'll come in with the Rupture. The Blade Mail has been committed, but they may be able to get the kill here onto the Legion Commander. Yes, they will. They will find the kill. Collapse getting very low, though, as an Arcane Bolt coming for his backside. Oh, he gets killed.
Unlucky.
He does have a BKB now.
Yeah, getting some items. Team Spirit just trying to keep up their net worth as much as they can.
They want vengeance. They want vengeance for Fall and Collapse. Panda in some trouble. Going to have to save himself with the disruption. But is it going to be enough? No, it is not. Unstoppable spree for LOL. The Cold Embrace will come out there onto Miposhka, but the magical damage is indeed too strong there from Evil Geniuses. Will fall.
Okay.
Lasso there from Mira, though, bringing back the Skyref Mage. Locked in place there with the Atos, and the Assassinate will claim the life of the Skyref. With thanks to Yatoro's Assassinate.
Laurel has been so damn annoying. It's so hard to get to him. And Miposhka's been doing a really good job of just bodying up for his Wyvern. You know, he's always in the front. Laurel's just doing damage from such a safe space. I wonder if C-Smile will go for some Shadow Blade here just to kind of deal with this.
Yeah, I wonder myself. So I wonder if BKB going to be get here on the LC. But Collapse still trying to farm up as well. Actually trying to obtain a Halberd here.
Yeah, just itemizing to deal with the Dusa. I like it a lot. If you look at the net worth on EG's heroes, if they get like 1 or 2 Halberds and they stop this Dusa from right-clicking for like 5 seconds in a fight, it is gonna impact a lot.
Yeah. I mean, even though the Medusa is around about 5k gold ahead, they still have an opportunity here. Team Spirit, they're still in this game, I feel. Even though that they're able to take some part of their jungle here, Evil Geniuses, they're having a lot better game than they had previously. They're still in on it. It's still pretty even. I mean, on the graph right now, it does say an 83% win probability for Evil Geniuses, but Team Spirit still have some wiggling room. I mean, 16, 17%. I mean, have you seen Spirit Breaker's chance at getting a bash? So I think Team Spirit is more likely able to turn this around if we're considering the rate of Spirit Breaker's bashes.
It doesn't feel that way though. I feel like Spirit has really strong high ground and they've been doing a good job of keeping up in net worth. Like, Pakaz is super farm, don't get me wrong. They might even be able to go high ground with this next Aegis Skadi timing, but if you look at Yatoro, he has the Diffusal Blade too. They are itemizing for this Dusa, and I feel like EG is on a clock here, as weird as it sounds.
Yeah. And they are going to take the Roshan though. Evil Geniuses are in the bottom right corner of the map. As Aegis, maybe perhaps given to Pakaz here, as they'll take the Aegis and siege the high ground. We'll find out for sure, yeah? Let's see if they start to siege the high ground. Maybe perhaps they'll take all the tier 1 and the tier 2 towers on the map. Pakaz is going to actually use the Twin Gate to TP top. As the rest of EG, they're grouped up. Maybe perhaps try and look for something here on the bottom lane.
Yeah, he probably at least wants his Skadi before anything, but they are grouping towards the tier 2 tower at bottom lane.
Team Spirit going to actually react to this.
Miposhka. Very manly charge, just trying to drag it out.
It is.
They look like they want to defend though.
Oh, lovely Winter's Curse. Is that going to be enough to take down the Venomancer? The Assassinate is going to come out. Is Whisper going to fall? No! Whisper survives because of the Pipe of Insight. It's now the blink forward with the door. Oh, that's a big catch! That's a big catch! Lol dead! Lovely stuff there from C Smile. Miposhka falls as well. It's Pakaz on the aggressive. Trying to find more, but will not be able to find Yatoro.
That's a huge kill, getting the Winter Wyvern. I thought Whisper was dead for sure. There was no disruption coming out, but the pipe at the last minute was just enough damage to save him. Team not really in place to follow up on the Winter's Curse. EG, they're gonna be able to poke high ground here.
Yeah, I wonder if they're gonna go high ground. It appears so.
No
Cars with the Aegis. Ready to push in. Yeah, they don't have themselves the curse. The creep wave's not here yet, so the backdoor protection's still enabled. But by the time that backdoor protection comes off, both Spirit Breaker and the Winter Wyvern are back alive. And Pakaz is slowly losing mana here right now. Only half of his mana remaining. So, actually Miposhka coming forward there with the Nev Strike actually cancels it. Are they going to go for Pakaz? There's a lovely save there from the disruption. Going to create more Medusa illusions. Pakaz will get back. And Yatoro in the back line's just hammering in with the Diffuser Blade. But they've almost taken that tier 3 tower. Only 82 HP remaining. But they will back off EG. They don't want to siege this anymore. They'll back away safely. Matthew, though, picking up an interesting Blink Dagger here. Maybe perhaps to get some range and follow Elsie very efficiently here with the Mystic Flare.
Yeah, I like the pickup from him. I think Laurel doesn't have a defensive item too, so just being able to jump him by yourself might be really big.
I think Panda's being caught here. Will use Disruption upon himself. Will fall. Maybe perhaps they want to try and find more. They had themselves the Rupture there onto Whisper, as was pushed back by the Never Strike, and the Assassinate will help take down Whisper. The kill will go to Lol. There's Matthew, locked in place there with the Atos, but Pakaz rotating back now. There's a lasso there from Mirror, but where's the follow-up damage? It's not there. Slowed down, taken out. Mirror is gone. So now they look to maybe perhaps try and find more. The Blink Dagger coming off cooldown. The duel is ready with the Blade Mail. C-Smile trying to look for something here. They're going to go for Collapse here. But where's the damage? They can't take him out during the duel. Is Collapse going to be able to get out? The TP there, is it enough? No, yes it is. They find the kill onto Collapse.
A nice attempt from Team Spirit trying to punish the fact that Pakaz TP top. Bit of an overchase there. Lau still doesn't have his Aghanim Scepter. Couldn't really drop the curse with the Stone Gaze coming out from Pakaz as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As now the middle tier 2 tower slowly taken down.
is
We have a
Matthew.
1 minute and 20 on this Aegis of Immortality.
Radiant's middle
They're
tower
setting up
is
on the Wyvern at top lane here. Laurel TP'd here.
Oh, yeah.
He might just be
The
dead.
blink forward, the slow from the concussive shot. Is Law going to be able to
He
get to the
smiles
high
here.
ground with the Arctic Burn? Yes,
Try
he
to dodge
is.
the curse.
Oh, don't want to get the dual C-Smile, trying to get to the above the high ground. Maposhka's rotating in though. Lol is not giving C-Smile a chance to use that
C-Smile's
blink.
in trouble here.
Lol getting very low. Or the disruption. That might be enough to take down the Winter Wyvern here. It will be indeed as Matthew blinks upon the Winter Wyvern. Will take down Lol. And the TP out there from Maposhka. They will successfully take down the Winter Wyvern on EG.
Yeah, nicely played. Just dragging out the kill a bit longer. It almost looked like he was going to get away, but a very nice disruption from Panda.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mira almost has his Blink Dagger. Not sure how impactful it's going to be. Maybe just a catch on the Skyrock or a Shadow Demon would be really helpful for Team Spirit. Collapse kind of close to the Hellbird as well.
Courier has been killed.
Yatoro. Oh, he's hiding in the trees. Maybe perhaps they're going to try and go for a kill here onto Matthew. They have vision, as they will come forward. Yet that's a lot of physical damage. They will find the kill, but in return,
TP
this might be
cancel.
Yatoro's death. They blink forward there with the Blade Mail. Yes, it is. It's going to be a return kill there onto Yatoro.
Probably not expecting anyone else to be in the vicinity. Very nicely done by Panda again.
196 dual
Mira?
damage. Oh, Team Spirit.
they
They're
know
going to go
Pakaz
try
is
for a
in
kill
here.
here onto Z-Smile. They have enough burst damage to take down the
Oh, they're
LC
gonna get
before
Panda
Panda
as well.
can rotate in there with that disruption. And now it may look like Panda's in trouble here as well. Being slowed down there by the Arctic Burn. They find the kill, the double kill, going to the hands of Maposhka.
Yeah, EG, they need to be a bit more careful about where Pakaz goes to. Team Spirit, they just recognize that Pakaz is the only threat in this game. Like, they're willing to fight anywhere that the Medusa isn't.
Oh, look at that. Team Spirit, they actually get out a scan there.
Checking for the Wisdom Rune.
They go for another charge. Maybe perhaps they'll find a kill here
There's
onto
no lasso,
Matthew. They will do indeed. Oh, wait. Matthew, the
pipe
pipe of insight.
again.
Okay, collapse. We'll dive the tier 2 with the BKB, but it looks like Mirror will
He has
fall
TP
in
in one.
return. Is going to try and TP out, but
No
I don't
way.
think it's going to be enough. Oh my... Yeah, no, it's not going to be. He dies in the foul.
Ogre Seal Totem. Offensive usage. I've not seen that before.
Have you not ever played those mini games, Adam, where they
where the
they have
seal
that
gets you?
Stomp. It's so
Yeah,
annoying.
I know.
I don't know if you play the mini game.
I know. I've been Seal
one of the worst
Totemed
things.
before.
I
Yatoro has
remember
his
when that
Lincolns.
item first came out.
Pakaz has Lincolns too. It's just, I guess it's for Lasso and Curse. I mean, it's a pretty good Lincolns game. I just don't know if you... Would you buy it? Mm.
I think Mirror has been pretty good here with the lassos. Maybe perhaps because Pakaz is going to be on the front lines, obviously, when they siege the high ground, right? So you don't want to get lassoed like straight away and put into a really precarious situation.
Yeah,
so
but that's what your Legion
maybe perhaps they
Commander's
pick up
for,
the
right?
Lincoln. I guess, yeah, but I don't know. Maybe perhaps like Maposhka like charges like midway and then they don't have a save. I'm not sure.
There is a lot of single target on Team Spirit. Spirit Breaker, Battle Rider, Bloodseeker, Winter Wyvern, all big spells to block.
Yeah,
Sisma
I
has
mean,
a
the Roach has been
Lincoln.
committed quite a lot.
Yeah, Sisma has a Lincoln's queued up as well. Oh, Mira.
Smoke break, blink forward with the Mystic Flare. Easy kill there into Mirror.
There's no more duel.
The duel
They
has been
might
down.
look here.
Maybe
Lara
perhaps
has
Team
double
Spirit want to
damage.
go for it. So the Never Strike's there, but the save coming out from the disruption. Winter's Curse utilized as well. Do they have enough to take down C-Smile?
Oh, the
Gonna be able
Lotus.
to heal up there with a moment of courage. Still healing. Collapse. Has to back off here. Lol in trouble. Gonna have to use the Cold Embrace upon himself, but will fall here from the magical damage. They lose 3 here on Team Spirit. As now Yatoro
Oh, do they
hiding in
know
the
where
trees.
he
Gonna
is?
try and TP away.
The
Where's
Lincolns.
the cancel? Oh, the Lincoln's not able to get away. That could have been so close. The Lincoln's pick up worth on Yatoro.
Yeah, but EG, this might be high ground for them. Laurel, again, kind of out of position, getting caught there. Does not have any defensive items.
Is the
by
win
the damage.
probability
C-Smile?
increasing now?
C-Smile? Earlier, this... How Dota is evolved. There's the Harpoon, there's the Swiftling right now. And the Pakaz is reaching the point where he does want to go in 10k net worth ahead of anyone on Team Spirit.
And there we go. We're back, ladies and gentlemen.
We're
Sorry
back.
about that. We have the vision back now on the stream. As I don't think you guys missed much. It was literally just the tier 3 tower taken, but now we get back into the action. The post coming in with a charge there. Mirror sitting close behind with the lasso. It's going to be able to
Find
grab
the Shadow
Panda.
Demon.
Will they be able to get the kill? Oh, lovely Winter's Curse there as C-Smile actually blinked in for a duel. They will find the kill. The Stone Gaze comes out defensively there from Pakaz, but do
Pakaz,
Team
he has to be
Spirit
careful.
want to try and turn this around. The Lincoln Sphere is being broken. They will stun up Pakaz along with the Rupture there.
Three-man
It's
charge.
placed upon the Medusa. The buyback from the Shadow Demon wants to try and come back to the fight. Maposhka falling very low. They've been able to get themselves the duel there. They take down Law, Mirror, and Maposhka. There's only 2 remaining on Team Spirit. C-Smile coming forward for more. Yataro's going to fall. It's collapsed. Only the one remaining who's going to try and heal up on these creeps while we're taken down. An ultra kill for C-Smile.
He did so much damage that fight. Getting the catch again on the Winter Wyvern. While overplaying his hand once again. This might actually just be game here, yeah. If
Yeah,
Boschka
they
calls
call
it, they
GG.
know it's over.
Is EG. They had themselves a very hard game 1, but game 2, they come out triumphant as they take game 2 at 33 minutes. This LC just got way out of control eventually, especially with all of the duels. And I think Panda played a very crucial role with this disruption. The amount of saves that I saw come out from this man was absolutely insane, to the point where they did have to commit that Winter's Curse. But because they did that, then the rest of Evil Geniuses were able to come in and clean up.
Yeah, Toro never really came online this game. They moved the sniper for the Venomancer lane, but it looked like it didn't work out for him at all. They did a good job recovering, but along the lines of dying to recover, you do not want to be fearing this C-Smile Legion Commander. He ends the game with 11 kills and I believe 260 dual damage. That's a lot for a first 2 Legion Commander, man. I'm telling you, that's a lot.
But yeah, they did really, really well. When we spoke about whether Evil Geniuses needed some more synergy, I think they, obviously, of course, Adam, you said that they went for the winning of the lanes. It didn't work out as well, apart from because he was able to like rotate away safely. But the early potential that they had and the aggressiveness that allowed them to come back then allowed them to play really, really well and quite aggressive as 4, which was really, really great to see from Evil Geniuses, because they were able to do this because of all of the saves that they had and all of the potential lockdown and slows from both Whisper and C-Smile. Matthew comes in with the concussive shot as well. It's such a strong spell on this Scarif Mage, and I think Matthew absolutely loves utilizing it. And Panda, with the saves there of the disruption, just worked out so well for Evil Geniuses.
It felt like Team Spirit's formation was always so weird. Like, I look at the draft and I think the Wyvern is the one behind the sniper, you know, but most of the time the Wyvern's the one in the offensive position and the sniper is not really around in the fight. And it's just, I guess, what you get for having 2 snipers in your draft. Could have gone really well for Team Spirit, but they had like glimpses of hope in a lot of fights, you know, a lot of nice curses, a lot of pickoffs at the start, but Pakaz was just way too overfarmed for them.
I feel like sometimes it does act that way, though, because when you have yourself the sniper, it feels like, oh, yes, I've won the lane, you know, everything's gone completely fine. And then as the game proceeds, it starts to feel quite a lot more difficult for the sniper. We were concerned whether EG would have the catch or not to actually get this sniper, but it turns out they did, you know, they get themselves a blink on the Skyref Mage, interestingly enough, blinking right into the front lines, like... No, not even scared one bit on the Scarif Mage here because of all of the saves that they had from Panda. It was really, really nice to see how much they utilized so well here on Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, it just pressed their advantage. They understood that, you know, once they have Blink Daggers, they can go even further. They never really chased Yatoro around the map at all. They were just trying to play their own side and stacking up dual damage for Legion Commander. Most of the deaths were on Mira and Moposhka only, I think.
Yeah, but let's check out some of the replays here presented by the Monster Moments, where we have a look at what happened during this game 2. Let's piece together what the heck happened during that game. As we saw here, LOL was able to have such a great game at the middle of the stage, was actually pushing out C-Smile here. But somehow with them all gripping up together, I mean, a lovely dodge there with the smoke and deceit from Matthew. This was the point where it turned around here, where C-Smile was actually able to get to the back lines, and they were able to pick them off. I mean, 2 heroes in the back, 2 heroes at the front. What are you going to do?
Yeah, that's what happened the whole game, right, with Spirit. It's the fights outside their base that they took, where Laurel just got kind of picked off, or Yatoro got picked off, and with either one of them gone, it felt like the fights were too hard just because of how big Pakaz was.
It just felt like they got ambushed quite a lot, and some of the potential pickoffs that Team Spirit tried to come out with cleanly, they didn't. You know, they did get themselves the pickoffs. They were really, really nice at first, but then in return, when they tried to retreat, they were punished heavily by EG.
Yeah, they did find a few chances here and there every time Pakaz TP'd away. We kind of saw it from them, but this Medusa was a monster this game, and they had to dodge. They tried. You see even here, they get this free kill on C-Smile. You know, Medusa's in the top lane.
Yeah, it was really nice.
But it just wasn't enough to get them back into the game. It just felt that if Laurel or Yatoro died at the start of the fight, or midway through the fight was over. Like, they needed both heroes alive to kind of deal with Pakaz.
Yeah, and then this is where it all went sideways here, where they were able to get their pick off here onto LOL, and their front line just broke here on Team Spirit, and with that, they were able to get themselves the victory here onto EG. Just kind of fell apart within that team fight, don't you think, Adam?
Yeah, it's just the positioning, right? Like, it's so awkward because Laurel was downhill instead of on the left side, and something was bound to get him. And then once he got caught, Yatoro couldn't really walk up too. So if you look at the fights, like, Wyvern slightly far, and Sniper even further. He wasn't even hitting anyone in that fight, and it was just the formation just kept getting broken for Spirit.
It did, yeah, but they will draw it out, Adam. They will draw it out. So it won't be a 2-0 for Team Spirit. It'll be a 1-1. So both teams winning some even games there and increasing their lead within the Group A's and Group B's respectively.
Yeah, the trend continues. EG lose game 1, win game 2. Dominate game 2, I should say. And meanwhile, Team Spirit...
Oh, they're actually... Sorry. They're actually both in Group A. So they'll actually increase their lead further and beyond. But we'll be interested to see what a few of the other teams, you know, like Talon, PSG, LGD, and Tundra Esports, how they'll... proceed within the standings of Group A as well, because there's just some pretty strong teams in both groups. I can't be biased about any one of them because all the teams are pretty much really interesting here within the DreamLeague.
Yeah, I'm hoping for the end of the groups to just be draws. You know, keep the score, keep these 1-1s going, more tiebreakers, more games. I think the teams have been really showing up so far, especially in a lot of these more. I think the games have been one-sided to both sides more often than not. Like, we don't really see many even games. We see teams trying to struggle to, like, keep in the game. Like, even this game 2, Spirit always felt like they had a bit of hope, you know? But Pakaz was just way too farmed. Then EG take game 2 once again.
Do you think maybe perhaps Team Spirit could have done something differently within this game 2 in order to keep themselves in? Because they were able to actually keep away C-Smile on the Legion Commander, but it just seemed to start to fall apart within the middle stage of the game.
I'm trying to think if they could lane differently. Maybe put the Sniper mid instead. Have the Wyvern and Bloodseeker go top, but they'll put Collapse in a... I guess no one really wanted to lane against the Venomancer. Maybe just Courier, Spirit Breaker, put him down there with the Bat Rider, get what you can, make some stacks, stack inches for the Bat Rider. Put it, because the Bloodseeker Medusa matchup is kind of okay for a Bloodseeker. Medusa's going to farm, but you're going to farm too. And they could have done that with Yatoro at the top lane and had Laurel on this mid sniper instead, because I think the Wyvern being support might have been a bit more necessary, or might have made more sense with their lineup.
Do you think it was a potential problem? That I know that Collapse tried to transition as carry here within Bloodseeker, but maybe perhaps it felt a little bit like they were kind of sharing the resources here on both Sniper and Bloodseeker. Do you think that was one of the issues here that Team Spirit had, or would you place it down to other significant impacts?
I feel like the reason Collapse went for that build is because Yatoro was having such a tough time. if the Bloodseeker got like a pipe or solar crest and your sniper only has like 1 or 2 items, that's not really a timing you can fight against EG with. I think he just wanted to match timings with his team, and I think it was the right call. I could see a role where he buys pipe and then he just has 1 pipe for the next 20 minutes of the game because they can't fight with the pipe, you know, and they did their best to avoid it. I think they played the map pretty well, but it was just difficult to not get caught by the Seasmile Legion commander. He played really well, and then once we saw these Blink Daggers coming out for Matthew, for Panda, for Pakaz, it was just they were too far behind at that point.
Yeah, it seems similar to that of what they did in game 1, you know, the pipe of insight picking up at 15 minutes, and then all of a sudden EG turn it around. It was like, oh guys, meet our very nice item that you used with us in game 1. It's Pipe of Insight. I mean, Pipe of Insight has been nerfed quite a little bit. I think in 7.33c, where the HP regen was reduced. Do you think this item needs tinkering with a little bit more? Because it just seems like this item has been picked up quite a lot.
I feel it's just, I mean, from a drafting perspective, you have team fight versus non-team fight, and then the team fight team gets more team fight from these items, so it becomes really... It looks OP, you know? Like when Collapse got that pipe, it looked like they could never take a fight again. And it's because they already had this Ravage and Global Silence, and their team fight is just already strong, just made it stronger.
Well, yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed going to conclude that best of 2. We did indeed have ourselves Team Spirit versus Evil Geniuses, where Team Spirit were able to pick up the first game, but Evil Geniuses were able to pick up the second game and make it 1-1. But ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned, because we've got ourselves a big best of 2 up next. Shopify Rebellion versus Entity. We'll see you soon for that game. We'll be coming back in around about 6 minutes, so don't go anywhere for Entity versus Shopify Rebellion.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Dream League Day 2, where we just had ourselves Evil Geniuses versus Team Spirit, where Team Spirit, obviously, of course, were able to take themselves Game 1, but Evil Geniuses were able to take themselves Game 2. But now we come up to the second best of 2 of the day. It is the last series for me and Adam to cast, which is Shopify Rebellion versus Entity. I did have a look in the chat before I came in. I really hope I did not call them Spotify Rebellion, because that would have been a very embarrassing counter on my part.
I haven't heard that yet.
No. How are you feeling about this one, Adam? Are you excited for Shopify Rebellion?
I am. They have such a hype roster. Miracle is back. Saw some
no.
pretty... No? It's not back?
No, I know, not no. I know. It's exciting. It's really, really exciting stuff. I'm really excited to see this play.
Star-studded roster, and no flame to Shopify, but I feel like watching them play with these stand-ins are so nice to watch. It's so refreshing. I think Abed brought like a lot of stability to the team, but with new players coming in, I feel like they keep adapting. Like we saw Miracle play Earthshaker yesterday, and I love the versatility that's coming out from them so much.
It makes it interesting to watch, doesn't it? Because when you go through the meta, and it's around about 3 or 4 months where you're pretty much like, oh, I've seen this all before. Classic Dota, pick up the normal ones. I remember back just a couple of a year or 2 ago. Do you remember when DK was being picked constantly in tournaments, mid lane? So boring, boring. But now, I know. And now we get out something interesting, It's always nice to have some flexibility within the teams, within the roles, and get some very snazzy heroes, Miracle playing Earthshaker mid lane is something that you don't really see within the tournament. But now I hope that we're blessed with something like that again, some very exciting shenanigans, but hopefully we'll be in soon. So how are you feeling about this one, Adam?
Something interesting about Shopify is they're not 5 men in the boot camp. I think only 3 of them are at a Liquid facility, if I'm not wrong. Jonas said in his interview yesterday. And they're the only team in this group that is not tied at the moment. 1-3 on Shopify. I gotta get myself into the lobby.
They might be able to hopefully get themselves above and beyond. I did see a tweet from Arteezy. He was saying that he was, I think, sorry to the fans for the kind of a little bit of the off performance. But, it is only early day. It was day 1.
It happens.
He shouldn't be too hard on himself.
Yeah, Blitz had a tweet yesterday too. After losing, they're just like, oh.
I do find that funny, though. I know that some people come in as of course, stand-ins and stuff like that with Miracle. Obviously, of course, not taking a photo. He's a character. You haven't unlocked him yet, guys. You haven't unlocked Miracle.
That is true.
He is. You
Still
have
holding
to do
back.
a lot of challenges. You have to do a lot of challenges. You've got to get to 10k MMR and then you're able to unlock and play him. I mean, that's how it works. But yes, as you can see, Miracle is on the mid there with Arteezy on the carry, Saberlight off lane, and so on and so forth. You know the rest, ladies and gentlemen. Well, let's have a look at some average stats here. Saberlight. How do you think Saberlight's been doing so far? I mean, it's only been day 1, but have you been looking closely to Saberlight's performance overall? Just not in the Dream League, but the rest of the year throughout the tournaments that he's played in?
I feel like he's been a bit more pulled down, I think, playing with Shopify. He was much more of a standout, make plays, flashy kind of offlaner, but I think playing with Shopify, they're a very stable roster, right? And I think he's kind of found a balance between who he was and the player he's growing into. Also, if you look at the win rate, there's super high win rate, but it's also skewed because they have not dropped the game since Tour 1 of DPC.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty impressive, isn't it? Is there any particular hero that you're looking forward to Saberlight playing, maybe, perhaps?
Honestly, I want to say Enigma, but it's not going to happen, man.
I really want Enigma, Adam.
I need Enigma sometimes, sometimes. I don't need Enigma every game, but sometimes give me the Enigma.
I know. He's a very lost hero right now. I don't know where he's gone. I want someone to pick him again.
He's
It's
in the
ever
black
since,
hole.
the Wraith, that someone deleted Wraith Pact with, how useless it is now. Maybe they should bring him back with all the auras, Come on. If any, pick that Enigma. It's good fun. It's good fun to watch it. Good Dota.
It is, but these teams are trying to win, so they gotta do what they gotta do.
No, it is. It is fun. But we'll see how it comes out anyway. But I think we'll have a look at the other team in a bit with Shopify Rebellion. Hopefully they'll be able to do good within day 2. They've still got a lot of games ahead of them, and they still have a lot of breathing room in order to climb back up into the standings. So everything is not over yet. It's only halfway through, ladies and gentlemen. Not even actually halfway through. We've got plenty of days to go through Dream League. Absolutely loads of days. Well, let's have a look at Entity. Entity being the team that Shopify Rebellion, I made sure not to say Spotify, Shopify Rebellion coming against with Watson. We've seen him all too well before on the carry with Stormstormer on mid, Toby on the off lane, Katomi, hard support, and Fishman on the position.
Well, all these hard support and supports are kind of mixed up. So Fishman's the +5 and Katomi is the +4.
Oh, yes.
Just
yes.
to clarify. I also love how Watson's
that's-
name has like some no glyph or something written in there. Whatever symbols
That's why
he
you're the
has.
analyst. That's why you're the analyst, Adam, and I'm, the measly just play-by-play. I don't know these things.
Don't do
You're
that
the one
to
with the big
yourself.
brain here. But yes, Fishman on 5, Katomi on 4. But what can you tell us about this team, Adam?
They've not had a good year ever since Pure left them, but I think compared to where they were in Tour 1, they have been improving. They have some, I guess, lackluster results, but there are games where they look really good and really competitive, and I feel like they've been struggling to find consistency, if anything. So I hope they are able to adapt to it on LAN and, find a lot more practice here at Dream League, because I think this is a very high ceiling team, and they have shown more than once that they can beat or take games off the good teams.
Yeah, we saw them play pretty well. I mean, Entity, they did go up against, I think it was 9 Pandas. They did put up quite a bit of a fight. Obviously, of course, 9 Pandas winning 2-0, but they did put it to them. I'm not going to lie. I thought they played pretty well, considering they are up against one of the best teams in the East EU region. But let's have a look at the stats of Toby this time on Entity. Have you been keeping a close eye on Toby throughout the year, Adam?
Not really through a year, but I have watched a lot of Western Europe. I feel like Toby he's been okay. I feel like they're just very hit or miss as a team, like all of them recently. Maybe confidence issues because of how they have not really made it to many lands this year. They've been in a very tough position, but I feel like they're trying to make work with what they have, like I look at their drafts and the way they play it, they just are a bit more open. They try to use Watson to his best, and I think there are a lot of games where Watson pops off, but they're still not able to come together as a team and convert that into something. Toby has been the aura buyer for this team, I would say. We see like the Doom. I think on a lot of Dooms it's very common to go like Octarine, Midas, but with Toby I always see this like Crimson Guard, Arcane Boots, this pipe, and I feel like that's just Entity and how they wanna play as a team.
Yeah, I mean, we saw an example of that as well. That was yesterday, where they were up against 9 Pandas. And I think it was I can't remember if it was in Game 1 or Game 2. I think it might have been Game 1, where Watson did pick up the Slark, and he had such a great performance, didn't he? But then again, it started to drop down over time. I think that's where we saw the Vessel on the Venomancer.
No, the Venomancer was in our EG series, Game 2. The one they stomped. So the Slark was Game 1 of yesterday, and it just was... I wouldn't call it an out draft, but 9 Pandas just did such a good job of dodging Entity, and Entity has seemed to have this problem of they itemized like for his auras and stuff, and they couldn't come together to like end the game, and the auras weren't enough for him to take team fights, and it just made life really hard for them.
I'm sure they did have something like a Vessel or something. Maybe perhaps they built it on a different hero, because I remember with Ramses playing Faceless Void, and he popped up like a Chrono or something like that, and he was dying inside of it.
It was the Skadi Shiva.
Skadi Shiva game.
The Stormstormer Skadi on Void
Find
Spirit.
it now. Where is it? Where is it? I really want to try and find it. Let's see. Was
That
it?
Stormstormer go Skadi and Toby went for Shivas, and Watson just didn't do enough damage to solo carry the game against a Faceless Void
yes.
Magnus dual core. It
You
was
are
just
right.
so difficult.
You're right. I am big noob. You're right. But we're actually going to go for a short break, ladies and gentlemen, as both teams are just trying to get sorted into the lobby. And then by the time that we're finished with the break, we'll be blessed with a draft straight away. So don't go anywhere, because we'll see you very soon for the draft of Shopify Rebellion versus Entity.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Dream League Season 20, Day 2. With myself, Epidamnos, and joining me is 343 Dota. We are now back, ready, hopefully blessed with a draft very soon with Shopify, Rebellion versus Entity.
You got it right, Epi. You got it right.
I know. You know, I had to close my eyes and like make sure to not say. No ad endorsement there. No ad endorsement. I promise. I'm just really stupid. But yes, we're coming into the draft very soon. Are you excited about this game, Adam? There we go.
I am
okay,
so
cameras.
hyped. Look at Fly. He's excited as excited can be. Oh, the one and only.
Well.
Our Lord and Savior.
One and only. Our Lord and Savior. Do you have a cult committed to Miracle, Adam? Is there something you want to tell us?
I have a Facebook group.
You do? Really?
Nah, I'm kidding.
Oh, okay. All right, fair enough. I thought you were going to continue with it. It seemed like a very...
I don't want to out myself.
It seemed like a very legitimate
don't
story.
Want to go through the 1,000 requests to join.
But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we do have indeed lost. What has been Shopify Rebellion have indeed banned and Undying. As meanwhile, Entity, they have banned the Medusa and the Shadow Fiend.
Both teams just kind of removing the SF and Dusa ban are kind of interesting actually. It's just could be targeting Comfort or Flex maybe to make the draft a bit easier for Entity, or they think SF and Dusa are good against this Beastmaster opening that they were gonna get. Surprised the techies went through, but I guess Entity is just ready to play against it with the SF ban. That's a nice hairband.
How cute.
Alright, Shopify go
Very
for the
cute.
TB. We saw this TB against Beastmaster earlier. It's a really good matchup, especially if you have a strong laner. You just pop Reflection meta and you can kind of run Beast down. He can't really do anything. You kill the boar easily. You're a high armor hero.
In other news, it looks like Entity has unpacked all of their shopping from yesterday.
It's still there.
No. There was like loads of bags, wasn't there? I mean, there is an IKEA box. I mean, RTZ very happy to come
their
into day
boot
2,
camp.
as you saw that.
See the
Yeah,
stairs?
the boot camp, yeah.
They just built that.
They do. What, from IKEA? The stairs.
You don't know, man. IKEA has everything, don't you know?
What, fold up stairs? Well, even the concrete there. Look at those stairs. Those are some pretty sturdy stairs from IKEA.
That is true. Alright, Shopify just removing TB counters. I think Slark is something Entity likes against this. Some Slark Leech is not too uncommon. We saw it from them yesterday as well. There's actually a segment where Shippo was talking about this Leech against the techies, and it was because of Miposhka on Team Spirit. Like, they really like the Leech against the techies because you can get the pull halfway while techies is jumping onto you. And Leech is also just a really strong hero right now with the Frost Shield because of how high HP people are and how much damage Universal heroes are doing now. It's also a really good hero against TB. Super high magic damage. Frost armor is really nice. I wonder if Shopify would dedicate a ban to it.
Well, looking at the second ban stages, Doom and Enchantress Entity don't want to be playing against that. Meanwhile, Shopify, Rebellion, they're banning out some of the very annoying heroes, which I think Terrorblade doesn't really like to play around, which is the Naga Siren and the Morphling.
Faceless Void still in the pool as well, if they want to go for that ban. I think if Faceless Void has been the more common pickup against Terrorblade. But again, I'm hoping for the Stormer Arc Warden. Will it come back ever?
I hope so. I hope so. Maybe perhaps we'll be blessed with, like, you know, a very late game. We've had some pretty fast finishing pace games at the moment. I mean, 20, 30 minutes. Maybe perhaps Entity and Shopify, Rebellion will give us an hour game. I know there was a few hour games on yesterday, but the rest of the games within Dream League so far have been pretty fast paced.
Yeah. Shopify chose to ban the Bloodseeker, which is kind of interesting. It's probably to protect Saberlight's hero, maybe an Underlord or a Magnus that's still in the pool. I know he really likes his Magnus. Underlord isn't really his hero. Could also be for Timbersaw. Miracle played like 2 games of Timbersaw yesterday, even though they lost.
Yeah. As Oracle gets banned out, and the Darkseer comes about from Entity.
Wait. They have Beastmaster and Darkseer. What's happening?
It's gonna be
it's definitely a
Darkseer
Toby.
mid.
It's definitely
Darkseer mid.
Is it actually? No way.
I
No
don't
way
know.
they pick Darkseer here if it's mid.
Ooh. It might be. They might be bamboozling him, you know.
What do I want if I see Darkseer? It's the Fly hero. Ench and Oracle are banned, so Darkseer's kind of protected. I can kind of see a Tide for Shopify. Maybe another Tide Mirana.
We will see. What does Shopify want to pick?
They played Magnus Mirana yesterday too, to great success. I wouldn't mind to see that as well. Something they have run before. There's a Pugna in the pool if they want to go for some like Pugna Storm, Pugna Timber. I think that's pretty nice as well. Storm is really good against Entity's heroes other than the Scar of Silence right now.
Still taking some time to think about it. I mean, quite a lot of reserve time for both teams, of course. So, able to think about what they want to pick up.
Trying to think of what else is good. I think Shadow Demon can be okay. I've seen Crit do this before in Pulse Force. He buys Dagon against Darkseer, so you can just Dagon the TB illusion when he walls you, which is something I've not seen from a lot of teams. I think it's a really smart counter. They will pick up the Ember though.
They do indeed pick up the Ember. Do you think this is confusing not just yourself, but Shopify Rebellion a little bit here with both the Darkseer and the Beastmaster?
I don't think so. I think it's easy to expect that the Darkseer is offlane, because this Darkseer is probably not going to go to any other role. If he does, like, then he does, you know? It's too bad, whatever.
Actually, do you think they do some kind of, like, position 4 for one of these heroes? And then
Yeah, it
Skyraf
could
on
be.
the
You
5?
just pause for Darkseer, stack Ancients with the Beast Pick, and you can clear stacks together. You just wall in the game. I wouldn't hate that as well. I'm trying to look at Dota Pro Tracker right now to see who actually, whether Katami has been playing this Beastmaster or not. Who has been pubbing? Where's my Darkseer and Beastmaster?
Final pit, though, for Entity. What are they going to come out with? It's a Silencer. Okay, so this kind of intrigues things up a little bit here. What the heck is going to go on with Entity's draft? Where are they putting these heroes? Who's going where? Who's going what?
Silencer is definitely just the Fishman hero, right? Katami's going to play the Skyraf, so maybe you're right. Maybe it is a mid Darkseer or mid Beastmaster.
I think they might put, I'm thinking they might put the Darkseer on the mid. That's what I mean, I've seen it a few times before, but not in particularly the pro scene. So we will have a look. Magnus is the ban here from Entity. Shopify Rebellion will ban out the Slok, so Watson not going to be able to get his Slok. As what's the final ban for Shopify Rebellion? What's coming out here for the ban?
So Katami has not played Beast or Darkseer, so I doubt it's going to be him. But I'm looking through Stormstormer right now, and I can't find any Darkseer or Beast games as well.
It's a secret. It's a secret pick.
Secret
no one knows what to do.
Practicing and hiding. Slug and Monkey Bands, more carry bands just to protect the Terrorblade. What can Entity go for here? They have a very fast-paced lineup right now. If they get through the laning phase. Shopify does not have too much team fight to be able to stop the run at you by Entity right now. They have heroes that kind of want to split the map and take slow-paced fights later on.
Is Crit going to be on the techies here?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Just Fly playing Disruptor, classic Fly hero.
That's now just the reserve time. Now they're still trying to think about Entity, what they want to ban. What do they want to take away from Shopify Rebellion? It's going to be a Legion command.
I like Tide a lot for Shopify right now. They've banned for it as well with the Slug and Monkey King.
Yeah, they have the first pick though.
Let's try. Why Legion ban?
I feel like they need a little bit more synergy here. I feel like their heroes... Okay, they've got themselves an Underlord. The Pit Lord comes out.
It's similar to the Tide. It's a strong laner. Offers a lot of teamfight and aura. Aura that does get stolen by a Darkseer. The reason I wanted a Tide more is because I feel like Ravage is just pretty damn strong against Entity's heroes, but Shopify will go for this more global strategy where you're able to connect your team.
Do you think their control's enough here for Shopify Rebellion? I mean, of course they have the Pit of Malice, they have the Kinetic Field as well from Disruptor, and they have the Searing Chains. It's going to be very dependent on RTZ here with the damage that he has for Terrorblade. Do you think this will be enough?
I think so. As long as they get through lanes, I think they'll be more than in a good place. What's Entity got to pick here? Ursa? Trying to think of a Watson hero that is good against TB and Underlord.
Monkey King here as well. So what do they want? What can they pick? It's a Juggernaut.
Ooh. I love this
how
hero.
will this phase against the Underlord?
It's it's good if you can kill the Underlord. If you're not like able to kill the Underlord in the lane, you're gonna be really weak because Underlord has super high base damage. It's just gonna hit you. But Shopify does not have heroes that are good at killing the Juggernaut, and Entity has this really fast-paced draft. They want to win lanes. So it is a Stormstormer Beastmaster.
Yeah.
Some new technology coming out. We'll probably see him try to stack Ancients with his boar and just get as much farm as you can. Get the Helm, get the Aghanims early on.
Interesting.
It's also
So
a
it's
kill
gonna be-
combo for Kataomi, right? With the Skyrath roar into Mystic Flare. It's just a kill combo that Shopify does not have an answer to right now.
Have you ever seen Ember versus Beastmaster before?
I have not. Not in recent times at least,
Have
but
not.
I do think that Ember will fare pretty well in the matchup. She's just able to
I wonder if
harass a
anyone
lot,
in
right, and
chat
push out
has.
the wave.
Yeah, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Shopify Rebellion versus Entity. We've got ourselves a position 2 Beastmaster on Stormstormer against Miracle on the Ember Spirit mid. This one's going to be interesting. They last picked themselves the Underlord as well, which they're going to be putting on Saberlight. Quite some tanky and passive offlaners, to say the least. They're just going to be farming up and pushing the wave. Are we going to be in for some action here, or do we just need to keep our eyes fixated on the safe lane here for well, I actually don't know the safe lane for. Maybe it's just the mid lane. Maybe we just watch what Stormstormer
It's probably
and
the
Miracle do,
mid lane and maybe Watson's lane as well, because I feel like this Juggernaut lane can really backfire. Like Techi's Underlord is a pretty damn strong lane. I don't know if Jug's gonna be able to have the HP to constantly go on the Underlord. I also feel like this is a game where once Lotus and Glimmers and Force Stuff come out for Shopify, teamfights for Entity are gonna be really hard. So they're kind of on a timer here. But if you look at Lotus Orb this game, it's great against Omni Slash and Roar, and Roar is kind of their only stun.
It is. We'll see how it comes out though. Anyway, as the game begins, Shopify Rebellion all grouped up together here on the Cliff of Doom, as I like to call it, because First Bloods happen here all the time. When have you not died here?
Is a
Entity
point
are
of
all
contact, but
everywhere.
Entity just chilling. Don't really want to ruin their lanes. I think fighting level 1 with Darkseer is very harmful to your lane a lot of the times. They're just kind of dodging here.
Is there going to be really any contest here for the bounce runes? I mean, Crit's moving forward to this top rune here. He's on his own. He's going to be joined by Saberlight, though. Oh, maybe perhaps they will contest for this. The Stormstormer also getting ready to get the bounty. Yeah, they are. Wild Axe is forward there, along with the Arcane Curse, slowing down Crit. The Blood Grenade there as well.
They still want to
Crit
commit
will
on
be
this,
able to get back safely. Will have to commit the healing self.
Just get a grenade out of Fishman, which is kind of nice. That's one less grenade in the lane. He only has one, so maybe Saberlight might live because of it. We'll see what happens.
I think this Techies will do against the Juggernaut as well, because of course you do have yourself the Blade Fury. I mean, it doesn't protect fully against the magical resistance anymore, but you still take quite a little bit of damage. How do you think this will do?
The thing is, you can't really spin dodge the sticky bomb, right? Because it's such a short cooldown. Like, you can't be spinning it. It's a bad trade for you. You want to use your spin to go on the other. I think if you need to use spin defensively in this lane, it's going to be really shitty for you.
So does he want to use this aggressively as much as he can?
For sure. You want to keep poking and just use your silencer's damage to kind of kill people here. I think it is a lane where they must kill heroes.
Is there going to be a point, though, where Saberlight is unkillable? Because I know once he gets a Vanguard, it is kind of difficult just to kill him with even, like, level 4 Blade Fury. Because it does quite a lot of damage, but Saberlight will be very tanky by then. And he is going first item Vanguard, you know, the item that every offlaner goes. No big deal.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this, because I think against Juggernaut, you want, like, Phase Boot and HP. So this Ring of Health actually does not help you very much in the lane, unless you're able to keep your health full all the time, because Underlord has a high HP pool, right? So I think this Ring of Health might backfire on him a little if Entity can punish him. But otherwise, once he gets the Vanguard, he's gonna be in a very good place.
Okay, and Crit has got himself to level 2 now, so the Blastoff is ready. Saberlight already using quite a bit of his mana here, though. If he's bringing in some mangoes. Get that, some bottle refills on the mid lane as well.
To look at mid lane.
Miracle and Stormstormer.
Yes, 15 CS, minute 2. What's going on? Perfect last hitting. I've got a boar as well.
Let's put a point into the boar. There's Miracle actually putting 2 points into Flame Guard here, so getting the magical barrier from the Flame Guard here to protect against the wild axes.
Yeah, it's
Didn't
really
they used to
important
be
against Beastmaster.
physical at some point?
They were mixed damage, they were physical, but now they're magical because Beastmaster's a
fully
magical hero. The lane's not looking too hot for Entity right now. I feel like the problem with their draft is that if they lose lanes and this Ember is able to kind of walk in and contest stacks with this Underlord portal that comes out later, it's going to be very difficult to protect.
Yeah. What's your prediction here, Adam? What's going to be the first blood? What time?
Oh, it looks like it might be Miracle.
Miracle.
It has a bottle charge.
Oh, he's alright.
Oh, top lane though. Nope, just fighting for some CS. Everyone's still so high on
We're
HP.
actually going on to RTZ bottom.
Getting chased.
The Glimpse will save him and push Toby back.
He's fine.
He's taking a lot of damage there from the Iron Shell.
I'm calling the first blood in bottom lane because it looks like nothing's gonna happen anywhere else.
Oh my gosh, Stormer and Miracle are just going on at it on the mid lane. Does not have a chance to stay above 400 HP, both of them. Oh, just missing the wild axes there. Big. That was very close.
Miracle's
now going for the
here.
bottle refill though. There we go. We'll get it. That ball being very troublesome, but on the bottom lane. Wow. Getting the first blood there with the Metamorphosis and the Glimpse onto Katomi. The Scaraf will fall.
Yeah, getting the first blood on RTZ, so it will push him towards his power trades. Has a Windlace queued up too, so just wants to be able to move quick in this lane. He also understands that there's not too many stuns in this game, so move speed has like extra value. Oh, Toby. Katami's gonna get glimpsed here. Oh, he chooses to glimpse Toby instead.
Maybe perhaps they can still get a kill here. RTZ going in with the Metamorphosis attacks. Is that enough? Yes, it is. Able to get 2 kills with the 1 usage here of the Metamorphosis. Very nicely played here from the bottom between RTZ and Fly.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, I recognize that Scaraf could not do anything to save him. Meta was ending, but they caught him just in time. Toby a bit greedy, walking up to Vacuum for, I would say, no reason there. He's gonna come back, has his Ring of Health. Or Vanguard buyer.
Vanguard, enjoy it.
Speaking of Vanguard,
Saberlight's a Vanguard enjoyer as well.
Look at him.
He's got one as well, yeah.
He's just standing there, high five, like what up?
Not a care in the world. They even nerfed the Vanguard as well, and people still buy it. It's still viable.
I mean, the thing is, they nerfed everything else as well, you know, like no one wants to buy bracers. And Ring of Health is just such a nice item to have in the lane. So we're like kind of bullying what's
That's a nice vac. Is that enough though? Toby. Can they get the kill onto Fly here? That's an Arcane Bolt. They will find the kill successfully. Fly will fall. That's easy though. He only has himself 2 tangos. Is that enough to heal? I mean, Crit's coming in with a rotation with the TP. Maybe perhaps they can get a kill here onto Toby with the Blastoff. Crit hiding in the trees. Ready to pounce. Oh, they're going to go for it. He's charging up. He lands it. Where's the kill? The sticky bomb's there. Is that enough to take down Toby? Oh, just about 33 HP. Just survives. We'll be able to
pretty
heal.
Close. No meta, unfortunately. I'm really concerned for his top lane. I feel like once Saberlight has a bit more levels, this portal is going to be coming in, and I don't know how Entity deal with this Underlord right now. Yes, close to 20 denies, almost matching the CS of the Juggernaut. And this Juggernaut was picked into the Underlord, by the way.
Oh. I mean, he is a pretty agility-based hero. The Juggernaut is, and of course, when you do have yourself the Atrophy Aura, it can really, really affect you in regards to your last hits. I mean, right now, Juggernaut has a base damage of 59 You add the Coiling Blade to it, it's around about 67, so he only has 67 damage to hit onto the creeps. And he has phase boots as well, so his damage is reduced quite hugely on this Juggernaut.
Yeah, Saberlight just no cares in the world. Look at Watson taking so much damage just for that one last hit. Meanwhile, Miracle trying
mid lane,
to
Miracle,
go in.
Primal Roar will activate the Flame God. May perhaps Remnant away. Will do indeed. Does have that double damage though. Did deal quite a bit to Stormstormer. Fishman did come in to rotate as well to help out Stormstormer just in case he may fall.
Yeah, I was trying to contest the stacks there, but Stormstormer had already cleared it. A bit too late coming in. But he will kind of kick Stormstormer out of lane and force a reaction.
Yeah, Watson TPing out with Arteezy rotating in there through the twin gate with that Metamorphosis. They will now attempt to try and pressure this top tower. Oh, actually, Arteezy TPing to try and save Fly here, who's been harassed here by the Arcane Bolt. Fishman rotating in also with that Arcane Curse. Will pick up the kill there onto the Disruptor. Fly is down, but Arteezy wants to avenge Fly. Coming forward with the Metamorphosis, crit coming in as well, with the blast off, going to try and come up from the low ground, and they will get it. Arteezy finds the kill onto Fishman with help there from crit.
That was a really good rotation from Arteezy.
As well. Going to try and TP out Saberlight. Will he be able to make it out in time? Yes, he will. He gets out.
Man, not even sweating. He knew. Yeah, Arteezy made the right call there. He knew that if he didn't TP bottom, like they could transition the kill into tower pressure, but he goes down and kicks them out with meta. Also understanding that Saberlight could have taken the tower by himself because Watson did TP out.
And the rest of Shopify Rebellion grouped up as 4 right now, trying to take out this middle tier 1 tower as they committed the Fiend's Gate on Saberlight. Coming back to the middle lane, they really want this middle tower to start opening up the rest of the map, and that is a big amount of stacks there made by Fishman.
And this is gonna be so bad for NTT, losing this mid tower and the ward from Fly in the triangle. What's stopping Shopify from just walking into the triangle right now?
Yeah, they
Shieldrune on Miracle too.
If they got it, yeah, they found it. They might take the stack. I mean, Saberlight's coming in, has himself level 3 on the Firestorm. They could easily take this stack, and they're going to indeed. Is there going to be any contests here from Entity? I don't think so.
They can't. There's no way they can. And I think this something I saw that could happen from the draft, like this portal from Saberlight. Once it comes up with the lane he has, like, what do you do now? This map's gonna get smaller and smaller. You're running away from Underlord, Ember Spirit, Disruptor. It's not a good place to be in. 9 minutes into the game.
I mean, Stormstormer and Miracle are neck and neck in the net worth as well as the rest of the cores. I mean, Juggernaut falling a little bit behind here, Watson. He's the lowest net worth of the cores. Oh, but a Primal Roar coming out along with the Ancient Seal as well. Nice glimpse there from Fly. Miracle will still survive. Maybe perhaps they're going to try and turn it around. Searing Chains are there, but an invisibility comes out. Miracle's gone. Oh, actually, Remnant's back. Oh, dear. The Omni Slash comes out there from Watson, finds a double kill. Was that a mistake? He Remnanted back.
I don't know, but some people just left the fan group. I just checked.
Oh, dear.
Man,
Not
a bit
good.
of a...
I mean,
he probably
Watson
clicked the
comes back and gets
minimap
himself a
or
double
clicked too close. Just a bit of a misclick. Gets punished, and NTT pick up 2 kills, which they desperately needed. That was really big for them.
Yeah, especially for Watson. He's gone beyond his position 3 now, getting pretty close to Miracle now in regards to farm. We'll start to come back, opting to go for that Battle Fury. Let's just have a look what happened here. Well, Miracle, he does survive through that Primal Roar. But I wonder what happened. Did he have a remnant somewhere?
I think he didn't. Yeah, I think he forgot about his remnant on the other side because he threw one out here, right? And he probably clicked on this.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
It happens. Not a big deal. You just Shopify still in a really good place. All the waves being shoved into NTT. So much map control. Fly?
Meanwhile, Stormstorm is still trying to get that Ags. Well, the global silence coming off here. Is Toby going to be able to survive this onslaught coming out from Shopify Rebellion? There's the Pit of Malice. And they will find the kill there indeed. Diving that tier 2. They haven't even got the tier 1 yet. Arteezy will go back and try and obliterate it here with his Metamorphosis. And they will find that tier 1 tower with the kill onto Toby.
Yeah, they understand that there's just no Omni Slash, and Stormstormer's rotation isn't
Miracle on
something
the
to be
mid.
very scared about.
Silence there. The Primal Roar's ready as the Mystic Flare comes down upon Miracle. And he's gone. So now they may find Fly here as well, slowed down by the boars. And the Wild Axes will help take him down. The kill will go to Fishman.
Every support's worst nightmare. The double boar. Just kicking Shopify
You don't have
out
to
of their
worry about
jungle.
it anymore, though, as much.
You don't? And if you're mid
Not with,
Beastmaster level 10 at 12 minutes, the Stormstormer is having a really good game, and this drums might be a really big timing for them. You see Watson kind of catching up on that roof too, so I think they got through the hard part as best as they could, Entity. I felt like Shopify could really take over. They do have 3 tier 1s though, but if you look at the net worth, they're still hanging on pretty well.
It's not that bad. I mean, there's no gold advantage here for either side of the teams. It's pretty neck and neck at the moment, so I mean, Arteezy's doing all right here. He's happily farming, as per do.
Wonder what's this Beastmaster drums gonna do for Entity. Like, are they gonna look to group up? Because Toby's kind of underfarmed and Watson's going for this Belfury, so I can't imagine they want to take like a big fight anytime soon. Meanwhile, Shopify trying to clear up the top side of the map for Arteezy to come out.
Yeah, they've just done a scan. They've
find
revealed that
Watson
someone
here.
is sitting on the high ground there.
Oh, Watson
See,
needs to
Watson
carry script
farming.
real
Oh.
quick. Oh no.
Static Storm, lovely attempt. Is this going to be enough to take down Watson? It looks like it is indeed. The kill will go to Fly, though.
It's very well done from
Maybe
them.
perhaps they're going
Entity
to try
are
and find more.
here
The smoke's
though.
going to break. Miracle, he has to be careful.
There's the
The
pickle.
Primal Roar, the Mystic Flare as well. Is he going to be able to survive through it all? Just about. Is he going to be able to get away? No, the Global Silence. Is that going to be enough to take down Miracle? The last
He has
word as
ball
well.
charges.
Where's the final click? There it is. Fishman will be able to obtain the kill, but they're going to avenge Miracle now as they lock in place Silencer, as they find themselves Kotomi as well. Shopify Rebellion, avenge Miracle. They find 3 here.
Yeah, again, this Underlord portal coming in clutch. Almost makes it out on Miracle, but does die to the last tick. Ball was not enough. Watson has his Balfury now, so they're okay. They're still okay. They get the Miracle kill once again.
Yeah, they're doing all right. I mean, Arteezy as well. Getting some pretty nice net worth here. We'll be getting that Manta style very soon, able to start pushing out the side lanes here. And Saberlight, he's on his way to be completing himself a Pipe of Insight as well, which is going to prove quite beneficial for the upcoming team fights here, especially against the Wild Axes and the nuke damage coming out from Kotomi.
Yeah, we have the drums of Storm done for Stormstormer as well.
Look at him go, Miracle. He has to be careful. Lovely
I don't know
blast off
about
there
this.
from Crit.
There's no
Maybe
roar.
potentially they can turn it around. Fishman in some trouble, will fall.
Toby's here.
There's a nice vac. Miracle will be able to get himself away though, and Crit looks like he will fall. He will fall indeed.
Ooh, there are stacks to
Oh no, but they're
contest.
going to take the stacks.
Can they contest this though? I'm not sure if they're strong enough.
Arteezy.
He does have the drums
He
of
has himself Meta.
Slom.
Meta's available. Yeah, they're maybe perhaps going to try and come in.
Yeah, they get out.
Yeah, they'll
it's
get
too scary. Against the Disruptor Glimpse as well. So kind of just helping Arteezy farm a little. They do get a few small creeps with the Darkseer Shell, but Entity finding a lot of footing in this game with their pickoffs. This Beastmaster first pick doing a lot of work.
Saberlight doing Underlord Tings. Pushing the mid lane here with the Firestorm.
With Global
Just has to
and
be
Wall
careful
down.
not to be grouped up upon. Yeah, he's alright.
See a bit of a smoke coming out from Shopify here. Trying to look for Watson, but he's nowhere to be found. Entity are actually kind of grouped right now. I think they know about the smoke.
Yeah, we have this Ags now as well, so we have the drums of Slom on the Beastmaster. Can they make use of it?
Arcane Rune, they find Saberlight.
They are. The Primal Roar has been committed. They come forward here. Mystic Flare as well. Is that going to be enough to take down Saberlight?
It is dead.
Yes, it is. They will take him down.
It's a nice kill for our Entity. No, I wonder if they can turn this into a tower. Looks like Watson just wants to farm.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Shopify still kind of camped down here. Might be able to get Watson if he's not careful.
Oh, they're going for the static storm again. Global Silence comes out defensively, but is this going to be enough to take down Watson? Yes, it is. Watson will fall. Fishman on his own, though. But they will decide to back off there. They're happy with picking off Watson once again. Shopify Rebellion. Very nicely played.
Another defensive global from Fishman. To be fair, he hasn't really needed to use it offensively. Stormstormer and
Fishman.
Kataomi have been getting old.
I think he might be dead, Adam.
I
think he might be
you
dead.
might be right.
Yeah, he's gone. Goodbye, Fishman.
Shopify doing a good job of just holding this area hostage. Are you gonna force Entity here or just say goodbye to your Ancients, Watson?
Bottom tower is under attack.
I like to see Watson hold a branch to get out of the Static Storm. I feel like the chains are not always gonna be on him, and it might help him survive in one or two situations.
You said that when they pick up this Agniums on Stormstormer, they should be having a really good spike here. Oh, there's got to be Primal Roar. Is that going to be enough to take down Arteezy? Yes, it is. Oh my gosh, the damage from Stormstormer. And Toby coming in there with the Wall of Replica.
Yeah, with the shell on top as well. They're playing the map really
Perhaps they're
well.
gonna go for more.
Really abusing this Beastmaster. Still looking here. Trying to force a bit more of rotation from Shopify. We'll get the Miracle
Miracles
TP.
TP. Yeah. But I was about to ask. It's like now
They
they've
see
got this
Miracle.
Agniums.
Oh, Miracle.
Oh my gosh, Miracle. He's alright, he's alright. There's only Katomi there on his own.
We'll pick up a regen rune for his troubles. Gets a D ward as well.
Gosh, every time I ask about these drums of Slom, they keep on coming up with more team fights here. But what's so impactful about the drums of Slom here, particularly that for Entity?
It just gives you so much damage and healing. It makes you so tanky. So I think the way their draft works is they want to play around this Beastmaster shell. Like Entity are doing such a good job of just playing the map and finding pickoffs right now. And they do it so fast that this Underlord portal doesn't really matter. I'm really impressed by their movement so far. I also think it's so good of them to not react to what's been happening to Watson. Instead, they're trying to pull Shopify away from bot side by going top and creating their own pressure.
Fishman will be taken out once again on this bottom lane. They are just controlling this part of the jungle very, very well here.
Radiant's bottom tower
Shopify Rebellion. They're going to commit the Metamorphosis and try and take this tier 2 tower.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's the strength of Shopify's draft against Entity. Entity needs a lot of time, and playing in the silence is what's gonna hurt Shopify.
Middle tower has fallen.
Just split push with the Ember, with the TB illusions, maybe even the
Oh, nice
Underlord will
glimpse.
fly.
Fly on the top. Has caught himself Katomi. Where's the follow-up damage? Oh, Sableye comes in there with the Fiend's Gate, and they clean up the Scarif Mage. Miracle on the other hand trying to cut the wave here and try and stop the pressuring of this bottom tower. So now with that Battle Fury, trying to farm up and get some items.
Is under attack.
Quite a
Just
little
the
bit behind
S and Y
Arteezy
queued
here.
up. It's an interesting choice. I mean, it's good against the roots and the silence from techies. Gives you some HP
Almost have
too.
a,
It's not on the Manta.
We must have a BKB here on a Miracle as well.
Radiant are scanning.
As meanwhile, all Entity, they're heading down and trying to take themselves a Roshan.
Shopify scans this though. I wonder if they want to take a fight. There's no meta on Arteezy. There is a BKB on Ember though. He is pretty strong. But it looks like they will not be contesting at all. I wonder who gets this Aegis. I feel like Stormstormer is really strong right now. It looks like they'll give it to Watson. Changes his item build too, going for the Manta instead of the SNY now.
We have ourselves the BKB now onto Miracle, which is going to be really impactful. We've seen him ever so much in these few fights get targeted here heavily by the Ancient Seal from Katomi, along with the Primal Roar as well. So as long as he gets off that BKB preemptively to make sure that he doesn't get bursted, he should be fine.
Yeah, Saberlight almost has the Lotus Orb, as well as this Glimmer on crit, so I think Entity's games, this is what I was scared for. When Shopify get these items, how do you kill Arteezy?
Top tower is under attack.
Is the wall gonna be enough with the drums? I'm really not sure. Arteezy almost has a BKB as well. They're hitting a very, very strong timing right now, and Entity does have the Aegis, so maybe that'll be something that'll help them combat this spike from Shopify.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
They've only got one tier 2 tower to take. Shopify Rebellion. As I say that, near that tower, Watson trying to take out this Tormentor right now. To give someone one of the Agnim shards.
Some goal for a team as well. Fishman does get it. So some more
He's
permanent.
got it for Glaives of Wisdom,
Yeah.
even though he hasn't got it. But meanwhile, Katomi is going to be found here once again.
You get
The
more
rotation
INT
there
stolen as well.
of the Fiend's Gate, and the Pit of Malice locks him in place. So once again, a kill. But I find it pretty funny, Adam, how Fishman, obviously, of course, he gets himself the Glaives of Wisdom Agnim Shard, but he didn't have himself leveled Glaives of Wisdom.
He has it now. He has it now.
That's really
It's
a slap
fine.
to the face, though.
It's all right. It's for the goal for the team. So Shopify don't take it away from you as well. Entity still keeping his game pretty even with the Aegis. They're just choosing to farm here, and I respect that. Shopify is really strong as a ball right now. They need to keep splitting the map as much as they can.
And even though they have themselves the Ages of Immortality, you can just see how cautious they are with Shopify Rebellion right now. I mean, in regards to the graph, though, it's not that far away. 67% win probability here for Entity, surprisingly, ladies and gentlemen.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Could just be because of the Darkseer and Beastmaster, but I do feel like it's an execution game. Watson is pretty strong, but if he Omni Slashes and Lotus, the fight can go very wrong for Entity.
But they may be perhaps trying to look for something. Stormer has been smoked up. Yep, they're coming forward. There is the Primal Roar along with the Mystic Flare. The Global Science comes out. On the slash there in return as well. Miracle in trouble. Miracle's going to fall. They lose 2 here on Shopify Rebellion. Fly's going to try and TP out. Will be able to get out successfully. Toby not far behind. Crit will bring him back with the vacuum. He's going to try and blast off. Get away as fast as humanly possible. The Glimmer Cape and the TP. There's no cancel there. Vacuum already used. Be able to get back.
Once again, Stormstormer just finding the initiation. Has the BKB now too. A really nice global from Fishman coming out after Miracle popped BKB. That's them a double kill, and Entity look like they're in such a good position right now.
Let's just look at this replay there. Absolutely bursting through Saberlight with that damage. And the impact once again. I mean, he preemptively used the BKB here, Miracle, but Fishman with the Global Silence really messed over Miracle there. Not able to actually remnant away because of the Global Silence over that BKB afterwards.
Yeah,
So
look at
really,
the silencer
really
now
unfortunate
too.
there.
4 intelligence.
Oh,
They
wow.
were waiting for the shard timing.
Oh.
They knew.
Watch out. Watch out for Intel. He's pretty big brain. For Intel. Oh my gosh. Has a gem, though. Has a gem. But with the Global Silence down, maybe perhaps Shopify Rebellion really want to try and find something, but Entity are really distancing themselves here. Not trying to give anything away until their ultimates are back up. Global in 30, along with Omni Slash as well. But that's around about the time that the Aegis is going to expire here on the Juggernaut.
Yeah, I don't know how much this Aegis actually matters for Entity. I think it's more of taking it away from Shopify. The Aegis would have enabled them to ball up and execute their lineup a bit better, but if you look at Entity, they're not interested in a team fight. They just pick off after pick off, they're just pushing waves.
Oh, Stormer blinking forward onto Arteezy. Arteezy, is he going to be able to survive through this? He
Yes,
does have
BKB
himself a
Thunder.
BKB. He is going to try and run right now. He has not committed the Metamorphosis just yet. Will be able to get away. Shopify Rebellion back themselves off, but the Aegis has expired on Watson. Primal Roar down.
Yeah, was not that close to killing him, but Entity do kick him out once again, and Shopify, I'd be scared if I were them. I feel like they've been caught out of position one too many times and just don't seem to be able to capitalize. I say that, but
pushing
Shopify
top,
look like they want to poke here.
Are they going to siege high ground here? Arteezy, he does have the Metamorphosis ready. Yeah, they're going to commit it. They want to siege this high ground with the Primal Roar down. It's back in 15 seconds.
Ooh, the
But
Crimson
they
Guard
have
though.
themselves the Crimson Guard protecting the tower here. I don't think they'll be able to get this tower in time. By the time it's down, yeah, they have themselves a glyph as well. Placing the Lotus Orb there and the Solar Crest onto Arteezy. Really trying to get through this tier 3 tower. It's still surviving.
They will
Oh, but the
probably
Primal
get
Roar,
this,
it's
but
ready.
the Roar is up soon.
Miracle. Be careful.
The
They're getting
Manta
ready.
dodge.
Oh, there's the Primal Roar onto the Terrorblade. Arteezy, as the global size comes out. Oh, he's just going to fall. He's taken out. The huge vac there from Toby. They lose 2 on Shopify Rebellion. They're going to go on the aggressive now. Entity going forward. They want to try and find Miracle, but he has the BKB. He's going to be able to TP out. Fly, trying to escape there with the kinetic field. Going to try and glimpse back Stormer. Will maybe actually be able to escape. Only has himself the Force Staff. Toby very close on it. Going to pursue Fly. There's no way of escaping that. Oh, wait, no. Has another kinetic field, but will commit the wall of replica. And Fly will fall. They lose 3 here on Shopify Rebellion. Will only be able to take that tier 3 tower, and in return, they will lose 3.
Oh no, that was so painful for Shopify. I expected Arteezy to get a Manta dodge there off. I felt like he was waiting for it, but couldn't get it in time. And now Watson has this butterfly, and the game just looks like it's falling apart for Shopify right now.
It really looks that way. But they still have themselves the high ground defense here. You don't have to don't shoot down Saberlight here. I mean, even though that he has been nuked down quite a few times, especially with this Pipe of Insight, the high ground defense, especially with Firestorm, if you do pick yourself up the Aghanim Shard, is pretty nasty. And it is quite difficult to try and siege with that. But obviously, of course, Stormer being quite the impactful mid laner here, especially with this Blink Dagger and the Primal Roar. Looks like Shopify Rebellion are on the aggressive. Again.
Yeah, just trying to punish the cooldowns, no wall, no global silence. They understand that they're not in a good spot right now. They're trying to get to a better place, but look at Saberlight's net worth. He's fallen off so hard. He was a monster for the first 10 minutes. Now it feels like Arteezy, please carry me. Miracle has been trying to keep up in net worth, but has also not been having a huge impact compared to Stormer, who's been doing so much on his Beastmaster.
Oh, and the next item on the agenda for Stormer is a Refresher Orb. This is going to be absolutely huge if Stormer is able to pick up this big Refresher Orb. Double Primal Roar, particularly if that for maybe perhaps Arteezy or Miracle. But they do have themselves the Lotus Orb, so Saberlight has to be absolutely bang on with the usage of that Lotus.
Yeah, we have a BKB coming out for Watson real soon as well. How close is he to
both
this
teams.
Refresher Orb?
Both teams want to go for Roshan. Entity. So they're going back. Are they going to go into the Twin Gate here, or are they going to push bottom?
Ooh, against Techies,
That
I'm not
is
sure
the
about
question.
this one. Can you go in? It's kind of scary.
Oh, God. It is a little bit scary.
They should definitely go in,
Taking the
actually.
Roshan slowly. Entity not going to go through the Twin Gate, though.
Shopify going to
They
get this
want
for
to take the
free?
tier 2.
It does look that way. They might go high ground here, though, because there's no way Shopify get Roshan without using meta. I wonder if Entity is going to make the call. Miracle takes the Aegis, actually.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough, you know, Arteezy. He can survive through it all. He has himself the cheese. Because, you know, you put yourself Aegis on Terrorblade after he's used Metamorphosis, and what have you got? Just a Terrorblade. No matter. So it's perfectly understandable that they put the Aegis on Miracle here.
I'm not sure if he does enough damage to warrant taking this Aegis. Does have the Kaya Sage complete, no shard yet. Lincoln's queued up. I feel like Arteezy really needs the Aegis. This double roar that's gonna come out, it looks so scary to me. I wonder if
Watson's going
Stormstormer
for a
should go for a
BKB.
Hex instead. But I guess with the BKB you do want the Refresher.
Watson's going for a BKB on Juggernaut.
I like that. Against the Static Storm, against the Techies, he is at a point where he can't win a man fight battle against Terrorblade. He just needs to be able to right click.
Yeah, he's got a Butterfly as well, so able to evade most of those physical attacks too.
He has this cool L20 Talon as well. Blade Dance Lifesteal. Helps Jug scale a lot more, so you actually have a lot of internal lifesteal. He also picked up the
Although-
Defiant
oh.
Shell. Ooh.
Look at this. Shopify Rebellion.
Find
Trying to scout something
Kataomi.
out. They actually find Katomi instead. Nonetheless, it is indeed a kill. As meanwhile, Watson was able to TP out there with the Blade Fury.
It's so cool from
They would've got
Entity
him
actually.
big.
Watson and Toby both have this Defiant Shell. It's really good against Terrorblade, if you think about it. It's reflecting one attack to the area around you. It's pretty nice.
Oh, I think it's, I don't know if they've nerfed it or not. Oh, Primal Roar onto Fly. Fly's dead. They've got themselves a gem.
Oh, that's a gem too. The Stormstormer has finished his refresher and he has 2.5k gold.
Yeah, so you know how you were saying about the Defiant Shell on Toby? So if you, I don't know if it's still viable. If you have normal punch, which is with the Agnims, and someone hits you, you can actually punch them back with the Defiant Shell.
Oh, that sounds so cool. He's buying the eggs as well. I wonder if we'll see it. Our TZ has finally hit #1 net worth. It's been Stormstormer for what it feels like 31 minutes of the game. It's a Butterfly queued up, but I'm not sure if this is enough though. Are there any Dagons on Shopify yet? Fly had one queued up earlier, but it looks like none of them are going to go for the Dagon. So his TB illusion is going to be very scary.
Yeah, they're all smoked up on Entity. Has broke now and expired. It's net worth wise. Arteezy sitting up there, building a butterfly of his own. Not going for an MKB here. He's going to go for the evasion, particularly of that against the physical damage of Juggernaut and the Beastmaster.
Yeah, nice scout from Crit there on Stormstormer. Watson also just take the Tormentor down by himself. The Lifesteal Talon helping out a lot. Something I also didn't talk about this game is that killing Ward is pretty damn hard to kill for Shopify's heroes.
Actually, I want to see. Let's see Watson take out this Tormentor on his own. Is he going to do it on his own? Oh yeah! Wow, he can do it on his own. The Blade Dance lifesteal.
Killing Stormstormer
though. Jesus, he almost killed him.
He did not need your help, Mr. Stormstormer.
Wow. Okay, so he's got the Ag Shot now on Juggernaut, so that upgrades his Blade Fury. So increases the movement speed and attacks randomly. Do you ever remember when that used to work based off your attack speed? That was insane. You build like Boots of Travel minus Maelstrom. Yeah. And you just spin around. Spin to win. That was nuts. It was fun though, it was fun.
Shopify kind of posturing towards the triangle. Not sure if they're looking for a fight here.
Miracle showing. Watson is very distant from the rest of his team on this cliff, and we just got a butterfly now onto Arteezy. So he has no buyback. It's only Fly who has a buyback here.
Entity's gonna look to slow chase here. They know Aegis is
the
Primal
Roar coming out onto Saberlight here. Is he going to be able to survive through it all? As the ultimate from... look at that! Miracle's just be able to survive! He will be taken out though. The Aegis will bring him back. Arteezy is stunned up here. The vacuum there as well. The BKB will be committed. Do Shopify Rebellion want to fight this? No, they want to disengage. The BKB and the TP there from Arteezy will be able to get him out. They lose 3 here on Shopify Rebellion. The initiation from Stormstormer again with the Primal Roar is just too much for them to handle.
It's just one stun, but there's so much damage being poured into whoever he goes on. Unable to save Saberlight there. Kind of low on net worth right now, but he didn't even Omni the Underlord. He dropped it on the Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
Almost killed Miracle, but he had like 5 seconds left on the Aegis. Did die in the end, but just the 1 life.
Was that a BKB global silence again? So Miracle couldn't...
I think he just didn't want to pop BKB, so he tanked the whole Omni. If you see here.
Let's see.
Yeah, he didn't want to pop it because he had the Aegis.
Yeah,
I think that's fair. But the fight just happens so fast, and Watson finds this 2-man Omni Slash, and the fight's just kind of over. 3 heroes dead within the first 5 seconds. Arteezy didn't even get to pop meta or hit anyone.
What's scarier as well is the fact that we do indeed have ourselves a Cypher Vice also on Kotomi now, on the Skyraf.
He's gonna murder someone. Almost level 18 as well.
Oh, Kotomi. Oh, the smoke's broke. Oh, they don't get the Searing Chains. They come forward anyway. Gonna try and use the Ogre Seal Totem to get away, but it's not gonna be enough. They will take down the Skyraf. What opening does that give them?
Honestly, not the opening they want, but a kill's a kill, and they're gonna be able to take a bit of map off this. Cut the mid wave. But look at Watson sending illusions. No advantage for you. The illusions do expire. Arcane Rune for Stormstormer. Has the Shiva now too, so super tanky. Bit of a hindrance to RTZ's damage as well.
Yeah.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh, Watson's courier killed. That had MKB on it. Uh-oh. You won't be getting an MKB for 3 minutes, Watson. That had the javelin, the blitz knuckle, and the recipe on the courier, and it's down.
Just a little sad,
That's
but
not good.
I don't think it matters too much. It doesn't feel like Shopify can really take advantage of this. I feel like they lack stuns. I'd like to see someone go for a Hex. Saberlight has it queued up now, but I don't know if you want to force it on the Ember. Probably not. TZ has the Daedalus queued up too. They need to reach this point of Hexes or the Aghanim Static Storm from Fly where they can actually just kill heroes with meta in one burst.
I mean, what the heck do you go now as Stormer? He has himself a Shiva's Guard, he's got himself the Ags, Refresher. I mean, what's next for the man?
I think Hex would probably be the best item since you have Refresher. It's a lot of lockdown.
Oh, he's got Timeless Relic as well, so he increases the debuff duration.
He's been owning
Spell damage.
3-0-13, but feels like he's godlike. He's yet to die. No real way of killing him for Shopify too. Once the BKB came out. Fly has Dagon queued up again. I think they're really worried about this
Entity.
Daedalus TB illusion.
Entity have actually scouted out Shopify Rebellion here with
They
the
see
Hawk.
RTZ.
Both teams getting very close. The Primal Roar comes out, but RTZ been able to use his BKB just in the nick of time. As now, the Static Storm coming down. The Metamorphosis has been committed. Miracle though in some trouble. Gonna have to rend it away. He's falling very low, but a second Roar coming down onto Saberlight. Saberlight is gonna fall. Now Watson laying the damage down to RTZ. RTZ, he has to get himself away. He's gonna have to use the cheese, but the Omni Slash coming out there. Fly's gonna be dead along with RTZ. RTZ taken down. The triple kill there for the Beastmaster. As Stormer comes forward. Miracle gonna try and rend it away. He hasn't been able to rend the top to the high ground. Is he gonna die here? Is he gonna be able to get away? Yes! He gets himself away, but they lose free here on Shopify Rebellion. That was extremely close.
Man,
But the Roshan, oh my gosh, the Roshan timer. It's gonna spawn now. No way.
Toby
It's gonna
knows
come
so.
right in front of Toby's eyes. Oh my gosh, no way.
Man, this is looking like it's over, honestly. That was without MKB on Watson while TZ still had the Butterfly. And still the fight's so one-sided. It just feels like there's no lockdown coming up from Shopify. Stormstormer roared himself. That was the most stunned anyone was in that fight for Entity.
It's just the fact that RTZ is the only one that's really tanky here right now, and he's the one that has to back off all of the time because the damage is just so strong here from Entity.
They really need the Hexes to come out for Shopify right now. Or the Aghanim Static Storm. They need a way to help RTZ do damage. It feels like it's just being targeted, and this Darkseer X now that's out with the wall, coupled with the Beastmaster aura on top of that too, it's probably stronger than RTZ himself.
Do have themselves the high ground defense though. High ground defense ready, but Watson, with that healing ward, starts to siege the high ground.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Meanwhile, he
There's a
will commit
glimpse.
the Blade Fury. Get himself away. Oh, glimpse. Nice glimpse. It's Catch Toby. What can they do with this? Can they take out the Darkseer? Not
He's
really.
taking no damage. I
He's
don't know
taking
if-
absolutely nil damage. Zero. None.
It's not easy for Shopify
MKB
to
achieved
fight
now.
outside their base too.
If Watson didn't have enough damage, now he has an MKB. It's been obtained.
I feel like he doesn't even want the Aegis at this point.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
As Watson coming in for the siege once again. He still has himself this Aegis. No fear on the Juggernaut.
Oh, Saberlight,
He's trying to go
that's
for the
very
racks here
far
right now.
forward.
There's all nice back there onto two. RTZ will be able to get out those Saberlights. Has been able to use that Trickster's cloak. They're going to try and turn it back around. They have enough damage to try and take down Watson. Watson going to use that
Oh
Omni
no,
Slash.
it jumped on the Saberlight.
There onto Saberlight along with the Primal Roar as well. The Global Science coming out.
Saberlight
maybe in some trouble. Vac onto 4. Oh my gosh. Are they going to be able to get a kill here? No, they've actually all survived here on Shopify Rebellion. Is Arteezy coming forward now?
No,
He's being
hex.
hexed up there by Katomi. Down. The Terrorblade down. Arteezy, no Metamorphosis. Are they going to try and buy back and come back to the fight here? They still have themselves the Aegis, though Omni Slash has been committed. They will find themselves the top set of racks. As now they look for the middle.
No, Arteezy.
Shopify Rebellion, they could still potentially stay in this. Oh no, but the Hex there onto Miracle will be forced to have to wait. Still alive here. Lotus Orb. Are they going to try and commit a push forward here? The Glimpse back, they've got themselves Toby, but where's the damage? Where's the damage on Shopify Rebellion? The BKB committed there onto Toby, along with another Vac as well. Miracle will be able to get back. But no BKB. That's on cooldown for 30 seconds. They're trying to take down Watson here, but look at him. He just doesn't have a carry in the world. Look at that heal. The heal from the Blade Dance. What can you do? What can you do? Look at him. Just push in another Primal Roar there from Stormer. Goodbye, Saberlight. As now the normal punch there, pushing back Fly. They'll find themselves the range racks as Watson hammering into the melee racks. They will find that second set. Will they look to clear the bottom set? Yes, they will. Watson
Arteezy is respawning
finally
and Saberlight
sieging
has
this.
buyback. Might see the final fight of the
Arteezy coming
game
back.
here.
They do. But still 2 minutes here on this Aegis. Watson can still hammer in. Not a care in the world. The Metamorphosis is still on cooldown for about a minute. Oh no, Miracle is going to try and get saved, but he's been taken out. The buyback there from both Saberlight and Miracle want to try and come back to the fight here, but Watson just laying the damage there onto Fly. Fly's going to fall and try and buy back now. As now they hammer into Arteezy. The Global Silence. It comes out there. They're going to try and turn their attention right now to Toby, but Toby's just not taking any damage. Look at him. He's just tanking it up. He's going to surge away, but they root him in place there with the Series Chains. Do they have enough damage to take down this Dark Series? Still living through it. Toby slowly falling. He will fall. Miracle, he's been silenced up, but going to be able to get away. Watson still laying in the damage. Arteezy is going to be able to take down Katomi. As now Crit trying to get away there with the Glimmer Cape. They're going to root up there. Watson locked in place there by the Searing Chains. The Aegis still alive here for a minute. Do they want to try and get for more? Watson is going to use the Blade Fury and get away. Has that healing ward. Will be able to heal back up. Looks like they want to go for more here, Fishman. He's going to get away there with the Glimmer Cape, but they're going to rotate back in there with a Primal Roar onto Arteezy. Arteezy might be dead. No, he's still surviving through it. Miracle, can they get the kill here and try and turn it around? But another Vac comes out there. Miracle's going to fall with no buyback, along with a kill there to Saberlight as well. Oh, Entity pull it back around there, just playing with their food. As now Crit on his own. He does have himself the Glimmer Cape. He's going to try and get back now. He's going to try and hide by the defense of the Glimmer Cape there. There's only 3 remaining. As they look to clean up now. The Megas. Can Entity get it? Yes, they can. They finally get the Mega Creeps. As they go now for the tier 4. Can really Shopify Rebellion do anything here?
Arteezy is going to purchase the Rapier.
Oh,
last ditch effort, but
Arteezy Rapier.
It looks like it's too late.
Can they do something with this? The Metamorphosis being committed now. The buyback there from Crit, but the Global Science coming out in return. The Ancient is exposed. Oh, a big blast off there. Can they take down Stormer? As along with the Reflection as well. Stormer will be able to get away. The Aegis now has expired, but the Omni Slash coming out there. Arteezy still be able to live through it, but look at the silence of the sword. It's just too much. Arteezy down. They've taken all out. It's only Crit remaining. GG is called. An Entity will be able to take themselves game 1 out of this best of 2. What a game.
Man, what a game indeed. Look at Stormstormer 8-0-21. It felt like this Beastmaster had so much impact in the game. I thought he would be struggling against this ball that Shopify could be, but just got pick off after pick off on the right heroes, and they were so clean the whole time. I've not seen this Entity in quite a while, I must say.
Now you blessed wins back, and we're enjoying some absolutely great games here from both Shopify Rebellion and Entity. But we still have one more game to go. But what do you think Shopify differently here? It feel like that Arteezy, he had himself a lot of fun. You know, he was on top of the net worth, but it's just the fact that the Terrorblade hero itself, they just had so much damage, so much lockdown here. They were trying to take down Toby, but it was just ever so tanky. How'd you kill this Darkseer?
I feel like they failed to scale into the game. Like Saberlight was so strong, Miracle as well, but just some deaths here and there, and they fell off really hard. Meanwhile, everyone on Entity were just keeping up with net worth. See, Watson never stopped farming. Stormstorm and Toby, they all just kept up in net worth the whole time, and it reached this point where the Saberlight, who was supposed to be the wall for their draft, just could not stand anymore, and everything just kind of snowballed onto them.
Absolutely well played there from NC. I gotta see the global silences from Fishman as well. Like usually you just press R on global silence. This man, he knew it went through his brainwaves. He knew when to press the global silence. Like usually, I'm not like taking I'm not trying to like rip into my own MMR here. I'm only a 6K noob, but like usually like the fight's about to begin. Global silence. Fishman, he played it smoothly. He knew not to press this global silence straight away and only press it when absolutely necessary. And he did just that, especially within those team fights as well. And Stormstormer, absolutely huge impact, did not die once during that game. 8-0-21. Beastmaster, which we were not expecting, played so incredibly well. I can't wait to see what Entity have to bring to the table more. And maybe perhaps Shopify Rebellion, they might pull out a cheeky wild card of their own. Of course, Miracle, he did play himself the Earthshaker mid lane before, so it's really, really exciting stuff.
Yeah, close to 800 GPM, almost a perfect game for Stormstorm. He had one last hit lower than Arteezy, and he was higher than Watson. I think this might actually be a record set by him. I've not seen such a successful Beastmaster so far. Maybe Entity's onto something here. I think they looked like they planned to flex it from the start. I'm honestly not sure, but it was really nice.
Yeah, and we got some replays to show you, ladies and gentlemen, because we definitely need to recap what the hell happened on that game. Provided to you by Monster. Let's have a look at what the heck happened. So obviously, of course, this was just the early stages where Miracle was being absolutely bullied by these ancient seals time and time again from Kotomi, along with the stuns up from Stormstormer.
Yeah, this was the point in the game where Shopify felt like they were... I felt like Shopify were constantly punishing Entity for trying to do anything, and it looked pretty clean for the most part until here, was it? Where Saberlight got picked off and Entity just kind of hit this spike.
Yeah, it was absolutely nuts, but as you can see here, I mean, it's such a long cooldown, but it provides so much damage. I've never seen Juggernaut deal so much. And then, obviously, of course, the Blade Dance as well, with the lifesteal, played such a critical role here for Watson. Like, usually, like, Juggernaut, he really needs this sustain, but with that talent, I'm actually starting to see why this Juggernaut's picked up now. It's really, really impactful if you get this far in the game. And it just comes to show, you know, you can go against this Terrorblade. I mean, look here, for example, like Arteezy, he has around about 300 HP. Not 300 HP, what the hell? 3,000 HP, you know? I'm a big tank, I can do whatever I want. Look at this! He has to run away! He has to eat cheese! Like, what can he do here? They just had so much damage. I mean, how do you react to this?
Yeah, it's also the Solar Crest from Fishman on top of the Beastmaster Aura, giving them this huge buff, the shells from Toby, so yeah, numbers are a bit skewed. It's the fight where they just kind of ignored Arteezy and decided to clear everyone else. The game was kind of over at this point. I felt like Shopify needed a lockdown. They needed some hexes or some maybe Blink, Dagger, Aghanims on fly. It just felt like they could never start a fight, and every time Entity got to start a fight, it felt like Shopify would lose.
Yeah, it did. But as you can see here, I mean, Arteezy, you know, he tried to buy the rapier. You know, he tried to bring it back, make it fun and interesting for us. So props to him for doing that. But, you know, at the end, it was just too much for them to handle. And, of course, my lord, Entity take that game one. I am really excited to see what they have for game two. But who would you say was the most...
Stormstormer, for sure.
Yeah, Stormstormer.
I think Katami had some clutch hexes towards the end. Like, yeah. I think the one at the top tier 3 where Arteezy was like, I finally get to hit people, and Katami just hexes and drops Mystic Flare on him and he dies. And that was so sad to watch.
Just absolutely well played. I'm so excited to see what's more. I mean, like, the adrenaline was flowing through me during that last fight. I'm so sorry, Adam, and any of you two watching, if I killed your ears, but, you know, it just takes you by the hold, and you just want to, like, go all out. Absolutely insane. Absolutely loved Dota 2. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my gosh, indeed. I'm ready for a game to get me a draft right now.
Get you a draft right now. What do you think the predictions are going to be? Do you think... I feel this was not down to... it was kind of difficult for Miracle in regards to the fact that they had Global Silence and Primal Roar. So I think he was targeted very, very heavily. This has nothing to do with skill. I feel like the draft that Entity made was very, very strong compared to theirs. Don't you think, Adam?
I feel like Shopify had the advantage. It was similar to the Spirit series where they had this ball that was stronger and Entity could not fight the ball, but there was no itemization. There's not enough catch on Shopify to kind of stop Entity from doing what they were doing around the map. Fly had some really nice wards, but they also had Hawks, right, from Stormstormer, the Beastmaster, and I feel like Entity just kind of out-executed Shopify.
But I don't know if we can throw it to a break or not, unless we've got a little bit more to speak about. You know what? Let's speak about it a little bit more. So yeah, I did feel like it was kind of a little bit like a draft situation. Do you think that maybe perhaps we'll start to see some respect bans here from Shopify Rebellion, or a move around of potential drafts here and there? I mean, it was quite interesting to see the Beastmaster. That was taken by surprise.
I think the Darkseer Beast flex was something that caught them off guard. No one expected it, and they didn't really answer it very well. I think maybe some Storm or something would have been a bit better. I think Miracle was not having a good game. We saw some questionable remnants and questionable BKB usages, and it kind of started to haunt them, even though they had a really good laning phase. But towards mid-game, Entity just looked like they were the better team, and I think it's because Shopify had not enough catch to punish Entity around the map.
Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to conclude for this Game 1. So we are indeed going to go for a break. We've had an absolute superb Game 1. So I hope you'll stick around for Game 2 to see what Shopify, Rebellion, and Entity will bring us for Game 2. Don't go anywhere, because we'll see you in a couple of minutes for Game 2. See you in a bit.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Dream League Season 20 with myself, Epidan Nelson. Joining me is Free for Free Dota. We've just had ourselves a absolute bloodbath of a Dota 2 game. With, of course, Shopify Rebellion versus Entity, where, Shopify Rebellion, they were on the aggressive, but Entity, they were able to play it cool, calm, and collected. And with Stormer taking the lead with his primal roars left and right, they were able to get it in the bag and take this victory for Game 1. Adam, how did you feel about that game, man?
Man, I was so hyped. Such a great game from Stormstormer. Such an impressive performance. I feel like this is him before, like in previous Entity, with Pure, and they just looked so good and so clean. It feel like they abused Shopify on the map so much, and I was just so impressed by the way they played.
And now we're going to show the MVP, with production bringing it through here, presented by Ace of Predator, and look who it is. It's Stormer. Are you surprised, Adam? Yeah, I mean, you said this as well. This was your choice. You go ahead.
This is unfair. He had one of the best games I've ever seen anyone have before. Okay, 800 GPM on Beastmaster. That's a record. Okay, 784 to be exact. And Miracle, he looked like he hadn't played Ember in a while. It's not the Miracle we're used to seeing. Maybe a warm-up game. Maybe it's early over there. Maybe it's the stand-in factor, but he just had one too many mistakes, with the BKBs, with the Remnants, and Entity just did such a good job of abusing it. It was not easy playing against the Fishman Silencer as well. Like you said, he had these great silences that came on. Miracle just got punished so hard.
I do feel that there was, I guess, maybe like one mistake that Miracle made, but obviously, of course, not realizing that there was a Remnant somewhere else. But I do feel I can't dish him that hard because obviously, of course, against Primal
GPM.
Roar and Global Silence, it was really, really difficult for you to actually have an impact there. And then by that time, it was just way too tanky. I mean, Toby was absolutely... I didn't realize how tanky the Darkseer would be. Absolutely nuts. They tried to hammer through him in the last fight, if you saw, but not able to take him out.
Yeah, it just felt like a big lack of damage. RTZ was the only damage for Shopify, and he was not able to hit anyone in most of the fights. I wanted them to get more lockdown, or maybe Miracle had to scale better. I think he didn't really have that great a game, and it showed. Oh, we have a draft.
We have a draft as we come in for Game 2. As Fishman is up on his feet, thinking about whether he wants to pick himself the silencer again. Just checking for the ban. Comes out for Batrider here on Shopify Rebellion, just deciding to see what they want to ban finally. They do ban the SF, so RTZ will not be getting Shadow Fiend, along with Bloodseeker as well. That'll be banned out.
Yeah, Shopify probably thinking about the Beastmaster now. It's really annoying to draft against if he's able to play it in both roles. Techie's banned instead. Entity. I wonder if they'll go for the Beastmaster again here, or Skyra for Kataomi maybe is a possibility as well.
Oh dear. Okay, they're going against the Beastmaster again. I almost called him Primal Beast by accident. Oopsie doopsie. With this being first pick, though, and the great performance that they had, maybe they can most definitely learn back from what the heck happened during that fight. And Shopify Rebellion, they understand. They've just picked themselves a carry that can actually survive through most of that. So obviously, of course, with yourself having Medusa, you're able to pick up yourself the Shard, which fires out a Mystic Snake if you are attacked by a... I think it's... I don't know the word for it, but it's a single target spell. That's it. You have a single target spell fired at you, then you will fire out a Mystic Snake, and you steal a lot of mana with your Mystic Snake, so it'll come back, you'll survive through the Primal Roar. So I do like this first pick Medusa here, but they've got to make sure they ban the heroes which can have a big impact here. Like, I don't know if Entity wants to pick AM.
Entity don't pick Pango or Morphling here. I feel like it's their go-to answers against Medusa. The Watson Morphling, I feel like if you have an excuse to pick it, you should pick it. He's so good on the hero. They're taking some time here. Oh, they go for a Darkseer again.
We might be having the same draft here from Entity. They were comfortable with it the first game. They're going to come up the second game. But, you know, the thing is, if you pick the same heroes again, people learn from it. I mean, do you remember when Lina was a thing? And then everyone knew how to go against Lina.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they can get away with this again. This is a lot of confidence in their strategy. And, you know, they're going to ban this, like, Oracle and stuff again for this Darkseer. But I feel like if you know this Beastmaster is mid so early into the draft and you know what's coming to you, it's not gonna have the same impact that it did as just now.
Mm-hmm. So now we come into the second stage of the bans. Entity, they're gonna ban out the Doom. Doom is gone. Now, what does Shopify Rebellion want to ban? Is it gonna be a few heroes here in order to protect the Medusa? They ban out Clinks.
I think you just want to ban the +4 heroes. Spiritbreaker, I don't know if Nyx is a thing. Clockwork kind of dead hero as well. Just heroes that are good against Medusa and enable Entity to run around. Yeah, Clinks against Ench is so good because you always can eat his creep and you're just so good at killing him in the game. It also fits the Entity playstyle of what they want to do, right? Like they have this split the map hero. I wouldn't be too surprised to see like another Skywrath ban. I feel like Skywrath's one of the only heroes that can enable the Beastmaster as much as he did in the last game.
Mm-hmm. And I know that it will be quite impactful against Medusa as well. Obviously, because Medusa does not want to be heavily harassed. She is up against a melee offlaner, though. So it will help in, you know, sustaining on the lane, keeping the wave pushed out with the split shot. So I do like this Medusa pick in that regard.
Yeah, I feel like I want to see Shopify pick heroes to be able to go into their jungle because what happened last game was that Stormstormer was just farming and Toby was not having a good time either. They did a really good job in the early game of punishing, but it reached a point where the split push and map pickoff from Entity were just a bit too strong for them to deal with. And I think that's something that they can address in the draft, seeing that Entity is going for the same strategy here.
Yeah.
The Morph ban, I like that a lot. I think they should try to target Watson with their bans right now. There's not really any supports that are too troublesome. I think the Clinks is a good ban, but I want to see them ban more Watson heroes.
Okay, so Morphling gets banned, so we're not going to be seeing that against Medusa. And the final ban for Entity. What do they not want to play against?
There's still an anti-mage in the pool if they want to go for that route. There's the sniper that we saw earlier. I don't know how much success it would have with Entity's draft, but it is a hero that's good against the Dusa. Slark, another one. A very Watson hero, is good at using Shell. Another Vision Abuser, uses Beastmaster Aura very well. Entity though, taking some time with their ban. They do remove the Earthshaker.
They found the Earthshaker.
Only hero that Miracle won with yesterday.
So the final ban for Shopify Rebellion.
It's also an Oracle in the pool. It's really good against both Beast and Darkseer, but Ench Oracle sounds like way too much. I want to see the Tidehunter. I think it's really good against what Entity has. I feel like the Underlord, he did well in lane, but he didn't have the impact I wanted him to have. Like, they were able to close the map, but not not for long. I think Tide gives you like much more scaling, especially against this. It's really good against the Darkseer as well because you can Anchor Smash the illusion. You know, Ravage is a big combo breaker. It's also a nice combo with Medusa, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Well, they're taking a lot of reserve time to think about what they want to ban finally. What is going to be a threat to this Medusa and or Enchantress, which will be laning with the Medusa, I think, as a position 5, and Fly will be playing Enchantress.
Yeah, it's just a nice hero to have against both the Beast and the Darkseer. So when they picked it, it was to cover the Beastmaster Flex to the offlane, and they very confidently picked the Darkseer into this. Just playing for the mid-game matchup. No, doesn't look like they're too worried with lanes. So a Slark ban coming out from Shopify. It's usually where they pick the crit hero, but no, they go for the Voice Spray instead.
Okay, so Void Spirit comes out. They ban the Slark. So not going to be able to get a leash there, and that's another targeted ban there for Watson. Not going to be able to play the Slark.
I think another big deal about this Enchantress hero is that you're able to kind of go into the jungle of Beastmaster early on. So the Void Spirit kind of fits into that concept. They're also giving a bit more of a priority to Crit's hero here, so just something to play with the Void Spirit most likely. I wonder how Void does against Beastmaster, because with Ember you have the Flame Guard, right, to deal with the Axes early on, but Void Spirit is not as able to sustain harassment against this Axe spam as Ember is.
So what are they going to pick? Is it something the same like game 1? Or is it going to be something
I
different?
would think they'll pick the Scarab. Nope, they go for the Wind Ranger post 4 instead with the Bane. It's a lot of lockdown.
Do you think it could be a Wind Ranger carry though? Instead?
I do think so.
Or do you
Watson
think-
has played it before. I think they're gonna keep it open here. I wouldn't mind it, but I don't think it's a hero that uses Beast Aura very well. I feel like you might be trapping yourself a little bit if you play Wind Ranger as carry. It's a pretty sick Rubik game for Shopify. A lot of good spells to steal. Either that or they can go for the Scaraf themselves. Something to just kill people with the Void Spirit. Shadow
They get
Demon. Okay,
themselves
so
the
that's
Shadow Demon.
a save for the grip and a purge for the Wind Ranger and the Darkseer shell. So that's really nice. Also
Yeah,
save
I
from
like that a
Roar.
lot. And it's also great with Medusa as well, with regards to the illusions with Split Shot and Mana Shield.
I will say though, Shopify's draft look like they will lack damage in the early to mid game. It's just a Void Spirit now. Ancient Shadow Demon aren't really big damage dealers.
So now the bans come out. Ban-wise for Shopify Rebellion. What do you think they'll ban here? Is there going to be more safe bans in regards to making sure that their heroes don't get heavily countered, or do you think it'll be to the point of comfort heroes for Entity?
Just removing carries for the Naga matchup, I guess. Medusa matchup. I think Naga could be really good for Entity, but I'm not sure if it's a Watson hero. I haven't really seen him play it. There's also a PL that Watson does bust out sometimes. I feel like there are a lot of carries in the pool.
Okay, so Anti-Mage gets banned now by Rebellion.
I could see PL or Naga being a huge problem for Shopify right now.
Really?
There's the Song Disengage against the Stone Gaze, and the supports on Shopify don't really deal with illusions too well. On the Lord and Magnus ban, we will probably see an illusion hero coming out from Entity, an agility hero. So Naga PL probably top 2, and then there's still the Terrorblade as well if they want that. What's Shopify gonna do about this though?
They've only got 10 seconds reserve time, so they have to decide now what they want to ban. Yeah, they ban the Naga. Don't want to be going up against Naga Siren. You were right about the counter initiation there with the Song of the Siren. I think that would have been too nasty for Shopify Rebellion.
There's this
But they
hero
do have
that
last pick.
Saberlight's been playing. He's been winning a lot. He has actually played a lot of Abaddon. I don't know if they'll go for it here, but it's kind of nice against Entity's heroes.
Oh,
So
they
Entity
gone
go for the
Silencer again.
Silencer. So it's
So that
carry Wind Ranger, right?
means- Yeah, carry Wind Ranger.
So Katami Bane to fight the Ench, and I don't know how the new Enfeeble works. It's like a DPS spell right now. And there's also attack damage reduction. So that might be their quote unquote answer to Medusa, but we're gonna have
Face
a
it.
offlane Medusa.
Medusa 3. It's a Medusa 3 and Arteezy on Faceless Void. So this is not a Medusa carry from what we thought it was going to be. It is Medusa offlane.
I like the change up. I think this is a pretty good Faceless Void game. You have time dilation against the heroes of Entity, and your lane against Darkseer with Ench should be pretty damn good. So I do like this swap from Shopify. I feel like there wasn't that many good offlaners. There was like Centaur Tai left, but I don't think it would have been enough to win the game.
Yeah, but we'll see how this one turns out differently this time. I mean, they have themselves Global Silence again, particularly that on one of the Spirit heroes, which Miracle likes to play. Maybe perhaps we'll get some sort of conundrums again with the Global Silence, but we will see how they play it out in Game 2, as that's going to be coming underway very, very soon.
I also like this Silencer pick because I feel like their draft needs the jump, and the Silencer stops the Shadow Demon save that will come out. It also gives the Bane a full grip most of the time, so I do think that they have a pretty good draft. Shopify on the top and Entity on the bottom.
How do you feel that Arteezy will do against Toby here? Because it's on the Darkseer again, and it feels like, you know, you just pick up Vanguard on these offlane heroes and just tank and farm, and that's exactly what Darkseer likes to do.
I think the lane's actually pretty hard for Darkseer. Faceless Void's one of the better heroes against Darkseer in the lane, and Ench as well, so I wouldn't be too surprised if Arteezy has off to a good start here. I think the bot lane's a bigger question mark to me, this Wind Ranger carry with the Silencer. It just seemed like a pretty strong lane, hit you down, but I'm not sure if you can actually kick out the Medusa or not.
As ladies and gentlemen, get ready and buckle your seatbelts, because Game 2 is underway with Entity versus Shopify Rebellion. Are we going to be able to equalize this Shopify Rebellion, or will Entity take this 2-0? So get all your friends on and get ready for some good old Dota 2 between these two teams. Because the Game 1 was pretty exciting. We might be excited with Game 2 because Stormstormer going on mid lane Beastmaster once again. But will he be able to replicate the performance that he had in Game 1? That is the question. It's a different hero this time, and in regards to their rotations, with how you have Fishman on the Silencer, and of course Katomi on the Bane, it's a little bit different in regards to mid lane rotations, I feel.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this Wind Ranger is enough to carry the game. We saw 23 Savage play it yesterday as well. He looked pretty good. The hero does scale very well. Oh, crit.
He's alright. Oh, is he though?
Ooh, can you get the
Crit?
block?
Wants to try and get a block.
Watson's still
and,
here, though.
Kill Fishman. Oh, maybe they can. Maybe they can. Maybe they can. One more physical attack. That. Oh, the fairy
Yes,
fire.
Fairy Fire.
Ooh. We'll get away. Crit still wants to go for it. 8 more seconds for disruption. Yeah, Fishman will be able to get away.
We'll have to go back to base though, so Watson gonna get some solo EXP here. Not the worst on Wind Ranger, it's kinda hard to zone him out.
What's the lane to look at here though? Adam, what piques your interest?
It's probably top lane that will have the most action. I think it's possible bottom as well if Katomi goes too far up, but I feel like this... I'm not sure how much the Bane impacts this lane, because with this Enfeeble build, this Faceless Void is not very good against Bane anymore.
So the attack damage reduction and the cast range reduction as well.
Yeah, you also reduce damage, so Arteezy might have some trouble last hitting here. Simulant time dilation L1. Still kind of mess with Toby a little bit, as well as Katomi.
It is quite costly on mana though, 120.
It is, but he doesn't really need it. Still farming fine here. Katami also pretty high HP hero, able to soak up a lot of the impetus damage for Toby.
They use the time dilation there with the blood grenade. Is this enough to take down Toby? Hiding around in the trees. Does have himself a wand. Fly saving that impetus once Toby goes long range, but very smartly played. Hiding in the trees. Not giving that chance for an impetus. Or Fly wants to go for it, but not enough range.
Still going well for Shopify up here. TZ has 5 denies. It's a bit low on the region, but Toby and Katami are kind of low as well, so they don't mind too much.
Just able to time dilate that. Time walk. Yeah, the vacuum there. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Saberlight, he's doing alright from what he did last game, you know? He had an alright game as the Underlord. And it's going okay again. It's not that bad.
Yeah, what's Fishman doing? Just playing around the trees. Trying to go for the Lotus timing, but Crit is hunting him. Might get a block here if he's not careful.
Oh, they're going for a kill here. Got disruption on Fishman. Oh, they're just playing with each other right now.
Just trying to zone him away from the Lotus. And giving Saberlight some nice solo EXP as well. Double Sage Mass on Medusa into Bacillus.
Yeah, so
probably going for the Flag Tree as well. How's mid lane? Pretty even.
Miracle's actually doing alright. He's actually forced Stormer to have to bottle up a bounty rune here in the jungle. So Miracle's been able to just get some free XP here. He might be in the XP lead, I think. Yep.
Yep, the boards are still there to farm though, so not falling too far behind this, yes, still even. Nothing too interesting happening anywhere. Top lane, as expected, Faceless Void is kind of dominating, 10 denies. But this one happened last game as well. I'm sure Entity is completely fine with this.
Time dilation coming out top again.
Ooh, the
Meanwhile, look
stacks
at this, Storm making the stacks. Meanwhile, top though, Katomi is going to fall from the impetus. First blood going to Fly.
Yeah, got a bit too low there. The end slow, a bit too strong, coupled with the time dilation.
That's the magic one though.
He's okay. Crit went for the rune, so Saberlight was just got gone on a little bit.
It looks like Saberlight's rushing the Phylactery as well.
Yeah, kind of normal top lane. He has the time walk. He's okay. But Arteezy doing a really good job here. So many denies.
Yeah, 15 denies on the Faceless Void right now. He's doing pretty good. Miracle has already used all of his bottle charges. So could do with a bottle refill here, as level 6 is going to be reached quite soon, but the power runes will be spawning in about just a couple of seconds here. They will find Fishman bottom in return. They'll take down Crit, so it will be a trade for a trade.
That's the power trades now. Doing really well actually on this Wind Ranger. Thought Medusa would be more free here, but Saberlight is a bit behind on CS.
Oh yeah, bottle refill for Miracle. There we go, that's what we're on about. He's got himself level 6 now as well. But Fishman, slowly behind. He's actually only level 2. So that's a lot of damage taken there to Crit.
My
Has to
god,
be careful though, because level 6 has been obtained on Stormer as well. Fly wants to try and rotate in here. Maybe perhaps they can fight something with this Hellbear. They're going to try and go for Stormer here. Oh, the for Remnant, it doesn't connect to Stormer. As Miracle, can he get the kill here with the Astral Step? They will find it. And a nice save there from Crit, but I think definitely Miracle is dead. He is indeed.
That was so weird that the Remnant didn't hit. It looked like it went through him.
Just missed, I think.
Yeah, Stormer again. top of net worth. Haven't cleared his stacks yet.
Thank God, though, for Toby on the top lane. He can start to be a lot more aggressive here. As his levels increase as well, he'll get a more potent iron shell. So he's all right now.
TZ buys the mask for sustain, so we'll probably see the Mass of Madness build come out from him. He's having a really good start.
Uh-oh, crit. Crit might be in some trouble. They will find Fishman, though, maybe, perhaps, Miracle. Yeah, they get the kill, though. Crit will fall. It's going to be a trade for a trade.
Stick charges. It's not possible.
Both the mids will get themselves back. Oh, wait, actually, no, maybe perhaps go for Morse. They were thinking about going on to Storm with that.
It's a bit too hard, but look at Fly. He's being so annoying. It's the power of the Ench, just able to go into your jungle. Bane and Silencer, not the best heroes. They're trying to kick you out as well.
Katomi rotating in. Uh-oh, Miracle.
You get the roar off.
Has to be careful. Yeah, he doesn't have himself any more astral steps. Oh my gosh, look at the damage those wild axes do now. Level 4. A lot of damage.
Yeah, he's not gonna want to see this though. His stacks are kind of gone. No, try to kick off Fly here. Crit decides against the disruption. It's probably dead anyway, Fishman.
He has to run from the troll. There's Miracle going for the Pyro rune now. He's got it. Haste rune.
Watson's having a great time down here. 600 gold. We're ahead of Saberlight actually. Could be due to all of Crit's rotations out of here. Has the diffusal queued up.
Very soon though.
Yep. Has the raindrop stick and bracer, so he don't mind too much. 3 levels in win run for Watson. Quite a defensive build actually.
Looks like they want to try and pressure this. Oh, nice chrono rotation there from Arteezy through the twin gates. And a nice stone gate as well, mid win run. They find the kill onto Watson. Watson down.
Yeah, they would have had enchant for the win run as well, but very nicely done.
Oh,
Good
Miracle.
rotation from Arteezy opens up the tower.
Miracle finds Fishman as well.
Looking like a repeat of game 1 so far, Shopify. Doing well in their lanes, good rotations, but Stormstorm is still top of the net worth and Toby's chilling with his Vanguard. He definitely had some stacks taken away though on Stormstormer, so that is gonna slow him down a little bit.
My path leads to riches.
Yeah, we have to remember he got so many kills during the early stage of the game on Stormstormer. Mask of Madness has just been achieved here on Arteezy, so maybe perhaps be roaming around here. First item, Mask of Madness, like skipping power treads completely to try and rotate around and help with the Chronospheres as soon as it comes off cooldown. And I'm back to farming.
Yeah, just kill all the skeletons with 1x. But Fly keeps getting the troll creep. Try to use his 4th troll creep or something. He's gonna stick it at the mid tower over and over again.
Farming up as well, level 6. More Fly.
Oh, Fishman.
Oh, no shackle
Oh,
shot and
Watson's
focus
here.
fire coming out. Fly may be dead here. Fly will fall.
Yeah, they had enough of him. Let's kick the Ench out of your jungle. Fly's still trying to be annoying though.
I mean, that's the job as Enchantress, to be annoying and create the space, and Fly's doing just that. Definitely is a position 5.
Toby and
Top
Arteezy
lane,
having a
Arteezy
bit of a battle
holding
here.
his ground. Doesn't have
Miracle's
the Chronosphere,
tipping in.
though.
Another TP, so they might look to smoke out of here after he clears siege creep.
Yeah, they're smoking up. They're heading mid. They see Katomi hitting the middle tier 1 tower. Or perhaps they'll try and go into the triangle here. Maybe perhaps find themselves Stormstormer. Oh, but a lovely scan there. A lovely scan from Stormstormer. On Entity, they know that someone's hanging around here.
Fishman's
Fishman's going to
baiting.
rotate in. Does not have himself the global silence. They're going to try and take down Katomi, but hasn't been able to root him in place there with the A4
There's a roar
The
here, but
Primal
Crit's
Roar
here.
comes out now, but the save there from Crit will be able to save Miracle for some time. Is Miracle going to be able to get away? The Dissimulate there. Where's the Astral Step? Will be able to get out, but the Shackle Shot there. It doesn't
How
last
did
for
that
long.
not latch?
Oh my gosh, the Wild Axis. Miracle just survives by the skin of his teeth. Now
gonna
Watson
chrono
trying
and
to
save his
pursue
boy.
Miracle. Are they going to be able to save Miracle? Yes, they are. As Arteezy, can he get a bash? Can he get down Watson? Watson's going to fall. Miracle will survive. And he won't get hit by the second wild axe. He'll only get hit by one. The infused raindrops helps him survive there. That was very, very close by the skin of his teeth. Just able to use that dissimulate there.
Man, how did that shackle not latch? I felt like he was right beside a tree. Oh, Katomi
Well,
grip
Fiend's
onto
great.
Saberlight.
On Saberlight, yeah. Miracle. He
Thanks
still
to
wants to come
Ramblin'.
in. Katomi. May fall here, maybe, perhaps. Storm
Toby's here, though.
Slow down here. Yeah, Toby's here, though. They don't have themselves any more damage, and Miracle is very, very low. There's a double damage on the river, though. He's going to refill the bottle. And then he's going to get the double damage. Right. Yes, nicely played there from Crit and Miracle. Just refill that bottle. Miracle's almost up to full. Has another full bottle with an ED.
Entity do protect their tower once again. They've been doing a really good job of just prioritizing relieving
what the heck?
pressure. Goodbye,
Crit and
Katomi.
Katomi just kiss on the stairs. Katomi's gone. They just had an accidental smooch and realised they're in each other's faces. Got taken out.
Shopify.
Now Miracle activates the double damage.
Yeah, tower's
Looking now
probably
to-
gonna go down this time.
Yeah, try and take the tier 1.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It looks like Entity is not really interested in defending. Against this Miracle, double damage, Void Spirit. Almost has the Echo Saber done.
Meanwhile, Shackle Shot though, achieved onto Saberlight. One with the focus fire as well.
With the
Saberlight will just
Lotus.
live through it with the wand, but still the Diffusal Blade on Wind Ranger
Fishman
will be
gonna
able
go
to take down Saberlight, but in return, Miracle rotates in with the double damage and takes down Watson. Stormstormer going to try and TP out now. Does not have any catch there on Miracle, as his Astral Step was indeed on cooldown.
Oh, Arteezy,
But
Master
meanwhile,
Madness.
Arteezy on the top lane. He got taken out there by Toby. With thanks to the Wall of Replica.
my.
Did he use his Mask of Madness there?
He
so
did, he couldn't time
back?
walk, and Toby just turned with the Beastmaster Axes coming in as well as the Aura. It's just
Offline
too
might
much
be dead here as
damage.
well. Wild Axes, last word as well. Yeah, being body blocked there by the illusions. Actually able to heal up though with a Fairy Fire.
Has the
Wild Axes
drums.
though will take down the Enchantress.
Oh man, that's a big mistake from Arteezy. Hurting his game, he's so far ahead. But kind of even on both sides, Watson goes down as well, so not the worst. Arteezy still okay with the game. Miracle also having a pretty good game, but I'm not sure about this Medusa. He has travels queued up. I'm not really sure what you do in this game right now. It's kind of hard for Shopify to ball with their lineup. They're not really hitting
Oh,
their
what the
timings
hell is
yet.
that?
Radiant are scanning.
What the hell was that? That was
There's something
Courier,
flying.
Yeah, what the hell? What the heck?
Oh, Arteezy.
There's
Smoke on
levitating
smoke.
Courier Corpse. What the
There's a global and grip here if they want to turn.
Yeah, they're going for Katomi in the trees. And that's a dead Bane.
Dire's top tower is under
100%.
We'll decide otherwise. Shopify with a good read. Counter smoking, entity smoke.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's a glyph forced here, interestingly. I don't know what that was. What was that for the mid tower? Shopify Rebellion just committed a glyph.
Maybe. Eggs is done on the Beastmaster. Finally gets his career respawn, so he will get it now. On top of his 800 goal. Has the dagger queued up. Probably gonna go for the same skill build. Same item build, sorry. It's pressuring top. Shopify is setting up for the defense though. Saberlight.
Yeah.
There's a global
Saberlight.
silence here. He has to be careful.
Oh, he's going to be initiated on. He's going to hide in the trees, though. Nicely played there from Saberlight. He is on his own. Meanwhile, the rest of Shopify Rebellion want to come forward. But they will disengage with the fact that Entity, they are reacting. Don't want to give away anything here. As, uh-oh, Agnim's achieved on the Beastmaster.
1k goal on top of that as well. Arcane rune too, so
Drums
he's gonna get
long.
his dagger really soon. Probably gonna wait for that and then we'll see Entity get a bit more active. Find a way to use their global silence.
It's interestingly enough, Storm is still in the Shopify Rebellion's jungle. I'm not sure if they're aware. Miracle is very, very close.
Crit is looking for him as well. But he did the right thing. He just threw one X's top and didn't want to go any further.
He's still got a TP. He's got to go farm top.
Fishman? Yeah,
Fishman's dead.
Solo
Fishman's definitely dead. He has to be dead. No, what? No?
Nope.
Wait, shockwave.
That was kind of dangerous, Mr. Fishman. Had the raindrop and the stick though, so guess he's fine. Has 3 salves too, so it's as if nothing even happened.
Oh wait, they've just scanned out. Stormer.
Oh, they're
with a
setting
scan.
up.
He's going to try and TP out. Do they have a cancel? Oh no, they don't. Oh, that's unfortunate. Meanwhile, though, they do find Fly, and they have used Bane Grip there onto Miracle, but he's able to live through it all. Now turning his attention right now onto Watson, and thanks to that Demonic Purge,
there's a chrono.
The win run is not going to help. As the chrono comes out, they find Watson, Fishman as well. Miracle will die, though, by the hands of Stormer.
Arteezy.
Will time walk away. Try and get bash up Katomi, but will not be lucky enough. With the 24% chance, will not bash Katomi.
And Entity lose Watson again. I feel like every kill Watson has gone for, he just got punished so hard. Very nice chrono from Arteezy.
They're looking to push the mid lane, though, Stormer. Thanks to the Medusa off lane, it's quite difficult to actually push through it. Just have a look at the replay there again, and with thanks to that Demonic Purge, Watson did not want to use that wind run as of yet, but Arteezy came in with a double chrono, able to finish both of those off, both Fishman and Watson. But Miracle was just caught in the midst of it all within that wall of replica.
Yeah, they do get a good trade there, but Watson's definitely not having a great game. Stormstormer's going to have to do a lot of work once again. Too many purges. Chronosphere as well. It's been rough.
Entity grouped up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Perhaps they want to try and take this tier 1 tower, maybe perhaps push for more. They have the drums to slot 'em. We've got the battle drums ready. What do they want to do with them? They're going Roche? Okay, they're going Roche.
There's a Crimson Mech on Toby as well, so they're pretty damn strong. Wall-X is coming in, the Medallion too.
Okay, I've just seen that Enfeeble really has a massive impact on Roshan. Makes Roche only deal 50 damage almost. Look at that. No way.
That was actually
Takes
a
around
really
about
quick
like
Roshan.
150 damage. Yeah, it's a literal melee creep Roshan.
It's really good for Watson. He really needed this Aegis to deal with the Chronosphere. And the Purge coming out from Crit, who has a dagger now, so we'll probably see a lot more disruption saves. He's been so on point so far. Both teams pretty content to just kind of chill on the map. Wonder if Entity's gonna feel the need to use this Aegis.
Do they have a lot better late game though on Shopify Rebellion?
I think Entity has easier to play heroes in the late game. I think Shopify has these like 2 monster cores on the Void Spirit and Faceless Void, but Entity has a lot of control and there's wall, they have team items.
So the pressure's on.
Pressure is on.
What are you saying at the late game?
Yeah, I think it's easier to execute when you have more stuns, more ways to take a fight. Whilst for Shopify, they're very dependent on Arteezy landing a chrono, Crit getting a save off, and it's just gonna come down to execution. AoE Brain Sap for Kataomi. Unfortunately, his Brain Sap is level 1. He also has the eggs queued up. This is a pos 4 Bane, so he has quite a bit of net worth. It's very likely he's gonna get this by the end of the game, and if Disruption is used, there's no real save other than Stone Gaze or Chronosphere for this Bane Grip.
Can't you just save the user itself with the disruption?
Yeah, but then there's a roar, right? He has to save from 1. There's also a global silence on top, so if they do catch Arteezy with a global and Fiend's Grip, he will most likely go down.
So I wonder if Arteezy is going to build a Lincoln.
Oh, bot lane.
Just say it's a good Lincoln's game. Oh. Found Crit. And that was a grip committed.
And TD's happy with that. Any kill on the map is good. Crit's pretty farmed as well. Fly just has more net worth because he received the shard. There's an Aeon disc queued up. I like to see Crit go for something to dispel the silence. I think it's going to make his life a lot easier. But he's just prioritizing protecting himself here.
Oh, and an Agnim's on Medusa. So it causes the Mystic Snake to turn the enemy's hit into stone. So it increases their physical damage done on those heroes, which is quite nice, especially with all the targeted spells. I think you pick yourself up an Agnim Shard now on Saberlight. And happy days. Although, Arteezy smoked up at the back of Saberlight. Crit Miracle, Arteezy and Fly, using Saberlight as bait. I think Entity may smell something here. Something's off.
It looks like they're not going to fall for this. Saberlight playing
BKB on Stormer as well.
A bit too manly. I like this Manta that Saberlight has queued up. I think him dispelling global is really important as well, because Stonegaze is a form of protection for his team. If he is able to keep Arteezy or Miracle alive, it would be a very big deal for the team fights. Entities smoke themselves though, leading in with the Hawk.
Oh yeah, they're coming in forward. Fishman
Arteezy
takes the
is
lead.
really far away.
Oh, that was a lovely dissimulate
axes.
there from Miracle. Able to avoid the Primal Roar, and they used it on Saberlight. It's completely wasted. Though, they used the Stone Gaze there defensively. The Wall of Replica comes out. Shopify Rebellion, they're going to try and disengage. But in they come now, Miracle. The Global Silence comes out in return, and a Vac onto 3. Within the Wall of Replica, Miracle's still going to be able to live through it, and Watson has been taken out. Does have the Aegis, though. Will be coming back very soon. TC still has the Chronosphere, and the BKB will be able to catch 2 there. Watson definitely in some trouble, but the grip coming out in return there from Kustomi. Going to try and focus now the Faceless Void, but Crit coming in with the save there at the disruption. Arteezy still alive, the BKB there. Is Arteezy going to live through it? Yes, he is. He's going to be able to time walk away. Stormer is going to try and TP out. He will be able to get out successfully, and they find 4 here on Shopify Rebellion. They take out 4 as only Stormer remaining has to use the BKB and TP away.
Oh man, the initiation from Stormer, I think he thought he clicked Roar, but he might have cancelled it. I'm not sure. Then he ended up throwing Axes, and the Roar was Stone Gazed. It was just really awkward. Arteezy coming in clutch there. Kevin was farming bottom, so Entity decided to chase a bit more. And Crit with 2 saves that fight.
Crit really well played.
I mean, that Watson as well.
The Blink helping him out there as well. They really did really well, Shopify Rebellion, to disengage from the Wall of Replica and just sit on the end of it. And then Arteezy coming in with the Chrono there. It was very clutch with that BKB and the save from Crit. Very nicely done.
And Shopify are in such a good position right now after that fight. Mjolnir almost done on Arteezy, and the fights look like they are only going to get harder. Alright, sorry, Fly's the carry, guys. 13.1k damage.
That is a lot. What do you think the most damage is from that down to? Do you think it's the Impetus or the Dark Troll Summoner?
It's hard to say. But he's definitely very free in all the fights, right? No one really cares about this Ench. This Void, this Dusa, this Shadow Demon, they're so high priority. I'm also not too sure if Little Friends work on Darkseer Wall. I feel like they don't. They're illusions and not summons.
What are his building damages on Fly?
Probably pretty high.
He did quite a good job, yeah, with the Dark Troll Summoner.
They took the bomb tower as well. Candidate for MVP so far, at least for the early game MVP. It's been really annoying.
Okay, so the thing differently about this game is the fact that we have Miracle, who's bought himself a Manta now, so he's going to be able to dispel the Global Silence. They do find themselves an easy pick-off here on Entity. They will take down Crit.
Nice help from Kataomi. I wonder if there's a way they protect this Wind Ranger from Chrono other than Aegis, because I feel like Arteezy just has an axe on his back right now. He is going for the Lincolns, like you asked. I think it's good. The grip and Roar are really the only things he cares about. Just wants to be able to kill in Chrono. Almost has the level 20 Talon as well. He's going to be so strong.
So they still have some tier 1 towers standing here on Shopify Rebellion. So they're doing pretty healthy in regards to... Oh, yep. Has been sleeped up. Not want to go on the Medusa here.
Yeah, no
focus. Not enough information there for Entity to follow up.
The shard on Dusa is going to be so annoying against all these single target spells.
It is, isn't it? I like it. When it was first picked, and they already had like the Beastmaster, I thought it was pretty good. But then it turned out to just be a lot better with the fact that they have a lot of single target spells on Entity, so I really like the pickup on the shard here. But quite interesting with the fact that Saberlight did decide to get the Agnims here as well to work in conjunction with the Agnim shard.
Yep, Shopify still in a really good place, but Entity just doing a good job of pushing out lanes and trying to apply pressure. See another smoke, RTZ getting more and more involved in these. Feeling really strong right now.
Watson's opting to go for a Lincoln Sphere here. Do you think that's correct? You say his threat is Chronosphere from RTZ, right?
I guess he feels that if the Shadow Demon doesn't drop Purge on him, he can win run through the...
Yeah.
Oh, Stormstormer blinks out.
Looks like they're going to go for the aggressive play here on Shopify Rebellion.
Try to get a catch,
though,
couldn't find
it's a late
anything.
timing. 2 minutes on the Roshan. There's Entity also going to smoke up here. Maybe perhaps they can catch Shopify Rebellion here off guard.
They have a really good ward that saw where Shopify went. Wonder if anyone's going to leave the area here. Another good thing about this Lincoln's on the Faceless Void, it gives you enough mana to buy Refresher later on. So that's something we might see from RTZ probably after the MKB.
And they try and scout out Roshan here, Entity. But Saberlight might come in to try and cancel out that smoke, or he may be initiated upon. Do they have enough damage to take out the Medusa, though? That is the question.
They do if his team's not around, but otherwise it's just really annoying to go on him. It's gonna Stone Gaze and set up for Chrono. Toby's in a really...
Oh, they've got a grip. They've got a grip on Arteezy with the Shackle Shot as well.
Shopify
They've got
needed
Arteezy.
disengage.
Arteezy was on his own. Crit was not in position as now he's Primal roared up. They find a double
no,
kill.
it's so bad for Shopify.
The Wall of Replica comes out. Saberlight, he has to get himself out. He has been Shackle Shot. He's in some trouble now. The Aether Remnant there tries to save Saberlight. Oh, that's a lovely Stone Gaze and a TP out.
Oh man, but that's still 3 kills. Arteezy dead and Roche is spawning. Entity, what a sick smoke from them. The setup from Katomi. That was so good. They got both the right targets in the void and Crit was just too far away.
Yeah, there was 2 split up. They were 2 isolated. And Crit was not in position there to save Arteezy. But it's not all doom and gloom, because the Roshan, as soon as it spawns up, that's when Arteezy comes back. So maybe perhaps if they coordinate now on Shopify Rebellion to try and scout out the Roshan pit as soon as Arteezy's up, maybe perhaps they could turn it back around. Stormstormer does have to get himself back to obtain some more mana.
Entity still posturing around Roche. They know it's almost max spawn. It will spawn right now.
Oh, look, Shopify Rebellion, they're coming in. TP here.
Oh, Watson. The purge from Crit.
They found it.
This is huge.
They have. Is that a kill? It is. Big kill on Watson.
He has buyback if he wants to.
They have to move bottom though, because it's going to be daytime.
Man, it's so lucky for Shopify. Oh, we see again. This was after Arteezy died. Shopify still tried to hang around without their strongest hero. Big mistake.
Yeah. You can see during that fight, lovely pick off onto Arteezy and Crit. But just really unfortunate the Roshan did not spawn up during that time, or else it could have made a different pace to the game.
Could have been so good for Entity if they got rushed after that, but it's taking a bit too long, and Arteezy still had BKB, still had Chronosphere, so Shopify just able to get the rush right now. And this is a problem for Entity again. Oh, Fishman. Oh, nice sleep, Miracle.
Oh, nice sleep.
There's a Fiend's Grip here. No one's here, Miracle.
TPing in. Saberlight, Crit. Crit's there. Oh, he just gets it off. He just gets off the disruption before the Global Silence comes out. That was clutch. As now they have themselves the Aegis. Fishman in some trouble, has been disarmed there by Toby, but in comes Miracle with the Astral Steps. Takes out Fishman. As now maybe perhaps they'll go for the high ground. There's no grip, there's no Wall of Replica, and there's no Global Silence. 3 ultimates down, only Primal Roar remaining. It is go time for Shopify Rebellion.
Man, that was such a sick save by Crit. A bit late on the global by Fishman. It could have been really different. Although I'm not sure if they had enough damage to take down Miracle there with the wall, because Stormstormer wasn't there and Watson was dead. Another small victory for Shopify. Looked a bit scary though, not gonna lie.
He's got a Lincoln's, but he doesn't have himself a TP.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, they're just going to go play top instead? I think that might be the case.
Once the tier 2.
Gonna try and take tier 2.
Still a Tormentor as well. So Shopify might move towards that just to take it away from Entity.
Radiant's top tower is
Don't want Fishman getting that 4 int.
That's easy though. Oh, he's on his own. He has to be careful. The Shopify Rebellion closing in. So let's take the tier 2 tower now.
Looks like you're not going to defend this. Tormentor is pretty big because you'll either go to RTZ or Miracle on the white spirit now, so very significant shards to get. TZ
So they're
queuing
going
up
to go
the
for it, or they're going
Manta.
to siege high ground?
Probably just Tormentor and Choke. They're not really in a rush. It's really hard for Entity to get on the map as well.
Yeah, they'll take it.
And Arteezy gets the shard. Massive survival
time
boost for
walk.
him. Yep. Has the Manta queued up. Not sure why. I guess it's just for global and maybe to kind of dodge roar or vacuum. Not a very
the pacing
common
here of
fifth
Entity,
item.
It's just fallen off. All they can do is sit beyond their high ground and just wait for Shopify Rebellion to come to them, but it's really difficult with the fact that RTZ has this Aegis and a Chrono ready. They will use the Crimson Guards to try and negate some of the damage that RTZ is dealing to this tier 3 tower. It will wear off. They're going to try and go for a smoke and go around. They will see a Miracle hanging around on the mid. Does actually break that smoke, interestingly. And Shopify Rebellion actually bat themselves off there.
It feels so hard for Entity to commit in. There's this Chrono to protect the Dusa, there's this Disruption, there's the Stone Gaze to protect the Faceless Void. Miracle's HP pool is so high as well. Entity really need to find a way to engage on 2 targets at once, but against Lincolns, against Aegis, it's so hard right now.
Not sure if they have themselves any smokes remaining. What do they need to do? Do they need to stay in their base, or would a smoke play be useful here?
They're probably waiting for Aegis to end before they go out. And then they have to use Hawk Vision to try to find a pick off Katomi.
Oh, he's been
Saberlight
caught.
looks
Grip.
pretty dead right now.
Focus fire. Yeah, that's dead. Not able to react in time. Shopify Rebellion too far away though. RTZ.
Oh,
Let's
Watson's-
try and find something. Oh, the smoke broke.
Watson?
Oh, he's got a Chrono. Oh, he's caught Watson. Watson caught. Miracle runs into the Chrono. Wait, what the hell? Able to get the Astral Step off there, along with the Nullifier as well.
Can't
Is
save him,
Watson
he got
going
win
to
run
fall
off.
here? Watson able to win run? No, Watson's gonna fall. Alright, that's an alright trade, but Chrono committed for that.
Oh, the
We still
trend
have the global.
continues. Every kill Watson gets, he must die one time. Not having
easy.
a good game. Playing this Wind Ranger core against the Purges. Now Nullifier on Miracle as well, so another way to remove Wind Run. 40
Here we
seconds
go,
on
tier
Aegis.
3 tower. The siege begins. Oh, and a Lincoln Sphere obtained onto Miracles. Well, now we have 2 Lincolns on these cores, with Manta styles coming up as well. RTZ also going for a Manta. Miracle actually going to TP out. They have themselves no Chrono, and the Aegis is going to expire in around about 20 seconds. So, maybe perhaps Shopify Rebellion do not want to throw this game here. They're going to play it safely and get themselves back for a small while. Oh, wait.
They're still hanging around.
I'm wondering what RTZ's doing. He's thinking about something. Don't do it. Oh, he's going in. Oh, okay, he has the reverse. He has the reverse time walk.
It's kind of poking.
And Aegis expires.
Want to use the siege creep to harass the Rex down a little bit, maybe. We'll decide otherwise.
Refresher is on the quick buy here for Stormstormer as well. Try and get a double roar, but it's really difficult with the fact that Crit, We have ourselves a save here with the disruption. We have ourselves 2 Lincoln Spheres on both Miracle.
Crit has been such a pain in the ass for Entity or Miracle.
Yeah, right, not easy. And now they've caught themselves Bane. A lot of damage there coming out from Miracle.
Oh, he wants
with
more.
the Astral Step. Oh, Fishred. I don't know what was going on there. He stops. Oh. Time dilation. Chrono up in 10 seconds. Arteezy, he's comfortable to go for it. Start sieging the high ground there with Saberlight as well.
Again, with the siege creeps, Dusa standing in front. Shopify taking a very slow approach. I like this from them. They're in a very dominating position, and if they don't go too far, they can't really lose right now.
We got
Harpoon
a Manta
on Miracle.
It's easy as well. And a Hex. A Hex on Saberlight.
Yeah, so a lot more lockdown. Miracle has the Harpoon too. Might catch someone off guard if they are not ready for this.
See. Stormer shows himself. Miracle coming forward. We'll just clear the creep wave. Just applying pressure here. All day. Actually, smoke up here, Entity.
Oh, they want RTZ. They
RTZ
know he's
farming.
going for the cam.
Oh, but he time walks. He time walks up. And he's going to regroup with the rest of his team. Smart man.
He knows. Look at bottom wave. Entity have to show real soon.
Yeah, they clear that out. They reveal themselves now. So are they going to go push for the high ground here? Yep, RTZ. Just toying with the range racks here. Saberlight will take the lead. And try and take down some melee racks here with the range as well. Miracle joining in. What can Entity do here? This Saberlight illusion's annoying as hell. It's cancelling the link, the blink dagger here from Stormer.
It's so hard to engage into Shopify. Stone Gaze, Chrono, the save from crit. And Entity, they need to commit with their spells. They have grip, they have global, but it looks so difficult to do. Aeon this on crit as well, so you can't really go on the Shadow Demon. Katomi is setting up
quite slow here.
now.
They may find Katomi. Katomi's been found. Disruption there. May be able to get the kill. Yep, the Stone Gaze there from the Mystic Snake. It does indeed find the kill. We do have a refresher orb on Stormer, but the question is he going to be able to use 2 charges of this? Because you've got Lincoln Sphere to think about on both Miracle and Arteezy, with the fact that Saberlight does have himself this Aghanim Shard of the Mystic Snake. So if you target the Medusa, you will be bitten back there by a Stone Gaze for about a second.
Cheesy hunting. Has the ninja gear.
Shopify Rebellion are kind of split up here. It's just Saberlight and Fly will get themselves away. An Entity just sitting on the high ground right now. Not much. Really want to try and play this safe. Don't want to go out too far. Want to catch Shopify Rebellion by surprise. That is the only way that they can try and win this, if they pick them off, because Shopify Rebellion, they're just too strong right now. Especially with all the saves and the items that they've been able to pick up over this amount of time. What can Entity do here, Adam?
I feel like they need a nullifier to address this Aeon this on the Shadow Demon and try to take the fight from there, because crit has been way too much of a nuisance in every fight. Arteezy has the MKB queued
He's
up.
shown himself. Just play it safe though.
He's flying.
To get back.
It's the Scotty queued up. He's so farmed. Oh,
they're coming forward though. Oh, they got the grip. They've got the grip. Miracle. He's gone.
so Arteezy still wanna go here though.
Oh, this could be big because there's no buyback on Miracle.
Watson's hunting for more.
He's back in 20.
Shopify look like they still want to hang around.
I mean, Chronos, they know that Roshan possibly be up, because Roshan spawning in 10 seconds. Aegis of Immortality is ready. As you can see, Stormer at the bottom right, entering that Roshan pit ready.
Oh, level 25
just moves out as it
Arteezy.
spawns. Oh no! No way!
That
Look
was
what happened, Stormer. Oh dear. He was in there 3 more seconds and the Roshan spawned as he left.
That would have been so huge for Entity. They really needed the Aegis. They're gonna watch this replay and be kicking themselves. TZ takes the backtrack talent, so easier to hit high ground. More survivability. And Fly will scout out the Roshan here. It's an Aghanims too, probably for crit. Entity are smoking back down here. They see crit on the ward that was...
They got him.
On earlier.
The Iron Disc comes off. He's going to disrupt himself. Can
Can he
Shopify
blink
Rebellion
out?
react to this? Oh, lovely blink. Crit's out. Oh, there's Stormstormer coming forward
The
there with the
second roar.
Refresher Orb. And the Primal Roar, they
Oh, they
will
get
find
Saberlight.
Crit. Crit's going to buy back right now. Ortiz is going to come back in around about 3 more seconds. The Chrono comes out. They've caught themselves. Watson has Ortiz got enough damage to take down this Wind Ranger.
Watson has
as the
buyback
grip
though.
comes out onto Ortiz, but they do have the damage. As Watson is going to buy back right now. They find themselves Katomi. Katomi's dead. Ortiz hammering through Toby right now, but Toby isn't going to be able to get himself back. He's slowed down heavily there, but a back onto 5. Is they going to be able to turn it around here and
Stormstormer's
see
still
maybe
really
perhaps
strong.
Ortiz? He's going to try and back himself off now. Miracle does not have himself any more astral steps, but Dissimulate coming off cooldown in 1 more second. He will be able to back himself off. They will find Fishman as well by Fly. That's a lot of buybacks committed there from Entity as Shopify Rebellion somehow hang on with only Crit buying back there.
Oh man, Watson bought back, but he had no TP, so he had to walk from the base. Shopify were so scared of the
heading right to
TP to
Roche.
the outpost in the bottom, but this is Aegis for
There's no
Entity
Chrono.
here.
Can they take it in time? Can they take it in time? Ortiz,
dead
he
for
takes the
sure.
lead. They
There's an
cannot.
Axe for Toby too.
Thanks for Toby.
They need to get
But they
out.
want to try and end this now. Shopify Rebellion. Ortiz coming to the side. Oh, he's being caught by a shackle. Where's
He
the
has the
damage?
backtrack talent, though.
Where's the damage? Normal punch is there.
Oh no, Watson has no buyback.
Watson. He does have the Aegis though. Meanwhile, Stormstormer has been found there by Miracle and Saberlight within the backlines. They're down. Entity now, they want to try and disengage. They do not want to use this buyback here onto Stormstormer. They found themselves Fishman. He'll be found within the trees, taken out. As now maybe perhaps Shopify Rebellion look to clean this up.
Stormstormer has buyback though, but Fishman doesn't. The global silence is very important. Not many buybacks for Shopify as well. Only the Dusa. He has the Trello, so he can rejoin the fight if he dies.
Yeah.
Looks like it's gonna be a Rex
Yes,
for
now.
Shopify.
Oh my god. Look at Miracle's HP. What the hell? 4,000 HP. What in God's name is this unit? Oh god, the universal stats, man. The buyback comes out from Stormstormer.
Nearing 25s on some heroes. Dusa's gonna get hurt 25. Much more tanky. Miracle close to it as
Chrono's
well.
online. Chrono's online.
How do you stop this siege though?
I'm sure you can. Maybe perhaps they want to take advantage because Fishman has no buyback. And he's down for 30. They will take the bottom melee racks. Meanwhile, Shackle onto 2.
Then to purge on
Now, oh,
Watson.
coming forward, they want to try and find Crit. As a 3-man back. Do they have enough damage though on Entity? It
Toby's
doesn't look
running
like they
into
do, as
them.
now they're going to focus down Toby. Toby trying to pursue Crit there, but able to get away. There's the cheese. Toby's still alive actually right now as
Going on
Watson in the
Saberlight,
backlines,
Watson.
but a Chrono onto Watson. Who cares if you chrono the rest of the team because you're going to be able to take down Watson.
Oh,
But in return,
Arteezy's grip.
Katomi has been able to use the grip down to Ortiz. Where's the
Global
damage?
as well,
They're going to be able to
Arteezy.
take down Ortiz. Ortiz is taken down by the normal
what a
punch.
shackle.
There's now a Shackle onto 2. Saberlight in trouble. Gets
Crit
taken
has no
out.
buyback.
That's 2 lost on Shopify Rebellion. Makes that 3 as Crit cannot defend himself. Entity, they hold. They hold the base.
Wow. That's all I have to say, man. Wow. 6 shackle from Watson, a grip from Katomi, as well as the global silence Arteezy. He couldn't do anything against that. No way of saving him too. Toby was on crit all the way. What a hole
Oh,
from
the
Entity.
grip fuse there and the Agnims from Bane. I think that would have been cancelled, that Bane ultimate, if it wasn't for that Agnims. But able to get it off for so long and no one to help him because he had himself the BKB. Whilst being gripped. Let's have a look
man.
back at that replay.
Saberlight just
Absolutely not.
gets
I mean,
taken out
Toby,
here. The chrono.
jeez.
Watson still had Aegis. That's what changed the fight. And Arteezy, Lincoln got cancelled at the last minute. The grip comes out and look at the shackle from Watson. I'm sure he was not
Silence
expecting
as
to
well,
catch a
yeah.
shot even there.
Fishman came back in the silence, but meanwhile,
Oh,
look at this.
or is
Miracle has
this-
been caught with no buyback. Look at this. Miracle down for 100 seconds. They have a creep wave. Entity, they could take this 2-0. There's no chrono. Down for 50. Once Arteezy comes back, he only has 20 seconds on it. I don't know if they can defend this.
Shopify
The glyph is there.
kind of crumbling here. Arteezy's gonna be up soon, but there's no chronosphere.
Oh.
So much
Okay.
pressure. He needs to hit a big chrono, but it's 30 seconds left.
It's only Arteezy and Fly with a buyback.
Alright, Entity will respect the
Entity's
response.
actually going to back off here. Yeah.
But they're in such a good spot. Look at the goal on these heroes right now. Such a huge momentum swing for Entity. Strangling on Stormstormer if he wants it.
Yeah.
Refresher almost done on Fishman and Kataomi. Oh man, Kataomi not that near, but it is kind of close.
It's getting scary.
It is indeed. What did Toby pick up? Does he have a Hex? Try to look for his career here. Toby has a Shiva's completed if he wants it as well. Do all these
I mean,
items
to be
are
fair,
building up.
that was down to the ages. I feel of Watson there. Because if they would have taken Watson out with the chrono, I think it would have been a different story. So I still feel like Shopify Rebellion are still in this. They're just got to be super careful. So it's literally neck and neck right now. Because the favor on the graph is still a little bit in the side of Shopify Rebellion.
It is, but you know what's coming?
50%.
Wind Ranger is almost 25. And that's when
what
Wind
does
Run
that
is
mean?
Wind Run cannot be dispelled.
Blech.
It
Oh,
cannot
God.
be dispelled, so crit
Well, you have
purges are
MKB
not.
anyway.
That's true, but he is the only one that can kill him right now. It's gonna be up to Kataomi to kind of. They have Roar and they have Grip with Global Silence, so I think controlling Arteezy might not be that huge of a problem for them in Chronosphere. Arteezy does not have his Refresher yet. This Manta might be haunting him a little bit. He really needs this double Lincoln, double BKB, double Chrono as well. It's gonna be huge for them.
It is. There's Roshan. Maybe back up in around about 2 minutes and 20.
Both teams taking a breather now. Shopify don't feel as strong as they did before. Even though I think you're so right, they just need one chrono on Watson, but Watson's been doing such a good job of not committing inside. He has the eggs too, so he does have this perma envy when he focus fires. When he win runs, sorry. I wonder if you go A on this on Watson.
Oh, Arteezy smoke broke. Oh, Fishman. Oh god, that was close. I mean, it looks like we're just waiting for the Roshan now, right?
Yeah, Strangling done for a Stormstormer. 4k HP.
Whoa.
It's the 25s. The 25s matter. These Wisdom runes, they're starting to add up. Toby has a really strong L25 as well, but he's kind of a ways away. NC items coming out. Trickster cloaks. What else do we have? Timeless Relic for Stormstormer.
It just seems like we're waiting quite a while here for this Roshan now, so both teams very reluctant to try and go up against each other whilst this Roshan is down, and Arteezy is attempting to try and get himself a Refresher Orb. He's almost there, but does he want to commit his buyback here? Does he want to say goodbye to buyback?
Yeah, I
and
think he's
get the
thinking about it.
Refresher?
Buyback definitely matters a lot right now, but if he comes back
All
without a BKB or Chronosphere, he's not going to have that much of an impact. It's interesting that Entity went for a double Shiva's Guard. I'd like to see a Hex on one of them instead. It's both Toby and Stormstormer both have Shivas right now. Entity.
Is he going to go all out though? That's the question. Arteezy, oh, he's got it. Okay, he's got Refresher Recipe. And Entity are smoking up.
He's thinking about it. He has a Ninja Gear, so he is pretty protected.
Where's the courier? Where's his courier?
This
It's
could
coming,
have a
it's coming, it's
Dispel
coming.
yet. Crit has Greaves now, so Global Silence is not going to be a problem for him. I would like to see him just trust crit and commit here.
Has he got it
He
yet?
has a
Has he got
war.
it?
Oh, the Illusion Bait. Are they going to fall for this?
I'm waiting to see whether he's got it.
No, they know. It's trigger discipline right there.
He hasn't born the Cornucopia yet. He's saving the buyback Arteezy. He's not gonna go for it. We'll see. Roshan, oh my gosh, there's a long spawn in 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Top wave is coming out.
It's gonna be a long wait, Adam.
Awkward for Entity as well. It's gonna give Stormstormer his buyback though.
Oh wait, Miracle coming forward. They found Watson. Watson is revealed, but will be able to win run away. Meanwhile, the global side's coming out there. They've been able to hex up Fishman there, but a double vac within the wall of replica. Watson in the back line trying to focus down Crit right now. Crit is in some trouble. Meanwhile, Arteezy has been able to find Stormstormer, who's down. Fishman's gone, along with Katomi as well. All of Entity are buying back right now as Shopify Rebellion are able to pick off the rest of Entity as Watson in some trouble within the trees and be able to be locked in place and taken out. Fishman, it's going to be a dieback. It is. Fishman's down. All of the buybacks used now on Entity, apart from the Darks here. As Roshan, he's back up in around about 1 minute and 20 seconds, and the refresher orb has been bought here by Arteezy.
Yeah, he needs the second
still
chrono
has
for his
himself
fight.
a chrono.
Any kill right now, no more buyback other than the Darkseer. And Entity might not expect this. Balling up as well, not enough mana.
Oh, the hex there. Maybe perhaps they can turn it around again. There's Miracle jumping forward there. Stormstormer going to use his. Oh, he's got the chrono. Can they kill Stormstormer? Hammer through. Has he got the kill? Stormstormer able to survive through all the BKB comes out there. Saberline's going to be taken down. All the flyers for Shopify. Can he have enough damage? Does he have enough damage? Arteezy's going to be taken down. The buyback from Saberline flying. I want to try and come back to the fight. Miracle, he's right on top of Stormstormer right now. Stormstormer trying to hammer through the damage there onto Miracle. Miracle's going to be taken down. Miracle's going to try and buy back as well. Saberline's and fly. That are only ones remaining. Trying to go right now to Toby. They've locked in place Toby there with the Mystic Snake. Can they try and find him or lock him down? Arteezy, he wants to come forward here. Where's the time dilation? He gets forced forward. Time dilation is actually on cooldown, but the Chakra Shot comes out there from Watson. Are they going to be able to take down Arteezy? The Manta Style is there. Going to be able to waveform himself. Or wait, not waveform. What the hell? Sidewalk. As they turn it back around onto Watson. Watson's going to fall. 3 down. No buyback remaining on Watson. As the Roshan is going to be up in around about 10 seconds.
Shopify, they know there's no Wind Ranger. Arteezy, looks like he wants to end the game.
As now, they look to end it, but where are the creeps? Where are the creeps? They're bottom. They're not there yet.
Yeah, the ping from Saberlight. It's coming.
They need to make their journey. We just got a refresher orb as well, built on Toby.
90 seconds. What can they do to hold here? Arteezy has no BKB. He has to be kind of careful. I'm so scared for him.
He has no chrono. He has no chrono.
He's gonna pop the Lincolns on Arteezy.
The hex there. Onto Fishman. They're going to try and take him out as fast as humanly possible. Where's the global? Is he going to be able to use it in time? Yes, he is. The global is utilized there. Miracle in some trouble. This could be a dieback into Miracle. Do they have themselves enough damage? No. He's going to be able to dissimulate. As now they turn their attention right now to Arteezy. Arteezy going to use the time walk away. Toby in trouble though. Toby's going to be taken down because he's locked in place there by the demonic purge. As now Crit has been able to catch Stormstormer. Stormstormer, the only role remaining. They catch him with the 8 from Remnant, and he is gone. They're gone. Shopify Rebellion. They finish this game at 54 minutes. As Entity, they call themselves GG. And Shopify Rebellion will take themselves game 2.
Man, what a game. Shopify, they look so dominant for most part of the game, and then Entity kind of brought it back. In the last fight, the Harpoon and Nullifier from Miracle just catching off Watson. He could have killed Arteezy there, I think. If Toby turned around with the punch. Was so many clutch moments throughout, and Shopify, they come out victorious here.
Absolutely. An insane game. Do you think it could have got any better after game 1? Hell yeah, game 2. What the hell, 54-minute game. My gosh. The grass were up and down, Entity. They showed a small glimmer of hope there, holding on, taking out Shopify Rebellion. But after the Roshan and the Aegis was taken away, all that they could do was buy back. And what a fight that was at the end. My gosh. Shopify Rebellion getting game 2 out of there, ladies and gentlemen, as they will equalize 1-1 with that best of 2.
Yeah, very nicely played by them. It was... Entity did not make this an easy game for them. But they do beat the Beastmaster Darkseer, so back to the drawing board for Entity. Regretting a bit the Wind Ranger core against the Purges. It affected him so much in the early game. We see him having 10 deaths, the second highest, only second to Fishman on his team. Did not have a very good game, but it looked like they were able to pull it back towards the end, but Shopify just coming out a bit too clutch.
I don't know if I can ask you the question of, is there anything that Entity could have maybe perhaps done? Because it felt like it was more like a draft situation. I don't know. It's just so much to commit that you have to be wary of some mistakes that you can do. All these like tiny little mistakes can like make for like absolutely massive dramatic changes, and I felt like that's what we saw within this game too.
I'm trying to think. The only thing that comes to my head is maybe getting a Philostone and holding it for the refreshers. I think Katomi and Fishman's refreshers could have been really big, but I'm not sure if they had that option or not. And other than that, I feel like it was just execution. Like, I think they played really well towards the mid-late game. They didn't give out kills. Katomi was finding these solo pickoffs as far behind as they were in the game. He was getting pickoffs, and I felt like it was a really close game for where it started.
Mm-hmm. But after that 54-minute game, ladies and gentlemen, let's check out the highlights presented to us by Monster Moments. So, what the heck happened? Let's try and piece it piece by piece together.
All right, I'm gonna let's have a Wind Ranger Purge and Died counter, all right? That's one.
Wind Ranger, you know, not Wind Ranger, sorry. Miracle, he had a lot better mid lane than previously. He wasn't harassed that hard. He was able to deliver.
Oh,
And
that's
with
two.
that, I think the Saberlight with the Medusa pick actually played out quite well for them.
Yeah, it worked out really nicely because he was able to be this front line for the most part of the game. This is not a purge kill. We're not counting that two so far.
And Arteezy there with the Chronos and just getting away there with the time walk.
I actually thought he had no mana and was gonna die, but okay. This was the fight, that the turn, the Aegis.
Yeah. Arteezy chronoing both Saberlight and Miracle there, and then getting Bane gripped.
And this two-man shackle again. It was so beautiful to watch. I actually thought
Yeah, from
Entity
the low
had
ground
such
and the high
a.
ground.
They were on the way back, you know. They reached the tier 3s, but and Shopify pulling it out.
Yeah, absolutely great. And what is this? 52 minutes? Was this the fight that it all went to ham? Yeah, Arteezy coming in with the. I think there was another fight.
It was really weird that Stormstormer went on the end chair. I think he just wanted to get up his drums off slump stacks at the start and try to be a body for his team. Toby was the only one with buyback, and it looked like it was going Entity's way. The Lincoln's coming in really clutch here. The Shackle could have been disastrous.
Yeah, absolutely nuts.
I want to see
Toby
the
was
turn.
caught here as well.
This turn, he had normal punch, he had Halberd, and I think maybe a bit of a miscom because I think if the normal punch did come, Arteezy might have gone down there.
Mm-hmm. Just the shackle shots time and time again. But yes, they were able to end it as we saw here. It was so close. Miracle looked like he could have died back here with Fishman just getting the global silence off before he actually died here.
Arteezy was being very safe here. He did not want to get walled or bursted before his BKB was out. I think it was like on a 10-second cooldown. I also think that Watson might have messed up a bit. He didn't have Daedalus in that last fight and he had 5k gold with no buyback, so that might have been the difference maker to kill on Arteezy.
Mm-hmm. I gotta say though, I feel that if this would have been a Medusa carry, I feel like it would have gone quite different for them because obviously of course Toby with the Wall of Replica, that would have had a massive impact on them if they were able to get like a really strong Medusa. But because this was an off-lane Medusa, which only benefited from utility and given the Stone Gaze, the Wall of Replica really didn't do anything with the Medusa illusions.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I think it was a really big brain move from Shopify to pick up the Faceless Void, and it worked out really well for him for the most part of the game. It's just really Entity's draft being kind of annoying to teamfight against at some points, you know, just these big shackles from Watson, the Axe Bane grip from the Pulse 4 Bane we're not used to seeing with the global on top, which kind of brought them back into the game a little bit. But yeah, I think Saberlight played really well on the off-lane Medusa. He built utility, like you said, and Arteezy was on the right hero to carry the game.
Mm-hmm. Now, the big question is, which always comes down to this, which I always ask you, Adam, Who do you think was the most honourable mention?
Crit
out
for
of,
sure.
Shopify.
Hands down.
Crit for sure.
Crit for
Hands
sure.
down.
He had too
Hands
much
down,
impact
Crit.
in every fight. I think he made Watson's game hell. He made roaring anyone, committing on anyone so hard. And I think he wasn't having that great of an early game too. So what he did was really impressive to me.
Yeah, I think he did. So extremely well. Like, even Entity saw the amount of impact that Crit actually had during that game and tried to focus him so many times. You know, he got himself the Aeon disc, the saves coming out. I mean, that fight in Entity's jungle, when he was not only able to... I can't remember who he saved, but he did save someone from the Primal Roar. Then he saved Arteezy from the Bane Grip as well.
Yeah, and there's also his fight where he got roared twice. You know, Entity, they just felt his impact, and he had that on this. Like, I was questioning not buying a Dispel for a Global Silence just because of saving, but he really needed the on this because Entity were running him down time after time. And there was no Nullifier on Entity. I'm not sure if anyone could have actually bought it, but I think being able to Nullify and just kill a Shadow Demon outright might have been something to make that game a bit easier.
Yeah, I think so as well. But gee, it was kind of a little bit, you know, they were comfortable, Entity, with what they picked up. They put up a heck of a fight. But particularly with this Wind Ranger pick, do you think it was intended for a Medusa carry coming out here? Because they did indeed pick the Faceless Void last pick at that scenario. So maybe perhaps if they would have had themselves something different, then maybe the results would have been different.
I think it's hard to put it that way because Shopify did have the last pick after all, and I think Watson did a good job against the Medusa of Saberlight. It's just that playing Wind Ranger into Shadow Demon is not easy. And we saw fights where the Wind Ranger could take over anyway, but it was just... they were just a bit too far behind, you know, at that point in the game. And Entity, like I said, they had a lot of commitments in fights, you know. They had to commit Grip, they had to commit Focus Fire, commit Roar. And when you're playing against Saves and Stone Gaze and Chronosphere, if you don't execute properly, the fights just can go very wrong for you.
Yeah, indeed. And what would be your... put it into a sentence. What would be your conclusion for this game? Actually, no, this series. Give me a conclusion for this series.
Man, I don't remember what happened in game 1. Conclusion for a series. Miracle is back.
Miracle is back.
Did it for the boys.
You heard it here, folks. Bat chest.
Bat chest.
Bat chest.
Bat chest. That's probably the right sentence. Sorry, I'm changing my answer.
No,
answer is bat chest.
You're changing your sentence. Okay, bat chest. Okay. But yeah, it wasn't just Miracle. It was an all-round team effort, I feel, from Shopify Rebellion. Even with RTZ, you know, chronoing a few of his teammates. I mean, it wasn't that impactful, the fact that he chronoed them. But it was still funny to see, you know, as long as he
just wanted
killed
Watson
the heroes
dead.
necessary.
Told you, man, Watson had an X on his back. RTZ said, pick me, Faceless Void. I will chrono Wind Ranger. Game over. And he did it over and over and over again. And Chris like, I'll purge Wind Ranger. All right, game over. And eventually built up a big enough lead for Shopify to just close out the game.
Wowie. So, I think we're going to close it here. I'm not sure if we do have
We're
an interview or not.
waiting on an interview. All right, don't interview.
So we're not waiting. Oh, no interview.
Unlucky.
I mean, I don't blame them. They must be exhausted from both of those games. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to close it here. So thank you ever so much for watching the cast of myself and Adam. Casting, obviously, of course, EG versus Team Spirit and Shopify Rebellion versus Entity. It was an absolute insane game of Dota to cast today with those two series. But don't go anywhere just yet, because we've got more for you to come. Indeed, we do have ourselves TSM versus Talon and OG versus Entity, which is going to be casted no other by DK Truman and Astini. So that is the rest from myself and Adam today. Adam, do you have any closing comments before we close it here? Bat chest!
Bat chest.
Bat chest! Okay. All right, guys, take care of yourselves and have a great rest of your day. And we'll see you tomorrow for the morning stream.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome, ladies and gents, to a continuation of the day. My name is DK Truman. I am joined by Astini for some more Dota here at DreamLeague 20. And there's some pretty amazing matches, even though we did just see a little bit of the previous match, and it was, well, it was a wild one.
Yeah, it was very hype. I hope we get such hype matches here. Talon showed really great performance. They beat Liquid. TSM with 3 draws. It's basically so easy to talk about this tournament because you just say every team drew and Liquid lost. That's what happened at Group A. You have 5 teams that are 3-3. TSM is one of them, and Talon is one of the teams that beat Liquid. So that's the story so far of the tournament. Maybe now we see TSM winning.
Yeah, we of course do have the matchup TSM versus Talon. We're quickly going to check out the TSM roster. You know those players very well. You even beat them this season. Hurrah!
Finally!
They are currently 0-3-0, aka they have 3 ties in a row. Will they make it 4? Will they finally get their first W? They're going to have to take on one of the teams that did beat Liquid, though. But this roster, you know, there's not really much changing in the roster for quite some time. They have really high ups, but they also have pretty low lows. I really hope that the team can finally make their mark and really show that NA has more to offer than just Shopify. I'm not going to say nouns. Nonetheless, it is going to be a pretty hard battle for them currently. Here we have the number 1, Tomato. Of course, the well-renowned player for the roster for quite some time. It's one of those... I mean, SA is such a talented region that they always have some nice safe laners that they can send out to other countries to help them out in their struggles. Tomato is, of course, one of them. Peru Pride, really solid player, and honestly, when his team needs him, he always shines bright. This patch has had a little bit more struggles than in the previous patch, but definitely a hero player on his own right. Any special remarks from you about Tomato?
I agree totally with what you said. Feels like he was the one carrying the team on the first 2 DPC seasons. But then with this new meta that the carry has a rough lane, he doesn't do this 1 versus 9 that we would joke about. He's having trouble. He cannot single-handedly carry the game, and feels like he's having some trouble in the games because of that. I'd say Bryo stood up a lot. Bryo is playing really well. But on the other hand, kind of Tomato is not on his best phase because of the meta change.
Well, they are going to be playing up against Talon. Both these teams not playing at the major, by the way. So really going to give their all to make it towards Riyadh at the I think it's halfway July, where you can play for that $15 million prize pool. Here we have, of course, a renowned lineup. Jabs on the off lane, doesn't like building those auras. He's more of the Magnus or Wind Ranger, as we saw yesterday. But 23 Savage looked so good in his performance yesterday. His Morphling was pretty sublime. We'll quickly check out of course, 23 Savage, the man that we are just talking about. Had a little bit of an interview yesterday with him. He likes Morphling, doesn't want to give it away to Mikoto anymore, so I assume he's just gonna try and steal that one for himself.
Yeah, he needs to keep his hero pool and shout in the draft, hey, it's mine, because otherwise Jab's gonna be playing the anti-mage, the Nagas, and maybe Mikoto's gonna play the Morphling or the Wind. So it's a lot of heroes that they can play on 2 or even 3 roles. That's a big advantage for Talon. Especially in this meta, maybe you can have your offlane as the carry, and 23 can play all type of heroes. He can play some sacrificial Wind, or a Morphling that's gonna play very early on. Maybe we see even his Morphling with the Phylactery. You never know.
One hero that I do expect to get banned pretty much every single time would be the Techies for both these teams. Because it's just one of the strongest lane dominators, and taking down the safe laners is the name of the patch. I mean, we've seen it time and time again where it just goes kind of horribly wrong once the safe laner gets owned, unless you play recovery safe laner, which some of them do. Tomato, for instance, could pick up the TA, a hero that he likes to play. 23 Savage, the Naga is more of his hero to go for, so they always have good recovery type safe laners on their side. But yeah, you did mention it, universal heroes. Jabs can play it, Mikoto can play it, 23 Savage can play it. You have no idea how they're going to draft. The problem is, sometimes they don't know how they're going to draft, and then it ends to be horribly.
Yeah, it's when you flex so much the heroes that you end up messing up with your own ideas. You flex on your own mind, and then you're like, wait, I end up with a Wind Ranger 5 and Anti-Mage 4. Something's wrong with my draft. This might happen, and I'd say maybe even for TSM, this is something they need to fix, is the draft. They drill with Tundra and with Secret, and the Tundra drill they had, the first game was basically unplayable. It was 26-3, so they didn't get to play the game. And when you don't get to play the game is because you draft weak lanes. So as you mentioned, I love to see either they ban techies or they guarantee the techies for themselves, because they need those strong lanes to have a game.
I mean, there are a couple of heroes that these two teams like to play. Swapped over, Void Spirit and everything. They like to swap them around. We are going to go to a short break because the game is starting slightly later than anticipated. So we'll be right back, ladies and gents, for the match. Should start in, give or take, 7 minutes. 7 minutes and we'll be back, so don't forget to hang around and we'll see you then.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back
Welcome back, ladies and gents. My name is DK Truman. I am joined by Astini for this best of 2 showdown between TSM and Talon. We have a doozy of a match. TSM versus Talon, as previously mentioned. 2 teams that are not going to the major, but definitely teams that you would expect at the major.
Especially because both teams have an Indonesian player. It's a bit sad that no Indonesian player is making it to Bali. Yeah, Talon almost guaranteed on TI, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, they're
yet
pretty much
but
guaranteed. There's like no chance.
Yeah, they're very close, but like there's this 1 in 1,000 scenario where they don't make it. And TSM, not so guaranteed, but also very, very likely making to TI. So yeah, it's a surprising that they did not qualify to the major. I'd say mostly Talon, because Talon not only they did... I cannot say that they did well in the region, because the major they placed 3rd place. They also placed third place in the C region. So they don't do so well regionally, but they do very, very well internationally. On the other hand, TSM, they placed 1st place in an A twice, but then they don't get through group stage on the international land. So I'd say it's more disappointing that we don't get to see Talon. And on the other hand, TSM, that's a chance for them to prove themselves on international grounds with the DreamLeague.
Yeah, of course, there are some different teams that we will be seeing. That's also one of the big pluses. These teams not going to the major does mean that you get to see a wider variety of teams joining the fun stuff. Of course, you guys are pretty happy that TSM fumbled the ball this time around. Nonetheless, the draft is about to start, and a very important match for both these teams. Talon, of course, looking pretty comfortable in Group A with the fact that they are one of the only 2 teams that have a 2-0 victory behind them, and that was a very hard-fought one as well. But you gotta make sure you get more than ties all the way through if you want to make it towards the next group stage. And that's what TSM is going for. Have they changed anything since the DPC, by the way? Have you noticed any adjustments in their heroes that they might have gone for compared to what they ran in the DPC?
Not really, not really. I've seen Bryos playing a lot of Timber. He began to play this hero during the DPC. They didn't try the Magnus Void Spirit, but I guess it's because teams usually ban. When you have one, they ban the other. So that's their best strat. They also played a lot of Zoo, so the Beastmaster ban coming in from Talon. I'd say that's by far the best hero on Kasane. To be honest, it's also as good as the Lycan, but considering the meta, I'd say Beastmaster is the best hero. So it's a really good ban coming in from Talon. Feels like Kasane, when he has Zoo hero, he is tier S offlane. It's like 10 out of 10, honestly. He looks unbeatable. And when he doesn't have Zoo, he looks, okay. You know, he looks like really struggling on matches most of the time. So it's a nice approach to taking out of his comfort zone here from Talon. TSM, they banned the Timber. It's a hero that they play a lot themselves, but probably they don't want to first pick it. Techies in the pool. I'd say that's the surprising factor here.
Big tech deck. Of course, Techies is like first phase pick for most teams.
Yeah, there's no Batrider, no Wind Ranger. Those were the heroes that Talon really loved here. There's Spirit Breaker, Duza, some heroes that Talon was playing before, but they need to show something new, because usually they would go Batrider, Wind. So let's see what Talon has to bring. Do they want to try a Medusa so early? Do they want to go Spirit Breaker?
Ooh.
Rubik, 1-2-1 answer to Techies. We might even see like Rubik playing maybe as 5 if the Techies on the enemy team is a 4. As a 4 if the Techies is a 5. It's a hero that you can play on the Techies lane. It's a good approach. You have the lift against his jump.
And the Jabs Magnus, of course, not surprising.
Yeah.
I mean, probably Jabs Magnus can still be flexed, but very likely Jabs Magnus. Otherwise, it would have most likely been picked up by TSM as well, which would have been problematic, because Techies Magnus is a stupidly strong lane.
Yeah, it's a hero that 23 played the last match, so it was assumed they play on 3 roles. So that's really good. They have second pick. They get to answer the picks from TSM. And whoa, we see a Duza here with insta anti-mage ban. That's what Talon picked last time. Interesting. I want to see what TSM thinks are the best counters to Duza. Some teams believe it's the carries, so the anti-mage, Slark, Morphling heroes. Other teams, they think supports can deal with Duza, so the Shadow Demon that you make a copy of Duza, maybe the Darkseer also making a copy. But yeah, basically TSM shows their strat. You're gonna play a Duza strat, and it's nice to see what Talon can react to it. Of course, you cannot like heavy counter with 5 heroes because the Duza can also be an offlane Duza, right? So maybe you waste all your resources into countering this hero with the mana burns, with all the mechanics to make copies, and they will just flex it to another role and have another carry that you didn't attend in the draft.
What about Talon going for the exact same tool as they went last time, yesterday, when 23 Savage played the Morphling to play the stronger version of Dusa and just not ever die? Because that was a really good choice, even though it was offlane Dusa. He didn't care, he still turned into Dusa, gets Ags, and just went ham with the constant stat steal and mana pool that he had. It was kind of nuts.
I like Morphling against Duza. I think it's one of the best one-to-one answers to the hero. That's the answer that my team usually does. We did against the TSM Duza, and it worked. So I'm confident that the Morphling does work against Duza, but sometimes I think it's not enough. So the last time they also had the Wind Ranger with the Diffusal, so it was a lot of mana burn. I believe, yes, you can go with the Morphling, but you need a hero to address Duza before you reach that 30-35 minute mark when Morphling can actually deal with Duza. Because otherwise, this Medusa will just get a butterfly and run down all your towers, and there's nothing you can do pre-30 minutes where you can have eggs plus 2-3 items. So you need more tools. I'd say Rubik, Magnus are not bad against Duza. It's repositioning, so it's a good tool to keep her away from you, but definitely not enough.
Okay. Yeah, definitely a couple of other choices and heroes still left. For instance, both these mid laners love playing the Void Spirit. That one's still left in the pool. Know that Mikoto and Braille both spam the hero as much as they possibly can. So it would be surprising if it would not go picked or banned at this stage.
Especially with Empower, now that you mentioned, Void Spirit does make a lot of sense, especially for Talon, because then you have Empower with your Magnus. You're gonna have like one more carry in your team. It's a good way to deal with Duza. Sounds really interesting. For TSM, the mana batteries are still in the pool, so you can choose Pugna, Koro, especially if you want to play the Duza as a hard carry, so you can go more deeply into this Duza strategy by picking heroes that help her having more mana. But yeah, the Void Spirit's definitely gonna be like, if Talon doesn't pick, there's a huge chance that TSM picks on the 16-17. So I wonder, does Talon want to guarantee the position 5 without showing much of the strategy? Or they want to go directly with the Void Spirit and don't allow TSM to do this choice?
One of the choices that a lot of teams go for as well against a hero like Medusa is Heaven Halbert builders. Magnus could go for it, but Bata is, for instance, a hero that always springs to mind in this patch that is very solid against Dusa for exactly that reason. You just build the Halbert, disarm her for 5 seconds while she's popped her ulti, and then the Dusa does feel significantly a lot less useful.
Yes, it's definitely a good tool, but then that's the thing. If you pick heroes thinking on building Halberd, TSM can just throw the Duza to position 3, and then it's this annoying hero with the Aghanings. He's not there to right-click, right? So definitely it's a tool that you can see situational in the game, one of the best tools. Some things go Oracle for that kind of disarm. But
it's good
not
against
clear
techies
yet.
as well, going for the Oracle. TA ban. Okay, so yeah, they're definitely pulling it in both ways. Brawl could also technically play the TA. But Tomato is a very capable player on the hero as well. There we have the Void Spirit. Not really too surprising that that hero is going to get chosen now for Makoto. And that will probably mean that they just need their last safe laner as their core to show up.
Yeah, I wonder if they... Bryle can play some Huskar, but you don't have overall last pick. So probably you just pick a Storm hero, any hero that you can play against the Void Spirit in lane, and also against Magnus, because they always can play the Void Spirit safe lane and Magnus mid. That's a problem. If you pick a safe laner, a mid laner here, they throw the Void Spirit to the safe lane and you get hard countered. So I'd say best choice would be your offlaner plus a position 5, or they can go some Pugna Storm and show a combo. I think it would make sense also. There's still Doom in the pool, surprisingly. Okay, Storm.
Storm plus Pugna? Like, it's two heroes that really like you giving them mana, which is always a nice tool.
I like Storm, because you can lane well against the Void Spirit and the Magnus. Like, Talon can do some crazy Shadow Fiend, but I think Storm is very reliable as a blind pick in this meta. I love to see either Pugna or Kodo. Yes, Pugna Storm.
Puggy. Yeah, there's such a good mana battery game for Pugna. A Medusa and a Storm on your team.
Oh, it's a Nyx game. Make it core.
Okay, that's never going to happen.
Oh, sad. So Silencer. Teams usually go Silencer against Pugna Storm. Other teams go Enchantress, and you group up in the mid lane very early on, so the Storm cannot react. Here's the Morphling you talk about as the answer to Duza. Talon probably assume it would be banned, so they leave the last pick to a position 5 or 4, I believe. While TSM, they're missing their offlaner.
Unless Pugna goes offlane, which also has been done a lot in different teams as of late. Where you get a Pugna offlane that goes for... what's that item called again? Keep forgetting the name. Phylactery. Or you go for Dagon and blow up Morphling every single time he doesn't pay attention.
Yeah. So TSM, they can go a carry or an offlaner. Talon ban Bloodseeker, which is a hero that can play both, so you don't really know what's happening if they pick Bloodseeker. TSM bans Silencer, as mentioned, that's usually the best way to deal with the Storm Pugna combo. Silencer is just very strong against both of them. There's the Nyx, there's the Enchantress. What other supports can you see here? ET? Yeah, ET. ET is really good against Duza because damage wakes up any hero from the Stomp. And when you deal damage to Duza, it's not really damage because it's burning her mana. So you don't wake her up. You can just sleep her and kill her all through her mana. It's
yeah,
very
same
strong
with Axe.
answer.
That's one of the most fun things to see, where Axe just throws out a dunk on Medusa. The moment they hit level 6, it's hilarious.
But against Axe, you just build a bit of raw HP, right?
Yeah.
Against ET, not much you can do. Like, you cannot build full HP.
Well, they ban
TSM
out the
has the
last two
choice.
safe laners, expecting this to be a Dusa off lane. They have last pick on Talon, but TSM, what's it gonna be? It's gonna be the Abaddon, which doesn't really show exactly what they're running. Safe lane Abaddon?
It's very likely Abaddon carry. That's what I would assume.
Okay. I mean, it is Universal
Talon...
Hero as well, and Universal equals wins.
Yeah, if Talon plays Enchantress, I'd love to see it. They play a lot of Bara also, but... I don't know how this 1-to-1 matchup for the Abaddon works against the Morphling. It's not very common to watch. You have... let's say your shield's not so good for Duza.
It's not a silver edge builder, so...
Maybe an AA?
I think that's a pretty important one. That Morphling, maybe Void Spirit could go Silver Edge, but a break against Abaddon is one of the things that could be problematic for TSM. If this is safe lane Abaddon, they're gonna go Skywrath. Silence really freaking good this game against Pugna, Storm, spam out. This game is like 90% magic damage at this stage.
Yeah, Silence is really good against Storm and Pugna. It's a very good tool. That's why usually Silencer is the answer. It was banned. I'm not so sure about Sky against Abaddon because you have the Purge with your shield. Also, usually you want a global silence because then the Pugna cannot heal the Storm. Now you're gonna focus the Storm, but Pugna can always heal him. So I wonder if it's gonna have a strong lane together with the Magnus, or if they're gonna play it safe lane with Morphling. Can be a bit weird. It's also, to be fair, now I see a point, it's a good 1-to-1 answer to Techies in lane, because you want a very high range nuke against the Techies. So it's a hero that you can follow Techies in which lane he goes. Apparently he'll go on the off lane as a position 4. So you would play it on your safe lane together with Morphling against the Techies. Maybe a tool for the laning. Also can be slightly annoying to the Storm, because to be honest, if you're a Storm with Pugna and Abaddon, you don't care that much against one single target silence.
Yeah, but of course you need to be on your tippy toes the entire time. Tomatoes and could be problematized if he gets silenced, for instance, and Mikoto has the Silver Edge. They tap him, they break him, and they burst him before he can even respond. That is a possible tool. Nice steals in this game. Rubik's got some okay steals. They're not the greatest, though. It's a little bit... There's not like a big... I mean, Dusa ulti, I guess, is a pretty nice one, but there's not like a big Chrono or Ravage that you can steal. But I like Talon's draft. I think 23, as you mentioned, I don't know necessarily how the matchup between Abaddon and Morphling is going to go, but if 23 just gets himself that early Ags again and just steals Kasane's Dusa, he's the stronger Dusa, and he gets that, because Kasane is most likely going to go for the Ags build, you're going to get that, the Ags on your Dusa, which has more stats, which is stronger, and really hard to kill, considering the single target damage of TSM is primarily Abaddon this game.
Yeah. I can really see the snowball from TSM working though, because as mentioned, I believe the Morphling gets to counter after this 30-35 minute mark. And they have the tools to snowball. A Pugna Storm draft is definitely a draft where you want to snowball. You want to get kills or on the map. You want to choke the enemy into the map. And a Medusa offlaner has a better timing than a Medusa carry. He's going to have these agonies and be an all-sense everywhere in the map. My only doubt here is this Abaddon carry has been picked 3 times in the league so far, has lost 3 times, so we didn't get to see the hero winning a single match. Is it time? Let's see.
The hero is an interesting one because, of course, he also turned into a universal hero right now with the last patch, but I haven't seen it. I expected it to be played more, considering it turned universal, than it actually has been picked. But Harpoon is, for instance, one of the items that is so freaking good on Abaddon, because that's one thing that he has a struggle with, is catching people, and with Harpoon you can get on top of enemies pretty quickly. There's going to be a bit of a fight. And Whitemon looking to be first blooded. Kill goes to Makoto. That's going to be a bottle already being delivered.
Yes, but at least he lost a lot of HP. So the life of Storm here is not that sad. Because when you play against a mid laner that has full HP plus that early kill, it's almost game losing for your mid. You are tilted. But here, I'd say, of course, Mikoto has the upper hand, but it's not that bad for Brown.
Well, there's a couple of very interesting lanes. Mid is primarily in even Stevens. I think Storm actually has a pretty good time most of the time. But of course, with First Blood on the opposing side, it should be a little bit rougher. Bottom lane, it's a Pugna Abaddon lane. Feels like they should not have a kill ever on their side. I mean, they have no stuns, their slow is very minimal, and they even have anti-synergy between them.
Yeah, but Pugna has a lot of right-click, so you can play on the side lane, around the pool, maybe you force Rubik out of position. Yeah, I understand that they should not get a kill, but sometimes you just keep trading, harassing, you go for that Lotus fight on the 3-minute mark, and they might be able to get a kill, because it's a pretty decent lane for them. I'm just worried with the lane equilibrium. The lane is too close for the enemy tower against a Magnet, so it gets keyword.
Underneath the tower.
Exactly.
Yeah. This is the biggest problem when you're playing against a Rubik plus Magnus, is Rubik doesn't even have lift yet, but the telekinesis into skewer shenanigans that they can pull, you always have to be very careful when you get close to the enemy's tower.
Yeah, it's a really bad creep equilibrium against a Magnus Rubik. Now Whitemon is doing the pull, the right thing, making the wave go a bit back.
And top side. So we got a Dusa off lane with a Techies 4 against a Sky 5 and a Morphling safe. That seems like a lane that should be pretty favorable for TSM. That Morphling needs to be rather careful.
Yeah, it's really hard for Dusa to lose lanes. Usually you can beat her in the off lane if you bring 3 heroes, but it's hard to bring a Rubik to the lane. Usually if you have a melee hero that can rotate, that we haven't seen in a while, to be honest. I mean, we've seen the Clockwork from Talon, but we haven't seen those Tusk hero, Tiny 4. So if they had a hero like this, they could maybe punish Dusa, but I don't see they doing this with the Rubik.
Yeah, teams have kind of stopped using those twin gates as often as they used to. Now it's just back to laning 2-1-2 most of the time, which is kind of surprising because at the start of when this patch came out, you saw like teams like Gaming Gladiator just constantly doing the twin gate swap lane shenanigans.
Yeah,
teams have completely
I'd say
backed
the
off
teams,
from it.
they figured out a bit the Blood Grenade. You would die for it every single time, and now teams figured out, okay, I need to play a bit safer. I need to get the Watcher, so I see they moving at me. So the teams kind of figure out, it's not more that surprising when they come from you. It's not that easy to get those silent kills.
It is always a nice
Also,
shift to see in patches.
I'd say the meta heroes kind of changed this. It's a bit of overthink here, but if you follow the thought process, you had Doom being first picked, you had Enchantress being first picked, and those heroes, you don't need to block camps. Usually you could choose where the lane equilibrium would be. So if you can choose where the lane equilibrium is, you can manage to do a rotation. Because as an example, when TSM lane was under the tower, there's no way that they can go for a rotation on jabs, for example. But let's say if they had an Enchantress, they would fight for the camps, they would make the pull, and then they can make the move. So it's kind of also adaptation of what heroes are strong in the meta, what heroes changed.
Oh, jabs, taking damage. Got the blood grenade on him. Will be surviving just barely with 21
Yeah, but his
HP.
lane, from now on, can he even come for a last hit?
He does have a bunch of mana though, so he could always try and shockwave kill some creeps. Or it gets denied by
Tomato with
Tomato.
11 stick.
Bottom looks
And
a
you
little
can
bit
see on the
scary,
mid lane.
but mid is where the kill comes through. Makoto finds Bryle. The moment that he hits level 6 is half a level. Well, now he's level 6. Makoto did not even need the Astral Steps just yet. That's a really, really huge kill. But Jabs gets a bit of unfavorable pathing. Iron Branch should block. Nope. Jabs is just going to get taken down. But the rotation from Ali does mean that they possibly could get... No!
The TP
out
with
from
the
Whitemon.
Creepify.
Just TP. Forehead is the play. And Tomato will be able to get away as well. So great job in getting the kill. Forcing a rotation and getting out.
It was very clever because it was very fast thinking that the Creepify into TP, they had no spells to damage him. Very, very well played by Whitemon. I would say on the mid lane, Storm was doing surprisingly well till he got killed. He had 7 denies against the Void Spirit that had first blood, but that kill, now Void Spirit 6 should win this rune fight.
Makoto gets it
Does
secured.
get the illusion.
And Makoto wants to go back in because Ollie rotates through. But their problem is that baited Makoto in a very rough spot. Doesn't have Dissimulate leveled. Can he get himself out? Tries the Manta, dodge the move. Does have the infused raindrops again, but is going to get blasted by Whitemon. And now level 6 Zombrile zips in onto Q. Does have the Vortex to drag Q back. Double kill secured for Whitemon. Plus 5 Pugna gameplay coming right through. And TSM with a 1k lead.
Yeah, and they have the catapult to do some damage to the tower, although they cannot tank it. But yeah, now Storm is totally back. And Pugna is going to have a very early level 6, I assume. We have the XP runes right now. He's running for his. Ari is doing all this turnaround to try to steal. But a TP in from the Rubik, anticipating it. Okay, he gives up on the play.
Yeah, they will get a...
Q was doing the thing that Yapsor did. When you stack the camp, if the enemy comes for it, you can use the telekinesis into the creep and stun the hero. Very clever thing.
Okay, I haven't seen that one. Is the Yapsor clip?
He did on an Invis hero, by the way. That's the old Storm.
Show off. I miss Yapsor. Jump in onto Ollie, Skywrath dropping low, does have a magic stick, might use it to bait them in, and he does attempt it, but Whitemon's now on a killing spree. Decrep walks away, and Whitemon is making some plays on that Pugna. Just a pure
3-1-1 on Pugna. Timado explaining why he has the Abaddon against Magnus. It's really hard for Magnus to lane from now on. Just the Storm deaths, I'd say, not so good for TSM, but he'll be in time for the 8-minute rune. And this Pugna is going to have such an early level 6. And playing with the Storm, they have all the tools they need to snowball here on TSM.
And Medusa also finished the phylactery, so that one is at the ready at the moment. Ari's going to get jumped in the river. Don't really think he can get any response going through, and indeed, Makoto, his top net worth is actually about 1,000 gold ahead of anyone else. And Void Spirit is one of those heroes that can really snowball in this match.
Yeah, and it's the hero that they need very strong to be able to jump this backline, because if they cannot jump the Pugna, they cannot kill any hero. So it's a lot on him to keep snowballing into the game. You can see Whitemon doing the mana battery. That's what's all about. This combo so strong.
Yeah, and Bryle back with full HP, full mana in mid. It's going to be pretty annoying for most of this game to deal with Whitemon. And Ollie, a little bit of a tickle and go in the jungle. So far, net worth wise, the main reason that Talon is ahead is not falling off is because Makoto is just farming exceptionally well. The supports of Talon, though, have a little bit more of a struggle in terms of sustaining their net worth.
Yeah, and especially levels, because... Okay, no, to be fair, Tex is also 5. It's just a Pugna. Bryle.
Oh, Bryle silenced up. The jump comes in. Does he get the zip away? Silence about to end. The stun actually does not land on top of Bryle, so he gets him... Well, it did land, but the damage was not there, so he gets himself out of there just barely. Good stun from the tech deck, and they're actually smoking up, heading forward. Tomato trying to steal the ancient camps, and Jabs cannot defend it at all.
But...
Zip in,
the jump from
gets
Storm.
used. Jabs gets the skewer back. Zip in from Bryle. He's out of mana right now. Underneath the tower, taking a lot of damage. They lose Ari. Bryle needs to disengage, but Tomato is still nearby. Could try and help out Bryle. Bryle will not get any support. Finished off by 23, who made a very important rotation. The drag back onto Tomato. He doesn't actually have borrow time level, but can level it if need be. And they're going to turn their attention to Whitemon. Makoto snipes the courier as well as body blocking Whitemon. Aether Remnant in a second. 23 gets another kill and a huge rotation from 23 to try and help out his team.
Protecting the stacks. Really, really well played. He knew he needed to bring numbers, otherwise Abaddon's just stealing all the farm from the Magnus. Small pro tip, if you click on the Abaddon, okay, not anymore because he leveled up. But you can see that he had the point because it's shining. So if the talent tree is shining, means you still have the point. That's why they gave away on the chase. So they knew he could pop up ult anytime.
Chasing an Abaddon also is not the smartest move, especially with the very short respawn timers on Bryle, for instance. Storm can always hip on you in half a second time. And 23's item build Manta into Ags because he knows that Kasane, after his phylactery, is going bots, and then probably after that's going Ags. The bots, we saw it yesterday. Pretty nutty.
6-minute rune fight.
Yeah, that's where Mikoto kind of got baited in. His team was like, no, go, go, go. They TP through, and Mikoto just jumps in the middle of 3 enemy heroes, and yeah. He didn't have all his spells, so then he doesn't really bring out enough damage.
Smoke coming from Mikoto. They're gonna find the Abaddon.
Pop his first life, zip in from Bryle. There is a silence available from Ali, but Tomato with the Aphotic Shield immediately, and Ali's gonna get blasted. Immediate mana battery shenanigans, back to full mana is the Storm, can go for a second round.
Yeah, that's not the hero you want to find on your smoke. You want to find anything but all the jump.
23, Bryle takes some damage. He's going to zip in onto Q. Whitemon is trying to heal up Bryle, keep him going. But they need to be careful because the in comes Jabs. Doesn't have the Skewer available, but he does have a nasty RP. 3 seconds left to get the Skewer RP play. Coming forward, Jabs, pump fakes the RP. Ari is going to get the disarm off. They lose 23 to the mine.
Kasane joins.
And a huge kill comes through. Jabs trying to get himself away. Does have the RP, but doesn't really have anything that he can do with it. Misses the shockwave as well. Double kill secured. The disarm coming out from the taser. Really doing everything. They could not take down the mine because they were all disarmed.
Yeah, and it's the first time we see Duza joining a fight, and doesn't feel like they can do anything to Duza. So it starts with a smoke that they find the Abaddon. That's not the hero you want to find, which explains a bit the pick. We've seen already on the stream a Tide Hunter against Magnus. Now we see the Abaddon. So you see this hero, but you cannot jump on him. You don't want to, for example, skewer him back. You don't want to use your Void Spirit spells on him. And we see here the damage dealt. It's everything on the Void Spirit against 5 heroes that are being active on the TSM side.
Look at Makoto's second item that he's building. He's got the Echo, and now it's going to be Nullifier! Because Pugna is a thing. And Aphotic Shield is a thing. So it's actually a really good item to get before, you know, Glimmer Cape's being built up and whatnot. So looking forward to seeing if it's going to be as effective. I think Nullifier is just such a stupidly good item this batch.
Yeah.
But second
seeing
item
the replay,
is
I'm
quick.
surprised by how many cope RPs we see. Like, Magnus is about to die, he just RP like, oh, I used my spell. We've seen this on a lot of Magnus games so far. It's a 2-minute cooldown, so it feels like, okay guys, we cannot fight for the next 2 minutes. I feel it. I'm just gonna press one button. There's nothing to be done here. Because it's not useful at all.
Both Wisdom runes have not been picked up yet, but it seems Ari is going to head to secure the Radiance one. The Dyer's one is no one's heading in that direction just yet, which is a lot of experience that you're letting lie on the floor. Ali, for instance, still level 6 after 14 minutes, so definitely needs to get some levels. Well, Jab secures it because, well, he's the core here. He ain't going to share nothing with no one.
I mean, he shares with one support.
Oh yeah, but that's because Blizzard, because Valve made him do it. They forced him to share it.
Would be the selfish thing.
I mean, to be fair, him cleaning out camps that are stacked is giving his supports experience and gold, so he's such a good supportive player.
Yeah, and when he gets the dagger plus harpoon, then he's gonna bring kills to his team. So it's about sharing the resources, knowing your timings, and they definitely need this timing. You can see 23 Savage is still on his way to the Manta, so they are really far away from the big items. Magnus need to be able to play active with Mikoto. Only Mikoto is not enough.
Yeah, Kasane is already halfway towards his Ags.
Yeah.
So that's terrifying.
Smoke coming, 16-minute rune.
Zip in.
The jump.
A lot of mana used, but you got the mana battery behind you. Q on the run, Aphotic Shield distracts them for quite a significant amount of time. And it did cost them a bunch of resources and a bunch of time to only get Q, but that's only so far. Can they get anything more? Makoto's on the run, and he's going to go for the TP. Tomato cannot interrupt TP.
Yeah.
It's a very lengthy TP as well. But it's towards mid where they catch Bryle. Do they have the control? Yes, they do. Nuke him down. Makoto gets that kill. 6-1-1 on the Void Spirit. His TP was towards the tier 2 tower mid. That's why it took significantly longer.
Yeah, really clever from Talon to punish this small window that TSM gave to them. Because TSM did the weird thing where you have the Abaddon chasing the hero while Storm is farming the lane. It should be the opposite, right? You need Storm to chase heroes and Abaddon to show in waves. So a bit of a weird choice by the TSM cores and really well played by Talon. Not giving any windows for TSM. They see the opening, they punish them. Mikoto playing really well, finding those windows to delay the game so the Morphling can get to his agonies.
And Makoto also getting constantly the extra Empower buff, which is nice. Ollie jumped by Bryle, will be taken down. They won't chase for more because
yeah,
it's very risky with the entire lineup there.
They still chasing with the Duza, just cleaning up the area. I'd assume you can farm the enemy camps. They cannot jump on you. Very close to the agonies. But I believe this Storm into Sky Jump, you can understand why I wasn't a huge fan of the Sky pick. It's not a one-to-one counter to Storm if the enemy team has Abaddon and Pugna. It's actually really bad to be a Sky on the situation. You need to silence him and burst him, and if the silence is dispelled, you're useless. All your spells do nothing to Storm besides the silence. So pretty rough Sky game here.
Yeah, he also doesn't have the best farming tool. He could like Mystic Flare a creep wave, but yeah, you don't want to because Mystic Flare costs a stupid amount of mana to use. So he's falling very far behind in terms of net worth.
And you definitely want heroes that are able to shove waves when you're playing against Duza. You want to delay the game.
The shard's kind of nice though, if he gets it for free from Roche. But Rubik's shard is way better. Rubik's shard's really strong. Techies' shard is really strong. Pugna's shard is that one's kind of bad.
Techies' shard might be the strongest shard in the game, in my opinion. I've seen like this matchup, for example, against they jump to Kasane.
Kasane out of mana almost. They're trying to go for Roshi. Eats a uses stick, eats a mango, back to HP
it's gonna be
enough,
full mana.
And they'll take Roche. So very worthwhile engagement there for TSM, forcing out the RP, the Mystic Flare, keeping them distracted the entire time through. Though Mikoto is very close to finishing up the Nullifier, and that should help him to at least get like a nuke on the Pugna and take him down.
Yeah, there's at least one hope for them to react to these Aegas that TSM has. They need to somehow find pick-offs, find those small windows that TSM does mistakes. Maybe Timado goes for some greedy farming and he's not the Aegas hero. Or Storm does a crazy jump and you separate him from the team. They need to outplay to survive. Even though net worth-wise, it seems game is even, the timing here is so much on TSM hands. They cannot kill Duza.
That is until 23 gets his Ags, and he is 2 pieces in. He's getting closer. That Ags is going to be a really big moment to possibly turn the game around in their favor. You get a good RP into Dusa with the Mystic Snake bounce, standing in the middle of the entire team fight, and you could be in a lot of trouble.
And Mag is going BKB.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting choice. I mean, he has skipped the Blink Dagger before on Magnus and chosen to just go for the Harpoon and use that as... I mean, you don't have the biggest leap, but...
It's kind of the Jabs playstyle, right? Where he's also a carry in your team. I believe that's the approach. Also, not the easiest skewer targets. You don't want to bring a Duza into you. You don't want to bring an Abaddon into you. You cannot jump on a Storm. I think it would be interesting to jump the back line together with the Void Spirit.
Top side, he already used his Mystic Snake, but they have the damage to burst him down. Nullifier thrown out. He gets his ulti off just before his mana ends. And
meanwhile, they are chopping the tier 2
Stone
tower
Gaze out there.
bottom.
Actually, they might be able to get a decent catch here. There is Stone Gaze stolen. Jab's trying to chase. And they're going to turn their attention towards Ari. Tomato jumping in aggressively. Stolen. Stone Gaze comes out from the Rubik. And Bryle's going to get stunned up in the process. 23 does have the damage. Skewered. RP was available for Jabs. Did not use it. Could have killed that Aegis at the very least. But they will nuke Tomato down. And they even still have that RP at the ready. So very patient gaming coming out from Jabs.
Talon just outplaying, TSM making silly mistakes. Should not be rough with them. They have the Aegis, they have the tools to push a tower, and they're just showing one core on each side lane. Not only showing, Abaddon is actively hitting a tier 2 tower, while your Duza and Pugna are showing on the very other side of the map. They don't need those type of risky plays, they can just run down a lane. They're so strong. Instead, they separate from the Duza, pretty questionable. And Talon, again, every small window they have, they take benefit of it. They punish TSM really fast on the decision making. Especially Mikoto now with the Nullifier, going for Manta. 7-1.
Yeah, it was a pretty nice choice. Draining the Deuce's mana to make sure that he can't join the rest of his team, then TPing with your entire lineup to go for the contestation fight. It was a very heads-up play coming out from Talon there. And honestly, I was doubting Jabs' choice of not RPing, but it does make a lot of sense that he would save it for after the borrow time was popped, or after the Aegis was popped.
Yeah, it's in case maybe we get a kill on Storm, then he's definitely dead. And sometimes you don't even want to kill Storm if you don't have the tools to kill him twice, because he's going to come back full mana, full HP. Sometimes the best choice is just not kill him.
Well, Makoto going for the Manta next. Let's see, any interesting choices? 23 has his Ag, so... actually, they're going for the Tormentor steal here. And it's going to go towards the Techies. Oof, and immediately TPing towards the other side, going for their own Tormentor.
But Mikoto is
possibly
there.
23 going for the TP. Oh, 23 mistakes have been made. Can he get himself out of there? Does have that Aghanim Scepter. Turns into the Storm for a second. He did swap everything already towards Strength. Waveform is not available just yet. Now it is. Can he get himself out of there? There is no support coming in, but the Mystic Snake connects and finds the kill. 23 drops and a huge kill coming out from TSM. He TP's right in the middle of the lane. That is risky.
Yeah, and Timado was also on the run. So the exact same play you were watching top was happening on the bot lane, where Abaddon is left behind, but he managed to escape. Barely escape. And there were 4 Talon heroes just chasing him, while the other 4 TSM heroes were chasing 23.
Kasane's next item, Octarine Core, is what he's going to be building up. More Mystic Snakes, more chances to harass your opponents. They did not take down the second Tormentor. Jabs
has the BKB.
Pops the BKB.
Has
and
his
he's going to go for the straight TP. But he dies.
Ooh, not enough.
That's so one of the big pluses of Pugna in this patch, is that Life Drain continues through BKB. It does half damage, but still, it does damage.
Yeah. Again, the game looks very rough for Talon if TSM just run it then. Talon is doing their best. Given the draft, I feel like they're playing superbly to survive in the game. Again, they have the net worth lead. But when you compare the 5 heroes, Ari, Nullified, Sky
Silence, Mystic's Flare, and he's going to get taken down by Makoto. Used everything he has. He doesn't have a tool out of their queue with the lift, trying to keep them occupied. Slow stun comes out, but 23, he's playing the Dusa gaming. And now you got to be a little bit careful, because he does steal a lot of stats away.
Yeah, he has also Manta, Pugna with the life train, using it to at least kill one of them. I've seen some teams go Dagon to deal with the illusions also from Medusa. But when you have Pugna, you don't need it. Yeah, again,
Pugna.
good move by Talon. A catch into the techies. They need those sort of pick-offs. The 5-to-5 team fight should favor TSM, but TSM, they're not finding those fights.
Yeah, they
Seems
are
like finally
being
they
dodged
moving
around
5
the
heroes.
entire time.
Yeah.
I do
Seems
also,
like
I completely forgot that Nullifier can also get rid of the reactive taser. So that's another addition of the item that makes it very worthwhile.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mado takes a tier 2 tower.
Ollie's got a 4-staff. He's actually about the same net worth as Whitemon, which is pretty impressive considering Ollie was struggling the entire game and Ollie had, Whitemon had such a good early game. But yeah, mana batteries don't get farm.
It is by playing together with the Void Spirit, being into those plays, getting assists. The jump from Storm.
Bryle is going to get silenced immediately. Do they have the nuke damage? Bryle's dropping low. He's going to get taken down. And indeed, they managed to get the catch. But Makoto jumps into a rough spot. Nice 4-staff usage there to get Makoto out of harm's way. And the Manta dodge as well. Turns the Nullifier in onto Tornado with the wave from forward. 23 is going to join the fun. Immediately popping the burrow time. That is super risky. 23 wants to continue the chase here. But Jab's going for the catch. He does have the harpoon. Catch is there onto Kasane. Slow him down. Nullifier gets thrown out. The saves are not coming in. Or are they? The heal from Whitemon draining everything he has. But Kasane, he's still surviving. Makoto knows he needs to get rid of the supports first. And he does indeed do that. Kasane doesn't have the big support anymore. Nullifier gets thrown out. Good stun from Ari. They're trying their best to keep the Dusa going. Dusa gets drained and pushed to the side. Jabs is now in trouble. 23 with the straight TP out. Will be able to get the TP to safety. They lose Jabs and they went too deep.
Yeah, they went too deep. First, Storm went extremely deep. Gave a free kill to start a team fight on Talon. Then Morphling joins in, turns into Dusa, makes TSM run. Things were looking really great for Talon until they dove the tower. Although I feel like this Dusa is still very, very hard kill. Under a tower or not, the hero can kite so much the team fight, press the Mystic Snake. The hero was barely 0 mana, then pops 1 Mystic Snakes, back to 1k mana, then you need to deal more 3k damage. TSM very fast Roche with the Abaddon.
Talon is TPing in though, and there's going to be the jump in onto Ari. Makoto getting bursting down. The disarm comes out, a little bit more problematic. They get back, silence on Bryle, and he's going to sit back through. Oh, Ollie.
Jumps, finds Ollie, he's aimless.
Bryle's actually out of mana right now. He needs to be very careful. The stun isn't going to be enough. Bryle is out of everything. Needs this battery to help him. But in the trees, they will find Q. And 23 is still on the other side of the map. He can take the Twin Gate if need be, if they're going to continue this. But Bryle's back to full HP, full mana.
And so full mana, yes.
And that's the problem. They want to go back into the pit.
They're still sticking around the area. Mag has RP in 8 seconds. Smoke popped.
Twin Gates. Actually, 23 is just going to TP instead of use the Twin Gates.
Dire advantage right there. Roche's gonna move. Roche's gonna move. 3 seconds. Let's see. There's some bugs that he stops moving if you keep hitting him. Let's see if it's bug. No, team fight happening.
He's going for the TP out. He's on towards the other side. 23 turning into the Dusa Gaming. And is going to chase up Tomato. Tomato's ulti is now on cooldown. But they need to back off because, of course, Roche is the bottom side where you can quickly take the Twin Gate if you're Talon and try and steal it. You just place a couple of those Aether Remnants.
Extremely interesting. Yeah, they have to TP in. So Talon, they have the advantage.
They're all TPing in. 23 throws out the Mystic Snake. They need to be a little bit careful. The TP Snake forever. Jabs with the RP. Does a considerably mistime it slightly. Whitemon is going to get jump. Nullify does connect. Mikoto, does he have his jump out of there? He jumps, but not too far, because Tomato will be able to drag him back into his clutches. The rest of the team needs to run away right now. 23 sees a couple of nice healing load assists to take with him. And an aggressive zip coming through from Brow. Can they get anything more going? They could also just go for Roche. That's a possibility here. But they want 23.
They can go back on the
need
Storm.
23. He has the wave 4 back. He turns back into an opponent. And who did he turn into? Storm. And he drags them all together. But there is not enough damage behind it with Mikoto being dead. They get the kill onto Storm. Onto Morph. And they should be able to get that second Roshan.
I feel when Storm goes that crazy with the jumps, they could have turned around with the supports. At least Morphin even tried to do, but the supports were not on the same page. Well played by TSM with the TPs into the outpost. They knew they could not use the gate. It would be too telling. They would come on the same time. Easier to set up an RP, so good TP spots for them. Maybe not so much on point, the RP from Magnus. But yeah, TSM, they played well. The Roche turned to be Radiant, which is a huge advantage for them because they can use the buybacks if needed. They can use TPs. Void Spirit's dead. He doesn't have a TP spot if he buys back. If it was the Dire Roche, as it began, maybe Mikoto could join it back.
Mikoto's building Diffusal Blade right now. He has it done. And the upgraded Diffusal Blade's nice, but it's a very interesting item on a Void Spirit.
Yeah, I see the idea behind, because you play against Duza. I don't think it's that effective. Because you should
like
just
Disperser,
build a critical and you're gonna do more damage.
Oh, drag back onto Kasane. On the high ground he goes, but Jabs is the one that's in a little bit of trouble as well. 23 trying to help out his teammate. Tomato, they get the kill onto Jabs. They do not have the RP for the high ground defense just yet. He could buy back if need be, but Kasane frontlining he's just never gonna die. This Dusa is not even losing HP.
Yeah, has also a very good tier 3 item for him. He has the block on the magic damage. He has more mana, more move speed, everything you want on Medusa. It's a very good item pick up by Kasane.
Tomato, very solid at pushing with the Curse of the Avernus and the illusions. Look at that damage.
And the Manta dodge on the snake. It's
Backdoor
surprising
protection.
that Hugh is able to get the spells from Duza. Kasane is playing superb Duza, but I would risk telling he's not the biggest Duza player because you just toggle split shot when you do it. It's like the Bulwark toggling with Mars. You press any spells and you can instantly toggle the split shot.
Yeah, but there's always a moment where you don't think about it.
Yeah, there's so much going on. Yeah.
But they get
But I'd
themselves
say, for example,
racks.
carry players, they have this muscle memory on the hero. It's just because, yeah, Duza offlane. It's a thing on the last month. Beforehand, it would be griefing the match.
In pubs, it's still griefing the match.
Oh, let's not go on pubs discussion, my friend. Dangerous territory.
Well, I mean, you see it right
Tormentor
here.
being done.
Just pick it always in your offlane. It's as simple as it can
goes
be.
to Bryo. Pretty good shard. Has the overload charges. And also, they go to your teammates around.
Well, they're going to go for their own. Finally, the first shard to be possibly picked up on the side of Talon.
Oh, Sky almost dies.
Ollie needs to make sure he gets away. And it's going to be the Rubik Shard.
Jumps, gets the XP rune.
The Rubik Shard's so good. The lift to save your allies. You have some kind of a couple of spells that you can possibly use on, like Reactive Taser if you steal that one. What other choices do they have? Not really, that's about it. Yep, that's it. You have one thing that you can really use with with the Shard steal. He's going for Ags though, so with that Mystic Snake that he has on Q, he wants to make sure that he gets the stun added on top. AoE Electric Vortex is always a nice one that you could possibly get. So
Yeah.
It is a
if
pretty
he managed
decent
to get
Rubik
these eggs, he's gonna be super happy. But it's hard. They have Aegis, they come for the push. Brian with the jump, doesn't find anyone. But ideally here it's just Timado hitting and the team on the back line. They don't need the start of jump. Because the enemy team cannot jump on Timado.
And Timado has the Aegis and the borrow time. Borrow time's gonna get popped. They tickle him the first time. 50 seconds for that Aegis. Quickly blinks away before he gets held back.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I jinx it. I say they cannot jump, and they instantly jump.
Oh, missed jump from Jones. Gets dragged back by Timado.
Harpoon.
Forced to pop the BKB immediately. Harpoon's a nasty one. If you're fast enough.
Again, Mystic Snake on the Rubik.
Mana battery.
This helped me so much with the high ground defense. Timado going again. Aegis about to spire. This can be dangerous.
Yeah, he could get skewered. He does have the borrow time, of course. But they can definitely nuke him a second time. They have damage, but they just need to get them separated on the side of Talon.
Tier 4 items coming in. Storm picks up the Timeless Relic. Is super happy to have it.
Some heroes are just stupid when you can choose your neutral items.
Yeah.
Storm
Shield
is a
rune on
prime
Abaddon.
example.
But there's a nullifier on the enemy side. Not meaningful at all.
Well, they did only... they haven't taken down the tier 3 tower topside just yet, so net worth-wise, they're not falling that far behind. Kasane is getting... Well, he is really fat on the Dusa. He's got the Scythe of Ice now. He's going for bots level 2. Has that gem, of course, because no one can kill him, as we see that he still hasn't died this game. And Tomato with the Bash coming in. Makoto's next item is going to be crit Silver Edge, actually, to be precise. So with the Silver Edge, they can kill the Abaddon.
Yeah. They actually showed that they could kill the first time, but they had Aegis, so they didn't want to spend RP and other spells on him. Abaddon seems killable. The issue is this Medusa. He can also go for the Agony's Blessing, and then he's going to have a slot for one more item. He's also carrying a gem, so he can turn into a carry. He can build some damage now if he wants to.
Yeah, hopefully it will be a nice team fight coming in. Jabs is having some struggles getting good RPs this game.
Yeah, not the easiest targets, to be fair with him. Void Spirit with the Diffusal you talked about. I want to see how strong it is.
Yeah, I don't really think
The
it
tech
does
is
too much
mine,
at this
spot
stage.
Everything. The Zero is way too broken.
They also have Kasani farming on the other side of the map because he did finish his bots level 2, so if his team needs, he can just TP on them in a couple of seconds and join any
With
team
Octarine.
fight. With Octarine as well,
40
so
seconds
his cooldown is... I mean, it doesn't show it because... Oh wait, no, it does show it
40,
because
no?
bots... Yeah, but I forgot that bots level 2 now doesn't have a 30-second cooldown, but a 40.
Yeah.
And sometimes it bugs, so I thought maybe not this time. But indeed, it does show 30-second cooldown on his TP. He also has Dandelion's Amulet, which is neat, but he still needs to get his tier 4, which he just finished. The Spell Prism on Dusa. Octarine plus Spell Prism. Yep. Seems legit.
Seems fair. Arcane Rune for the Storm. That's what they were waiting for. But he'll get nullified. But just for this first jump, I'd say it's really good. It's a good pickup, even against a nullifier. Bugna getting the Lotuses. 3 of them were forgotten in there.
Xana going Dagon because he knows a real Chad only builds Dagon. Storm
Wait,
doesn't have
who's going for the Dagon?
Kasane, Dusa.
Yeah. it's an approach to do damage and also to insta-kill the illusions that Morphling is gonna make from you.
Oh,
Because
Jabs
he will
gets jumped very quickly and very quickly dies. Does have a buyback at the ready if need be. You have to be really careful. They're hyper aggressive at this stage, and they're going in for more. Ari smoke gets broken. Q with the jump away. Makoto's actually going to jump in aggressively. Gets instant hex. Gets hex again. Drag back. Mag back, but it's a little bit too late. And on the side, Q can even get himself out there. Does have the glimmer. Going for the straight TP afterwards. The dust gets used, but the damage is too high. They do not have a buyback available on Makoto. He just bought out the Shadow Blade, and now it's going to be a really rough high ground defense.
Yeah, I wonder, probably TSM, they want to force a buyback and then go Roche. Or straight away going Roche. Yeah, they already had a lane of frags mid. The wave bottom was really far away, so it's a good move. It's a Radiant Roche, so as you mentioned, Aghanim's.
Free Storm Ags, which is scary. Very, very scary. Unless they give it to Tomato, but I assume it's just going to go to Brile.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm getting a bad feeling on this Magnus hero. It feels like it's being figured out. You get heroes that interact well against him, and the hero has no impact into the game. Feels like Jabs farmed, and found zero impact so far. Wisdom Rune, they ping it. Will Ari go for the steal? He will.
Easy XP.
He'll be faster. Yeah.
Level 20. Blast off cooldown reduction. Nice. And now they're 21k ahead. They have 2 cheeses, an Aegis, and a free Ags on the Storm.
Yeah. Talon goes for the desperation play
to try and get a very big catch. He does get stunned up immediately, forced to pop the BKB. Didn't get the electric vortex off even. And Dusa's ulti was used. So all in all, not too bad here for Talon, because they didn't really use anything.
Yeah, and Magnus has the ninja gear, so he can be perma-smoked. Not perma, but very frequently. Go for those pick-offs. Try to see a hero out of position. They're pinging the top wave. They know a hero has to come back and defend it. Maybe that's the opening that Talon is waiting for. When they see a TSM hero top, they can go for this jump on Magnus. And then he realizes, oh, there's a better choice.
Stupendous.
Yeah, since he got the Aghanim's, oh, the jump. Yeah, Brile doesn't have any detection also, so invisibility, invincibility. Ari, just going for mines to spot heroes. Talon is pinging the Pugna. They know there's a hero on the other side of the map, and there's the Pugna bottom. Is it the opening they're looking for? Not really. Just chilling. Yeah, it's a really hard jump. The other backline, Rubik, has the Aghanim's, so I want to see the backlines doing a lot of work on the team fights. It's the time to shine, supports. Yeah, so the smoke on Ari, Scuzz has the ninja gear, so he gets to scout the map, planting mines. They see the Void Spirit. Dagon on Doza. 1 minute 45 on the Aegis. The dagger from Timado trying to find a hero. Brile also jumping in. He knows he has the mana coming from Pugna. They want to use this Aegis. The steal into the Mystic Snake and Stone Gaze. Rubik has both. Skewer. Abaddon, first life, going out, has ultimate still, pops it, the jump. No buyback on Magnus, he's dead. They go for the Void
Makoto trying to
Spirit.
get away. The stun comes out. Q has the stolen Stone Gaze. He tries to keep them at bay. Has that Mystic Snake that he can spam out as well the entire time through. 23 is going to get controlled up. He does have a buyback at the ready if he can use it. Can they get anything done? Immediately gets stunned up. Bryle, they're almost diving the fountain, but they make the call to run away. Makoto jumps in too aggressive. Makoto's going to get blasted. They will have another buyback, but that's the last one in the tank for Talon. And 23, he just doesn't have any damage. They're forcing them in towards the fountain, keeping them at bay. And it looks like Talon will lose game number 1.
Yeah, meanwhile, Pugna is just healing the Storm back to full mana, hitting the techies back to full life, and they will just right-click the buildings. Void Spirit has a buyback, but I don't think it's enough to carry them.
23 gets controlled up. Tomato, nothing they can do. Makoto with the buyback is just going to stand there diving towards the supports, but they're too tanky, too much to handle, and the GG gets called. It's TSM taking game number 1. And the Morphling this time was not enough to beat the Dusa.
Yeah, Morphling is the 1-to-1 counter to Medusa carry. He's not the 1-to-1 counter to Medusa offlane. Medusa offlane does not build damage. It builds spell casting. And as a Morphling, you want to be able to steal all the stats. And the hero is not a hero that wants to right-click, so he doesn't feel any bad that he cannot right-click. You just want to stay there and press spells. And the items come early on the offlaner Dusa because you don't need this butterfly to be online. All you need is a Phylactery, and then you're probably gonna farm your Aghanim's playing aggressively on the map. So they didn't have the tools. Really hard Magnus game. So Jabs had no impact on the Magnus. Being fair with him, the hero could not do much in the game. Mikoto, outstanding performance, but not enough. Not enough. I feel like TSM draft was just superior, way easier to execute, thus they get a win. They played well their draft, played to their strengths, no deaths on Kasane, just 1 death on Timado, played this win lane win game with the Dusa.
Jabs did the least amount of damage of anyone else in the game. That's not really what you want to see. He had decent farm for most of the game, but just could not make that farm into any advantageous fights. Granted, TSM played it really well. Like, they dodged. They never stacked. They never grouped up, so his RPs were not possible. Most of the time, he was also the one that got caught first, so it does make it a little bit easier. But yeah, big props to TSM. I also like the fact that Kasane went for that early Octarine, because Octarine doesn't give you, for instance, stats. So if 23 turns into you, he can't steal your HP, he just steals your stats. And if you don't build into stats, and just straight HP and mana, like, there's very little that he can steal except for the Mystic Snake, and I guess he might have realized that a little bit later in the game because, he never really got any damage off.
Yeah, they didn't have the tools to do with the Dusa.
We do have a couple of nice highlights from that game. We're going to go over to the monster moments. And here we have, oh yeah, this was the team fight where they all 5 TP'd at the same time. Jabs throwing out the RP, but mistiming it because he thought that the TP was going to be finished. However, because they all TP at the same time, the last one takes forever.
It's like RP BKB skewer to bring a Dusa to a spot she want to be on the team fight. That's basically it.
Yeah, it did not go as well as planned.
Cannot blame the player with a hero that's not feeding the matchup. It's really hard. I believe the Magnus hero has been figured out, and Medusa is a hero that's extremely strong if you don't counter it with all the tools you have. So I feel like the TSM read on the meta in this draft was just better. Magnus is still the most picked hero in the tournament. Till this match had 23 picks, 43% win rate. On the other hand, Dusa 16 times with 62%, Techies 18 times with 60% also. So they had the strong early game heroes, and they didn't pick heroes that Magnus could interact well against. All heroes you don't want to skewer in, so basically Talon's strat was to farm, and wait till they had massive items, but this time didn't come.
Well, they did get very rough to beat. I mean, the Void Spirit was very farm, but he couldn't kill Whitemon. Like, he couldn't dive the Pugna. He tried a couple of times, but then he got disarmed by Ari's second spell, or, you know, they had multiple ways of just keeping him safe from that dive, and only 3 deaths on Whitemon. I mean, looking at this lineup, obviously Kasane gets MVP because he's a Dusa that didn't die and wasn't able to be touched, but Tomato on that Abaddon as well. Like, they had 2 heroes that you just couldn't kill, and the third one you could possibly kill was the Storm, but that, you know, it's a Storm. How are you going to catch him?
Yeah. Just when he does crazy moves, Bryle did a bit of the crazy moves, some jumps really deep in, but Whitemon was there to save him most of the times. Maybe I would give the MVP to Whitemon, even though Kasane just carried it, but Whitemon, he got a level 6 very early on. He won the fights on the power-up runes for his Storm, otherwise the Void Spirit would have gotten out of control. Well played from everyone in general on TSM, very nice match.
Yeah, very nice match indeed. But the question is, are they going to make it a 1-1 tie, or are they finally going to get their first W here over at DreamLeague? We'll go towards the break to check everything out afterwards. Don't forget to stay tuned. Game 2 after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. That was game number 1. It was a doozy. It was exciting. It was exhilarating. But we will have a game number 2 to see if this is going to be a W for TSM or another tie coming through in the Dream League tournament. My name is DK Truman, and I am joined once again by Estini. Well, can you give us a quick recap of what went wrong in game number 1 for Talon?
I would say especially the draft. I don't see what they could have done in the game to win the game. Maybe the second or third Roche fight, it was the second Roche on Dire. Maybe they could have used buybacks there, forced the Roche there, and then the Roche went to Radiant side. Maybe they could have played a bit better that part, but honestly, I don't see what they could have done to win the game against this Duza. They had no tools to deal with the Duza. They assumed it was a Duza carry, picked Morphling against it. It was a Duza offlane. They had no tools. You see, you get outdrafted when you last pick a Sky, and it's a Sky playing against Abaddon, against Duza. Like, you don't want to be a Sky against Abaddon at all. So you see the 2 cores on the enemy team, they're like, oh, I want to be a Sky. Oh, there's a Storm there. Cool, but there's an Abaddon with a debuff. There's Pugna healing it. So your last pick doesn't make any sense, means you've lost during the draft somehow. Maybe give up on this Magnus, try to change to another hero that hasn't been figured out. Maybe the Medusa ban or Techie's ban, which is a hero that's guaranteeing a lane phase.
Well, here we have the head-to-head brought to you by Acer. And, well, yeah, Tomato had a really good game. 23 actually as well. His early rotation in the early game was very nice. But they were on the back foot the entire time. And honestly, they were just lacking damage. That was it. It was straight up. They were lacking a ton of damage to be able to get any kills during that game. And it was a little bit rough for them to try and recover. But, yeah, Tomato on that safe lane about it. Hey, I had a little bit of doubts, but he played it really well.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the last hit. Morphling had way more farm, but he couldn't do anything with it. There was TSM playing with this ball that you have the Pugna on the backline healing. You have Abaddon with a D-spell. You have Duza with Electric, Octarine, Aghanim, Shard, the ultimate, everything to stop you. So really rough game for this Morphling. On the other hand, Timado being this front line, being the hero that hits the tower. Also with the techies on the back line, being able to disarm heroes that could go on him. So yeah, he played up to the strategy, ended up doing more hero damage, more tower damage, and having way more impact.
Yeah, impact and then some. There we have 23. We had the privilege of having him for an interview yesterday. Was pretty confident in his Morph versus Medusa shenanigans, but this time around it did not pay off as much as he'd like. Would your idea be then just ban the Dusa or focus it more in your draft?
Ban the Dusa against first pick if you don't wanna 6-7 it. A bit more complicated than simply ban Dusa. So your second pick, the enemy gets to show their first pick, you show 2 picks and they will answer it. So you can choose on your 2 picks to go Dusa and they don't get to pick it on 8, which means they get to pick Dusa and ban 3 counters. It's really hard to play against this Dusa when it's picked on the 8 slot, which is available for the first pick. So it has to do a bit with pick order. Talon chooses Radiant, TSM chooses first pick again. So yeah, either Talon needs to pick it earlier, so TSM doesn't have it, or yeah, they need to ban it.
Okay, well, we'll see if that's going to be the case. The players are currently getting ready to start out their drafting. I hope to see some fun heroes come out. I would assume Techies gets banned because honestly, as you mentioned, that's probably the strongest shard in the game and it's really rough to deal with it.
Yeah, I assume they can change the Batrider ban, maybe. It's not a hero that TSM has used so much. And they banned Beastmaster and Bat. They can ban Beastmaster and Techies, Beastmaster and Dusa. Even Dusa and Techies and play against the Beast could be a choice.
Well, they
But yeah,
start-
this Batrider ban doesn't make sense.
Well, the Wind Ranger ban does make a lot of sense, but there's Talon's removal of the Dusa makes the most sense. Sometimes you just gotta give the respect to your opponents. The question is, though, are they gonna let that Beastmaster through?
Yeah, Beastmaster or Techies, pick or poison. Depends if you have a strategy to deal with the Beast. Like if you're a team that played against Beast a few times, maybe you like playing Lich Bloodseeker, maybe you know a lane matchup that's gonna destroy the Beastmaster, you can let it through. Otherwise, just play against the Techies. You know, they will have a winning lane because Techies is so strong on lanes. But that's fair enough. If you better than playing against a Beastmaster if you don't know how to deal with it. Because Kasana's Beastmaster is extremely strong.
Well, Kasana's Beastmaster is, well, as you mentioned, he likes playing those kind of heroes. The Zoo idea, kind of what 33 does. Honestly, he's close to 33's hero pool in that regard, which is, you know, a nice ode towards your opponent. They do ban out the Beastmaster. As you mentioned, the Batrider gets first face picked by TSM last time. Talon banned it out, and yeah, indeed, they could go for the tech deck or get something else to try and counteract the bat instantly.
Batrider 1-1 against Techies is good, but Techies is such a strong hero that you usually want to have it. Last time they played against Batrider, they went Spirit Breaker. Yeah, Techies Doom. Good. Even if it's quote-unquote bad matchup for Techies, Techies is good against any hero. TSM, they see Doom. We've seen teams play Terrorblade against it. We've seen teams play Monkey. Monkey is a bit more of TSM style if they want to directly address the Doom. Some teams like Slark, but usually you want to already answer this Doom lane. You see the Doom, you want to carry that interacts well against him. Or maybe an Oracle 5, you want to pick your 5 to interact against it.
Yeah, it's a couple of possibilities. I've also seen the old classic Undying picked up against the Doom, because you have that save with the Shard later down the line as well. But the Monkey King comes out. You did predict that that might be a possibility. They have a little bit of flex with the Monkey, but it's probably going to be that safe lane +1 Tomato.
Yeah, it's really good, the 101 from Monkey. You have the lifesteal, you're going to have a great lane. Doom wants to run into the creep wave, basically hitting him. If you have a slow or you might get a kill. During the game, you get Doom, you still have your passive, unless Doom gets 25. So it's pretty decent for the Monkey King. I'd say Storm is a dangerous matchup because the Batrider and the Monkey. They choose to ban Slark, showing, I would say that Batrider is a 3. Usually when you play Batrider 4, you don't ban Slark. But as 3, that you give more farm priority, then you don't want to be against the Slark. There's, again, also the Oracle is good for both teams as a save. There's the SD hero as a save.
I think Shadow Demon is the unsung hero of this patch. There's too many saves that you need him for. Demonic Bird's so freaking good against the Monkey, against the Batrider. Saving against the Doom is always nice. I just really think Shadow Demon is so incredibly powerful.
Yeah, TSM banning the carry to carry matchups. Faceless Void. Talon has the 18 pick, so probably also setting up for something they want to pick on 16-17, a card they want to show. Not so sure what the Faceless Void ban indicates. Maybe you want a Pangolier, but then you need to ban the Seeker. Or just overall, feel it's good against the Batrider. You can just jump away. This Batrider, again, is not a Batrider that want to go than a Palm. He want to have Firefly, Flame Break, throw you a grenade, and kill you. And if you have a jump, he probably won't kill you. So the heroes that can survive on this lane.
Against the Bat Rider. I mean, it's the question if this is a techies 4 or 5, obviously. Probably going to lane together with the Doom because it is pretty decent against the Monkey King. They ban out the Morph lane. 23 loves playing his Morph. Makoto also likes playing it a decent amount. They actually do ban out the Bane, a hero that we don't see too often in this match. But the Enfeeble damage has been pretty solid and it is a decent save, or at least... It can be pretty annoying to deal with. We've seen it in actually the previous series that Epi and Adam were casting, where Bane made a massive play with the Fiend's Grip. It's BKB piercing always and can be nasty in the late game especially.
Yeah. I don't know, it's also a Pangolier protection. I don't know if someone wants to pick a Pangolier there. Silencer, the counter to Lasso. Also, I could see TSM going Dirge and having Dirge 3 with Batrider. The Silencer should block it also. So yeah, pretty good counter overall. Also, team fight hero. You usually don't want to pick Spirit against Silencer. Although, yeah, you can go Void Spirit and build Manta now because you are just universal, so you don't care.
Well, for the people that are wondering, Dirge is undying, so...
Oh, sorry. Too much Dota 1 mindset.
Yeah, Dota 1 then go, you know, it happens. Just like Spirit Breakers, Baratrum, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice to see a hero to bring kill potential into this Doom. Maybe Enchantress, Sky, even Veno. Any hero with a slow to work with this Monkey King in lane will guarantee the kill potential into the Doom. Maybe Pugna doesn't guarantee. Okay, Pugna's banned.
Pugna's banned.
I was
so.
thinking hero with high attack range to deal with the techies. There's Mirana still.
Lich is always solid.
Is a good slow. And the Void Spirit, that's the spirit you can pick against Silencer because you're the only spirit that's happy building a Manta style. You get damage out of those stats. Pretty happy.
And it's also, as we mentioned in game number 1, Makoto and Bryle love to spam the hero, so Bryle is pretty comfortable in playing the Void Spirit. You have that quick dive together with the Bat Rider. You can get the backline jumps pretty quickly. They have an aggressive lineup. I do think that the Lich will probably be completely smacked with if Talon gets any jump in this game, because no one in their lineup is really set up to defend the Lich, unless they go for an offlaner that does exactly that. But as you mentioned, there's a reasonable chance that the Bat Rider is going to be offlane.
Yeah. I would like to see on Talon an answer to the Void Spirit, maybe a Bloodseeker hero, or also have your mid Pangolier to create some chaos in the map to match those rotations. Because it feels like Talon, if they play for Mikoto, they will have a good game. It's better to guarantee this hero now before it gets banned.
Choices and choices and choices. Yeah, they are running out of time on Talon's side.
Some Viper, because you're against Monkey King.
Well, Vano over Viper all day, every day, but yeah.
I haven't seen the hero.
Ember. I mean, they're going to just focus on the mid matchup then instead.
Yeah, it's a good one-to-one match. It used to be way better for Ember till Void Spirit became universal. Still a good matchup for the Ember overall. So they're missing a carry. Okay, they missing a carry on Talon. They are missing offlaner or 4 TSM. Actually, TSM, they can do anything. They have the Void Spirit that can play as a carry. Monkey King can go mid now that you see the Ember Spirit. Could be something to be done. And then they They could pick either Batrider playing S3 or 4, have a hero that it's pretty open. So the Abaddon ban, good interaction against Doom.
Yeah, right now it's an off lane versus safe lane. They could technically also make the Doom safe lane if they want to go wild on the side of Talon. It wouldn't be the most surprising choice,
Yeah,
and they get something that
they
would
have
win.
the overall last pick, so it does make sense. If you see a hero that justifies, yes.
I mean, you could always go for some good old Gouda, aka cheese, that you can run if there's a possibility, of course, for it. Lycan gets banned, no Kasane hero.
Kasane Lycan, that's a good ban.
And the Visage. Yep.
He goes the other option.
Another
You
phylactery
cannot
builder.
take all the zoo out of the game. Yeah, another phylactery builder. Okay, Monkey King is gone, which is a good laner against him. I've seen Lifestealer lose this lane recently, which used to be good.
I mean,
There's
Lifestealer
Bristol
feels
back.
really weird right now in this patch.
Yeah.
Bristle could be a nice one, though. That could be a very surprise pick.
What else? Maybe you can justify a PL game here. Seeker. Okay, really good. Yeah. Talk about the Seeker on the 18 pick. Good answer to the Void Spirit. Really good lane against Visage. If you die too early, it can go bad. Especially because it's Batrider and Visage. Can be a really strong lane, but you should have the upper hand. It's a lane that I believe the one that wins the first 2 levels is just gonna stomp the lane. Like it's a lane that you say it's an even lane, any of them can win, but usually the one that wins it on an ugly manner, that the other one is stomped. Because you keep getting kills and more kills after you get the first one. Usually it's Bloodseeker that gets it.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Bloodseeker is one of the stronger safe laners in this patch. His shard is always really freaking good, of course, because it does percentage-based nom-nom-noms. Yeah, what are the game plans for both these teams? What are they looking for? Is it going to be late game for either of these, or is it just mid-game brawls?
I'd say mid-game brawls from both of them. Talon has the Doom. Usually when you have the Doom, you're the team that scales the most into this very late game. Doom becomes a carry and he gets 6 slotted really fast. But Seeker is an early hero. Ember is also being picked for the lane. Tech is being picked for the lane. I feel Talon, they lack the siege damage, so damage on structures. So even if they are winning this early game, they might have problems into concluding the game. On the other hand, TSM, they also have strong lanes. They have the Monkey against Doom. They have Batrider against Techies. Although Tech is probably going as a 4. But they have strong lanes. And Visage is a hero that he's gonna take down all the buildings in the game. It is a building taker. He's a Roche taker. So TSM has the upper hand in this snowball. Because if they win the lanes, they can convert into a win way faster than Talon could do.
Visage is a hero you don't see too often. The only other people that really run it most of the time it is 33. But the phylactery is actually a stupidly good item on the hero because of Soul Assumption and Grave Chill both being those single target spells. And having the extra stats in the laning stage does wonders for a hero like Visage.
Yeah, I think they should focus on shutting down this Visage. Maybe starting as a tri-lane. But yeah, it doesn't seem like they will start as a
I mean, if they
tri-lane,
do that,
because
then the
didn't
Doom is
start
completely
with Devour.
screwed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but usually then you start with Devour, you Devour the creep, like right in the tier 3 tower, and you just play passively, trying to survive. Because Doom has comeback mechanics. Visage, definitely Visage is a hero that he gets 6 and he just destroys the hero he's playing against. But if you delay the 6 a lot, he will not be able to come back into the game. He's a snowball hero.
Well, it's currently looking like Jabs is gonna at least get that tech support. Q can make some nice rotations though. Techies is one of the strongest heroes in terms of using the twin gates. But it's also very obvious if he's going to try and use the twin gates to go towards the bottom lane. Look at that ward as well. The observer ward from the dire side giving all the vision over where Talon is, so they're not going to be playing any aggressive gaming just yet. 2 for 2 bounty rune trades. We've got ourselves 3 lanes. And the question for you, my friend, is which lane is going to be the most entertaining?
Bot lane. It's a kill lane. It's a lot of kills. And they do the... Oh, no, they don't do the thing. I would say they do the thing where they start a streak, but Tech is already moving to the top lane.
Actually, Ollie is as well. They're both going towards top, so they might go for first blood onto Tomato. That's why they went for the Scorched Earth. And indeed, there's going to be a charge forward. Q gets to slow in. Ollie's got that Arcane Curse as well. Tomato's dropping low, and first blood should be secured for Q. So they actually flabbergast and surprise to manage to make the first blood happen in the top lane.
Yeah, really well played. So the tri-lane idea working. Not on the lane I was expecting to, but really well played because both wards were in the direction of the bot lane. So TSM like, okay, we want to keep this lane safe, we want to win this lane. And knowing that, Talon, they focus on killing on the bot lane. Seeker already dropping low, but he has a salve. He's playing correctly the lane. He knows the Visage has a lot of burst power.
And Thirst helps. Constant sustain with Thirst.
Also, having the pool unblocked, I'd say there's maybe overthinking here, but I think it's a big mistake. While Lich dies stop on the trade with Techies.
Bottom lane, they find Kasane. And that is actually dangerous, because as you mentioned, Bloodseeker is also a hero that can't snowball out of control.
Yeah, it's looking bad for the Visage if Seeker already got the kill. So, looking rough. And having this pool, the Seeker can always go back and heal by killing it. So Ahri not blocking it, in my opinion, could be a huge mistake here. He's running after the cool here. Also, he tells he has the ward by doing this, in my opinion. Oli running to the tower.
Well, he pulls the creeps back currently, and he's just going to try and dip out. Trinity is waiting for the courier to deliver his blood grenade. And Ahri is just dragging the creeps all the way around, creep pulling. Very lengthy one top side though. Jabs is going in onto Tomato. Even went for the point in Infernal Blade just for the lane dominance here. Not going for Devour just yet and bullying out that Monkey King.
Yeah, Techies is a very strong laner, so it helps Doom go through this lane. Because Monkey should be the counter to the Doom. But the Doom is building to win the lane. And it's working so far. They're pushing Tomato back all the time. Feels like the Lich support was not the best choice.
Q went for reactive taser level 2. That's not something you see too often. Normally it's just the blast off that they focus on.
Yeah, it was during the trade that we missed. I believe it's just on a very specific trade. It makes sense. You don't let the Monkey get the 4 stacks when he's about to get it.
Well, topside jabs. Tomato using Boundless Strike just to get creep kills. It is pretty disastrous if that's the way you're going to have to run it. Ahri rotating
It's gonna come up a lot on the mid lane into Bryo getting the power up runes, doing rotations, because without Bryo help, feels like the both side lanes are gonna lose. They go on Tomato again.
And Tomato does manage to get himself the very tiny heal. Nowhere near enough heal coming out from the Boundless Strike because they spread out very nicely. Whitemon, is he going to get taken down? Last right click from Q is going to connect. Double kill in the top side. And Jabs, okay, he's got the ensnare creep now. Did level a point in Devour. So you at least will be able to have that extra spell to be a nuisance. While Ahri now gets killed off in a very far off spot by 23. The early laning stage is looking really good here for Talon.
Yeah, Whitemon does the rebottle mid. He knows his hope is Brio. So let me help Brio so he can help me in the future. That's a good read. Yamato, again, using the Boundless Strike just to guarantee one creep. Pretty rough side lanes. Let's see if they will probably bring heroes to the 6-minute room to do something. That's what TSM could see as an opening.
Yeah, Q currently is about the same net worth as Tomato. The Monkey pick into the Doom plus Techie's not the most suitable choice right now, so far. I like the choice of Jabs actually for going for that Scorched Earth and skipping out on the... It's just pure aggression that they can constantly throw out. Tomato can't do anything.
Yes, having the Sinister Gaze to stop the jump from the techies, but...
And it's all magic damage as well.
Nice. They're gonna die again.
Ollie from behind comes to say hi. Q gets a double kill. But yeah, it's also magic damage, so even leveling Frost Shield won't do anything.
Yeah, and bot lane is relaxed for 23. So the Silencer is just moving around the map because 23 just stays in lane. He is getting few creeps denied, but he's also denying a lot of creeps. It's a thing now with the Visage being Universal Hero, you actually have damage to deny creeps, the new thing, new technology. So whenever he uses the Grave Chill, he takes the attack speed away after 23, managed to get few denies, but he can stay 1 against 2. Smoke, Void Spirit, going for the Secure.
Yeah, 23 is in trouble. He's gonna get jumped. There's no one to back him up and very quickly gets nuked with that DD. As you mentioned, Brawl, the moment he gets the first power rune, he will be able to make a play, and that is a good way to try and possibly start to recover the side lanes. Because his mid lane is going pretty A-okay against Makoto. But that was to be expected.
39 and 8 for both, so pretty even. Whitemon gets to get some XP on this mid lane also, so it's been fine. Ollie go for the rotation. It's Catapult Wave on top, so they would do a lot of damage to this tower.
And Jabs can try and farm 2 at the same time, the camp and the wave, so he'll get himself that level 6. Now that he's got Doom, you can't do anything there anymore. Makoto, though, has the Fire Remnant down, does not use it, and is going to get taken down. Q tries to man fight against Whitemon, will be able to get the kill onto Whitemon, drops a couple of bombs on the high ground. Brawl walks right towards the second mine, and he's going to get blown up. Q gets the kill, the disarm is there. Ari is about to go ham here. The disarm continues onto Ari. In comes Ollie to get himself some extra.
One hit.
Free
Triple kill.
Stolen, and Q with the triple kill. Okay, big mistake coming out from Makoto, but who cares? Techies is 8-1-1. Tech in the building. Look at his net worth. He's the same net worth as 23 Savage. What the balls?
Oh my god, he's so ahead of Timado. Triple kill, 4 kill. He placed really well the mine. He placed in fog because he's seen the Void Spirit was trying to right-click it, and he placed in fog, so he gets the kill into the Void Spirit after huge mistake from Mikoto. Kasane taking the bot tower in exchange, but it's a choice that they leave the tower. Yeah, seeing the replay.
I can't believe he didn't
First
die.
one, Ryo gets to right-click. Second one is on the fog.
That's remarkable.
The
The first one was placed on the high ground, which was technically also fog. Second one in the other fog behind the tree. Really well played. Knowing the hero's limits, maybe actually going over the hero's limits, to be fair.
Yeah, and Silencer's join for that interesting point of intelligence that is still. So he was in time. As 4 stolen.
Smart boy. Needs to get level 6 so that he's useful for his team. Because of course Silencer without 6 always feels negligible.
Jabs, Doom.
Tomato trying to sustain, but damage should be enough. And he is going to get taken down. No denies coming through. Rotation through from Q. And he's looking for blood. Does miss the stun though onto Ari. And
It's a
Brawl-
huge kill on Takis. They will chase.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. The
Q
vines.
gets the kill onto
White
White
Monk
Monk.
dead.
He knows there's no
Monster
spells. Brawl's got one more leap, that's it. But Makoto rotates through, and now Ari's gonna get caught. Why is Q so good on techies? He is baiting them in the worst possible fights.
It's like,
Single-handedly
let me
winning
miss
the game
2
for them.
spells here, so they think I'm bad on the hero and that I cannot go back on it.
Dire's structures
And just
are
guarantees 2
fortified.
more kills. It's also a lot on the XP, on the support, because Batrider was 4, so he's basically the jump.
Q still has
a lot of
Magic
gold if he
Wand,
gets
still
the
has
kill.
Moving Lotus, throws out a mine, Tomato gets some damage from it, Jabs is going to be surrounded, but with Kasane TPing through,
Run, Q,
resummoning the
run.
familiars. 23 is actually a Q.
Seeker
should
joins.
die.
Kasane
Oh,
gonna kill.
yeah, Kasane
jump.
gets the kill. 8 kill streak picked up, but 23 charging in the middle of the
1k
fight.
gold for
They
Kasane.
lose the bat. Can they actually get out? They need to be a little bit careful. Tomato is still ruptured. Will finally be found out. And the charge onto Kasane, who's out of mana. And, well, he just summoned those familiars. So if they kill the familiars, he won't have them for a while. And then he's just a creep.
White Mon's the next.
Speaking of
Still
a creep,
level
White
5.
Mon is going to be held at bay.
Riot rejoining
23
the fight.
jump, though. Has the familiar still on his behind. 23 will be nuked down, and Makoto, with the triple kill, is looking for more. Has a regen rune bottled up, but will most likely just walk it off.
I'd say it's not terrible for TSM because when you're so ahead as Talon ult,
Unless
jump
Tomato now
Tomato,
dies.
fight's still going on. Regen
You
pop
should have
from
jumped
Ember.
that so much. Okay, just jump it. Come on, go, go, go. Surprised that he didn't go for the blast off. I mean, there is the Aether Remnant threat, of course, but Makoto was
Tech
popping his
streak
regen.
gave almost 1k gold to the Visage. So he's up on the leaderboard, 954. It's a fair trade for TSM considering how behind they were.
Yeah, it was a painful loss there of Q. Everyone in the team in that replay just hunting after Q.
The raindrops keeping him alive, trading
Yes.
the extra space.
That last hit coming in from Kasane as well, just to finish him off in time. And then Tomato standing AFK. Wasn't even level 6 yet in that fight. Like, he just turned level 6 in 12 minutes time. This
Yeah,
monkey's got,
that's why
he's
given-
5 deaths in.
Given all the circumstances, it was actually good for TSM. They got levels, they got gold by taking down the kill streaks.
Well, Monkey's going for the Hanamitis. He knows he wants to recover. The only pluses, you mentioned it previously, they have very weak push on Talon. Their strongest push is proximity mines.
Yeah. Seeker is a hero that they go on jabs, bottom.
Chain Frost bouncing around. Jabs will be taking a heap of damage. Might kill off Tomato. Is trying to. Brawl jumps in. Should be. Oh no, the Sleight of Fist from Makoto will be able to get the kill secured. Looking for Ari. Still
Ari
has more
is
than
still
enough
level
mana.
5.
He just got
Get
level 6, but Lasso seems to be a futile attempt there. Double kill coming out from Makoto. I mean, while we're distracted with Q doing an amazing job, Jabs is top net worth after finishing up that Midas, and Makoto is also playing really well on that Ember, making very important rotations.
Yeah, I'd say all cores doing well, but then you look at the net worth and you realize, wait, Tech is not a core, Monkey is the core, so there's a hero that's wrong placement in the board, is the Monkey King 4k behind the Doom, 3.5-ish, behind the Techies. That's where the net worth advantage lies. No game for Timado.
Kasane has some decent farm. Didn't actually go for the phylactery build, instead chose to go for auras instead. Luckily enough, the upgraded Vlads doesn't exist anymore. The Wraith Pact.
Yeah,
'Cause
would have
that
been a good
brings
game for
horrors.
it.
I mean, it is mainly
physical
negative damage.
from Talon.
Especially against that techies. I mean, they need a pipe. They definitely need a pipe. Without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, that's why
Oh, Brow
going to
looted
the auras.
up.
Has
Oh.
face.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a miscommunication there. Q wanted to blast off on him, but there was that Aether Remnant, so Mikoto must have had to actually run into the Aether Remnant faster to make sure that Q could hit him with the blast off stun. Because that would have been a kill.
Yeah, the high execution level.
Yeah, you have to have a lot of
When
faith
you look
in
at the
your teammate.
replay, you're like, yeah, they could have done that, but it's a really fast thing. Think about you don't know if there are heroes on the cover. Don't know what happens if you get stunned by the remnant.
Obviously, but that's something that comes in with players when they play together for a while and they know how each other plays, that it's like, okay, he's gonna do that, I need to do this.
Yeah.
Which you have like Gaming Gladiators, that's one of the more important things that they have. They blindly trust each other.
Definitely this makes a really good team. There's a catapult mid, Visage doesn't use, they want to go for Timado bottom.
He does get rooted up, but that might be a little bit scary deep.
16 minutes in, it still doesn't have the hand of Midas.
Don't worry, he'll recover.
Timado.
He'll beat Q eventually.
And again,
Luckily
it's a
they
team that
haven't
was
farmed
used
Kasana.
to see... Is that... It's so dead. It's a team that was used to see Timado carry games 1 versus 9. You know, this carry that just have double the net for mid lane.
Nice global.
Rupture into Batrider. Global.
Ari with the
Batrider
TP.
TP.
There's the bomb chasing him, but won't be able to kill him. And the continuation of the fight. Ollie's going to get blasted. 23 is going to be next. A double kill comes out for the side of TSM. Jabs has the Doom at the ready. Crimson Guard as well, but they're going to go deeper. Brawl invised up. Do they have detection? No, they do not, and Brawl will be able to walk it off. So a very big turnaround play. Getting that double in mid is huge for TSM.
Good trade. Not even trade. It's a TP for 2 kills. Because the Rupture felt like the Bloodseeker would get the kill. But then the Seeker wants to go back on the team fight. Kind of underestimates the damage that Visage can do. And makes the move from TSM really, really good. There's still an XP rune from Talon. If it's not a minimap bug, I think it's... Yeah.
No,
so
it's still there.
Something that could be helpful for them. Supports have so many levels that they are like, probably I'm not missing anything, but it would be really good.
It is a little bit dangerous, this game, because, yeah, Tomato is really poor. But on the other hand, 23 is not the richest either on the Bloodseeker. He's not had the most perfect game. Like, the difference is primarily Techies is insanely huge. But how much can a farm Techies really do? They throw everything onto Kasana in mid, including the Doom. Tier 1 should be secured. Also, Ari on the Batrider has overtaken his own Monkey.
That's what I wanted to say. Monkey already has the Midas, but Batrider is ahead. The gold mechanics into Dota 2, you need to play active. You need to get kills, assists. Just right-clicking is not enough.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ari is actually gonna try and take the Ancient stack with this team, it seems. Or he's gonna
to
try
be
and lower
even
it down.
more ahead of the Monkey.
I mean, he's just trying to, I assume it's gonna be mostly for Braille and maybe a bit for Tomato.
Yeah,
is he gonna
has
get
a
anything?
bit of trouble right-clicking it on Timado.
Is Tomato gonna get anything? That's the big question.
Maybe
Oh,
one.
we see
Yeah, they leave one for him.
value right there. But yeah, the supports have been stacking a decent amount on TSM to try and get some recovery going. It's not gonna be the easiest, because he's just that far behind. And Monkey King does not have the best comeback mechanic. Primal Spring is decent for like farming a creep wave and getting out pretty quickly, but it also puts you in a rough spot because they hear you coming in. And exactly that happens in the bottom lane. Tomato, they hear the Primal Spring getting ready and they pounce. It's like when you have
8 and 2. They go for the Lich.
And Whitemon's gonna get caught as well. Very little he can do. Sleight of Fist finishes the job. Mikoto gets a double kill. Wicked 6 streak on the Ember. Close to finishing up his BKB. Net worth wise, it's still not out of the ballpark just yet, but it's getting scary.
Ryle, this is 23. But Jab's also there. Rupture.
Jumps to the side.
Do they have a cancel? No, Ari
Top tower is under
shows his
attack.
positioning. So 23, he farmed by the Wizard Rune and he left it there. There's two explanations. One, he want to leave to another hero. Second one is if it turns 21 minutes, it's gonna give more XP. So it's gonna give like, he's gonna have twice the 21-minute XP rune.
That could be a nice one, but it could also be
It's a very
stolen, and
greedy
then you're
move.
gonna be really
I've
sad.
seen two teams doing
Global silence. Tomato just jumped in. His team, can they help him out? They are keeping him alive with the aura so far. Every defense thrown out, but he does eventually die. Makoto has one more fire remnant at the ready. They're trying to hunt him down. But they won't be able to chase for more. They need to bail out. All their spells are on cooldown. The familiars might just follow suit. He doesn't have a resummon for another 20 seconds.
200 extra gold, 20 seconds that the Visage has of downtime, DD rune for the Ember, and a smoke coming out from TSM. The 21-minute rune, maybe they want to protect it. They assume the enemy team is going to come for take it. But Talon, they're hitting the tower with a catapult. They have the Doom to tank the damage. Now the creep wave arrive. As mentioned, their siege damage is super slow, but with a DD, with the siege creep, maybe that's what they need.
Well, on towards the tier 2 tower, towards mid. Can they do anything as a response here on TSM? The Doom gets thrown out onto Kasana. Wukong comes out. Tomato's immediately going to get silenced up. He does steal up a bit, but the damage is too immense. They lose 2, make that 3. All 3 cores are going to get taken out because Brawl got ruptured. And the Chain Frost is going to get thrown out. They even group up because they want to show dominance right there. It does nothing to us. You cannot hurt us with a snowball, bro.
Are given. The catapult's still alive. Gonna force the glyph. 3k damage done by the Ember with DD. 2.3 with the Bloodseeker. And the Techies just did enough damage to kill the Monkey King. The Monkey King throws the Wukong and the Techies jumps and kills him. Techies is a better carry than Monkey. Feels like Techies is the common factor into the winning teams in the series. Now 23, he goes for both of them. You can see he gets the extra XP, so he gets twice 840. Pretty choice.
Double value.
Yeah.
There's some nice tormentors as well to get right now, but yeah, this fight, they doom. So they started off by dooming the Visage, then they rupture the Void Spirit, and they, well, tactically nuke the living bejesus out of Monkey King. And then all 3 cores are dead.
They go for the Tormentor's Silencer, gets a shard. Maybe
double
he becomes
insta-steal.
another right clicker.
No, double insta-steal. Easy. Who cares about right-clicking? It's the insta-steals that matter. Oh, they're gonna try and steal Roche,
that's
but
what I'm saying. Like,
it's
you get damage. You become a right clicker when you have like 30.
That is true.
With Talon being timed, they have the cooldowns down. No Doom. Maybe that's a fight I'm looking for.
No.
Oh, the cool here is gonna tell their positioning.
Oh, they are trying to disengage all behind the Roche pit right now. Gets
They're
very
locked in the
dicey.
corner.
Jabs jumps in. Does not have Doom for another 20 seconds. Makoto on the back line. Global Silence gets used as well. Not a lot of damage thrown out just yet, but Kasana is finally going to get caught by Q. Chain Frost doesn't really do anything on the side. 23 has the movement speed because everyone drops very low. Tomato has no HP. One bomb thrown on him. Will stay alive, but the GG is already called, and that is it, ladies and gents. TSM tap out. They got techied. That's as simple as that. Q just dominated them, owned them, smacked them, obliterated them, and TSM could not do anything against the techies. It is the hero of the patch.
It is. The techies. Not fair with the team to say that he solo carried the game, but he was a carrier. He had so much impact. He destroyed TSM. It was monster kill, so 8 kill streak with 12 minutes into the game, something like this.
11
really well
to
played.
12.
Then the monkey
That's
had
stupid.
0 game.
It's remarkably well done. Here we have ourselves the overview damage dealt. Okay, that damage on the side of TSM is very sad. No one even breaking 10k. Oh, the pain. the very big amount of pain. But Makoto, 20k damage dealt in that game. Played, I mean, of course, Techies played really well, but Makoto did solid in his lane, and then every rotation was needed at the right time with the team fights to scrape up the ending and do the necessary amount of damage added into the mix. It's a sublime win for Talon, and TSM could not do anything because Tomato 0-11-2. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I mentioned that Talon, they lacked the siege damage, but you don't need to siege. If you kill 11 times the enemy carry, leave him with less net worth than your techies, they're just gonna probably call GG, so you don't need to kill the buildings. Just this massive killing going on the map. And goes to show to TSM, maybe drafting, they should not prioritize Batrider over techies. That's the choice they made. They had first pick. They go for the Batrider and leave the techies in the pool for Talon. That was not the best of the choices. Yeah, Tech is definitely a first pick material hero.
Astini.
Yeah.
All matches in Group A this round were 1-1 ties. So that is it continues to be 1-1 ties all the way through in that Group A. It's actually kind of remarkable because right now it's looking like the team that finally wins the match will advance on, and the team that loses is going to get eliminated. So they better step it up in the next couple of days. We will quickly check out the replays of that game because it's 90% techies from Q. He had some superb ones, brought to you, of course, by Monster. The Monster moments. Let's see. I want to see that. Yeah, this one. He jumps in. I'm thinking, oh my god, no, this is going to go terribly for Talon. Oh, what can he do? He throws one mine. They kill that one. Drops the second on the high ground. And that third one behind the fog. Q is just outplaying. That disarm on Ari. Disarms him again afterwards. And in comes Ollie. Job well done.
The only Mikoto dead, by the way. The only Mikoto death.
Q here.
Triple kill.
Yeah, he needs to dip. On Q, they really are throwing everything to try and kill the techies because that 8 kill streak was pretty nutty.
Yeah,
and
the support items, raindrop, stick, always keeping him alive for more time. Fluffy hat from the core staff.
Tomato just AFK. He got ruptured. Oh, yeah, I can't do
level
anything.
Level 5, Lich level 5, Monkey level 5. How do you fight this? Just Kasana against the Ward.
Well, this was such a good fight as well. They Doom, like the Visage was at that point the only one that was really a threat, and Jabs constantly got the Doom off on the right target because Monkey there was no reason to Doom him at all. The Chain Frost doing nothing to add insult to injury, and this is the last fight where TSM, they were just scared. Like they were all grouped up behind roads.
They found Monkey
cannot go anywhere.
He's stunned. Doesn't do anything. He's stunned for so long. Put it. Then he presses the ulti, and just like Tech is pressing spells, he gets no HP.
Yeah, that was a rough affair for TSM. A very nasty game to play, and honestly, very much expecting to see that techies banned in their future endeavors, or picked, because first phase picking up a Batrider, as you mentioned, it doesn't do anywhere close to enough impact as the techies with Q did.
Yeah, it's all about the laning stage, and techies has the strongest laning stage in the game. And then also he has way too strong spells. So he had more levels at the fight because he had the winning lane, and then he keeps snowballing, and then the mines do so much damage. They control areas in the map. Really strong hero.
I like the fact also that Talon went for a lineup that, I mean, they technically had a little bit of flex, but they didn't go overboard with their flex anymore. This was just first phase. We pick up the techies plus Doom. Techies can Doom can technically be safe lane, but they just went nope. Jab's gonna play that. Q's gonna play that. We're gonna play this game normally, and they played it really comfortably. But we have an interview, ladies and gents, and it is with Jabs right now. So hopefully he is at the ready. And hello, Jabs. Congratulations on that win. That very easy game 2, it looked like.
Hello, thank you.
So yeah, game 2, a completely different story to game 1 for you guys. Was the difference draft, or what was the reason why game 1 went so rough compared to 2?
I feel like game 1 we probably got out-drafted, and it's very. We could have been game 1, but it's very hard for us to like understand that in the game what is our win condition is. So it's just like I think they play really well at the most, and yeah, the Abaddon last week was really great for them too.
Yeah, Steenie talked about it as well. That it went rough at the end.
Outdraft, is it a reason why, as Magnus, you just built the BKB, you couldn't see skewer targets? Was a really rough Magnus game? That's why the item choice? I was curious about it.
Yeah, it's like item choice and play, like, but mostly item choice.
So yeah, in Group A, currently pretty much every team ties their matches except for you and Tundra, which puts you guys at the top, ready to make it towards the next stage. Considering you guys obviously missed out on the major this time, granted you're still going to TI, so who cares? What are your plans after DreamLeague is over? Like, are you just going on a very lengthy break?
I don't think we will have much break because we still, like, hopefully we will go to the Riot main tournament and we have to prepare for that. So it's not really much break.
Never stop playing, never stop playing. Astini, any last questions for Jabs?
What's his favorite hero? Because I see he played anti-mage really well, so I want to know which hero he loves to play.
I think right now probably Mercy. I like to play it a lot.
Oh, it is a strong hero.
Got to see the Marcy still.
Yeah, where's the pick? Where's the pick, Jabs? I want to see it in the next series at the very least.
Yeah, maybe so.
Okay, thank you very much for the interview, and good luck further in the matches tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, Marcy is his favorite hero, doesn't get to play it. It's kind of surprising because there was about half a month ago or so, or a month ago, where all the offlaners played Marcy, and now I don't really see it pop up that much anymore.
He likes to play the heroes that are carries. Like
obviously.
Anti-mage twice today. He was maybe one of the first to play Naga position 3. So yeah, looking forward to this Marcy, another carry on the offlane hands.
I mean, that's the advantage of being a player that has literally played every single role in Dota. He's played safe lane, mid lane, off lane, pulse 4, pulse 5. Jabs can do it all, and he definitely thrives at it. This was, however, the series concluded for us. We do have one more left in the tank for you today. And ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a doozy. It's OG versus Entity. OG playing with Seb up against Entity, which of course I'm hoping that I get to see some Storm and mid-voker. I'm looking forward towards it. My name is DK Truman. I was joined by Astini. We'll be back for the next series after the break.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We've had ourselves a full day of ties on the Earth stream. My name is DK Truman, joined by Estini with the very important question: are we going to get a last game tie as well between these two teams?
I would assume so, because Entity has 2 ties, 1 loss. OG also 2 ties, 1 loss. So they have the same score. They've been getting the same results. Nothing more fair than another tie. So everyone is happy. Especially the one that wins the second match on the tie, so he gets the interview.
Well,
the winner's interview after a tie.
Yeah, the winner's interview, always fun. We've had it twice with Talon now, so curious on who we're going to get on the next Talon game that we'd be able to cast. Nonetheless,
All right.
it is OG versus Entity. We're quickly going to check out the OG lineup. Obviously, a very well-known player in the roster. Seb playing the 4 position. Taiga swapped over towards the 5. And Seb, there's no surprise that he steps in every once in a while for that OG lineup and is very dangerous together with them. I would say BZM probably the scariest player in the roster to fear most of the time. The man is a legend and a monstrosity to deal with in the mid lane.
Especially in this meta that you see sometimes not really the carry that's carrying the game, sometimes the mid laner, sometimes it's the support, as we've seen on the game before.
Well, we do have a little bit of a view over of Taiga, of course, a player that has been in a lot of different teams and has been very scary in his attempts. His most renowned hero that I always think of is going to be that Dark Willow, but as a position 5, doubt that he's going to play it as much as he would like. In this case, there are the average stats. This position 5/4. Currently playing it, of course, as a 5. Maybe that will suit him a little bit more. Did take a short break recently to deal with personal issues, but he is back and ready to go for more here in the Dream League Season 20. More Dota to be witnessed, but their opponents are going to be Entity, a team that I honestly have been rooting for the longest time. When they had Chrysalis in the lineup, I loved them. When they had Pure in the lineup, I loved them. And when they have Watson in the lineup, I still do the exact same thing. I love him. Toby offlane, Venomancer, lover, fan. Everything that has to do with Veno is what he loves to work with. Stormer on that mid-voker. Everyone knows Storm on the mid-voker. And Watson, what, top 3 Western EU MMR? Probably number 1 at this, still. Then you've got Katomi, one of the most diverse position 4 players, brought the Sven position 4 in towards Dota, which I don't know if I love or hate him for it. And last but not least, Fishman, the very experienced position 5 captain of the entire bunch, has been playing Dota for quite a lengthy amount of time. And his most, I would say Bane is probably one of his strongest heroes. Bane and Undying are the heroes that he is really solid on as well. But the captain shushing us right now to just shut up and play.
Yeah, he didn't get to play techies yet in this tournament. I want to see who gets the luck to play the techies, either Fishman or Taiga. We've seen both. I believe the one that gets techies is the happiest one. That's my feeling with the current meta. Maybe we are proven wrong on the matches. Maybe it's just banned and we don't get to see. But definitely looking forward any of them just playing the techies.
I would assume it's going to be a techies pick or ban. I don't really think you can ever let that hero go through without addressing it whatsoever. So, yeah. Looking forward towards what this game can bring to the table. You mentioned, of course, both these teams have lost the series. Quickly gonna have to check out. OG lost their series against Aster, which is pretty interesting considering Aster struggled the first day, but has recuperated today. And Entity did have some struggles up against 9 Pandas, and 9 Pandas is not too surprising. 9 Pandas is a really good team. Like, I'm pretty confident in saying that 9 Pandas is a very scary team to play against.
Yeah, they also played against the Parker TA, and they lost, and then they won against the Meepo. So it was a Meepo game in the tournament. Just mention if someone is interested to see. Spoiler, Meepo didn't have a game. But yeah, we've seen a Meepo in the tournament. It was in the Entity match.
So don't forget to check it out.
We can see here.
Meepos is losing and everything in the Beast Coast matches. Nonetheless, we will be going towards a short little break, ladies and gents. Get everything situated so that we will be able to continue where we are left off. The players are getting ready. There's a lengthier break in between the games. So in about 5 minutes, we will be back.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt?
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We just had ourselves a nice little break, and we are getting ourselves ready for the match. OG versus Entity. Are we going to get to see a Techies, Astini? That's the big question. The answer is probably very likely, or it's going to get banned.
Yeah, there's Techies with a lot of priority in the draft. There's Batrider, although OG have been losing with the Batrider. Entity likes a lot Beastmaster or Doom. Usually they open with their offlane pick. So one of those heroes will be in, and the other is probably banned. So it's a matter of what does OG want to play against. And we just find out Entity is first pick. So does OG want to ban Doom and Beast and play against Techies, or they want to ban Doom and Techies and play against Beast? It's mostly a choice of OG, this pick or poison, but feels like Techies would be the hardest hero to deal with.
I mean, it wouldn't be too surprising if OG went for Wind Ranger. I mean, they do have Seb playing the position 4 right now, so you have that extra flex. We saw him, of course, win a major with the Wind Ranger as Pulse 5 previously with OG. Though the rest of the team doesn't really play. I don't think it's one of the DM's heroes either. The Wind Ranger offlane. He likes more the sturdy, I'ma just stay alive kind of offlaners most of the time.
Yeah, but I would say Wind's not that hero that takes a lot to add to your hero pool. The hero, maybe you can say Shackle Shot requires skill, but honestly the hero overall is very easy to be learned. So I doubt that they cannot do. Maybe they don't want to do, maybe they think the hero's not strong, but if they want to pick, I'm pretty sure they can play the hero.
Well, while everything is being situated, the players are getting ready. I am looking forward to seeing what they can bring to the table. Of course, Seb is always a big plus to see, but Entity just makes me smile. Toby loved him since the Viking GG days. I still have the only esports memorabilia I have hanging right there. Viking GG. I missed that lineup. But Toby, Venomancer is always a hero that you have to think of when you see that player on the Entity side. And that's the problem. They have some very unconventional heroes that they like to play, and they can flex a ton with their lineup.
Yeah, I mentioned they like to pick the offlaner first when they pick the Beastmaster, but they play Beastmaster mid. So basically they have a lot of flex on the lineup. They can pick very different strategies, and it's in the pool. We see the draft now, and Techies is banned, Duza banned, Batrider, Morphling, so Beastmaster is in for Entity. I wonder if they want to keep with this strategy. That's what they want.
Well, Beastmaster first pick, of course. You mentioned a very important thing. They have that flex between their mid and their offlaner, because Stormstormer plays, what, Visage mid as well. He plays Broodmother mid as well, even though in this patch he probably doesn't. He plays Beastmaster mid as well, so he plays pretty much the heroes that Toby plays as well, which is remarkable to see a mid laner run those heroes at the same time. I think in this patch it's slightly less so. Previous patch, of course, Visage and Broodmother were kind of nuts, and now slightly less nuts, but still pretty good. Spirit Breaker, also a hero that I'm surprised we didn't get to see that much in the previous matches, because that hero has been surging up in terms of potential as of late.
Yeah, their last win was with Seb's Spirit Breaker. Maybe they go for this sort of comfort. They feel good with the strategy. I'd say it's not a specific one-to-one counter with the Beastmaster. You can... Now we see the one-to-one counter. You see Enchantress, good against the creeps. Of course, Beastmaster, you can do the Axis build. It goes for Aghanim's, not necessarily the Helm of Dominator. But they address the Beastmaster creep with Enchantress, the Beastmaster Vision with Spirit Breaker. So, good answer to the Beastmaster. Not necessarily the core-to-core matchups you want to see, but it's a good support duo here. And here's the Veno you talk so much about.
The big question now is this going to be the mid-Beastmaster in the Veno offlane? Are they going that route? Is this going to be a Veno support? That's also a possibility. It's not really that hard for Kataomi or Fishman to play. What is their idea behind this? The slow is nasty for the Spirit Breaker to deal with, and Enchantress, Actually, Enchantress can just out-heal the damage the Veno throws at her, so yeah.
Yeah, depends on the bans. There's Timber in the pool, Darkseer. So depends which hero they wanna protect. Maybe with the bans we can see the roles they want. I'd say if they ban Timber, probably they wanna have the Beastmaster on the mid lane. Darkseer would be just an overall ban, considering the enemy team has Spirit Breaker and they have Enchantress, so you don't want to pick the Darkseer into Enchantress with the Dispel that Enchantress offer. Maybe with the bans, we can tell. They don't have overall first pick, so... Sorry, they don't have overall last pick because they have first pick, so they cannot put the information till the end. Maybe they already want to show. TB ban kind of indicates that Veno is playing in the off lane. If it's a 3 or 4, I don't know.
Yeah, Katomi, of course, is a very flexible player in that regard, so he can always pick up the Veno if need be, or go for another one of those classic Svens. But, yeah, as we expected,
he pressed Reflection, and Veno, he suffers from his own poison. Just explaining the ban.
Yeah. It is pretty nasty to deal with, but most of it, I wouldn't think that that's like a hard counter that you're too terrified of on the Veno.
Oh, it is.
Like
it is. And Veno
poison
doesn't
that
deal...
much value?
He doesn't deal with... Yeah, you cannot level up poison, otherwise you just lose the lane. You need the poison. And you don't deal with units / illusions, so it's a pretty rough matchup.
But if it's a Beastmaster off lane with a Veno 4, for instance, Beastmaster should be able to smack a TB. With the Wild Axes build, obviously.
Yeah, that's why I told it kind of indicates that the Veno is the 3. And they would be leaning towards a Beastmaster mid. They ban
Necrobans? They're banning some weird
in a while.
choices.
OG last picked it against Entity in the DPC and won. Maybe it's a reason why it was off-lane Necrophos against Slark.
Interesting choice.
Just maybe some PTSD from the DPC season. You just lose to the hero like, don't let this guy play Necrophos again. It was the issue on that match.
Well, they at least get rid of that one, but what are they fearing the most at this stage? They have one more ban, and then it's going to be the Doom. Very good, of course, against the Beastmaster, because you can eat his creeps and eat his big creep if he's going to go for the Helm of the Overlord. Obviously, they don't always go for that, because there are some Beastmasters that just build either auras or drums. I don't think I've seen the drums too often anymore, but there are some games when you play against like a Naga or something where the drums can still be very effective.
Yeah, against heroes with illusions, it's really good. It's based on the damage you do before reductions, and you do 300% damage to the illusion, so you heal a lot. Or at least that was how it worked before the rework.
All right, now one last ban for OG, and then they get to choose their heroes. Their supports are probably already known with the Spirit Breaker, and Spirit Breaker still has some flex as an off lane. Mid, not so much. I think you can still possibly do that mid Spirit Breaker, but I don't see really anyone go for it these days. Granted, if there's anyone that does it, it would probably be BZM.
The Seeker ban, hero is good against... Usually you see Seeker ban, it's a Pangolier incoming. Maybe it's a good one-to-one answer against the Beastmaster if Beastmaster is played on the mid lane. Good against units. Good against Zoo overall. I'd say even though they might keep the Beastmaster mid, because Stormstormer is not a huge Storm player, which would be the best hero against Pangolier. He's actually a good co-op player, right? That could make sense if they want to replace the Beastmaster. But there's no reason to pick it here. They can just pick a support duo and not show much. You talk about the Bane on the Fishman hand. Maybe could be an answer to the Pangolier. There's also Winter Wyvern a hero that Kataomi played a lot. It's also good answer to the Pangolier.
Okay, Void plus Clockwork coming out. Kataomi also play... Fishman and Kataomi both play the Clockwork. So they have that flex in as the support. And it's good against Spirit Breaker, obviously, because, well, he just gets pushed back with the cogs the entire time. Battery Assault in the laning stage is also hard to deal with for the Bada because you cannot charge away at that stage. Faces Void is nice. And if this is a Beastmaster with the Wild Axes build... and like going drums, you actually have some chrono damage. But besides that, you probably need a little bit more chrono damage.
Yeah, I've seen the Void here was more about surviving your lane and messing up the team fight with time dilation. I believe that's the biggest reason, is that you just chrono the Pangolier doing the roll, or you just time dilate him and he cannot move. So it's mostly, in my opinion, here to survive the lane and to deal one-on-one with the Pangolier. Clockwork.
What if they make this Ench off lane with the Spirit Breaker?
I can see it work. It's against a melee carry, so the Ink is really good. Just smash his face whenever he comes for a last hit.
Yeah. I think that might be a nice adjustment for OG, and that they get a different support for their lanes. They're gonna go Mirana. It still doesn't tell me anything. The Mirana, it's been played safe lane recently as well. I've seen it played off lane. I've seen it played mid. I've seen it played both support roles.
Yeah,
it's hard.
It's just everything flexed.
Their entire lineup is flex. Spirit Breaker can be a core, can be a support. Pango can be mid, can be off lane.
Hard to guess. Hard to tell. I would say they play Mirana carry, so they still need an offlaner. They very likely need an offlaner or a carry on OG. I wouldn't mind the Darkseer ban, just because Spirit Breaker. Let's see other Faceless Void matchups. Dune is already banned. There's Legion Commander. Usually you don't want to play against Legion as a Void. Ogre. I don't know if it's a
Ogre
ban
every
for
single
a position
time.
3. Yeah, the ban on a position 3 because the hero has been used as 3. So they have the same.
They actually ban it. Wow.
OG bans a mid laner, so they believe it's a Beastmaster Vano lane. I'd
or
say
Beastmaster Clock, but yeah.
The hardest mid laner to play against should be Quap.
If this is a Pango mid, because this could... Oh, they have last pick. Pango can also go off lane. Mirana can even go off lane. It's not a bad choice if you go Mirana Spirit Breaker lane against a Clockwork Void. They cannot touch Mirana.
Okay, Abaddon ban. So they're assuming they need a melee 5 because Mirana is carry. I think that's what they are assuming. OG can play Marcy as 5 if they want to have the Mirana carry, and Enchantress 3. I can see Marcy working as a 5. What other melee 5s?
Undying.
Dying. Not the
I mean,
best
if it's a
Dying
Veno 4,
hero.
it's a bit of a problem. Could make the Spirit Breaker 5 as well. I guess.
Yeah,
If
the
you're...
Darkseer ban.
They actually banned Darkseer themselves.
It's
They
probably because
banned
they
Ember and Darkseer, so they also have no idea what they're up against.
Encanter is not playing on the safe lane. That's what it tells for me, because otherwise, if you have Enchantress against Darkseer, you should be happy. They're aiming for a 5.
So then Ench off lane, more likely. Against... Wait. So... So it is a Beastmaster mid, Veno off lane, Clockwork 4, Lich 5, Faces Void safe. Okay, that is chrono damage that they wanted. It is a decent save, even though Enchantress can just purge it off immediately if need be. Okay. I'm okay with it. I mean, Veno
I'd say
Clockwork
OG
lane is really nasty.
Yeah, OG has so many flex, it's hard to overthink. I'd say if they need a position 5, Marcy makes sense. I don't know what else, because they can do so many shenanigans, as you mentioned. I'm ready
Question
to be
is,
surprised.
What are they gonna do with the Pango as well, or the Mirana for that matter? Naga
Sire.
last
Okay,
pick for
that
the
is
safe
surprising.
lane.
Is it? Okay, it's a safe lane.
So off lane Spirit Breaker, 5 Enchantress. Mirana is then
Off lane?
no, off lane's already
No.
Spirit Breaker. So Mirana
It's
is then 4 with Pango mid, or it's Mirana mid and Pango 4. No, it's Pango
It's
4.
Mirana 4. I was assuming
Pango,
Sab would play the Spirit Breaker. That's why I didn't even look at it. No, it's DM. Huh.
Okay, and on the other side, yeah, the entities lineup make like that one was kind of, we expected those picks the way they worked out, but OG chose to go for the Naga last pick against the Veno plus Clockwork lane. Should be pretty a-okay.
Yeah, I feel like lanes will be stable. Mid lane. This Veno Clock can have some trouble clearing illusions against the Naga. They need to buy a lot of grenades. That's the way I've seen to deal with Naga when you don't have the wave clear. You just buy tons of grenades, then the lane is playable. Probably they will do that, and then lane will be playable. I'm a bit worried on how much this Beastmaster can snowball for OG. He's really good against illusion carries, as mentioned, so
Drums is going to be pretty nice this game.
Yeah, I see a lot of potential into this Beastmaster carrying the game. For OG, lanes are super strong. So if they play well the lanes, they should give no space for the Beastmaster to grow. Like Naga is definitely a good answer to the Veno and Clock lane.
Well, there we have the heroes. Faceless Void for Watson. He's a very solid. I mean, there's a reason he is #1 on the leaderboards. Very good safe laner that can farm a tremendous amount. Entity hasn't had the results I would have expected of them, to be fair, over the recent couple of months, but still a very deadly team
So you guys in mid having a fun time.
with impeccable flex potential.
The Naga Illusions, Scouting Wards. Entity didn't place any on their high ground, so Naga will be a bit baited by it.
Well, any surprises here in the possible lane setup? Nah, Spirit Breaker plus Mirana is a pretty... It can be a nasty lane to deal with. You can also go for First Blood very easily with the Mirana and Eng supports. You hit them with a slow, for instance, hit the arrow, First Blood gets secured, so you have to be very careful, knowing that the Mirana is on the map somewhere.
One thing I'm a bit worried about is the synergy with... Okay, so Mirana is playing the lane with Naga. That's good. Okay. Sab will be playing as 5, or just the laney.
Wait, so Taiga is playing +4 this game?
Yeah, because I would say it doesn't make sense to have Spirit Breaker Mirana, because Breaker is not a setup for arrow.
I mean,
the opposite. It actually takes the hero out of the position.
I know, but if you
no,
it can
it's
be
not.
a setup.
Don't call.
I mean,
it's terrible.
Naga is not gonna level his ensnare anyway, so he's not gonna have a setup.
He might on level 4 for a kill. He really might.
Nah, probably not.
I've seen Nagas doing that before. So Sab's going base. Almost died. Naga has to play this first lane alone. I don't think he cares. Gonna get the full XP here.
Well, it's the mid matchup of Beastmaster versus Pangolier. Not a matchup I see too often or pretty much ever. Curious to see who's going to be advantageous in that one. It is a plus that Wild Axis costs pretty much no mana to use.
Yeah, this was favorable for the Beastmaster. I don't know after the universal change, but I've seen this lane. Yeah, Beastmaster is also
he's
universal, so
now.
I would say,
My God.
yeah, so I would say Beastmaster still superior.
Oh, so
also because
is
it's
looking pretty
Beastmaster,
good.
you can eventually use First Blood top.
I got completely distracted while Watson gets First Blood onto Taiga top side. Fishman does drop afterwards. I was too enveloped in that mid matchup.
Yeah, we were talking about camera was on bot lane and the kill was on top. Yeah. Watson having trouble against these encounters. We mentioned about maybe playing it as 3. It is being played as 4. Bot lane, Sap just have one more lip. Lots of trade going on in there.
Yeah, they're keeping them at bay to a decent degree. Top side, 6 denies for DM though. He is absolutely in control of that lane. Taiga might get taken down. Charge comes through. Taiga is slowed down. Fishman with another slow. Taiga will get taken down. DM continued the charge on towards Watson. I mean, DM has all those denies, but Watson is almost a full level ahead of DM right now.
Yeah, because of the kill. Meanwhile, Mirana dies bottom. So the clock Veno lane surviving. Not only surviving, get a kill.
He doesn't have any leaps for 30 more seconds, so it's really scary for him.
Yeah, this Mirana pick was a flex in the draft, and probably not really the plan to be played as 5, but they see the opening to go for Naga, and then they went.
Well, Stormstormer's having a pretty A-okay time. It's about time to get ourselves those Lotuses, which both should go towards Entity. Yep, yoinked, yoinked.
Yeah, Clock fought with Naga for it, got it. Sap
Fishman has 4 mangoes. In a patch where you barely can get any mangoes because you share them with your team, he has 4 mangoes on the Lich.
Yeah, he's gonna use then all the Leech Dirge. Always buys every mangoes because they need mana to play the game.
Just get Sinister Gaze and steal a very tiny amount of mana from your opponent.
Yeah. Watson having so much trouble to farm. It's not because of the Spirit Breaker, it's because of the Enchantress. So much pure damage into him. So Spirit Breaker, get those denies, but don't be fooled about it. It's not the Breaker Void matchup, it's the Enchantress that makes all the difference there.
And bottom side, Toby. He's and Katomi. They're looking pretty decent at the moment. Watson actually already has ensnare level. Sorry, Yuragi has ensnare level, so a lot earlier than I would have anticipated. I mean, Seb doesn't have arrow, so eh.
Yeah, that's rough, but probably on level 3 he's gonna get.
No, he needs it at level 4 because he leveled Starstorm twice. Arrows are for suckers.
Stormstormer free farming. Pangolier also free farming, to be fair, so pretty even
And the
mid
moment
lane.
you leave that mid lane, though, for BZM, the tower's gone.
Watson. Oh, get the jump.
Kataomi on the run, takes some damage. Can they finish him off? Nah, he's still pretty tanky. And Clockwork is a reasonably fast hero, especially if you get yourselves that wind ace.
Yeah, they're starting to have some trouble clearing the Naga illusions, also clearing the wave itself. Faceless Void with 17. Creeps another deny in his face.
Yeah, the top lane is going
Mid
pretty
lane, the
decent
roll.
for both sides.
Pangolier got level 6. Forehand.
TP gets cancelled. And Stormstormer doesn't have his roar yet, so now he has his level 6 and can roar his opponent's bottle refill by Kataomi. And in 15 seconds, it's going to be some fun rune shenanigans. DM in the meantime, topside is going to get hunted. Watson, does he get a bash? Does he get a bash? Does he get a bash? Of course he doesn't get a bash, because why not? Tries to throw out a tree. DM, can he get away? Yes, he can. And he stays alive while there's a fight towards the rune. Stormstormer picks up a haste rune, going in for the possible Taiga kill, who has his enchant on cooldown. Will lose his life. BZM is out of mana, does have magic wand charges. And Stormstormer, can he get the kill? Wild Axes is up soon. He already has 4 Wild Axes stacks, but BZM will be staying alive.
Yeah, because the cooldowns of BZM are coming back. Stormstormer need to be slightly careful as the bottle charges. It was the combo, the snare, doing it on the bot lane while the team fight was happening. Paid off.
Snare plus arrow wombo combo. It is not. Yeah, Veno doesn't really do much.
Kataomi is setting up for the steal, so the two supports on Entity setting up for the Wisdom Rune steal, and Venom also going for his. That's huge if they get.
Yeah,
Then
that's a lot
for
of
sure
experience.
their support's gonna reach.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh,
Kataomi
Kataomi
gets
gets
it.
the click. He's gonna pay with his life, very likely. He is super dead.
He does get taken down, but he is almost level 5 now on the Clockwork
Definitely
when he
worth
was
it.
just level 3. And even Fishman got a bunch of experience because the 30% share. Veno almost level 6. It's not looking too shabby, but net worth-wise, OG are looking slightly better. The supports of OG are the ones that are making the difference in terms of net worth.
Yeah. Encanter's having such a good game. It's just not getting the XP rune that makes her behind. But Encanter's destroyed Faceless Void. The pick already paid off. Zap joining, pulls the tango. 8-minute rune. They're not going to mid.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, they are trying to get a catch top, Seb. Maybe if they can find the Watson kill, it could be pretty nice. He has been struggling a little bit more than he would like in the game so far. BZM stealing away one of the camps.
Gets a regen, so he gets to steal. While they go for Taiga. Oh,
And
cogs.
Taiga gets smacked by the wild axes. He does get stunned by the arrow though, so he's just a little bit slow in rotating towards his teammates. Last leap from
Has
Seb.
one jump.
Watson chasing. Can he get the bash? No,
bash.
he does hit it onto DM, but it's not Seb that gets hit by the Faceless Void, so he will be able
Kataomi's
to get
still
out.
looking for.
Dire's middle tower.
Gets
And
Zap.
the snipe onto Seb. Nice job coming out from Kataomi.
Yeah, while this team fight happened, Pangolier got regen, stole few stacks from Beastmaster. It's good, otherwise Beastmaster gets out of control. And he's full resources to move top.
Storm is
Faceless
going for that
Void.
Axe Rush as expected. Watson needs to be very careful.
Just
Does
got
have
Chrono.
Chrono,
Yeah, he just got Chrono.
but
See if
he
he
might
can-
still get nuked down. Leaps away. Chrono gets
Oh.
thrown out, and he will be able to most certainly run back to safety. Don't think the hunt is worth it, but that was way too close for comfort.
Yeah, they kicking out of the lane. Let's say it's not terrible because of this. He is Chrono, so he doesn't feel safe there anymore. Pangolier stays around, making sure he will not go back. Kataomi. Tumbler's toy.
Yeah, it was a nice Tumbler's toy,
Low.
but unfortunately will still get caught out. Fishman and
Fishman
Kataomi
joins.
both not level 6, so don't have their ultis at the ready for a fight. Fishman's just going to get hunted in the tree line. And, yep, you cannot run past that
super
area
dead.
because the creeps are blocking your exit. Double kill for BZM on the Pango.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Beastmaster is farming. That's a bit of the difference of the picks. The Beastmaster needs to farm his Aghanings to play active in the map. TP force from Niragi. Goes back to base. There's a DD rune. Sab is protecting it.
Is under attack.
Pangolier joining. Leech still 5, so doesn't look good for Entity here in the mid lane.
Yeah, they need those, especially Kataomi on the Clockwork needs to be level 6. Hookshot is a must-have at this point. Watson, topside, in trouble, taking a lot of damage, does not have a time walk available, and DM smacks him with the good old Nether Strike. Nothing Watson could do to respond.
Yeah, clean kill. That's the thing. They force his ultimate on that play, so if he plays around, he will not be safe. Needs to find a new farming place, but the bot lane, they cannot take the tower because Zanaga always dealing with the waves and you have a Veno that doesn't push. So you don't open the map and Watson has no place to go.
Well, you see
Pangolier.
top damage dealt so far. It is the Pango. BZM has been playing a pretty solid game so far, keeping up at the top net worth spot. Yuragi hasn't been hampered at all. Honestly, Beastmaster offlane might have helped out significantly as well. Fishman rolled on. Arrow does not connect, but
misses.
charge plus roll equates the kill.
No arrow needed, no charge
Stormstorm
needed.
is trying to farm the Ancients. This could be pretty big if they steal it. Well, he's so
a huge
close to
timing
cleaning
for
them up.
OG to punish.
Oh no.
That's so huge if they get. They're getting it.
Yeah, they steal the big ones.
4k ahead. That was the Beastmaster hope to carry the game.
Support still not level 6. They can't fight without the support
with the steal.
6.
Yeah, even with the steal. They're just food.
Oh, Arrow connects onto Fishman. The roar comes out onto DM. Toby rotates through as well. Can they kill off DM? The slowest charge the world has ever seen. But will get blasted by Fishman, who now gets his level 6, so does have his ulti at the ready. BZM is dotted up pretty nastily, but they're focused down Taiga because BZM is a bit too far away and they won't be able to catch up to him. So a worthwhile fight has come through.
Yeah, and that's levels for the Leech. So his final is 6. Clockwork still not yet. But a good fight for Entity. Bit of a overextend from OG. And Veno showing up with the ultimate. So Veno realizes he needs to show this team fight mid, otherwise Forrest's just gonna die there.
And while all of that is going on, Yuragi's just AFK farming. And he's a Naga, so he farms really, really well.
Yeah, way faster than the Faceless Void.
Watson is being uninterrupted in his farming at the very least, but they're going to need him to step up the farming spree to be able to keep pace with Yuragi.
Beastmaster is really close to the Agonies. That's the timing they want to fight. Pangolier getting the Diffusal delivered on the courier, so basically both teams want to fight. Let's see how it turns out. Veno has no ult yet, will be back. Also Beastmaster waiting 13 seconds for it.
Well, DM charging in onto Kataomi. They have the Ags now done. Roar is available in 3 seconds. But with the drums up, Stormstormer becomes a way scarier hero to deal with. You're gonna need to burst him down quickly before he gets the drum going.
Yeah.
Especially if Naga gets anywhere close.
From the Clockwork on the play, and then OG would need to dive too much. And it's always scary because you're playing against a Faceless Void. He's farming anywhere in the map. If you're near a tower, he's gonna TP chrono you. So they cannot dive that much. Good move from Spirit Breaker to go back.
Let's see. BZM, Diffusal Blade's done. You could also just drain Stormstormer's mana and make it really hard for him to do anything. Venomancer, Toby, close to Spirit Vessel, which it doesn't really necessarily do that much this game.
Dad, as we've seen on the screen, Pangolier is the king of the runes, controlling all power-up and bounties. Void just deleted. It's a rough game to have Mask of Madness also, because if you get silenced wrong time, you just die. Usually you see Voids going for Midas because of that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Watson's had a rough go of things. Still, as you mentioned, if he has the chrono, you have to be careful. Counterplay is always a possibility, but they have the counter for the chrono with the Yuragi Song of the Siren, possibly, if needed.
Yeah, I was looking at his net worth. He's behind the Spirit Breaker. And we talk about, is Mirana 5 or 4? He's playing on the safe lane, but Mirana has 4k net worth. It's, I'd say close-ish to the Faceless Void. So seems like it's being played as a 4, the Mirana, not buying the
He's got that Sacred Arrow as a farming tool. Starstorm is pretty good as well. He's got the mech already done, going for the Guardian Greaves to get rid of the Venomancer.
Will he go for
dots.
Sap? Chrono?
Yeah, that's the chrono damage that they have. Chrono, Chain Frost. Which at this stage in the game still does a lot, but if he stays under-leveled on the Lich, it will become problematic. Level 12 is a really big power spike on Lich.
Yeah, considering they lost the lanes, it's a good kill, right? Because they not actively looking for this team fight. The Faceless Void is not strong enough, and we just mentioned that the Mirana had a lot of network, so it's a good kill. It's a good chrono usage from Void. Bot lane taken down.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Taiga's got drums, he's going for the Dragonlance, so turning into a core himself. Always fun when you get hit by an Enchantress, lose half your HP in 2 hits.
Yeah, the double drums, I've seen this become more common. So both Spirit Breaker and Enchantress have the drums. Veno has 0 Vassal charges. Maybe he wanna die. Nah, you never wanna die, but...
Watson doesn't want to die, but I don't think he has a choice in the matter, Steenie.
It's a deja vu. He uses the chrono, he stays on the area. They're gonna go for him, and there's nothing he can do.
Dire's top tower is under
Yeah, Watson's in a rough spot. I mean, where can you farm that's best for you? Bottom, but that's Naga's farming area, and you don't do too much
into
against him.
Mirana.
The roar comes out onto Seb. They will find
That's
Seb.
the dagger
But
reveal.
it's the position 5 Mirana that you kill.
4.5, if you wanna...
Yeah, 4.5, but still, slash care. It's not really that problematic. The problem is that they're 4k ahead and Yuragi is not being slowed down at all.
Yeah, they couldn't take any towers. Usually on a Beastmaster draft, you want to take the map out of the enemy, but they don't have enough tools to deal with Naga shoving waves. Veno is terrible at killing waves. Oh, the jump mid.
DM gets himself away, Rolling Thunder from BZM. Circle! You spin me right round, baby, right round. Jason after cut to Omi. The charge, he is going to get blocked. He's trying to keep Fishman alive. And Yuragi will just try and get all the farm away from Watson. They don't spot Watson farming up the Ancients, but Yuragi's nearby. Song of the Siren? No, he's not going to go sing me a song all night long. But a 6k net with lead, they lose Toby, and they do lose Kataomi as well.
Yeah, Orchid on the cool here on Naga. That's why I guess he didn't want to use spells. If he reveals it, he can kill Watson. He's just waiting for the reveal.
Well, at the very least, Toby has a Spirit Vessel charge now, so value.
Good death.
Unfortunately, you can't really use it against Naga. Guardian Greaves are going to be done soon on Mirana, so it doesn't really work against Mirana. I guess Enchantress is your best bet to use it, because Pango can get rid of it with Rolling Thunder. Spirit Breaker can just use the Bulldoze in time and it gets reduced. So it's only Enchantress that you have it against, really.
Yeah, it's a good target to kill. You see, the team fights Enchantress does a lot of damage. There's the chance if the game keeps like this that Enchantress will do more damage than the Faceless Void. Unless they find a move. That's what they're looking for. Smoke.
They spot Seb. Again, they spot Seb underneath the ward, but that's not really the target you want to kill.
Yeah, maybe they take this tower, open a bit the map. Get some gate control.
DM already has the Shadow Blade done. He's going for the Ags next on the Spirit Breaker. Late game Spirit Breaker is also incredibly tough to beat. Not impossible to beat. Hook shot in very deep onto Seb. Got to Omi, though. He's going to get surrounded by enemies, or, well, one enemy in particular. And that is the Naga trying to get the ensnare. Finally gets it going.
With the damage. Look at the damage.
Enchantress Gaming coming through. They lose Stormstormer on the side. Rolling Thunder is going to get bounced back on towards Toby. He's trying to finish up DM. But DM will be just able to walk it off. Most certainly, the damage is not going to be nearly enough. And they find themselves 3 kills without securing a single kill on the side of Entity. In towards the Roche pit they go. It looks like OG's just like, this game's over.
It does. It does, to be fair. The Beastmaster was a hero with the better game. He had agonies, they could fight around it, but Clock just jumps really far away from the team fight, leaves him unattended. Void is not in the area anymore, he's back to farm. The Wisdom Rune still, Roche, everything in favor of OG. We see damage done, Pangolier and Veno tied up, and then there's Enchantress. doing the same amount of damage.
BZM
Beastmaster
has a Manta. Pango Gaming. It makes sense. You are up against the Veno, who's pretty nasty with all of his dot shenanigans and such. But he is really playing exceptionally. 7-0-4 on the Pangolier. Obviously, Yuragi's also doing a good job now as the Orchid done. He's going for the Heart next. But, like, he's had, like, the easiest lane ever.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah, it's a matter if Watson is going to be able to join the game. If he doesn't join the game, they will lose step by step. Every minute that goes in is 1k more for OG.
Watson. Seb's nearby. Does get vision. But luckily enough, the rest. Oh my god, DM charging really fast. Has another strike. Not throwing out any arrows because it was a little bit too deep.
And they have the right discipline on OG. When they see they're deep enough, they just go back, do the objectives, shove waves.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Kataomi trying to farm up. He's building up the pipe on the clockwork. It's actually a very nice item to have on their own side. I don't think it's going to be enough because the physical damage of OG is also, and pure damage from the Enchantress. Honestly, pipe doesn't really do that much for them.
They are pinging Watson.
BZM is going to get roared up. The arrow is not going to connect. Stormstormer with a quick sidestep. BZM swashbuckle, gets himself back. And DM different direction as well. Butt Roar has been used, so that's going to be on cooldown for quite some time.
Yep,
Orchid, Yuragi charging in towards Toby. DM going for the back line. Fishman dodges the arrow. But can he dodge the chase? Oh my lord, that damn damage!
There is no way to pick up a fight for Entity. Faceless Void just kites the fight. Go back to base, not even back to farm. They don't see any opening for a chrono, for a team fight. They just die one by one.
Well, a free shard from Roche could be helpful. Rocket Pack or the Ice Spire is not bad for the Lich as well. Kataomi.
Has Nair.
Ooh, Song comes out a little bit too late, so doesn't get the catch. Song on cooldown. That's a decent chance for an okay team fight. Roar is back up in 10. They have Chrono available.
Good call.
Maybe they can make something happen.
DK. Good call.
I believe, okay?
Because he gives 0 cares, like, oh, I'm gonna use it to kill this clockwork, because, you know, one more kill.
Yeah, but the moment that a team has 0 cares is the moment it all goes horribly wrong.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Watson needs to be careful. Nether Strike. Bash upon the Nether Strike. Arrow does not get thrown out by Seb yet. The hookshot comes in, immediately gets stanked by Kataomi. DM gets bashed up. This is a little bit too deep, possibly. The roar gets thrown out on the side onto BZM again. Chain Frost as well. Sinister Gaze drags him back, and this is what we're talking about. The moment that they think... Yep, the copium comes through mistakes upon mistakes. They think they're immortal.
That's 1.5k going to the Lich pocket.
But in total,
1k.
It was a 3k net worth swap between the two teams.
Yeah.
So
and a lot
value.
of XP, so they get levels. Naga was not around.
Even if he was around, he didn't have Song of the Siren.
Yeah.
So
The Spirit Breaker was just going alone for the Faceless Void, right? It's the thing we talk about being overconfident. He was trying to solo kill the Void and wasn't enough. And Watson is slowly going back to the game. Has more farm than the Spirit Breaker. And important thing, he's level 16. I will not say close, but yeah, getting close to the level 20, which is the power spike of the hero. That's where you start killing heroes.
he's talking, of course, about the plus 95 attack speed during Chronosphere. He does hurt at that stage. He's going for the Lincolns right now because the charges are nasty. Root is pretty nasty. That's about it. I mean, Enchantress is what? Enchant? It's annoying, I guess. But yeah, primarily the charge from Spirit Breaker.
It's the charge, yes.
Who has his Ags now done, so... Cooldown of 7 seconds on charge. And it pierces BKB as well.
Yeah, they have a lot of issues dealing with the waves because they cannot show in waves, they'll get charged. So they need to go always as 5 to kill a wave. And then there's a Naga just shoving all waves into your base. It's a very good draft from OG on that perspective. They're playing against a Beastmaster and they get to win this waves game and also the vision game with the Spirit Breaker, Mirana ulti, Naga pushing all the waves. So it's a very good read and answer to the Beastmaster gameplay overall. Watson's just farming the enemy side of the map. His side is not his side anymore, it's not safe.
Toby is pretty close to finishing up the load sword, but he has fallen very far in terms of net worth. I mean, it's primarily that Seb is really stupidly farmed. The Mirana is stealing all the farm on the map. He's got the Guarding Greaves and Pipe done.
And you're a Veno, right? You're supposed to farm heroes, not creeps.
It's hard when, you know, your spells do nothing against Naga.
Yeah. Maybe when you're ahead, get one area of the map, put your Plague Wards, control this area, farm some jungle around. But they don't have this map presence.
Net worth wise, they're keeping pace though. Still 13, 14k net worth advantage. It hasn't increased after the lost fight topside, but I do think that their opponents have been spooked a little bit. I love the Aghanim Scepter on Veno. He is building it right now. It's going to take a long time, but that Ags is honestly really good.
It is, but it's going to take so long, right? It can be game-changing. Yeah. And Spirit Breaker is doing the thing where you have 2 feet and then you buy 2 boots. 1 for each. Has the Franco on the quick buy. He wants to go for the Boots of Bearing. Probably keeping the phase? I think so.
Yeah, phase so that he can run through creeps and Boots of Bearing so he can get rid of the Venomancer slow. Because he wants to be Mad Cow Monday! And just continuously keep charging at anyone that he sees, like a real Spirit Breaker should do. In the meantime, Watson is farming on the complete opposite side of the map. Though there is a Uragi
There's a charge on
by.
top, seems like. Do the Sea Heroes running there? No? Some pings. Ange is under vision. No, Lich is
Fishman! No, Fishman!
Has Pavis.
Impetus.
Oh my god. The pure damage.
Pure. Who cares about your Pavis and about your Frost Shield against pure impetus damage? Watson's actually getting decent farm because no one has a single clue that he's farming bottom lane.
Yeah, getting closer to the level 20. OG, and it's 2 minutes 20 for the Roche. It's a long road timing. It just ran away.
Just dodge each other.
Oh my god.
And Uragi's actually wasting time because he's trying to farm the camps that have already been farmed.
Yeah, and he's like the furthest away from the enemy base, so some air that the entity team can breathe. It's a long road.
They're TPing through gateway. Watson gets spotted by the Bada. He's gonna get charged up. He cancels the charge actually. Okay. Surprisingly enough.
Too deep.
Thought they might want to chase for more.
Although they have the outpost for TP. Entity grouping up for a Tormentor, I believe. Maybe can be followed.
Yeah, and it's the Lich
really
Shards.
good one.
Really good. Ice Spire against... I mean, Naga can of course nuke it down in half a second, but the slow is really hard to deal with.
Shiva's on the Beastmaster. They are going for the Roche area. If they get a good chrono, can be dangerous for OG. Pangolier, no buyback. That's the best target. Spirit Breaker and Naga have.
Roche up in a minute. It's gonna spawn in the Radiant side of the map. And the charge on Takata O medium gets the stun going. Lincoln Sphere was thrown out to make sure that their support stay alive, but
Lich just died.
not going to be so lucky. Toby chilling on the high ground. Charge comes through. There is still a roar for Stormer coming in. The buyback actually coming out from Lich. Yuragi summoning all of his illusion friends, and they're going to hide behind the Roche pit. I've seen this game play before. A big charge from DM. The arrow lands onto Kataomi as well. DM is a bit deep and is going to get roared up. DM is going to get nuked. Does have a buyback, immediately buys back so he can charge back towards his team. But it's a painful death coming through. Stormer is the one being charged. Gets ensnared. Loadsword gets him out of sun range.
In the crib.
They still have a chrono.
Yeah, the two supports bot back, DM bot back. All the big spells still up. Both teams want to fight for this.
Roar in 35 seconds as well. And Roche has respawned.
They have vision. So maybe Void can find a target.
I mean, you gotta nuke down the Naga,
Arrow.
but I don't think the Void has the damage to nuke down the Naga.
Yeah.
Because if you chrono anyone else, Song of the Siren comes out, and I mean, you have BKB, so maybe you can still burst whoever you catch. If you kill DM, for instance, that's a big kill.
Yeah, Entity trying to bait on the Faceless Void, but they don't have control of the Roche area anymore. It's OG with the smoke on Naga. Will he start with the song?
They are smoked. Hiragi smoke broke. Taiga's as well. Taiga is walking aggressively. Watson gets arrowed. A very lengthy duration stun onto Watson. He's in trouble. Loadsword, can he get the leap off? Yes, he does. Has the chrono at the ready as well. Song of the Siren comes out, and Watson's going to go for the man fight up against DM. He wants to kill off the Spirit Breaker, throws out the chrono. DM, Song of the Siren is about to end. DM is about to die. Arrow lands again onto Watson, but a big kill. No buyback available for DM. Stormstormer's out of mana. He needs the drums to go ham to heal himself up. Needs the right click going in. BZM is going to get controlled up. The bashes from Watson are there. Yuragi is going to get leapt on. Tries to illusion dodge everything. Watson finds the right target, but again, a Mantisal comes out to Watson. The dodge, Yuragi dodges every damage coming through. And Taiga keeps hitting from the side. Impetus, blast upon blast. Toby and Fishman are still there, but Stormer has rejoined the fray, and now Taiga is going to be ticked off. He's trying to finish off Toby, and he does get vision off him. Oh, little bit of a mistake there coming through, but Taiga, as you mentioned and predicted, is the real core coming through. But what a team fight coming out for Team Entity.
Wanna see damage done by this Enchantress. He used the pike into the Beastmaster and killed the Beastmaster first life. He bought back. Thing is, 3 buybacks used by Entity, and everyone on OG will be back. Can they do Roche? Meanwhile, it sounds really hard. If Beastmaster dies here,
damage was insane.
It's WG. He goes for the Roche.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker is up in 15. Everyone else is pretty much up soon enough. Stormer doesn't take it that fast. And he doesn't have the Void plus TPs. I mean, they could take the TP top and then take the Gateway, but it is risky to make that move, and now they're going to TP to defend Roche. This is getting a little bit dicey for Stormer. Knows that they're coming.
In
Roche
10
is halfway
seconds,
dead.
it's going to become a dire Roche unless it bugs. Let's see. OG already preparing to do so. On the replay, you see the Taiga damage. So the two biggest damage dealers were Lich and Enchantress.
The only reason that it didn't get worse in that team fight was because Taiga ran out of mana.
Yeah.
Oh, in the Roche pit. Top side. Back in the game we go. Chrono is up in 3 seconds. Song of the Siren. He has... If he gets out of range, he could BKB, but no, it's a bit too late. They're all grouped up as well, on top of each other. Dokshot comes in to control up the Spirit Breaker, jump in onto ZM. They know he doesn't have a buyback available. Chainfrost comes out, bouncing around. Taiga's dropping very low, chased by Fishman and Toby, but Taiga's pumping out damage like nobody's business. Finally gets taken down. Yuragi has the Aegis at the ready. Chrono comes out onto 2 targets. Can they finish off BZM in the nick of time? He eats the cheese, the good old Gouda. BZM is going to stay alive for a bit longer. Swashbuckle in 2 seconds. Can he swashbuckle to safety? It does not seem likely. The batches are too much, and they're going to charge away. DM runs to safety. Seb has no leaps, and Watson, he's got leaps for days. Seb, no force, no chance, no nothing will get bashed up. Stormer on a killing spree. Naga has the Aegis, but Entity have the team fight.
Yeah, he got the Aegis, but what can he do with the entire team dead? At least he cannot be afraid by the chrono. Oh, he goes for the 4. You're gonna see the replay. Pangolier was stuck for a while, a bit before this clip, because the roar went into the Pangolier and he was stuck into the small cliff. He had to press Manta to unstuck, so he lose a lot of his ultimate duration.
It's also that Song of the Siren was like at the very edge, because if he does not completely control the Vase's Void with that song, he pops BKB, leaps in, Chrono, takes the Aegis.
Yeah.
Every little bit.
Still can take the fight with a row entering the back line, but the roar was really good, and then the Pangolier was stuck. Let's see, they will group up with everyone back. Veno, top of damage dealt, followed by Enchantress.
Yeah, that fight as well with the Poison Nova now that he has, the Aghanim Scepter, that did so much damage. They all just... these fights are so long, drawn out, that the percentage-based damage that his Poison Nova does at this stage does tremendous amounts of work.
Got the Omi.
Well, he's gonna
They
hug
go back.
DM for a second. Roar comes out from Stormer going in for DM. Stormer does get disarmed with the swashbuckle coming through, but Taiga's got the Moon Shard. He's got the big damage coming in, yeeting Moon Shard blast upon Moon Shard blast.
Oh, Fishman, nice TP out with the Glimmer Cape. Beastmaster was going for the Spirit Breaker till he sees, oh, Enchantress here. Their carries here, let me run. And that's actually what they did on the Roche fight, right? They took the Enchantress down first. So that's the hero they want to aim for.
All up, the high ground push comes out. Tier 3 tower takes a significant amount of damage. Luckily enough, you do have Frost Shield. It is very good against a hero like Naga. To at least keep everything alive a little bit longer. There's the Poison Nova spread. The percentage-based damage is going to tick, tick, tick. Not too much, actually. Well, maybe a little bit more onto Taiga. But it is just a passive these days. And magic resistance reduction, which is really good considering you have a Beastmaster on your team, who now has Refresher. So double Roar, double Shivas, double BKB. 50 million drum smacks.
Yeah. It's mostly for the double BKB. Also, I don't know if you want to use the double Roar on Pangolier to control the full row, but I think it's a kind of overkill on it.
He has his level 25 almost, so the question is Primal Roar cooldown or Wild Axis cooldown.
Watson's around.
Toby, can they get him out? They don't have a Force Staff or anything. They are going to lose Toby, charging for more.
Between the illusions.
But this Naga illusions are very hard to deal with. Almost 4k HP on Naga right now. Bunch of armor as well. But you still have to be careful against Chrono.
Yeah, it's OG playing this patience game where they slowly take the towers with the Naga illusions and the units. Because Entity is really bad at clearing waves. So they just play this patience game and they gain more and more control in the map, more net worth. They just don't need to go for this full team fight, because then they might lose if Veno gets a good ulti with a good chrono.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Aegis running out. Just run out.
Net worth wise, they're looking pretty good again. There's another Tormentor they could try and secure. Clockwork and Feno still need their shards.
Yeah, the Venom shard is good, especially against heroes that have Manta, because they will dispel it and get stunned. The worst shard in the game, Enchantress. It's Master. Against Beastmaster, it's actually decent, okay. Because if there's no Zoo hero, it's just useless, completely useless. But yeah, against Beastmaster, He didn't go for the Helm of Dawn.
I mean, it does buff all creeps. Ally, enemy, and neutral within a radius.
Is under attack.
So it's not the worst.
Are scanning.
It's 100 attack speed increase.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Can you use it on buildings?
No.
Probably not now. Would kind of be broken.
We see tier 4s.
Dire's top barracks.
Beastmaster has Timeless Relic, really good for him. Faceless Void with a Trickster Cloak. Say, this and Ninja Gear are the best items for him. Maybe Ninja Gear a bit better for the surprise effect with the smoke.
Well, they do spot out that they're going for the Tormentor. Taiga gets... oh my god, Taiga gets the shard. Oh, amazing. He can now summon 2 creeps at the same time. Double Centaur Stomp. Oh, Stormstormer. The hookshot comes in onto DM. Do they have Invis Detection? Stormstormer with the roar comes out. DM, Lotus Orb gets thrown out slightly afterwards, but they're slowing him down, and DM is dead. He goes for another wild charge that... really? Like, why?
Yeah.
There's no one there to back you up. Like, Seb can hit an arrow, but you're not going to get the kill on a Beastmaster with 3.4 HP.
Yeah. Bit of lack of discipline and patience. Instead of taking the slow approach that's working for them. Good Lotus Orb usage. Get the Roar back, the Poison Nova.
Oh, Stormstormer. He needs to run away. Bezium comes in with the Roar. This is kind of to be expected. Does have a buyback available, going for the TP out. Bezium does not actually have a basher.
Yeah. So you can't bash.
Yeah, it's really hard to bash without a basher.
Yeah, would be surprising if he bashed. But it's actually surprising to see a Pangolier without basher, especially given it's being played against Faceless Void, Beastmaster.
And they have BKBs, yeah.
It's a really good item. I would prioritize it over the Nullifier.
Nullifier makes also a lot, like you also want it, but yeah, Basher is just so much value to have. Especially if you have Ags. Like, during your roll-up, you can constantly keep getting those bashes going.
Yeah. I think the Manta didn't feel so good. Maybe if there was a lot of pressure from Entity, the Manta could be more useful. But I didn't see so much use for it during the team fights. I think you just buy Shard instead of Manta. I don't see value on Manta in Pangolier. I think Shard, 99% of the cases, will be better. And Basher is just part of the build.
Well, an 18k net worth lead. And most of it is gone the moment you kill Yuragi. I mean, that's just it. If you kill Yuragi, all that net worth advantage is gone. And then Taiga kills you because he's got stupid amount of farm. Roche is going to respawn in 20 seconds, and he is going to head towards the top side. So OG are already making sure that top is in their control.
23 runes on Pangolier.
Easy money. Chrono comes out to meet the on towards DM and Yuragi actually getting the 2-man catch. DM is going to get taken down. Yuragi, Song of the Siren Force. He needs to get himself out. The Roar gets thrown out to control them in place. The Rolling Thunder is completely wasted as well because of that. And your Stormstormer charging in for more. Taiga on the right side. Can he get any more damage in? They're going to throw the second Roar to make sure Taiga drops, but there is no DM with the buyback available. Taiga is available to buy back, but you're going to have to fight Roche with no Rolling Thunder and no Song of the Siren.
Yuragi.
If they hurry up in time. Because Watson doesn't have Chrono, so he needs to hurry up and kill off Roche now.
Will they fight for it? Seems like they're just giving up. Gonna scout.
Refresher on Faceless Void, though, is terrifying. Double Chrono could cost you the game. Roche is dropping low. Can they kill it off in time? The arrow gets tanked by the Hawk, and now Stormstormer. He's got the cheese. Watson's got the refresher and the Aegis. Hookshot comes in onto Seb. He has 2 more leaps. Can they kill him off? The door comes out. It's the spell reflect. Shenanigans coming out, but Seb Mirana is dead. And another Roche in favor of, well, Roche engagement in favor of Entity.
Watson gets his courier back. What's that? It's Moon Shard and Shard. Oh, it's the Hyperstone and Shard.
Well, Stormy's got himself the Boots of Travel level 2 at Overwhelming Blink next. He's starting to run out of items to build. I guess he can still eat up the Ags and get himself an Octarine maybe?
Yeah, I feel like Octarine would be the best choice. Level 27. It's 30 seconds cooldown Roar, so it's a huge argument to go Octarine and have a reduction on top of that. Basically, you can roar like 4 times during the team fight.
Watson's got that double chrono at the ready. He's also building up into the refresh orb. You can't have the triple chrono anymore because that was broken. But oh, Stormstormer! Ooh, BCM was just on the edge of vision. Oh, that could have been huge.
Yeah, the thing is, we can see Entity has a lot of trouble shoving waves, getting map pressure. So they have all the heroes down bottom, and now Faceless Void has to TP all over the map to deal with the wave. And then Beastmaster gets out of position, so it's still very playable for OG. They clearly cannot win the team fight, but they can avoid the team fight, playing the patience game, using Byra to charge, for example, Spirit... Oh. Stormstormer. Got him. TP cancel.
Well, he is going to get caught out, and that is a huge kill. Stormstormer is dead. 125 seconds. Does have a buyback available. On the side, though, Chrono onto BZM. This could be the big turnaround play. No BKB popped in time. Rolling Thunder comes out, and they're going to go in for the re-engagement here. Refresher used by Watson. He doesn't have the mana. Watson does not have the mana for his second Chrono. That is a big problem. He's trying to get back. BZM drained a bit too much with that Diffusal Blade.
Is out.
And they are going to lose. Got the Omi as well. The remaining 2 will be able to get back, but that is big. That is everything.
Yeah, that's what OG need to do. They get the hero that gets out of position. They shove the waves. One hero has to TP in. Another hero just left behind. It was a Beastmaster. Huge pick-off. So playing the Baritone game really well.
Yuragi going in, charge onto Fishman. Silence comes out. Oh, the Chrono onto Yuragi. Everyone buys back.
Where's
Stormstormer's got the roar at the ready. Do they have the damage? Watson, he's trying to finish off Yuragi, and yes, indeed, Yuragi is going to be left behind. It was a triple buyback forced out, though. They will lure up Taiga immediately afterwards, and they'll get the second kill. They should get the second kill if they have detection.
Evis? Range?
Die? Taiga? There? Okay, he's dead. Gem to be picked up. But it was a triple buyback forced out for that one, and they kind of can't do too much at the moment. They do have that second, the Chrono possibility, because Refresher Orb has been built up on Watson.
Yeah, he just needs to make sure he has mana to do it. OG,
yeah, that was a little bit of a mistake.
DM top.
Wait, why? What? Yeah! DM, stop dying!
DD on Faceless Void, while we see the replay. Felt like they lacked damage, but in truth, we lacked FPS, and suddenly Naga is dead.
Yeah, that was... I mean, it's a triple buyback forced out, so all in all, it's not that bad. Could have been a lot worse. But now Naga has the Song of the Siren at the ready.
Win condition is killing the Beastmaster that has no buy, but they have DD and Catapult Wave. That's what they need to pressure.
And Watson's Aegis is about to expire in 5 seconds. He has a Chrono in 30. And they'll back off now that Yuragi has shown his face. Or are they actually? Stormstormer is an angry man.
He blinks in. This is Void playing a bit around. Disarm it. But not stunned.
Gets disarmed again. Constantly disarmed by the lucky shot. But the range rack should die to the illusions.
1 hour gaming coming.
I don't mind. I want to see them tier 5 neutral items, Astini.
Yeah, definitely. I'm clicking a bit around the heroes. So Enchantress has Moonshard, BKB, Pike. Mirana has Vise, Greaves Pipe, Lotus Orb. Spirit Breaker has the double boots. Lincoln's Shadow Blade, Agonies. I thought
he needs BKB. I mean, to be fair, they have the Roar, and Chrono. Actually, BKB does very little this game. My bad.
And he just got the shard, talking about him. Meanwhile, they did the Tormentor. Naga going for the Agonies.
Oh, Watson has the Arcane Rune. So he definitely wants to hit a Chrono right now. Spots Yuragi, but Yuragi walks away.
Hookshot miss.
Scot-free. With the Trickster's
I'm not
Cloak.
sure if they should be looking for this team fight, because maybe he wants to wait for the buybacks on his team. They have 3 buybacks down. The Clockwork, Veno, and Beastmaster. Enemy team just Enchantress, so yeah.
The problem is Roche will respawn before the buybacks are ready. Or it could if they're lucky at the same time that the buybacks are ready, but
DM in the wave, charge the wave, gets chronoed. DOT.
Not again, DM. He is a little bit more tanky, but with the TPs coming through, nice song to save his life. Can they continue this fight? Ags.
Arrow, BKB.
Watson. There's the Chain Frost bouncing around onto Yuragi. It continues for a little bit more. DM charges forward. The disarm comes through Stormstormer. DM is dropping low. DM will have a buyback available, so he can respawn and charge back into the fray. Watson refresher use, though. That should be enough threat to not continue, or is it? Taiga will be found out, finished off. Will they continue this fight? The Chrono is here. He eats the cheese. Charge onto Watson. DM needs to be very careful that he does not get caught. 8 seconds for another Roar coming through, but there's the Chrono coming in onto BZM. The Bangalore is going to get bashed, locked, stunned in place, taken down. Cheb is next. Buybacks come through plenty. DM is charging in the middle of everything. Yuragi's trying to find Toby, but Yuragi, he's trying to find 17 targets and he's completely alone. Watson still has the right clicks to continue on forward. Stormstormer has a Roar available, gets the Roar off onto the Naga. They push him back, they hold him down. DM charging through everything, but Yuragi is dead. Buybacks comes out plenty. Stormstormer is continuing the fight. He's healing up thanks to the constant drums, and Watson does not fear death at all. He is immortal. He has a buyback at the ready. Yuragi is man fighting for his life. Another Chain Frost coming out for Fishman. That's how long this fight has been lasting. The control is there. Yuragi is surrounded. BZM needs to help him, needs to keep the disarms going, but Yuragi has no backup coming through. Watson can just bash and bash and bash and bash, and he is dead. That could be, that should be, that would be, has to be game. It is a full 5-man buybacks coming out from the... Sorry, 3-man buybacks, because Seb and Taiga did not have buybacks. What a fight, what a turnaround. Go for throne, there's nothing to fear. BZM can only do a couple of swashbuckles to loosen you up, but so far it's looking...
there! It's gonna bash them.
He needs to go big, or they need to go home. Taiga's alive. He does have some decent damage. Going in for Watson. Can he get the kill onto Watson is the question. The roll holds him in place, but they're trying to just finish it off. Stormstormer, the control onto Taiga. Stormstormer, they need to focus down the Ancient. Watson actually is taking a lot of damage. Going to get the leap away. Watson is going to get taken down. The buyback comes out from Watson. Needs to buy bots quickly to rejoin his team. Stormstormer is going in. There is going to be the problem. Can they finish it off? It is so very, very close. He's all alone. Watson, he needs to go big. 20 seconds for his chrono. A couple more hits. BKB bot. Can they bash him? The bash isn't going to be enough. He Manta styles to dodge everything. Leap forward. Fortification comes in. No! Watson's going to get taken down. He cannot take down the Ancient. Oh, this is the possible turnaround. There's no buybacks on the side of Entity. OG might have just done it.
They did it. They did it. Or Entity did it, right? Because it takes two to do it. this overexternal Throne. They underestimate the damage on Enchantress. We've been talking about this damage the entire match. And Faceless Void doesn't get a Time Walk. Dies to Enchantress. He sold items to buy the BOT. He sold the Madness plus another item. And now it's just Clockwork Lich against 4 heroes. I don't think they can hold it.
The two supports don't have the same damage as that Enchantress does. Taiga, he just nuked down the Faceless Void and BZM as well. The distraction, the Basher, of course, coming in, because every little bit helps. And now it's two supports against the world, but there is nothing they can do. Yuragi could even sing him a song and finish the Ancient that way.
The tip back. Way too early, the tip, Fishman. Yeah, OG, they do it.
Throw everything they have at them. There's a buyback available. Coming through in a second. 4 seconds for the Stormer buyback. The supports as well. There's a buyback coming out from Kataomi. Maybe they can do something, but it's looking like it's not enough, and it won't be enough. It's gonna be OG taking game number 1. Pre-60 minutes. But this game, oh my lord. They played it so well on Entity for so long, but they just fumbled the ball right at the finish line. Just 3 more steps forward and they got smacked by the Taiga Enchantress.
The very last second, they're way too excited. Guys, we are winning, finally. We've been avoiding them for 50 minutes. Now we can go to their throne. And they forget about Enchantress. They underestimate the damage. 38k damage being done by Taiga. Also, BZM, we talked so much about that he missed the Basher when it's the desperation time. It's like, oh guys, I feel like I need the Basher. And the Basher did some solid work, stunning through BKBs, holding the throne. Yeah, really, really great game by both teams. This is almost 1 hour game.
Yeah, it's definitely worthwhile affair there between the two teams. I mean, everyone played out of their minds. A couple of throws here and there, but otherwise you would not call this a problematic game in the least. I enjoyed every step of the way that last fight. Like, Yuragi standing toe-to-toe for the longest time, gets taken down, and you think it's all over. It's done. They can just walk it down. But BZM together with, of course, Taiga, the Enchantress that does 1 million damage. 38k damage dealt that game by Taiga. He outdid Yuragi in terms of damage. Brilliant stuff coming out. We have a couple of highlights for you. The monster moments. We'll check them out right now and see how many monster moments we have had this game. Well, there's oh my god, it's been so long ago that this is one of the first fights where it actually went wrong for OG.
Yeah,
they went a little bit too deep.
Supports were still 5 from Entity. OG had so much the upper hand. The Venom TP was really good.
Well, the last moment. Look at this. Watson, he gets smacked. He has leap available. Doesn't leap.
Manta also.
He had tool. He had Manta, he had leap. He didn't use either of them because he wanted to buy back.
If you Manta, you break the pike? Not so sure on this mechanic, but I think you disjoint the projectiles of the pike. Yeah,
and then he
wanted
back
to buy back.
Fortification.
That was so greedy.
Yeah, but if he just leaps forward, 2 more hits onto the Ancient, they finish it. So close! Oh my lord. That was... I mean, Taiga just did too much damage. But it was sublime stuff coming out from both these sides. And here the last fight. They had buybacks coming on up just the last couple of seconds, but it was too little too late for Entity. Without the chrono, you don't really have that big deafening threat coming through from the Entity side.
Yep, both teams played their drafts to their strengths. The Beastmaster was really good. We've seen that OG could not man-fight the agonies of the hero, especially on the late game. OG played really well the waves, getting heroes out of position, and then the game just ended up on the most exciting way. Really well played from both teams.
I mean, giving MVP is a rough one because, you know, BZM played really well. Taiga played really well, but it's definitely a toss-up between the two. Because BZM as well in that last fight, the Rolling Thunder, and the bashes, like, he had bash the moment Faces Void pops his BKB, make sure he can't do anything at that stage to finish off the Ancient. And Taiga just with the raw damage constantly coming through. It's a magnificent performance, and if that is game number 1, I cannot wait for game number 2. So, we are going towards a short little break. Ladies and gents, we'll be right back for game number 2 after these messages.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. That was game number 1. It was exhilarating. It was superb. Astini, break it down. What all happened in game number 1?
This roller coaster game. Okay, so OG had way better lanes. They were ahead most of the game, to a point that they could not man fight the Faceless Void plus the Beastmaster with Aghanim's. And then they start playing the waves, forcing Entity out of position. But then it comes down to a Roche fight. Entity wins the fight. Entity has the advantage. Entity goes for the throne. And they throw in the throne. Yeah, that's it. Does it make sense? Good storytelling?
It make, well, you know, embellish it a little bit. Entity was against the odds. They were 12k behind. We saw no chance. We saw 0 chance. I was like, no, it's over. Watson's got smacked too many times. Never mind. Go next game. But no. No. They did not give a damn. They came back strong, and Stormstormer was in the lead for the side of Entity to hold them in that position for the longest time, but he was up against a very solid Pangolier played by BZM, so we'll quickly check out the head-to-head from these two players to see what they brought to the table. And this is, of course, brought to you by Acer. There you can see very close to almost identical stats between the two sides. Stormstormer, his mid Beastmaster definitely seems very scary to deal with at any stage of the game. Watson recovered very nicely, but also Toby, the moment he got that Aghanim Scepter done, the amount of damage in those long duration team fights was insane.
Yeah, I believe Stormstormer played really well on the Beastmaster. I think they might ban it for game 2. They decided to play against it. They won on the very small detail. And basically, OG won really well the both side lanes. So if they could shut down Stormstormer also, it would be such an easy win. Stormstormer was the only strong hero in Entity side for like 20 minutes into the game. So really props to Stormstormer. Although they lose the game, I could maybe give the MVP for him, yes. BZM, I'm not so sure into the decision of not going Basher. The fact that he bought on the desperation times makes me happy. It was the best decision to have a Basher, but I believe he should have had for 20 minutes before. Would have been more impactful, in my opinion. This item pickup, the Manta didn't feel that good. Can understand the reasoning behind. Of course, we get the full picture, so it's easier to judge after it's over. But the standard build with the Basher would have felt better.
Yeah, but nonetheless, he played a really good game. You know, you can die. It doesn't matter that much. Okay, it does matter a little bit because the Basher is really handy to have regardless. But he played a really good game. Taiga as well, that bottom team fight where it was just Entity in control, except for Taiga, who was just leaping impetus arrows from the side, got like 6.5k damage dealt in that team fight, and the only reason that they did not get completely slacked right there. Definitely superb performance from Taiga on the Enchantress. I've rarely seen an Enchantress have that much impact.
Yep, was a really good pick and also a really good decision to make it, I cannot say position 4, but to play on the off lane, to play against the Faceless Void. The laning stage was so good. The heroes snowballed into the game. Even with Entity doing that good move that was stealing the Wisdom runes at 7 minutes, the Enchantress had a lot of impact and snowballed a lot.
Well, we can at least still see some nice smiles right there on Stormstormer. After, you know, you lose the game, but it was a fun game. I mean, it was an exhilarating game. They almost made the comeback happen. Then they got a little bit too greedy right at the end with trying to finish the job. Or it just did not work in their favor. I think the greed was considerably effective. Unfortunately, it just did not work out, and then Fortification came in and you couldn't finish the job either. Nonetheless, Entity are a dangerous team, but this is also a dangerous tournament. This is DreamLeague 20. This is Thai League. So right now, I'm expecting Entity to take game number 2.
Yeah, I'll make the prediction as the last 4, 8, 11 games, it's gonna be a draw. So then Entity is gonna win. But it's hard to judge from outside again. Like, are you gonna count the timer on the backdoor protection under this situation? The Faceless Void bought back and had to sell items to buy the BOT. It's a lot of pressure, few seconds to take the decision. Can understand the reasoning behind. And that's what makes Dota such an exciting game, right? So I'd still say really well played from Entity side.
Yeah, they're a scary team. Their drafts are weird. I mean, yes, they are. There's no going through it. It's weird. You play Beastmaster mid, Veno first phase off lane. Hey, who does that? And it's very scary, but they play it so incredibly well. It really shows that who cares about what people consider quote unquote meta if you're just really confident and comfortable on your own heroes. But then again, on the other side, you've got OG. A couple of mistakes coming out from DM on the Spirit Breaker. He went in 1v17 a couple too many times, but for the rest, they played an exceptional game.
Yeah, and the Spirit Breaker was creating space, right? He was always shoving the waves, putting under the Entity's tower. So also props to him, maybe way too aggressive a few times, but you can understand the reasoning on that also.
Well, we have the draft ready, starting the draft ready. Let's see the heroes. No Dusa, thank the Lord. Techie's also banned out, no Bat, and the Respect ban, no Beastmaster coming out for Stormer this time around.
Yeah, I honestly expected. So there's Doom. Say that's the priority they've been taking so far. From the, let's say, broken, quote-unquote, heroes. But yeah, Beastmaster had a lot of impact. So here's the Doom. I'd say predictable. Probably when OG they decide to ban the Beast, they know they're playing against the Doom.
Yeah, the Doom is always a nice choice to have. Toby does not need the most support in the lane at that stage. You can always try and recover. But we also saw in the previous series the aggressive Doom. But that was with the Techies, if I'm not mistaken.
Saw Monkey also, which, yeah.
And that hero got owned.
Yeah, I don't know if I said before it showed up, but I was thinking on it because OG usually picks Monkey against Doom, especially because for them it's a flex. They can play it on Taiga's hand. So it's a good opening against Doom. Last time we seen Lich. This time we see Veno.
They steal the Veno.
And a good steal, yes. Making sure. Although I'd say probably the same player that Doom would play Veno, but they can always flex the Doom into carry. Or
yeah, Katomi could play, also plays Doom 4, so...
Yeah.
That would have been a possibility. Plus, if you had a Doom plus Veno offlane duo, you would probably destroy a safe lane Monkey every day.
Makes
but
a lot
Veno
of sense.
Monkey is also a pretty nasty lane to deal with. If this is a 5 Veno, of course, it can always still be an offlane Veno or a 4 position Veno.
Yeah. And both heroes are steals from Entity strategies because they play Doom with Monkey, Doom with Veno. Yeah, Doom with Takis, that's banned. They go for the Shadow Demon. Basically, the thing I mentioned on the first draft, that was, as Venomancer, you don't want to play against Terrorblade because the copy just do a lot with your passive. Same goes for Shadow Demon. You want to have the Shadow Demon on Venom lane, and he cannot get the Poison Sting levels, because otherwise you do more damage to him than he does to you with the illusions. Also, a Purge. You can buy the Shard, have some defensive purges against the Venomancer.
No, Shadow Demon is just in general pretty freaking good. Katomi plays it. I would assume Fishman also plays it, so you can always flex it. They ban out the Arc Warden, the new Arc Warden is pretty nasty. With the daytime, nighttime, Arc Warden double having different spells thing. It is very confusing. I still have not exactly figured out exactly how it works. I mean, I know the principle, but I would not be able to play. I already wouldn't be able to play the hero, but having to think, oh, it's daytime, so now the Arc Warden double does that spell is just hell.
Yeah,
but it has some really cool mechanics now.
Yeah, mostly being played on Dire, but it's a good ban. Consider it's BZM. OG lost with it against Aster. And another thing on the SD, it's good against Duza, a hero that's still in the pool. Oh no, sorry.
No,
my bad. I was thinking other thing. What is other reasons for SD? I think it's just for the Vanodam.
And Demonic Purge on Monkey, so he can never get Jingu Mastery is nice.
Yeah, there's TA. I was thinking
it also
what
counters a bunch of heroes
you could flex with the Monkey. That's why I went back to the Duza. So it looks like a Monkey carry so far, because they didn't address it. OG gets to pick a support. Enchantress still in the pool. It's the best interaction against Shadow Demon, and honestly, it's good against Doom. You would think the Devour is a counter to Dench, but honestly, just wanna right-click hero. And if it's against a melee hero, it's really good for right-clicking. So you're just gonna slow and right-click the Doom. Could be a ban for Entity.
Rough choices. Many heroes still left in the pool. Pangolier makes sense because BZM played a nasty Pango last game. And Shadow Demon only can really save someone against the Pango. All the spirits are still pretty much left. Both BZM and Stormstormer love playing Foker mid. I don't really think that many people play Foker in this patch, but if there are players out there in the world of Dota that play Foker in this patch, it's probably BZM or Stormstormer.
Yeah, I was a bit AFK on the Arc Warden patch notes. It's based on Dire and Raiden sides. So that's...
I was
checking if it had anything to do with the Knight thing that you mentioned. I'm like, I know he's better on Dire.
Okay, then I really have no idea.
Yeah, but it's
okay, so if you play it on Dire, does that mean you get the better spells or your Arc Double gets the better spells?
Your double.
Because, okay, so
also
your double
you. Also you.
Well, the Arc Double gets the other spells, right? You get one set of spells, and the Arc Double gets the other set of spells.
I'm
I
getting
think
lost
that's the way
into
it
this Arc Warden scenarios. It's banned, luckily.
Yeah, it's the... I need to go through the entire, and someone needs to have a video. If anyone watching has seen anyone on YouTube make a video on the new Arc Warden explanation, please send it somewhere so I can see it, because it's still confusing to me.
Yeah, my read was that the spells on Dire were better, but they played Radiant, so maybe my read on the hero is not the best. Kodo for OG. Sets up for a possible Storm on
or Ember
18 Ember with combos. Void Spirit, okay-ish.
Any spirit really, even Earth Spirit, even though that's not going to really get picked. There's the Magnus that we saw struggle in the previous series, plus Wind Ranger. Two nice universal heroes picked up for Entity. Watson plays Wind Ranger safe, I know. But I have no idea what they're doing right now. It could also be off-lane Wind Ranger and
There's
Doom 4.
Sab on the enemy team.
Yes, but he's not going to get the Wind Ranger.
Taking his Wind Ranger. It's you see? It's a mind game. Yeah, I see the Wind Ranger as a counter to the Monkey King, which is a reason that you might consider moving the Monkey to position 4. They played a lot this Venom Monkey lane, and Magnus also decent against Monkey. You have the Skewer to take him out of the ring. Wind Ranger, you have ways of finding him in the trees. And we see a Faceless Void.
Really?
Yeah.
Against Doom, Shadow Demon, and Wind Ranger.
Doom used to be the one-on-one counter to Faceless Void, yes, but I've seen Voids having good games against Doom. Against the Magnus, it does make sense, because if you get skewered in, you can always go back. Not the best target to skewer. The time dilation's low into the wind, pretty strong. You are some sort of nullifier builder against the wind also.
Yeah, but my biggest problem is you chrono someone, Shadow Demon saves them, and then your biggest strength is gone. Or you tried to chrono Wind Ranger before you have a nullifier, and then he pops Wind Run on time. Or you get doomed.
Yeah.
You get doomed is probably the worst.
I can see it going both ways. I agree with you, that's not the best Faceless Void pick that we've seen. Also, they choose to pick the carry, showing that Monkey is a support, when they could just pick the mid laner. The Storm was the best combo with Kotl, and leave this flex info with the Monkey open till the end. And yeah, definitely didn't want the Monkey as the carry when you see the Wind Magnus.
Or Shadow Demon, to be fair. Demonic Purge and Monkey is useless. We saw it yesterday, actually. I don't remember who played against each other, but there was a game where Shadow Demon just hit... no, it was against Juggernaut. But Monkey King is kind of the same. If you can't move, you can't do anything.
Yeah. Shadow Demon is rising in popularity in the meta. Hero feels really strong. Visage ban coming from OG. It's a Stormer ban. He plays Visage mid.
Toby also plays it, so technically it's still possible.
It's a hero that could go off and mid, right? And considering that they have Magnus, it's a really good ban because you don't know where the heroes would go for a last pick.
OG probably playing the Venom offlane with the Monkey for Kotl 5 and his Faceless Void safe lane and just the mid lane to left. They could technically put the Kotl mid as well, which still some people do.
They could. Doesn't seem the best thing though. Ember and Stormband, the heroes we talk about, are the best ones with the Kotl chakra. Just Void Spirit in the pool, maybe not the best choice here.
Last ban for OG. They're afraid of, honestly, any flex that Entity has, which they have tons of.
They can still
Their
pick a
flex
carry
is insane.
that plays with Empower.
This shows exactly how much they have no idea how Entity is playing. Like, they ban Visage and Disruptor. A 5 and a, well, in this case, actually a mid.
But I assume Wind is a carry because a very tough lane against Venom Monkey. You want this ranged hero. So I'd expect a mid.
Do you
There's
lane
Queen
something?
of Pain.
What would you go for? Fishman, Clockwork? I mean, Venomance is a big problem in the lane. You can't really catch up to the Veno.
Yeah. I was thinking Quiffman, but then the Dune needs to be a support, as you mentioned. So it's a support, the Sky. Okay.
A 5 Sky then for Fishman, Shadow Demon 4. Then the question is, what is mid, what is off lane, what is safe? Probably Wind Ranger safe, Magnus mid, Doom off lane. But everything is possible with these guys.
Yeah, but it's a good game for the silence from Skyraf against the Faceless Void. OG.
In before
what can
the
they
Baron
do?
comes in and, oh my
TA?
god. No. Last pick, Void Spirits versus
Two
Magnus.
Voids.
Oh no, versus Wind Ranger mid. Safe lane Magnus. Okay. Slightly different. That means Magnus is laning against a Monkey Veno. And it's a 5 Shadow Demon. Magnus Shadow Demon versus a Monkey Veno. Or are they swapping on the side of OG as well and making this a... I don't know.
I mean, the SD can be a setup for the skewer back. The only thing I'm sure is you want the SD to play the Venom lane. That's what you want. The two voids on OG. We talk about the combos with Koro, and you mentioned Ember, Storm, and then it's like, Faceless Void. Void Spirit. It's not the best spirit to be played with Koro, but it was the one remaining. Is a spirit that can build Manta, so a Dispel from the Silence coming from the Skywrath.
I'm curious to see what Stormstormer, Wind Ranger mid can bring to the table this time around. I've seen some Magnus's safe lane as well, but I've also seen them struggle a bunch, and especially when you're playing against a Veno, it gets... I don't necessarily know if that's going to be the most fortuitous lane. It's Taiga on the Monkey, Coddle for Seb. The one thing that they do have against Entity is against OG is that they have a reasonably squishy lineup. Like, the supports are very quick to kill. Veno is weak at the early stages. Faces Void, same story. The Void Spirit can get stupidly tanky, though, because his item build tends to be a lot more stats these days with, like, Scotty and whatnot, and then he walks around with 4k HP.
Yeah, and although the OG heroes are easier to kill, I'd say the hero that can actually jump and kill heroes is this Void Spirit on BZM hand. Maybe he can get out of control. I just talk about the Koro combo, but the hero overall is really good. It's a backline jump against the Shadow Demon. You want this hero that jumps on the backline, also against the Skywrath. And he's definitely a hero to build Nullifier, which is a must against Wind Ranger. So it's a good pick.
No mana, says Seb's Coddle. I love Coddle. It's in this patch so good. It tends to go most of the time for max level Chakra. In the lane with the faces, in the lane that he's playing with probably the Faces Void, I would say. Not really the most advantageous, depending on the Void build, because there are some Voids that go for max level time dilation. Or at least a couple of levels in time dilation for the lane harass these days. I haven't seen it be the go-to every single time, but at least you can use Chakra Magic then.
Yeah, I've seen recently, especially against Batrider, some heroes that really rely on spamming spells. Not so sure if he's gonna take on this lane.
That's a Shadow Demon, but actually no, it's a Skywrath. So having the extra slow on Skywrath is pretty nice to have as well.
Yeah, I assume the Skywrath... I mean, the SD will play against Veno, so Skywrath gets the other lane. Van, will they get the skewer?
DM body blocked as well by the Veno illusions, and DM is going to get first blooded Stormstormer to get that very, very, very swift bottle.
Yeah, and he barely lost HP, barely lost mana, so hard times coming for BZM unless he managed to outplay Stormstormer somehow.
Well, we got, of course, 3 interesting lanes. The one that I'm curious about most would probably be top. It's a Coddle plus Veno. Okay, that's really hard for the Magnus to do. Anything. Coddle plus Veno. And then bottom, it's going to be a Faces Void plus Monkey King lane. How are you going to stop Doom just running you down with a Monkey King plus 5?
I don't know. It looks like a weird decision. As the game 1, the Mirana felt a bit out of place on the safe lane. They picked the heroes to flex in the draft, which makes overall a good draft. But top Seb is alive. But when it comes to lanes, you might have some weird lanes.
Taiga taking a lot of damage, almost has Jingu Mastery, but will not finish it just yet.
Can he deny? Not needed. He can't.
Fishman does get denied. Watson to walk away. And no kill secured there for OG in the top side. Top lane is really nasty to deal with for the side of Entity, but bottom lane they can definitely win.
Yeah, I think bottom they should at least draw, but they can win if the Void does some misplay. Top's going fine though. This deny means a lot, because then you're back, full HP, full mana, and you didn't give away any gold. So Venom, he cannot buy some extra regen, because doesn't have the kill money.
Well, and as you mentioned, DM not leveling Poison Sting because he doesn't want to get disrupted.
Yeah, it's sad, but that's what he needs to do. He's saving the point, so later in the game he does want to, maybe on a clutch play to go for a kill, he can do, but not early on.
Toby got himself the Frost attack creep, so has a 25% movement slow on his auto attacks. That also gives an attack slow against 2 melee heroes, even though Monkey you can pretty much consider to be almost range.
Venom has
and BZM is holding his own mid. Yeah, it's a universal hero, but universal heroes at level 1 have terrible attack damage.
Radiant's courier.
Even though
And
Magnus is also a universal hero, but...
Bot. They go for Taiga.
Well, he does have it right now. The Poison Sting. But they are losing, mainly because DM's lane is not going as well as planned. Like, the harass is pretty nice onto Watson, but if he just gets enough regen the entire time, he doesn't really care. And you can always head in towards the jungle very quickly with empower levels.
He's using all the money to buy. Here's the ban. The Venom copy is coming in.
Slowed down. Watson's charge. Not really the most advantageous position to charge to.
This Cure, I would not say save DM because he wasn't about to die, but not the best. They go for Kataomi. Taiga jumping, slowing. Has a grenade on Kai.
Low. Is going to lose his life, and they're turning their attention towards Toby immediately. But he's just going to dip, get his mana boots quickly, and constantly keep his harass on towards these two. Yeah, DM's actually really struggling.
Yeah, both cores on top they struggle to farm. Magnus and Venom. Maybe that means Shadow Demon, Koto are getting items early on. Toby running from Taiga. Dodges the W from Sky.
I'm curious if Toby is going to just go for another point in Devour or Inferno Blade, because Inferno Blade is... Yeah, he went for Inferno Blade. He wants to get a little bit more of that kill threat in the bottom lane. But that's also the downside, because time dilation slow just becomes a little bit stronger because of it. Ooh, Taiga's in trouble. And with the blood grenade, he will be a goner. Kataomi gets that kill secured. Hiragi underneath the tower has another leap. Time walk in a sec. Well, he has it available. Leaps to the side, but Toby is going for the chase. Hiragi is slowed down. Toby with the right click. Yeah, he should fall.
The Lotus.
Time dilation. One more blast. And dead. Now Taiga's here. We'll be able to get Jingu Mastery, but does Toby really care?
It's some damage. But yeah. Slow. Taiga. Can he get it? He's gonna get the kill. You ask if he cares.
Last
does care.
hit. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, he does care. The longest chase ever, but it works out. That is very surprising to me. I thought he'd just be able to walk it off.
Matchup.
Fishman topside will be taken down the moment that they all keep him away from Watson. They'll be able to take him down. Watson has 12 denies, DM 9, so top lane is primarily denying each other. And mid, Storm and BZM both level 6.
Taiga joins top. Goes for Watson. They stun.
Taiga gets the kill. TP is a bit too far. Power shot. Ooh! Taiga gets the leap back into the trees and gets himself out of there. Plus, it forced the Stormer TP. He does have a regen rune, so He'll be able to just regen while going back towards mid.
Yeah, but no TP now
nonetheless,
from the
pretty
B
well
laner.
done.
They can go for the dives. Really well played by the monkey. Gets also the wisdom rune. Entity didn't get it yet. First game they went for this steal play. The second game they didn't even guarantee theirs. Uragi, he noticed this. Goes check, and he's gonna find it.
And he gets himself a nice free wisdom rune, almost level 6 on the Faces Void. Double wisdoms for OG.
Man, that's
Toby
huge.
is level
The
6 though.
supports have more level than the Magnus carry. Oh no.
Taiga is almost level 6 as well. Toby is in trouble. They have way too many slows and catches, and Toby will die because his support pretty much dipped out on him.
Yeah, without Sky, he cannot stay in the lane. Sky is going to the
Katomi
mid lane.
actually going to guard the runes.
The
Spawning.
Rune. 50-50.
Second rune for Stormer. Easy.
Stormer wins the coin flip.
Watson is now jungling because the lane is too much to handle.
Taiga is just
Taiga is
following
chasing.
him. And does he care?
But
he
in comes
cares.
Fishman. Yeah, but with Fishman there, it gets a little bit scarier for Taiga.
Throws the blood grenade. He cannot jump.
Screw back to make sure he doesn't have the Jingle Mastery going, and they will kill off Taiga. Watson can continue farming.
Yeah,
I mean, they
good
care
kill,
a bit, but
because
they care
then
for that easy
Watson
money.
Can actually farm. Okay, Toby is level 6. Bit scary for the Faceless Void.
He doesn't have a
But no
point in Doom, though.
Yeah, and Faceless Void has Chrono.
Stoby's just going to focus on trying to get as much farm in as short of a time period as possible, but with Taiga TPing towards bottom, Toby needs to be careful because, again, the Chrono is there. There's going to be the slow coming out. He also has the Orb of Corrosion, so Toby... Are they going to go for the Toby kill? Nah, he's got the Vanguard. That's the big difference maker compared to last time. Last time he did not have the Vanguard.
Baiting a Doom. They don't know that Doom doesn't have the ulti.
Oh.
Oh, almost cut the Taiga tree.
He gets himself back. And Taiga gets all the info needed. Stormstormer with another wasted TP.
Meanwhile, Chrono kill into the sky.
Katomi TP towards the twin gates. Whoops.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This Faceless Void is going for Midas. I like the item choice. Again, don't think the Mask of Madness is a really good pick. Sometimes it's game losing. Stormstormer into BZM. Has still one jump.
Top tower is under attack.
Well, Watson's getting some decent farm. He's actually going for the Mask of Madness himself, not for the Echo Saber that you tend to see a lot these days with a quick harpoon pickup.
Dire's top tower
Yeah,
is
he's
under
back
attack.
into the game with the farm.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Stormstormer is going just Maelstrom, no surprise picks, items being picked up just yet on these two sides. Toby needs to be careful because there's a Taiga stalking him.
It's level 7. Now he's holding the point. That's the thing I was telling, like you can see this shiny thing on the talent tree. So if you're the enemy, you know he's holding the point. You play way more careful.
Jump in onto Fishman. Does he get himself away? He is going to get taken down. Babezium, luckily enough, there is a backup for him coming through from
This
behind.
is huge into Stormstormer.
Yeah,
You can see
when
already
Ranger can't
Auto
move.
is gonna be a lot of trouble to this wind.
Well, he was a big trouble on the Mirana last game as well. Very greedy supports that he's playing, by the way. Obviously, that's how Seb just rolls. I'll play support, but I need to also be able to carry on the support, okay?
The hero that will get items soon enough. Veno, again, is having, let's say, a rough time farming. We see this story on the first game. After laning stage, oh, they go for Watson. Maybe just annoying his farm.
Well,
Press the
Taiga
madness.
is doing a lot of work there. Taiga gets dragged back. Stormstormer running out of mana. Shackle Shot does connect. But he still gets himself out of there. And right now, the rotation from DM came through. Watson's a little bit too deep, trying to go for the TP out. Watson is going to get smacked. Oh, Taiga is just toying with Entity. The Monkey God is here. Last game Enchantress, this game Monkey King. Taiga's doing it all.
So far, the MVP of the series. Nice ban from Fishman, but BZM got him.
Yeah, they still managed to get the catch. 2K net worth lead for OG.
And they press the glyph, choose the multi-shot. So no glyph now. Not that it really matters, but was a glyph usage.
Watson needs to find an avenue to be able to get some farm. Yuragi's got the Hand of Might is finished, so his farm is not going to be bad at all. Toby's going to go for his own Hand of Midas after the Vanguard plus Arcane Boots and has it secured. So they're looking for late game gaming. They're looking for, you know, another 40-minute game between these two sides.
Yeah, Entity farming the ancient stacks. Will it happen again that OG get them during the stack farming?
Well, they're blocking the entry at the very least. They find Taiga, try to nuke him down. Mystic Flare is still available on Kataomi to use. BZM on the run, 1-for-1 trade so far. BZM has one more Astral Step, gets RP'd. Mystic Flare comes out, and the kill gets secured. Chrono on the side, Yuragi trying to find Stormstormer, but the Doom is onto Yuragi and Stormstormer. He's got that wind run, power shot's not going to connect. Will they be able to hunt down Yuragi and stay on top of him? DM is going to be the target for now. Stormstormer will finish him off, but Yuragi is too far away. They're not going to hunt for that kill. And a really big fight there for the side of NT, which might not end just yet, because Seb walks back in. Question mark? Exclamation mark. Yes, he is going to get absolutely smacked in response.
Here's the tip coming. Nice shackle shot from Stormstormer. Nice read from Entity this time to block the smoke, protect the ancient stacks, and get a really good team fight going on between the tier 1 and tier 2 tower. It's a really good place to fight if you're waiting for the enemy, and they were.
Oh.
Taiga again, spotting Entity. BZM's joining.
This is getting a little bit dicey. Stun comes out. Taiga is such an elusive little bugger. Tree gets cut though. He jumps onto the wrong one, but Toby is going to be the target on the side. Fishman with the very quick save attempt onto Toby. Fishman is going to be able to get away. Toby's not going to be so lucky. No, BZM goes for the aggressive dive, but that means he has no spells. Everything is on cooldown. Will lose his life. And it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade with BZM losing his life. That's a big one. That's a really big one.
Yeah, and Watson finally farming the stacks. Stormstormer had a DD but couldn't farm, so Watson getting this farm. Really good defense of this area. Again, Entity, they're playing just to defend their farming areas. Believe that's the right thing to do with a Magnus Draft, with Empower. You want to farm the jungle camps. You have Doom with Midas. He's going to scale, so just want to stall the game. To be honest, Doom doesn't have Midas. His courier is dead. So it's 15 minutes without Midas on Doom, but he will eventually have.
Yeah, that cut from Watson, pretty nicely done. And here, BZM, he tries to get the shot on Fishman, but unfortunately misses with the Astral Step. Fishman on the jump first and has to go back to finish the kill, and that puts him in a very rough spot. Takes him down while top side right now. Toby is gonna be jumped and taken down. Bottom lane, they tried to do the same on towards BZM.
The slow is pretty strong. Will they chase?
Toby does lose his life, and they do not get a rectifying kill. DM also went for Hand of Midas, by the way. I didn't even realize that the Veno has one secured. BZM, Mystic Flare does not kill him off. They're trying to get the control, but BZM still has some spells to use. Will be able to jump back to safer territories, and they need to bail out on the side of Entity.
They chase. Get Fishman.
Okay. They'll catch a little Fishman lurking about. Throw at their rod and get a huge one.
Yeah, Yuragi was joining in, looking for a chrono angle, but Entity, they just go back. Doom will finally get his Midas. 16 minutes in. It's weird to see Doom not so well on the network chart. But the supports, they're doing so well. 4K, for Koto, also for Sky, and same goes for the Monkey King.
Taiga is going for Nullifier Rush. I like to see it.
That's good. When they picked the Faceless Void, I was trying to make an argument for a good Nullifier hero. And then they picked Void Spirit. They got Watson. Nothing's happening. But actually, even the Monkey King 4 wants it. It's such a good Nullifier game.
It just destroys win range immediately. Until you get level 25 and then you don't really give a damn.
Yeah. But it's gonna be a long way.
Well, considering DM has a Midas, Yuragi has a Midas, and Toby has a Midas, I would expect this game to go pretty long unless OG starts snowballing out of control right now. Speaking of which, Katomi is going to get caught. They're looking for more. Seb has the slow available in a second. Fishman, run away! Nope, he's not going to be able to run. Not with Taiga on your heels.
Cuts the tree with the Killing Blade, but yeah. Some cute stuff going on, but he's dying anyways.
It's a 4K net with lead right now. It's not looking too shabby. DM's got the pipe done. He's going for the Heaven's Halberd. Disarming the Wind Ranger for 5 seconds is going to be a very big deal.
Lighting up on Toby.
Taiga's level 9.5. Going in onto Toby. They are so hyper aggressive right now. Toby wants to go back out because his teammates are re-TPing through. DM, can he get the catch on? Oh my god. Fishman gets pushed back just before he could get
Watson
the disruption. But on the side, Watson is ready to pounce. Did break open his Mask of Madness to get the harpoon a little bit faster.
Good choice, good choice. Play more active. Way too aggressive from OG, trying to kill under the tower. Maybe they were just forcing TPs, but yeah, ended up dying on 2 heroes. Seems like the game's going long, as you mentioned. It's like, unless OG just snowballs, but Entity, they are doing really well in protecting their area in the map.
And it's also, their lineup is, again, very weak for high ground pushing. And yeah, Magnus, high ground, defense, king, god, easy skewer back, easy 15 kills.
Yeah, we see the graph where Taiga played, the kills he got on the map, everywhere.
Aggressive Monkey. I love to see it. He has the Helm of Iron Will. No, he just needs to buy the Sacred Relic, but you know, that's going to cost him 3k gold to be able to secure it, so it's going to take quite some time. Not the worst amount of time, because he does have max level Primal Spring.
Yeah, the only hero that's not getting items is the Shadow Demon. He wants a Glimmer Cape, or even maybe Ether Lens to get more cast range. Otherwise, Void Spirit is jumping and deleting him every fight. They got Kataomi.
Kataomi. He's gonna get blasted again. Not really much he can do if anyone gets on top of him. But right now, it is time for Tormentors to spawn. And actually, they're going into Roche on the side of OG. Though these Tormentors are pretty big. Shadow Demon with the Torment, with the Shard is pretty nice. Even the Skywrath Shard is pretty neat to have on the Dire side. Radiant side, Coddle. The Monkeys? I mean, the Monkeys is actually also pretty good. It's a weird one, though. But a good disengage tool.
Yeah. Especially because Taiga is so good at the hero, I'm pretty sure he will do amazing usage of it. If he gets, right? Because the thing is, yes, shards are amazing, but do you want to cross the entire map to take yours? Usually no. Usually you want to play aggressively. If you take the enemy towers, then maybe you get the enemy Tormentor. He's going for the XP rune, but they are also there on Entity. They stun, they steal.
He does lose his life for it, but he'll still be happy to at least deny it from his opponent, secure the extra XP for himself and his teammates. A good old yoink.
Yeah, worth it, for sure. He knew he was trading his life for it.
Yuragi,
both sides,
trying to catch Watson, and gets the chrono off. Do they have the damage to burst down Watson? Aether Remnant holds him back. Yes, they do. They nuke him down. Yuragi has the Aegis, so you don't really want to doom him. BZM would be the better target, but his first life is already gone. So with that second, are you going to go in for that Doom? Yuragi gets shackle shot, stunned up. Doom gets thrown out. Yuragi, that's a 1-for-1 safe lane, 4 safe lane trade.
Yeah,
and the Aegis
really
is
works
also
for
gone.
Entity because it's 2 lives. It's the Aegis. They keep running.
Oh,
got the sky.
Taiga, Wukong's coming out from the scary pulse for Monkey. Fishman on the side will be jumped because BZM still had some spells left in the tank. Atomi dissimulate right on top of him. BZM with a double kill. Now all of a sudden it's back to being favorable for OG.
The 1-to-1 trade was really good. Now the 3-to-1 trade, not good. They should go back when they use their spells on Entity. Wind Ranger is a really good hero against Aegis heroes because you keep your ultimate up for the second life, so it's pretty decent that you use it on the Faceless Void. It's a 1k trade on gold for OG, 2k XP plus for OG.
Taiga is just the biggest nuisance ever. Again, running away. Seb, in the meantime, is turning into a core. Stupidly farmed. Is close to building up that Lincoln Sphere after his mech plus Solar Crest.
Yeah, I'm impressed by the Auto farm and also that the Magnus has so low farm. That's the 2 things that stand out when you look at the net worth chart. Lincoln's probably to use on a Void Spirit so he can jump into the Shadow Demon. That's what I would assume. Not really
Shackle
working.
Shot's nasty. Demonic Purge, Doom, just Ancient Seal as well. So many single target spells that are hard for a Void to deal with.
One of the Void's gonna jump. Watson finds him.
Watson, quick catch on Takado. But BZM comes in. He's trying to go for Fishman. Oh, used a bunch of his spells already, and now they need to be careful because RP is still ready. He has a skewer as well. Taiga's going to be left behind, and that's going to be a double for the side of
no
NXT.
TP to join. He's walking base without a TP, so nothing OG can do. Just giving away this tower. 24 minutes in, finally Entity cleaning up a bit the map, getting some space to farm.
Stormer has not been killed just yet, but once the Nullifier comes out, it becomes a lot easier to kill him off. But nonetheless, Stormer been playing an impeccable game on that mid Wind Ranger. 6-0-4.
Smoked, and they're going for the Venom.
But it gets scanned. They know, he knows they're coming. He's got the Heaven's Halberd done as well, so another counter for that Stormer. Wind Ranger.
Yeah, the Midas paying off, getting items.
He's relaxing still because he's afraid that he's gonna get jumped topside.
Yeah, I was looking at the same thing, like silently waiting for the TP cooldown.
This'll come in handy.
Even throws out an extra Plague Ward right before TP so that the creep camp does not respawn in case Watson wants to farm that area, for instance. All the min-maxing that they do
Yeah, here
to
comes
make
another
sure that they have an advantage.
Stormer is the bait. It's a catapult wave. Someone needs to show to deal with it soon. They will linger in the area. Watson with the wraparound.
Are they going to be able to get a good catch? Seb towards mid. They do get vision of him, but he is just dipping perfectly, knowing exactly where Entity are playing.
Yeah, they had the perfect read of where Entity was. Guide the smoke. They're gone. They clear the wave.
OG playing it pretty cool, calm, and collected. DM, next item is going to be that Aghanim Scepter. We saw how effective it was last game when Toby ran it.
Yeah, this hero does a lot of damage. The team fight on OG now is way better than the previous game. Lots of single targets on Entity. Need good vision to fight when you have those single target heroes. You want the Wind Ranger to find a core. You want the Doom to find the Faceless Void.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Well, there is any moves coming through. Nope. OG are just content with farming up the top side. I mean, they have a Faceless Void and a Void Spirit. They're really strong late game heroes. I don't really think they have that big of a threat in the late game, especially with Seb keeping up in terms of net worth with the rest of the cores.
Especially because they are getting items faster than Entity. So you have a Doom that's not top farm. If the Doom had 5 items now, could be dangerous. Smoke into smoke, Stormer. Yeah.
He gets hit by the Noxious Plague. Watson does need to be careful.
Getting vision.
As well, there's the spread coming through. Stormer runs away. Fishman's going to be left behind. And quickly nuked down. The rest of Entity just have to try and run as fast as they can, but Katomi might not be so lucky with BZM on the chase. And indeed, BZM will be able to get himself a double kill. 10, 2, and 3. Both mid laners again, just like last game, really making their mark.
Yeah, but Stormer, not much he could do. He pressed the BKB just to be kept alive. Void Spirit has a way better timing into the game. Roche can be up within 40 seconds. That's when we get the timer from 0 to 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be Radiant Roche, all things considered. Unless you get really lucky on the side of OG. I mean, depending on who you consider to be lucky, if it's Radiant or Dire.
I'd say OG wants it Radiant, because then you can play with the buybacks on the outpost. Although they have the game advantage, so if it's up now, I don't think they really mind.
Well, they still need to get themselves the Tormentor on the side of Entity. Get the damn Tormentor. There was not really much happening there. Then afterwards, a catch onto Kataomi. The two supports have no escape mechanisms. There's a Glimmer on Fishman. Kataomi has Solar Crest PVs. There's no way you can get out. Roche is going to be Radiant.
It is.
So it will spawn on the Radiant side of the map. Entity are already posturing and getting ready to possibly deal with it the moment it spawns.
Yeah, OG doing the right thing. They're shoving the wave on the opposite side of the map. They want this wave to hit the enemy tier 3 tower. So someone needs to TP in to fix the wave. And then you get off guard the guy that's left behind. They smoke. Entity feels it. Probably gonna dodge.
Well, they are gonna back off. Stormer needs to be the most careful of them all.
Yuragi walking with the
scariest.
double Lincolns on him.
No one's gonna be able to catch him now. Seb with the Lincolns finished up. The Void Spirit as well, so they're just spamming it on Yuragi. Make sure he doesn't get hit by Doom. This could be a big surprise. And Doom could get wasted, but both the sides know what is coming in towards that bottom side. They scan that they're in the Roche pit, but there's no one in the pit right now. And that, like, if they stayed in the pit, they could have tried to possibly bait them in.
Yeah, the way I see Entity taking the fight is if they can bait into Magnus Illusion, into the Manta Illusion. That's the way they win the team fight. If OG waste spells on Illusion. Otherwise, even though they have this high ground control, it seems really hard to take this team fight against the 2 Lincolns on the Faceless Void.
Oh, they're all the way around as well. Taiga getting vision together with DM now. They know exactly where they are. TP out? They all TP out on the side of Entity.
I wonder if they will insta-smoke back to it, or they just giving away.
Yeah, they're giving it away, I think. Watson's just farming. Okay.
Yeah, trusting
was,
in the Magnus skewer back to Fountain. The high ground defense. No? They will fight. OG's out of the pit.
Yeah, it looks to be still a brawl. The Illusion walking forward, but he's trying to bait them in with the Illusion. Smoke gets broken. Aether Remnant is down. The Monkey jumps through, gets the stun up. And Wukong's command attempted, but there is going to be the shackle shot. Taiga is dropping low. The Monkey King will get taken down. The Chronos Fake is thrown out. Keeps him alive inside the Wukongs. Fishman with the save attempt. Stormer is running out of every tool that he has. Toby still has the Doom at the ready. Gets it thrown out, but the Lincoln's pop is there. Great save coming out from the side of OG, making sure that keep their safe laner non-doomed. And it's looking like a disastrous fight coming out for Entity. Fishman's trying to keep them distracted from chasing down after Katomi, but Katomi cannot run away. BZM even through mid trying to find Watson, but that was a disastrous start to the team fight. They only kill off Taiga in that situation, and that was because they used focus fire to kill him.
Yeah, because Taiga was giving all the vision. He was playing aggressively. That's why they get this kill. They spend a lot of spells on him. After the Chrono, felt like there was no team fight for Entity, just everyone playing to survive. Supports running for their lives, dying. Stormstormer, Watson going back base. Stormstormer found DM though. Meanwhile, he's gonna get a kill. And change of Roche? Will he? Yeah, he does.
He does manage to find the kill skewer. Didn't have the mana for the Halberd. And that's the reason why he did manage to secure the kill. Stormstormer sidesteps BZM's Aether Remnant just barely and will be able to get himself out of there.
Nullifier picked up for Taiga. Huge pickup. Wind Rangers.
What a monkey item build. He's got Orbic Corrosion, Medallion, Nullifier. Yeah, this fight, Taiga gets all the vision needed. And Toby loses half its HP in a second. Great Chrono as well to keep Taiga alive a little bit longer. And even catch Stormstormer on the side. And Watson completely whiffing the RP as well.
Yeah.
No one caught inside it.
They played
really
the team fight too far away from their backline. The Shadow Demon and Sky, they were in one side of the team fight. Meanwhile, the cores were on the other side. They didn't play as a ball around the Shadow Demon. That's maybe can be the solution. We look at damage dealt. Void Spirit on top.
I mean, it doesn't help if Wind Ranger uses ulti for a position 4 support monkey. Doom gets used on a Linken's, and RP misses completely. You pretty much got nothing out of all 3 of their core ults.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
If you miss spells, it's going to be really hard to win.
Yes.
Granted, OG's playing really well to make sure that that's the case, because Taiga and DM are constantly getting all vision required with Plague Ward spam and the Monkey King jumping in the trees.
Yeah, one more kill coming from the Taiga vision. They found the Sky. Ruggy, 3 minutes on the Aegis. Wants to push the tower.
And possibly steal the Tormentor away as well. Wouldn't be a problem if you get a free shard on the Veno or on the Coddle. Speaking of Veno, he does have his Ags now finished up.
Here's the siege with the Lincolns. Possible double Lincolns if needed.
Spam coming in. Fishman actually walks out of position, gets the disruption up, but it's just going to get absolutely destroyed inside the Wukong's command. Does have a buyback at the ready. But what did it cost OG? Nothing. Oh, skewer back, Taiga, drag back, but the Chrono onto 4! Yuragi with the huge catch coming in. They find the kill onto Gato, only Stormstormer gets nullified, and immediately they find everything and everyone. Watson cannot even get himself back towards the fountain. GG gets called, and OG destroy with a superb Yuragi performance on their faces. Void, some really good Chronos coming in. And looking at this game, who do you give MVP to in the series? Who do you think is going to be the MVP? I would have to say Taiga.
I go for Taiga also. The vision that the monkey provided in this game was extremely important. He solo killed the position 3. He was extremely annoying to the Magnus, didn't allow him to farm. Also game 1 really well played on the Enchantress, so yep, he would be my MVP in the series. Although the entire OG team played really, really well, the entire series.
DM struggled a little bit in game number 1 on the Bara, but this time on the Venomancer looked very nasty to deal with. Built up pretty superbly with the Hand of Midas into the Heaven's Hall. He didn't fall off at all. And then you get to see some extra damage coming out from him. Second in terms of damage in the server. BZM number 1, of course. And then you've got Seb with a ridiculous net worth, keeping up with the cores, or trailing the cores at the very least. And even Taiga with that nullifier purchase. Very solid nullifier game. BZM also had a nullifier. They had 2 Lincolns to make sure that no Doom shenanigans came through. OG played this one a lot more solidly than game number 1. They didn't want to throw this game away. And they do manage to break the 1-1 curse.
Yeah. Finally a win in today's game after all the ties. Feels like OG kind of break the mantle of Entity with the game 1 win. Entity in this game 2, they didn't play up to their strengths as they did the game 1. Example, game 1, they did the clutch steal of the Weasel rune. This game, they even forgot about theirs. So it's a good example on how they were affected by the game 1 loss. Props to OG coming back on that game 1 and getting this W on the game 2.
Big props all the way through, and that means there are only 3 teams that in all 16 matches today have won a series. 3 teams out of 16 matches. That's Talon taking down Liquid 2-0, 9 Pandas taking down BetBoom 2-0, and now OG taking down Entity 2-0. So at least we get a break from all the ties, but it is... It does make this very interesting. Every team can still pass on towards the next stage or get eliminated. For Liquid, it's a little bit tougher. I would say they are, they only have 2 wins. So they do need to get a little bit more going. But we, of course, for the viewers at home, have some monster moments to watch. And we'll quickly check out some nice little plays coming through. This was... Oh, this was the fight where they did manage to get the catch before the Ancients got stolen.
Yeah, between Tier 1, Tier 2 tower. That's maybe the only fight that Entity won in the game. They were already behind 2k and still managed to get 3 kills.
Yeah, that was a nice turnaround attempt for Entity, and then for some reason Seb decided I want to go back in, but a little bit of a oopsie daisy. And in this engagement, they want to nuke him down. Eighth Remnant holds him back. Toby runs through, but a big mistake there coming through from Yuragi. Stormstormer hits him immediately afterwards with the shackle shot.
Yeah, it was looking good so far there. Looking really good. And then they overextend. Item 2 hero.
And this was everything. This was the game-winning fight. They use... I mean... Taiga gets hit with the ulti from Stormstormer. In comes the skewer into RP attempt. Though Watson is like... he got baited by Taiga there. Taiga just dancing around the fight.
So far away from his team. Maybe he was trying to skewer to another hero so he would get 2-man RP. But a bit cringe when you look at it on the replay. Not so easy to take the decision on the very second, but yeah.
And this fight as well, with Taiga gets dragged back and then a 4-man chrono. They're like, oh, finally we get Taiga, yes! And
perfectly on the corner, Taiga out. SD just bought back, but the disruption was on cooldown.
That was a pretty big monster moment right there for OG. Huge 2-0 victory, and that puts them in back to a 4-4 slot. So they are again dead center in the pack. Entity not so lucky at the moment. But of course here we have the game winners. OG looking pretty sublime in their approach. We will have an interview. We're currently getting everything ready for the viewers at home. It will be with DM, the Bara turned Veno from the previous series. And hopefully we'll have that situated ready for the viewers at home. Yeah, that game 1 though, like, I want to know what went right through him with how the game was going, how dominant they felt, and how hard they almost fell.
Yeah, I want to know how was the team comms when the enemies were hitting the throne. Like, someone's like, "Oh, GG boys," and someone's like, "No, wait. Let me try." You know?
We got this. I believe Taiga's got this. And Taiga and BZM going ham. It was such a good game.
Taiga
Game number
might
2.
have been like, "What's happening with this faceless void? Why he's not?
Why doesn't he leap? Why doesn't he manta? Why doesn't he do anything? Okay, easy kills.
Yeah,
and then fortification
no time
comes in to save the day. But yeah, I also am curious on if the Veno pick was also something that they wanted to specifically do, or if it was a counter pick. We'll ask him right now because DM is ready for the interview. And congratulations, DM, on the victory right there in this series.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you are one of the only 3 teams that managed to get a 2-0 victory today, so that's a pretty big feat, I must say. Now we got some questions for you. Game number 1. It looked like it was the cleanest game ever, then everything went haywire. What happened for your team, especially at the pretty much last fight?
Last fight we were just like pressing spells, but I think game went wrong not at that moment. But there were moments when we were talking about like how map should look, and then and then we got kind of outnumbered at that moment, and I killed 3 core heroes, I guess, and then the game went a bit equal. I mean, we just didn't play well enough our lineup. I think our lineup is insanely good game 1. So it's not even about the last thing, like the last game fight. Because at that fight we just already getting insane outscaled by their heroes, I believe. Like this guy on Beastmaster buys Aghanim's, he has Shivas, and it's really hard for Naga to deal damage into it. And like for Void it's kinda easy to just press spawn or like Chrono on no buyback Battrum, kill him. You know, it's just much easier for them to fight at this point. This game should be ended 20 or 25 minutes ago. Yeah, that's it.
Possibly, but I mean, did you believe in the very last big fight, the one where Taiga and BZM had to pretty much 2v everything and managed to take down, well, Watson first, who I think made a slight mistake, but nonetheless, did you guys still have full faith that you would be able to withstand it?
Yeah, of course. I actually think that like Enchantress had very good core build and should do a lot of damage, and like Pangolier is amazing at stopping enemies from hitting anyone. Throne is not an exception. So yeah, I had full face. So I think the ones who were dead were silent, because like why would you speak if you're like not participating in it? So they were to just saying, and then at some point we see like the white buyback. They're not having creeps. And I think we just all said, like, me, Artyom, everyone, like, it's, like, there is no creeps, he cannot hit it. And then they just kill him without buyback. And then the game is just over, yeah. So, communication was clean.
It was pretty much over.
It was like, BZM Taiga speaking, like,
Astini?
I'm hitting him, I disable him, this.
Yeah, it got very heated over here, at least. Yeah, Stini, any questions for DM?
The Veno Midas, do you feel like it's a choice you always do on the hero, or it's given the circumstances that they have a Doom, that they have a Zol draft? What's the read that you have to go for that itemization?
I just felt like this game I need to scale, because yeah, you're kinda correct. That was a clever admittment that they have Doom, so this hero is good at scaling. So you know, I'm kinda simple man. I need to scale back. That's how I go the Midas and just try to get to be equal to him, kinda. And I think I was around him. I think from my perspective, I was losing at some point maybe like 2k gold to him, but you know, it's Doom at the end of the day. And like in my team, there is Monkey King farming, there is Kotal farming, everyone's farming. So we're literally like 5 cores against, I mean, to be honest, Magnus wasn't really seeming like a core, to me at least. So it like 2 cores mainly.
Yeah.
Oof, shots
like, no
fired
offense,
right there.
just like hard to use spells to him this game. Very hard. He's playing into Halberds, he's playing into like all the spells. It's unreal.
I mean, you did have very good
But, like,
itemization with the Lincolnses as well that you guys had built up, the halberds, everything really. Nullifiers, 2 nullifiers that came out against the Wind Ranger, so everything got counted. Big props to you guys, of course. Now you are back to middle of the pack. Now you just need to make sure that the next 2 days you will have a couple of wins there, and it will be on towards the next stage for you guys. Thank you very much for the interview, and congratulations with the win. Thank you very much for the interview, and hopefully we'll see some more of this OG.
Thank you guys. We'll try to keep it up. Good luck. Have a nice day.
Goodbye.
Bye. Thank you.
So yeah, that was very confident, I might say, from coming out from DM with never a sweat broken out in that first game. Yeah, feeling that they had control even when I swear to God they didn't.
Yeah, I like that he explained the timings, the idea on the draft, that they should be winning early, that they did few mistakes, but they still made a comeback.
Well, we will, of course, because it's the ending of the day, check out the standings of both Group A and Group B to see where every team stands. Group A, Talon and Tundra in the lead. Both teams have been looking very nice. Tundra, of course, with their substitute mid laner, and also with Immersion playing as their 4th position. Definitely no laughing matter. Malrine and Immersion looked kind of sublime. And Team Liquid has been struggling, Astini, a lot.
Yeah, I don't know if they're a bit on holidays mode, already qualified to TI, trying to chill a bit, don't get burned out with the tournament. But yeah, it's surprising to see them on the last place of the group.
But of course, the rest all pretty much tied for that 3rd spot, technically. We also have Group B, that's the one we just covered, and we'll check out the teams there. It is 9 Pandas on top with Betboom and Gaming Gladiators right behind to get tied up with them. On the other end, though, Entity at the bottom, Shopify slightly above them, of course. Not really where... I mean, the problem is with all these teams, I don't feel like anyone deserves to be at the bottom spot. There are so many great teams here, and they're all playing phenomenally well.
Yeah, everyone is showing a very high level of Dota so far in the tournament. So yeah, it feels bad to see teams that want to advance from group stage. But definitely every team's playing good level. That's why so many draws in the group stage.
Well, we still have 2 more days of Group Stage A. Tomorrow's schedule is what we'll look at first. It's gonna be our stream. It is gonna start the day with Epi and Adam covering the matches of Tundra versus Team Secret, then Beast Coast versus Betboom. Afterwards, me and Istini will be back for LGD versus TSM and Beast Coast versus Aster. I cannot wait because first of all, I love China. Second of all, I love watching Parker play. So Beast Coast is always Parker is a guilty pleasure of mine. So looking forward towards the Beast Coast match. Definitely. And that was everything on this Earth stream. There are, of course, other channels that we will be looking at as well. This is the main channel, the Dota 2 channel. It's going to be Liquid versus LGD, into Acer versus Shopify, Spirit versus Tundra, and they end the day with Gaming Gladiators versus OG. So a really spread out assortment on the A stream that you can check out. Now we'll check out the Ember stream, which will consist of TSM versus Evil Geniuses, Gaming Gladiators versus Entity, Team Liquid versus Team Secret, and they end the day with Entity versus Betboom. And with that, we only have one more channel to discuss. That should be the Storm channel, with the last schedule to check out. And that is going to be Talon versus Spirit, 9 Pandas versus OG, Evil Geniuses versus Talon, and then to finish it off, it's another 9 Pandas versus Shopify, the team, of course, with Miracle in mid. A lot of great games, but that's the plus of this entire tournament. Every team here is top tier.
Yeah,
There
all
is
games
no
are
Nouns that
pretty
goes down
even.
0-8.
We won 4, I guess, when we played. So,
Sorry.
no Nouns. So yeah, more
Go-
even matches.
Yeah,
Hopefully we do
sorry.
better in the major.
I had
Fair-
to throw
fair
a little
enough,
bit of
Joe.
shade there.
It's true, so you can make this assessment. Yeah.
Don't worry. Bali, you'll see Nouns, you'll see Astini there live coaching his team and hopefully getting enough DPC points to make it towards TI. But that is something for in the future. Astini, any last words for the viewers at home?
Thanks everyone that watched it, everyone that was at the chat. Was always a pleasure. Looking forward to tomorrow. Hope you guys enjoy the cast.
Yeah, hopefully you enjoyed it indeed. My name was DK Truman. I was joined by Astini for this series. Have a wonderful day. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dream League Season 20 is brought